Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Jiang Chen sat quietly in the carriage, his eyes closed, his breathing steady. To the two girls accompanying him, it appeared as if he had already entered a deep state of cultivation. Sensing the faint flow of soul power emanating from his body, they assumed he was too absorbed in his training to notice their conversation. Through their idle chatter, Jiang Chen gained a deeper understanding of Chen Rinxue, her thoughts, her ambitions, and the subtle intricacies of her character. Before long, the two women also settled into their own meditative states, and a serene silence enveloped the carriage once more. Their journey followed a direct route southwest through the Heaven Do Empire. Jiang Chen and Chen Rinxue had already agreed upon their first destination, Holy Soul Village. From there, they would travel eastward toward the Stardo Forest. Holy Soul Village lay not at the empire's southernmost edge, just beyond it lay the Barak Kingdom, and further east was their true objective, the Stardo Forest. The journey would take them near Wuhuan City, though they had no intention of stopping there. For one, Chen Rinxue's schedule was tight. She had only a month at her disposal. Spending time at Holy Soul Village with Jiang Chen already strained her available time, making their schedule precariously tight. But more importantly, Jiang Chen firmly opposed the idea of returning to Wuhuan City. He gave a simple excuse, that Bibi Dong would undoubtedly blame him if he seized the opportunity to visit. In truth, however, he had another, more personal reason. If Chen Rinxue were to discover the hidden relationship between him and Hu Laiina, it could spell disaster. A clash between the two women was inevitable if the truth surfaced. Hu Laiina, who had already fallen under his influence, would never dare provoke Chen Rinxue of her own volition. She feared her too much. But Chen Rinxue? She was different. Her pride, her domineering personality, she was born a queen. Her sense of control over everything around her was absolute. If she were to learn the truth, the consequences would be unpredictable. For now, Jiang Chen had a long road ahead if he ever hoped to tame her into submission. 4 days, their journey continued without interruption. Apart from brief stops for meals and rest at night, they pushed forward relentlessly. At last, on the evening of the 8th day, the carriage reached the outskirts of Notting City. Jiang Chen gazed out at the familiar silhouette of the small border town, a strange feeling welling up inside him. 6 years. It had been 6 long years since he left this place behind. Back then, he had departed as a mere boy, bound for Wuhuan City, unaware of how profoundly his life was about to change. And now, as he returned, he was no longer the same person. "Let's go," Jiang Chen instructed, leaning out from the carriage. "We'll head to the Notting City branch hall first." Throughout their travels, they had deliberately chosen to stay in Wuhuan halls along the way to avoid unnecessary trouble. And trouble was exactly what they wanted to avoid. With 2 strikingly beautiful women in his company, Jiang Chen knew that lingering in ordinary inns would invite nothing but unwanted attention. It was easier to avoid killing people unnecessarily. Unlike Jiang Chen, the others in his group had never been to Notting City before. They were unaware that this very place, all those years ago, was where his life had first taken a turn toward destiny. As the carriage rolled forward, Jiang Chen suddenly spoke again. "Who is the current hall master of the Notting City branch?" "Su Yuna," replied Luo Qi, the contra-level captain leading their escort. "Su Yuna?" Jiang Chen chuckled to himself. So it was him. Back when he left, he still harbored some resentment toward Su Yuna. But now, looking back, that emotion had long since faded, replaced by something closer to nostalgia. Chen Rinxue noticed the subtle smile on his face and raised an eyebrow. "You know this Su Yuna?" she asked. Jiang Chen nodded. "He was the one who awakened my martial soul. Back then, he was just a low-ranking deacon. It was he who reported my talent to the Pope's Hall. That's how my teacher came in person and brought me to Wuhuan City." Chen Rinxue's expression remained neutral, but she gave a slight nod. "This Su Yuna has done a great service for Wuhuan Hall. He should be rewarded." Jiang Chen smirked. "He's already been rewarded." He couldn't help but wonder, what kind of expression would Su Yuna have upon seeing him again? Chapter 215, The Happy Su Yuna. Night had fallen, and the streets of Notting City were alive with the flickering glow of lanterns and the hum of evening activity. Even a small town like this had its own nightlife. The carriage rolled steadily through the streets, finally coming to a halt in front of the Wuhuan Hall at the city center. The two gate guards, standing at their posts, stiffened as they laid eyes on the approaching group. It wasn't just the size of the entourage, over a dozen men riding strong, well-bred horses, that made them uneasy. It was the aura they exuded. There was no obvious fluctuation of soul power, yet an overwhelming pressure, like an invisible mountain, bore down on them. Even without knowing their identities, the guards could feel the power contained within this group. The carriage door opened, and Jiang Chen stepped out, followed by Chen Rinxue and the ninth elder. At the same time, the rest of the escort dismounted, moving in perfect synchronization. The contra-captain Luo Qi stepped forward and produced a token. Upon seeing it, the two guards stiffened in shock. One of them immediately ran off to handle the horses and carriages, while the other, visibly trembling, quickly led the group inside. The branch hall wasn't usually active at this hour. Most of the deacons had already left for the day, leaving the first-floor lobby eerily empty. "Please wait here, my lords," the guard said, his voice filled with nervous respect. "I'll go inform the hall master immediately." With that, he dashed off. Though Su Yuna had his own house elsewhere, he now resided in the Wuhuan Hall as part of his duties as hallmaster. It wasn't long before hurried footsteps echoed through the halls. Then, Su Yuna appeared. The moment his gaze fell upon the group before him, his heart nearly stopped. He had already been informed that someone from the temple had arrived, but he hadn't expected this level of presence. And then he saw him. His eyes locked onto Jiang Chen, and for a moment, his breath hitched. The last time he had seen this boy, he was just a child. But now, standing before him was a young man exuding an unfathomable aura, one that sent chills down his spine. This pressure, this presence. What had Jiang Chen become? A flood of emotions surged through Su Yuna, shock, awe, and perhaps deep down, a trace of pride. He had once played a part in Jiang Chen's journey. And now, seeing him again, he knew, this was no ordinary reunion. This was the return of someone who had transcended the life he once knew. Su Yuna turned swiftly, his voice ringing with urgency as he commanded the nearby maids. "Prepare the finest tea, arrange the best rooms, and set up a feast immediately. Make sure everything is perfect." After issuing his orders, he hurried toward the distinguished guests, his sharp eyes scanning their faces. He instinctively felt that the young man and woman before him were no ordinary figures. Their aura alone commanded attention, yet despite his quick thinking, he couldn't recall any records of their identities within Wuhuan Hall. "My lords, you must be exhausted from your journey," Su Yuna said with a polite bow. "Please, allow me to escort you to the meeting hall for some rest. Dinner will be served shortly." Jiang Chen suppressed a smirk. He had expected Su Yuna's confusion and was in no rush to reveal himself. Instead, he simply nodded and followed, accompanied by Chen Rinxue, Xiaoying, and the ninth elder. Meanwhile, the rest of their guards remained stationed on the ground floor, keeping watch. The meeting hall. Upon entering the grand meeting hall on the second floor, Jiang Chen and his companions took seats along the side rather than assuming the hall master's throne at the head of the room. Su Yuna, however, dared not sit. He stood rigidly in front of them, his posture tense with respect as his gaze flickered between Jiang Chen and Chen Rinxue. "I must ask," Su Yuna finally spoke, "may I know the esteemed identities of my honored guests?" At last, Jiang Chen allowed himself to properly observe Su Yuna. 6 years had passed since their last meeting, and the man before him had changed. The once rash and impatient deacon had matured, his features sharpened by experience. Though still under 30, the burdens of his position had clearly taken a toll, making him appear older than his years. He was still the tall and handsome brother Tao of the past, but now he carried himself with the composure of a seasoned leader. Jiang Chen finally stood and smiled gently. "Su Yuna, have you really forgotten me?" His tone carried a playful hint. "You were the one who awakened my martial soul back then." Su Yuna stiffened, his mind racing as he searched his memory. Yet, none of the children he had ever awakened had any ties to the temple, let alone figures of such importance. Jiang Chen took a step forward. 6 years ago, in Holy Soul Village, a boy with a zombie martial soul. Su Yuna's entire body trembled. His eyes widened in shock as the realization slammed into him like a thunderclap. You're Jiang Chen?" His voice cracked with disbelief. A storm of emotions surged through him. He had once been the first witness to Jiang Chen's potential, but now before him stood not a mere child, but a figure of immense power and influence. As soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately dropped to one knee, realizing his mistake. "This subordinate has been blind," Su Yuna said hurriedly, his voice filled with remorse. "I spoke out of turn, please forgive me." Jiang Chen chuckled, stepping forward and placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "There's no need for such formalities," he said lightly. "Come now, sit. Let's talk properly." Though clearly overwhelmed, Su Yuna obeyed. With visible hesitation, he took a seat at the very edge of the bench, his posture still tense with respect. Recognition and revelation. Moments later, steaming cups of tea were brought in. Jiang Chen lifted his own, taking a slow sip before speaking. "Su Yuna, thanks to you, I am now the holy son of Wuhuan Hall." The cup in Su Yuna's hand shook violently, and for a brief second, he almost spilled the scalding liquid. He shot up from his seat, his heart pounding. This subordinate pays respects to His Highness, the Holy Son. Su Yuna bowed deeply. His mind reeled. The Holy Son, the very title that signified the next successor to the Pope. The implications were staggering. Jiang Chen was no longer just a promising child, he was destined to become the future ruler of Wuhuan Hall. His heart swelled with shock, pride, and awe. To think that the very boy he had once guided was now standing at the pinnacle of the Spirit Hall's hierarchy. It was almost too much to process. A part of history had already been written. Su Yuna's name would be remembered alongside Jiang Chen's as the one who awakened his power. Joy and pride flickered across his mature, hardened face. Jiang Chen let the moment sink in before his expression turned serious. "But Su Yuna," he continued, "you must keep my identity a secret while we are here." Su Yuna quickly nodded. "Of course, Your Highness. I understand." Even if Jiang Chen's presence were to be exposed, it wouldn't change much. After all, those who opposed Wuhuan Hall, such as Tang Hao, would see any disciple of the Pope as an enemy regardless. But during their stay in Notting City, discretion was preferable. Introductions and silent warnings. Jiang Chen then gestured toward Xiaoxue. "This is the granddaughter of the Grand Priest," he introduced. Su Yuna stiffened again, his body tensing. The Grand Priest? That was one of the highest authorities within Wuhuan Hall. A man who stood at the very foundation of their power. Without hesitation, Su Yuna bowed respectfully to Xiaoxue. Jiang Chen then pointed to the ninth elder, and once again, Su Yuna offered a deep respectful bow. Finally, Jiang Chen casually waved toward Xiaoying, who stood silently at the back. "And this one?" He smirked. "She's just a little maid." Su Yuna paused momentarily but still bowed toward her as well. Even if she were a maid, anyone traveling alongside the holy son of Wuhuan Hall was bound to be significant. Xiaoying, however, pouted in protest at Jiang Chen's words. This holy son, always teasing her at every opportunity. Jiang Chen simply smiled, unbothered by her reaction. He then pressed his hand lightly against the table, signaling Su Yuna to relax. "We're only passing through," Jiang Chen finally said. "We'll be staying for the night and continuing our journey in the morning." Su Yuna nodded quickly. "As you wish, Your Highness," he responded. "I will personally ensure that everything is arranged." With that, the matter was settled. The holy son of Wuhuan Hall had returned to where it all began. But this time, Notting City was merely a stop on his path to something far greater.
"I don't know if Hallmaster So is still used to being a Hallmaster in recent years," Su Yuna said sternly. "Thanks to the gift of His Highness the Sun, this subordinate can sit in this position. I have dedicated myself to the Wuhan Hall all these years and have never slacked off. Master So has worked hard." "It's not hard, it should be." Jiang Chen took out a bottle of elixir and handed it to Xianrongxiu, and Xianrongxiu passed it on. Su Yuna took the elixir from Xiaoying's hand, and after seeing it clearly, he immediately became excited. He knew what it was a magical elixir researched by Wuhandian, and it was a top-secret treasure. "This is Wen pill, which can increase the potential and speed of cultivation. Please keep it." Su Yuna stood up quickly, and said excitedly, "Thank you for the reward, His Royal Highness. This elixir has already been eaten by this subordinate, it is indeed very miraculous." Jiang Chen was puzzled, and asked, "Have you eaten before?" Bibi Dong had told him before that the pills had already been popularized in the army, and the elites of the Spirit Hall all over the mainland had also obtained the pills. But a small place like Notting City probably doesn't know about the pill yet. Su Yuna said gratefully, "The Pope has sent someone to send a bottle of Wen pill every 6 months in the past few years. My talent has improved a lot compared to before, and I have already broken through to Soul Master a year ago." Jiang Chen was surprised in his heart. He never expected that Bibi Dong would still remember this little guy like Su Yuna, so he sent someone to bring the elixir. The lower the innate talent, the more obvious the effect of this elixir would be. Su Yuna was born with 2 levels of soul power, so it was already extremely difficult to break through to Soul Master at such a young age. This elixir played a vital role. Su Yuna continued, "However, after taking this elixir a few times, the improvement effect is not obvious, so I just stopped taking it." Jiang Chen nodded slightly. "It was true, that can be given to your wife." My wife is the same as me. The pill has no effect. Later, His Excellency the Pope sent someone to bring it over, and I gave it to my son. Jiang Chen was surprised, and asked, you have a son? Su Yuna nodded, with a look of happiness on his face. The little guy is already 5 years old. Chapter 215 Grandpa, Xiao Chen is home. 5 years old, that means that Sisi might have been conceived before Jiang Chen left Nodding City, or she might have been conceived later. I don't know if the top of Brother Tao's head is green or not. If the little guy awakens a dog martial soul instead of a lone wolf martial soul, then Brother Tao will be sad. Jiang Chen even had the urge to help the little guy awaken, but when he thought that the other party was only 5 years old, he had no choice but to give up. It's better for Brother Tao to wake up himself in the future. If there is an accident, a mature man should be able to withstand the blow. Jiang Chen nodded slightly and said, the effect of Pei Yuan pill is the best for children. If it can lay a solid foundation, the talent potential will be greater when awakened. Hearing what Jiang Chen said, Su Yuna immediately beamed with joy. His own talent is very poor. With this miraculous elixir, his son's talent must far exceed his. My daughter is 3 years old now, and I plan to give her this Pei Yuan pill. Our Su family will definitely develop into a big family in the future, Su Yuna said, feeling very excited. There was also a daughter, Jiang Chen, who was a little surprised, but it meant that at least one was born to Brother Tao, so it's not a loss. After thinking for a while, he took out another bottle of Pei Yuan pill and gave it to Su Yuna. This elixir has no effect on him, even Xiaoying has eaten a lot. It is useless to keep it by his side. It is better to give Su Yuna more. Keep some and bring them back to Old Jack, and make some contributions to the Holy Soul Village, which can be regarded as repaying Old Jack for his upbringing. Su Yuna took the elixir and thanked him again. At this moment, 2 little ones came in, a 5-year-old boy with a thick head and a tiger head, holding a little girl by the hand. Daddy, the little boy called. The little girl didn't speak, but looked at Jiang Chen and the others curiously with her clear eyes. Su Yuna showed a kind smile. 2 troublemakers, why are you running around here? A mature woman walked in quickly. In her 20s, she looks pretty and has a plump figure. She is Sisi. Sorry to bother you adults. Sisi first saluted respectfully, and then left with her children. Wow, what a cute kid. Xiaoying said. Qian Rongxu's calm expression also changed somewhat. Swear, if you like it, why don't we have one too? Jiang Chen took the opportunity to play hooliganism. Elder Ninth's naturally natural old face suddenly felt a little embarrassed, and said, I'll go down and see if the meal is ready. I'm hungry. The young man was flirting, and it was embarrassing for him to be around. Su Yuna also stood up and said, His Royal Highness, I will go to the kitchen to remind you. Soon, only Jiang Chen, Qian Rongxu, and Xiaoying were left in the hall. Xiaoying never knew what a light bulb was, and she never had the slightest intention to leave. Qian Rongxu pinched Jiang Chen's ears like lightning, and said ruthlessly, Say it again, who will you have a baby with? Jiang Chen looked at Qian Rongxu's slightly angry pretty face, and there was something charming about it. Although his ears hurt a little, he didn't hesitate, and continued, It must be with you. Our mother and grandfather have agreed, and they are all looking forward to holding the baby. It seems that you don't want this ear anymore. Qian Rongxu said coldly, exerting more force on her hands. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Finally, Qian Rongxu left with Xiaoying angrily. It's true that she can cure Jiang Chen, but if Jiang Chen plays a scoundrel, even she can't help it. This feeling of teasing his wife every day is pretty good. Jiang Chen laughed, and followed out cheekily. After the meal, Su Yuna brought his wife Sisi to express his gratitude again. Su Yuna really feels that he has reached the pinnacle of his life. In terms of family, his wife is beautiful and virtuous, with sons and daughters. In terms of career, as the master of the palace, he is already very content. The son and daughter may still be geniuses in the future, and all of this is inseparable from Jiang Chen. He secretly made up his mind that he must let his descendants remember the goodness of His Royal Highness the Sun. In the early morning, after breakfast, the team left Nodding City with Su Yuna and his wife, heading towards the Holy Soul Village. Feeling timid near the hometown, thinking about going back to Holy Soul Village and seeing his grandfather soon, Jiang Chen was in an extremely restless mood. It has been 6 years, except for the year in the slaughter capital. Jiang Chen basically wrote letters to Old Jack every month. After leaving the killing capital, he immediately wrote another letter to report his safety. And Old Jack also wrote back from time to time. Besides telling Jiang Chen to practice seriously and pay attention to his body, he would ask almost every time, when will I go home? What the elderly look forward to most is that their grandson can go home and take a look at him, even if it's just a glance. Because of Tang Hao, Jiang Chen didn't dare to tell Old Jack when he would go home. Every time he saw this sentence in the letter, he couldn't help but have a sore nose and tears. It was not easy for Old Jack to live to this age, and he was closer to him than to his own grandson. After coming out of Nodding City, Jiang Chen's mood became a little low, and he stopped bickering with the 2 girls, and was immersed in thinking about Old Jack. Qian Rongxu and Xiaoying felt Jiang Chen's sadness, and they didn't dare to disturb Jiang Chen. The carriage drove forward in silence. More than an hour later, at about 9 o'clock, the team finally arrived outside the Holy Soul Village. Jiang Chen got out of the carriage early and walked on foot. He hasn't returned to his hometown for many years, so he wants to take a closer look at every plant and tree here. Qian Rongxiu and Xiaoying also followed, both curious about Jiang Chen's hometown. What kind of place is it that a monstrosity like Jiang Chen can be born? Jiang Chen's mood recovered a little, and he pointed to the rushing river. Since I was 3 years old, I have often gone fishing in that river. People in the countryside are not rich, so I can only rely on myself. Xiaoying opened her mouth wide in shock. The river was choppy, and it was hard for her to imagine how a 3-year-old child could touch fish in it. The speed of the team slowed down, and the guards dismounted and led the horses forward. Jiang Chen introduced the Holy Soul Village to the 2 girls while walking, and talked about some interesting things about him back then, which the 2 girls listened to with gusto. 6 years have passed, and the Holy Soul Village has not changed much. It is still the quiet and small village at the beginning. After 9 o'clock, the villagers also started to go out to work. Some were grazing cattle outside, some were doing farm work in the fields beside the village, and some women were holding wooden basins and preparing to go to the river to wash clothes. Seeing such a team coming, the villagers were not surprised except slightly surprised. Their village is close to the main road, and passing caravans often come in to ask for water or buy some vegetables. Looking at these uncles and aunts, Jiang Chen could still clearly remember their names. But he didn't say hello immediately. What he wanted to see most was his grandfather. At the entrance of the village, a group of children were playing with mud. Qian Rongxiu thought of something, suddenly covered her mouth and smiled. Xiaochen, did you play with mud like this back then? Fart, brother is so suave, would he play in mud like these brats? Jiang Chen retorted. Qian Rongxiu laughed coquettishly, and patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder. You didn't seem like a kid back then. I can still remember your cute 6-year-old appearance clearly. Don't worry, playing with mud is not something to be ashamed of, my sister understands. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, and chose to give up explaining. The guards restrained their aura and looked like ordinary people. This is the home of His Highness the Sun, so it would be bad to frighten the family of His Highness the Sun. Jiang Chen took Qian Rongxiu and Xiaoying to the front, and when he entered the village, he took a look at the blacksmith's shop of the Tang family. The door there was locked, and the door was covered with dust. Obviously it had been empty for a long time. Getting closer to the center of the village, Jiang Chen didn't dare to use the Eye of Heaven's punishment to observe ahead of time, feeling a little apprehensive, and came outside the village chief's yard. He took a deep breath, reached out and knocked on the door, his voice choked with sobs. Grandpa, Xiaochen is home. Jiang Chen's nose was sore, he tried hard not to shed tears. He heard footsteps, urgently, and the sound of walking on crutches. With a creak, the dilapidated wooden door opened, and old Jack's crooked figure appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. Grandpa. Jiang Chen's heart trembled, and he called out. Old Jack's waist was bent even more, and his face was even older, but he was still in good spirits. He raised his head and looked at the tall young man in front of him suspiciously. Grandpa, I'm Xiaochen. Jiang Chen said again. Old Jack's body trembled violently, his dim old eyes revealed an inconceivable look. He looked Jiang Chen up and down seriously, hoping to find some traces of Jiang Chen from the young man in front of him. Are you really Xiaochen? Old Jack couldn't believe it. The tall and handsome young man in front of him was too strange. He didn't have the slightest resemblance to the previous Jiang Chen, and his temperament was very different. Grandpa, it's really me. Let's go in first. If you don't believe me, you can ask me about the past. I'm sure I know everything. Jiang Chen patiently explained. It doesn't need to be so troublesome. Old Jack said. Turn around. Jiang Chen was a little dazed, but he still turned around according to Old Jack's instructions. Old Jack pushed aside Jiang Chen's clothes, and peeled off his waistband, revealing a small piece. Jiang Chen's back felt cold, he was startled, and hurriedly pressed the front, fearing that Old Jack would pull all of them down. Qian Rongxiu, who was standing beside Jiang Chen, glanced curiously. 2 patches of blush could not help but fly up on her pretty cheeks. Old Jack picked at a mole, and then he grinned. It's really you boy, people will grow up, but this mole will not change. Come in quickly, all the guests come in. Old Jack excitedly took Jiang Chen's hand and walked inside. Old Jack's hand was rough and full of wrinkles. Jiang Chen could feel the trembling of this hand. Old Jack was not calm. Qian Rongxiu and the others also followed in, looking at the yard curiously. Is this where Xiaochen lived before? Boy, hurry up and get the stool, I'll make tea. Old Jack ordered. Leaning on crutches, Old Jack walked quickly to the kitchen. His steps were a little hurried. After hastily closing the kitchen door, he finally couldn't help it. He leaned against the door and wiped away his tears with trembling old hands. Xiaochen finally came back, after 6 years, finally came home. He couldn't help crying. The tears still kept pouring out, and he wiped it several times before he calmed down and started making tea. Jiang Chen took the stool and asked Qian Rongxiu and the others to sit down. There are not so many stools in the house, and the dozen or so guards can only stand. After calling Qian Rongxiu to sit down, Jiang Chen ran to the kitchen to help Grandpa boil water. Under the surge of soul power, the weak flame suddenly turned into a raging fire. Jiang Chen found that Old Jack seemed to have cried, and he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, so he didn't point it out. Old Jack looked at Jiang Chen who was lighting a fire, and kept nodding in satisfaction. This grandson is tall and handsome, and he also came back from studying at the headquarters of Wuhandian, which is enough for him to brag about for a long time. Old Jack suddenly tapped Jiang Chen with his cane, and lowered his voice. You kid, you haven't come home for so many years, do you really want to piss me off? But it's okay, you still know how to bring your daughter-in-law back. Old Jack glanced at Xiaoxue in the yard, very satisfied. Jiang Chen chuckled and said, I specially brought it back for you to have a look at. The faces of everyone in the courtyard became strange, wanting to laugh, but not daring to laugh. Old Jack deliberately lowered his voice, thinking that these guests couldn't hear him, but he didn't expect that the Soul Master's sixth senses were so sensitive that he could hear the conversation between him and Jiang Chen clearly. Xiaoxue clenched her teeth, ready to teach Jiang Chen an unforgettable lesson after leaving here. Old Jack sighed. Grandpa is very satisfied. I, Old Jack, have lived most of my life, and I have never seen such a beautiful girl, just like a fairy. Of course, you don't even look at whose daughter-in-law it is. Jiang Chen glanced outside, with a smile on his face. Old Jack continued, that girl with big golden waves is pretty good, with big buttocks and big breasts, she's a good material to give birth to. Country people speak so vulgarly and directly. Jiang Chen was stunned by the thunder, and everyone in the yard was also stunned. Then, except for the two women, all the guards, including the ninth elder, had tense faces, trembling non-stop, suffocating to death. They are all professionally trained not to laugh no matter how funny it is. Old Jack continued, the one with the short black hair has a big butt but a small breast. After giving birth, he can give another breast. Flutter. Jiang Chen couldn't bear it anymore, so could the ninth elder and the guards. Once he opened his mouth, the laughter couldn't be stopped. Old man, go out for a walk. Ninth elder stood up and disappeared in a flash. The guards bowed towards Xiaoxue. Forgive me, your highness, let's protect the ninth elder. After speaking, they also rushed out, shaking their bodies while running. The silver teeth of the two girls were about to be crushed. They didn't blame Old Jack, but they had already settled the blame on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't turn his head back, but he could feel the murderous eyes of the two girls, like piercing backs. He hurriedly said, Grandpa, the one with the black hair is not, she is just serving my daughter-in-law's maid. Old Jack looked up and found that most of the people had already run away. Are there any maids who are so beautiful? Xiao Chen, Grandpa heard that those maids from rich families will also accompany the young lady to marry and warm the uncle's bed. Xiaoying was so angry that her delicate body trembled, making her a bed warmer, dreaming. Grandpa is teaching you a truth now. Don't be afraid of having too many daughter-in-laws. The more the better, the future will be full of children and grandchildren. Remember. Jiang Chen's scalp was numb, and he didn't dare to answer. Old Jack tapped his buttocks with his cane, and said with a more emphatic tone, Do you remember? Remember. Jiang Chen answered bravely. The two girls snorted coldly at the same time. If it wasn't for politeness, they would have to turn against Jiang Chen. Miss, this guy is usually so unruly. It seems that his grandfather taught him since he was a child. Xiaoying gritted her teeth. Xiaoxue nodded in agreement. The water boiled, and Old Jack took out the tea leaves that he had bought in Nodding City, and he was usually reluctant to drink them. Jiang Chen walked out. He had to appease these two lionesses who were about to go crazy first. Country people have little knowledge, so don't be as knowledgeable as my grandfather. Jiang Chen explained. I'm afraid what you think in your heart is like what your grandfather said. There is nothing good about a man. Xiaoxue snorted and turned her face away. Jiang Chen was stunned. Such bitter words actually came from Xiaoxue's mouth. It was as if he was meeting Xiaoxue for the first time. Xiaoxue also noticed that her tone was wrong. Her pretty face flushed slightly, but she didn't bother to explain. If she didn't say it, she felt uncomfortable. Xiao Chen, come serve tea. Old Jack's voice came out. Jiang Chen greeted the ninth elder and others outside the courtyard, and then went to bring out the tea. More than a dozen people, a large pot of tea, used up half of the tea bags of Old Jack, which made him feel distressed. It wasn't until Jiang Chen said that he had brought back better tea that Old Jack smiled openly. His Royal Highness the Sun personally served the tea, which flattered the guards, and they all wanted to rush into the kitchen to serve it themselves, but Jiang Chen stopped him. This scene will become the most precious memory in their life, and they can show it off to other colleagues in the future. His Excellency the Pope once served them tea. Chapter 217 Reverse Growth. Old Jack came in front of Xiaoxue. Xiao Chen, why don't you introduce yourself to Grandpa? Jiang Chen supported Old Jack, and said, Grandpa, her name is Shuer. Hi Shuer, the name is good. Old Jack nodded very satisfied, and then looked at Xiaoying. What about this? Why are you still thinking about this? Jiang Chen helplessly said. This little maid is called Xiaoying. Old Jack nodded. Xiaoying is also good. Shuer, Xiaoying, this is my grandfather. Xiaoxue and Xiaoying squeezed out smiles. Hi, Grandpa. The voice was as crisp and sweet as the chirping of an oriole, which made Old Jack feel comfortable. He felt that he could live a few more years and hold his great-grandson in his arms. When will you marry Xiao Chen? Old Jack asked as kindly and gently as possible. Jiang Chen felt dizzy for a while. He was only 11 years old. Is Old Jack so impatient? Xiaoxue and Xiaoying stopped talking, and stared at Jiang Chen with both eyes. Jiang Chen hurriedly pulled Old Jack into the house. Grandpa, my daughter has a thin skin, so don't worry about it. That's right. Old Jack nodded. Do you remember our village tiger baby, who is a few years older than you and has become a father? Now you are taller than him, you have to hurry up. Understood. Jiang Chen helped old Jack into the house, turned around again, pointed to his own room and said, "That's my room, you can go inside and have a rest." Jiang Chen pushed old Jack to sit on the bed. Old Jack wondered, "Why did you bring me back to the house? I'll give you something good to eat." Jiang Chen smiled and took out the elixir. They are a Pe-Wen pill and a muscle-promoting and blood-promoting pill. For soul masters, Pe-Wen pill can promote cultivation, and for ordinary people, it also has the effect of consolidating the foundation and cultivating vitality and strengthening vitality. Xiaoxue pill is a healing pill. Old Jack's body's energy and blood are declining. This pill is a great tonic for him. These two kinds of elixirs made old Jack disease-free and pain-free, and he could easily live past 100 years without any problem. What's this? Old Jack looked at these two round black things with some doubts. It looks like a pill, and it has a very attractive fragrance. Grandpa, this is a tonic. Taking it can strengthen your body. You can live to 100 without any problem. Take it quickly. You are still filial. That is, no matter how you say it, he is more filial than that boy Tang San, Jiang Chen said in his heart. He first let old Jack eat Pe-Wen pill, and after a while he took Xiaoxue pill. Xiaoxue pill has a certain effect of washing marrow and cutting hair for ordinary people. Old Jack's decrepit body may not be able to bear it, so he must first take the pill that strengthens the foundation and cultivates the essence. In just a moment, old Jack's body changed. A head of almost white hair turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye, the stooped body gradually straightened, and the cloudy eyes became clearer and clearer. At this time, old Jack seemed to be growing backwards, and his body was undergoing astonishing changes. Xiaochen, Grandpa is very hot, but he is very strong. Feeling the changes in himself, old Jack was very pleasantly surprised. He was already at the end of his life, and he probably wouldn't live many more years, but he didn't expect that just 2 pills would make him much younger. Jiang Chen took out a mirror with a smile. Old Jack looked at himself in the mirror in disbelief. His head was a little dazed. Isn't this what he looked like when he was in his 50s? His hair was not yet gray, his face had few wrinkles, and his body was still straight and strong. The magic medicine, it's really the magic medicine. Old Jack was so excited that he was about to burst into tears. 2 pills made him 20 years younger, whether it was a magic medicine or something. Before he knew it, a thick layer of impurities had oozed out of his body, which was gray-black and exuded bursts of stench. There are far more impurities and toxins in the body of the elderly than in the young. Old Jack frowned. Jiang Chen said with a smile, "Grandpa, this is because the impurities in your body have been discharged, just wash it off." He took out a bottle of Pe-Wen pill and a bottle of muscle-promoting and blood-promoting pill. You take it once a month, after 2 or 3 times, wait until the body has no more impurities to discharge. The effect of this kind of elixir is the best for the first time, and it will get worse and worse later on. It should be almost the same after 2 or 3 times. Old Jack put it away and carefully hid it in a dark compartment under the bed. Jiang Chen saw with sharp eyes that there were actually a lot of gold soul coins and silver soul coins inside. Old Jack stood up and said, "This is Grandpa's savings for most of his life, and he plans to leave it for you to marry a wife in the future. Grandpa, you can just keep it and use it, I'm not short of money," said. Jiang Chen took out another bag of gold soul coins, weighed them, there were probably hundreds of them. Old Jack took the bag and looked at it, his eyes were almost shaken blind, and he was shocked. "Where did you get so much money?" "Grandpa, you don't know my identity in Spirit Hall, do you?" Jiang Chen asked. "What is your identity? Didn't you just go to Wuhan City to study?" "Xiaoxue told me." "Grandpa, let me tell you a secret, your grandson and I were accepted as disciples by the Pope," Jiang Chen proudly said. Old Jack looked at Jiang Chen in shock, speechless. He still knew the Pope, but he was a figure standing at the pinnacle of the Douluo Continent, known to everyone, a figure comparable to the emperors of the 2 great empires. "And now I have been canonized as the Holy Son by the Pope. If there is no accident, I will be the next Pope." Jiang Chen looked at his grandfather proudly, seeing his shocked appearance, his mood brightened all of a sudden. "It's like going back to my childhood." Old Jack suddenly grabbed Jiang Chen's arm with both hands, with great strength. He cheered up and said, "Really?" Jiang Chen took out the token of the Holy Child, and said, "Really?" Old Jack held the token and turned it over and over again, unable to understand it, but he believed in his grandson. "The big golden wave outside is the daughter of the current Pope. I haven't succeeded in chasing her yet. You should pay attention to what you say. The Pope's daughter, what a noble girl that is, no wonder she is so beautiful." "Are you sure?" Old Jack asked expectantly. Jiang Chen nodded, "I'm quite sure, but it will take time." Old Jack laughed loudly, patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder, and said, "Grandpa believes in you, I am so much younger now, I will definitely see that day." His figure is no longer stooped, his chest is straight and his back is straight, and his flesh and blood are gradually full. Feeling that the effect of the medicine in old Jack's body had been exhausted, Jiang Chen said, "Grandpa, you should go wash your body first." "Oh, yes, the smell is really bad." Old Jack rushed out and went to the bathroom to wash off. At this time, outside the village chief's yard, many villagers had already surrounded them, looking inside curiously, pointing fingers, guessing the identities of Jiang Chen and the others. This group of strangers, who have been in the village chief's yard for so long, are definitely not ordinary businessmen who come to beg for water. Especially the blonde girl in the yard shocked them. As if facing a fairy in the sky, she unconsciously felt ashamed of herself. It was so beautiful that they almost suffocated just by looking at it. The villagers looked away from the girl one after another, not daring to look any further, as if they were afraid of disturbing and offending the fairy. After more than 10 minutes, old Jack changed into the clothes he wore when he was young, and walked out in high spirits. Surrounding the door, those older villagers were shocked. Pointing at old Jack, he stuttered and couldn't speak. Chapter 218 Tool Man Jiang Chen. How can that be? Several old people cried out, their expressions extremely horrified. Old Jack was about the same age as them. We grew up together, how could we not remember what old Jack looked like when he was young? The old Jack now looks like he is in his 50s, and he doesn't look old at all. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in his 50s came in from the crowd and shouted in shock, "Dad, is that you?" He is the son of old Jack. He had already moved out to live by himself when he got married, and he ran back just now after hearing other people's comments. Looking at the younger old Jack, he was stunned. The corners of old Jack's mouth were almost grinning to the ears, and he laughed loudly. "Jerry, don't you even remember your father?" Jerry's body trembled, he looked and sounded alike, and he was sure it was his old man. "Dad, how could you?" Old Jack pulled Jiang Chen up from behind him, and said with a gratified expression, "This is Xiao Chen, he has grown up, and he brought me back the magic medicine from Wuhan City. This is Jiang Chen, the kid that everyone feared back then, she grew up so big, and she was born so beautiful." People accurately captured the key points in old Jack's words. Magic medicine? The miracle drug that can make people rejuvenate? In an instant, everyone became excited, especially the old man in front, whose cloudy eyes were shining. It's just that no one dared to speak, they all remembered their disgust and loathing for Jiang Chen back then. At this time, endless regrets arose in my heart. Sorry for the first time. The noise here attracted more villagers to gather around. Old Jack was very satisfied, and threw a blockbuster again. Xiao Chen is a disciple of the current pope, and has been canonized as the Holy Son. He will inherit the pope's position in the future. The crowd suddenly became agitated, buzzing, and looked at Jiang Chen with shocking eyes. Of course, some people have doubts. Jiang Chen felt a little helpless. When people are old, they just love to show off their offspring, and old Jack is no exception. Old Jack argued with those questioning voices, blushing and thick-necked. "Xiao Chen, show them your token," old Jack said angrily. Jiang Chen shook his head. The token of the Holy Son would not be recognized by these people. He beckoned to the ninth elder, and said with a wry smile, "Ninth elder, I'm sorry to trouble you." The ninth elder understood Jiang Chen's meaning, smiled and said, "It's a trivial matter." He walked to the front with a smile, and said loudly, "I am the elder of Wuhandian." Immediately afterwards, 9 spirit rings rose from under his feet, emitting light of different colors. Especially those few black soul rings at the back, these ordinary people just glanced at them and felt a burst of heart palpitations. Titled Douluo? The 9 rings are the symbol of titled Douluo. Over the years, Su Yuna has taken good care of Holy Soul Village, and the villagers of Holy Soul Village are no longer as unfamiliar with soul masters as before. A legendary title Douluo actually came to their village? Strength is the best proof, and now, everyone believed in Jiang Chen's identity. The old village head is really blessed, let alone rejuvenate. The adopted grandson will be the Pope of Wuhan Temple in the future. Old Jack was extremely satisfied, and said loudly, "In order to celebrate my grandson's return, I decided to hold a family banquet for everyone to celebrate together. The expenses will all be on my shoulders." He patted his chest. The money Jiang Chen gave him, he lived in the Holy Soul Village, he probably couldn't spend it all in this lifetime. Those old men were the first to yell, "How can the village chief spend money? Xiao Chen, I still have a pig in my house, so I'll go back and slaughter it now. I have geese at home. My family has chickens and ducks." Everyone was chattering, trying to win Jiang Chen's favor. Old Jack said, "Xiao Chen, you and Shuer go back to rest first, and Grandpa can handle the banquet. He is very familiar with organizing banquets. Regardless of whether there is a happy event or a funeral in the village, he will gather together for dinner, and he has experience." Jiang Chen couldn't laugh or cry, returned to the courtyard with Xiaoxue and the others. Old Jack went off to work, almost the whole village mobilized, and everyone knew that Jiang Chen was back. "I was still thinking about asking me to cook at noon, but I didn't expect Grandpa to be so old and cunning," Jiang Chen said helplessly. They plan to spend a day in Holy Soul Village and continue to set off tomorrow morning. Jiang Chen entered his room, tidied it up, and laid out a clean quilt. "Shuer, you and Xiaoying can rest in my room tonight." "What about you?" Xiaoxue asked. Jiang Chen suddenly showed a malicious smile. "If you don't mind." "I mind." As soon as Xiaoxue saw Jiang Chen's unbeatable smile, she knew what Jiang Chen was thinking, so she interrupted decisively. "Miss, he doesn't even need to sleep, he practices on the roof every night," Xiaoying said. Xiaoxue was a little surprised, she really hadn't noticed it. Then she asked, "Your grandfather just talked about the pills outside, do you have so many pills to distribute to those villagers? Why should I distribute it to them?" Jiang Chen said. "I still have a few bottles of P-Win pill left. I will give it to my grandfather before I leave, and let him feed it to the children in the village. Don't think about those old guys. Children are the hope of the village, those who have half of their bodies buried in the ground, there is no need to waste elixir." Xiaoxue said. After knowing your identity just now, those villagers seemed to be very afraid of you. Did you have any grudges against them before? As expected of my Shuer, you are really careful, you discovered all of this. Jiang Chen sincerely praised, sincerely taking advantage of it. Xiaoxue glared at him and didn't want to speak anymore. Jiang Chen then narrated the things about his childhood, which made the two girls listen with gusto, and surprise flashed in their eyes from time to time. During the meal, Jiang Chen gave a speech in front of the whole village according to old Jack's request. In the end, he made it clear that the medicine for rejuvenation is very precious and no longer available. But he will leave some elixir to enhance children's talents, which will greatly increase the chances of soul masters being born in Holy Soul Village. Old Jack was extremely satisfied. Jiang Chen really gave him a big face. Now the whole village is grateful to their grandfather and grandson. It would be a great merit if there were a few more soul masters in the village. Jiang Chen's heart suddenly moved, and he said, Grandpa, you gather those children who have reached the age of 6 but have not yet awakened their martial souls. I want to see the effect of this elixir. The awakening time is fixed every year, so some children who have reached the age of 6 still need to wait until that day when the deacon of the Wuhan temple arrives to awaken uniformly. In the past, others helped him awaken, but now he also wants to help other children perform the awakening ceremony. It should be fun to think about it. He had this idea last night, so he asked Su Yuna for a set of awakening tools. The steps of awakening are very simple, he only needs to listen to Su Yuna's description. When the villagers heard that His Highness the Holy Sun and the future Pope wanted to personally help the children awaken, they were all very excited. Who wouldn't be excited to change? Even if you can't become a soul master, you will still have the capital to show off in the future. My son was awakened by the Pope himself. Thinking about it, I think it's awesome, and I don't know how many people I can envy to death when I say it. All of a sudden, almost all young parents dragged their children out. There are people of all ages, even 1 or 2 years old, those who have just learned to walk, and those who still have milk bottles in their mouths, are all brought over. Jiang Chen stood under the willow tree in the middle of the village, seeing this scene. He couldn't laugh or cry. 6-year-olds come forward, others back, he growled. 5 children, 2 little boys and 2 little girls, walked up tremblingly. This big brother looks so scary. They are still ignorant about the awakening of the martial soul, and they had some expectations before, but now they are a little scared. Jiang Chen felt a little emotional. 6 years ago, he was as old as these children in front of him, waiting for Su Yuna to awaken for him. And now, he also wants to help others awaken. This is a very strange feeling. Jiang Chen tried his best to make his tone gentle. Don't be afraid, brother will be very gentle, and it won't hurt at all. Then he took out 5 Pen pills, and said temptingly, if you eat these 5 candies, you may awaken a martial soul that can be cultivated to become a soul master. The eyes of the villagers watching around lit up all of a sudden, and several parents hurriedly urged their children to eat quickly. I don't know if the word sugar played a role, or the elixir is too fragrant. The 5 children couldn't help it, each took one, and couldn't wait to stuff it into their mouths. This candy is delicious. My body is so warm, it seems like something is drilling inside. Big brother, I still want to eat. These children smashed their mouths. The elixir had already turned into a hot stream and flowed down before they could chew it. The mouthful of sweetness and fragrance made them hungry. Jiang Chen shook his head, helplessly said, no more, each person can only eat 1 piece of this candy. Then he looked at old Jack and said, Grandpa, whoever's child is 5 years old will be given 1 of these pills, and 1 year is enough to absorb the effects of the pill. Okay. Old Jack was relieved, and his face was full of smiles. He seemed to have seen the days when a large number of soul masters emerged from Saint Soul Village. But what about the places for students? What an annoyance. Jiang Chen said to the 2 girls behind, come help them refine. Xiaoxue and Xiaoying were also a little curious about helping children awaken, so they immediately came forward after hearing this. The soul power of the 3 of them entered the child's body, guiding the medicine to quickly circulate in the child's body, speeding up the absorption. Jiang Chen controlled the soul power, not letting the poison leak out, so as not to hurt the child. After more than 10 minutes, the 5 children's bodies had completely absorbed the medicine. Let's start. Jiang Chen took out the energy stones, set them up like Su Yuna, and let the first girl come out. After eating Jiang Chen's candy, these children no longer had any fear of Jiang Chen, looking forward to awakening some kind of martial soul. The process went smoothly, and under Jiang Chen's guidance, a blue-silver grass appeared in the little girl's hand. It was blue-silver grass. Jiang Chen felt a little disappointed, and finally realized Su Yuna's bitter mood. He took the crystal from Xiaoying's hand and motioned for the little girl to put her hand on it. The crystal ball lit up with a faint light, which represented that the little girl possessed soul power and could practice cultivation. Seeing the lighted-up crystal ball, the onlookers were all excited. They already knew what the lighted-up crystal ball represented. That is to have the aptitude to be able to cultivate into a soul master. Spirit power is first level, and you can practice hard in the future to become a blue-silver grass soul master. Jiang Chen didn't say anything against him. After all, level 1 soul power is already very rare for a small village. Of course, Tang San and Jiang Chen's coercion cannot be said together. No matter what kind of spirit it is, as long as it can be cultivated, even if it only has a little spirit power, almost every village will vigorously cultivate it. The second little boy had awakened the fire stick martial soul, but the soul power surprised Jiang Chen, and actually reached the second level of soul power. The second level soul power is already the same as Su Yuna's. If you practice hard, you should be able to become a great soul master in your 20s. Next, the sickle, hoe, and woodcutter Wuhan all appeared one after another, 2 with first level spirit power, and 1 with 2 level spirit power. The 5 children, after taking Pen pill, all have the aptitude to practice. The innate soul power has been raised by about 1 to 2 levels. And the Pen pill just now was refined in a hurry, and there is still a small part of the medicinal power that will be released slowly in the future. Pen Dan's improvement is the greatest for those with low aptitude. For those who are inherently talented, such as Jiang Chen, the improvement of a single elixir is not obvious. After getting Jiang Chen's affirmative reply, the villagers thanked Jiang Chen thousands of times, and excitedly took their children back. This scene is like the parents in the previous life who were happy when they learned that their child was admitted to university. Being admitted to a university means getting ahead. Parents think so. It's all gone. When the time comes, Su Yuna will come over and let him make up a proof of awakening. Jiang Chen said. The villagers dispersed, but old Jack walked up worriedly. Xiaoxue, awakening your soul power is a good thing, but our village doesn't have so many places for students. Old Jack looked very worried. In the past, the village could not produce a soul master for more than 10 years, but now there are so many children who can cultivate, so for this quota, these villagers have to fight for it. The old village chief had a long-term vision and immediately thought of this possibility. Jiang Chen's thoughts were a little erratic, and he only reacted when he heard old Jack's words. He smiled and said, if you can't go to Notting College, then go to Su Yuna. He is now the master of the hall, and it should be no problem for these children to study in the branch hall of Notting City for a year or 2. If it's good, maybe you can directly become the deacon in the spirit hall. Old Jack clapped his hands vigorously, his eyes lit up, and he shouted, good idea. Xiaoxue, you are really a great contributor to our village. If this continues, our village will become the largest village around Notting City in a few years. Old Jack laughed from ear to ear. Seeing that there was no one around, Jiang Chen took out all the remaining Pen pills, a total of 5 bottles, and stuffed them to old Jack. Grandpa, you have to hide it well, don't let the villagers steal it. Don't worry, Grandpa has eaten more salt than you have eaten, so there will be no accidents. After old Jack finished speaking, he hugged 5 bottles of pills contentedly and left. Jiang Chen turned his head and found that Qian Rongxu's expression was a little dazed. And Xiaoying stared around in boredom. Shuer, are you also thinking about Pen pill? Jiang Chen asked. Qian Rongxu came back to her senses, her face suddenly flushed with excitement. At this time, she really had the urge to hug Jiang Chen and kiss him fiercely. The power of this Pen pill completely shocked her today. She was originally born with a talent of level dash. She has eaten 10 or 8 of this Pen pill, but the effect is negligible. Jiang Chen himself was the same, he had eaten several pills, but the improvement he brought was not obvious. After Xiaoying ate several pills in a row, her cultivation speed improved significantly. But they all ignored a problem before, that is the effect of Pen pill on ordinary people. Today, seeing Jiang Chen awakening 5 children who could cultivate in a row, they suddenly came to their senses and realized the terrifying aspect of this Pen pill. This Pen pill is so terrifying. Jiang Chen exclaimed. What are you talking about? What's so scary about Pen pill? Xiaoying was a little puzzled. Qian Rongxu said, Xiaoying, if there is a war, are there more ordinary soldiers, or more soul masters? Xiaoying's stupid head was still full of question marks, and he said without hesitation, there must be a lot of ordinary soldiers. In large-scale wars, soldiers play the main role. The number of soul masters is pitifully small compared to ordinary soldiers. I still know that. Even if it is a title a strong Douluo, if he falls into an army of millions of ordinary soldiers, he may perish. Qian Rongxu said seriously, the 5 children just now should have no soul power, but under the influence of Pen pill, they all have 1 to 2 soul powers, do you understand now? Xiaoying frowned and thought for a while, her eyes suddenly widened, and she said in shock, Miss, what you mean is that the soldiers of our spirit hall will no longer be ordinary people, they will all be soul masters. Qian Rongxu nodded, exactly. Then our spirit hall has an army of millions of soul masters. Xiaoying blurted out, almost petrified. It was so shocking. Qian Rongxu shook her head and said, it's not that easy. Although there is Pen pill, it is still very difficult to turn all soldiers into soul masters. Moreover, the strength of our spirit hall is not as large as that of the 2 empires. Only a few 100,000. Our advantage is the number of soul masters we have. Jiang Chen said, that's right, the production speed of pills is a problem, and there is also the problem of soul rings. If you want hundreds of thousands of soldiers to obtain soul rings, this is not something that can be done in a short time. Qian Rongxu said, however, Pen pill has already given us an advantage, and the further we go, the advantage will become greater. After a few years, it is not impossible for our spirit hall to have an army of hundreds of thousands of soul masters. These soul master soldiers, even if they only have a 10-year soul ring, they will be massacred against the enemy's ordinary soldiers. Chapter 220 The long-awaited battle. Wuhandian already has a very big advantage in terms of high-level soul masters. If there were hundreds of thousands of Soul Master troops at the -th or -th level, if they launched a war, they would definitely be able to defeat the two great empires. But like dealing with the Heaven Do Empire, if you can't start a war, you won't start a war. After all, Qian Rongxu's plan has been going on for many years, and significant progress has been made. If they directly capture it with forceful means, only a mess will be left in the end, and Qian Rongxu's previous hard work in lurking will be in vain. Wuhandian already regarded the entire Heaven Do Empire as its own, so how could it be willing to let the Heaven Do Empire suffer damage? The safest way is to wait a few years, and wait for the army of Wuhandian to grow up. At that time, no matter what method is used, Wuhandian will have enough confidence. At night, in Old Jack's room, Old Jack sat by the bed, and Jiang Chen sat on a small bench in front of the bed. "Grandpa, are you really unwilling to go to Wuhan City?" Jiang Chen asked. Old Jack shook his head and said, "I'm old, my roots are in Holy Soul Village, and I'm not going anywhere. Let me make more contributions to Holy Soul Village for the rest of my life. Grandpa is really sad. You only stayed for a day when you came back, and you have to leave again." Jiang Chen said, "Grandpa, don't worry, I won't be so busy in the future, I will come back to see you often." If he was alone, he would be able to return from Heaven Do City much faster than riding a horse. Perhaps he would be able to return to Saint Soul Village in only 3 or 4 days. If he remembered correctly, after Tang San left Nodding City, until he finally became a god, he didn't return to Holy Soul Village for more than 10 years. If Tang San didn't come back, Tang Hao probably wouldn't come back either. If he came back alone, he wouldn't be afraid to run into Tang Hao. Old Jack patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Hurry up and get rid of that Pope's daughter. Grandpa hopes that you will bring my great-grandson with you when you come back next time." "Grandpa, your request is a bit difficult." Jiang Chen patted his chest and assured him, "Grandpa, don't worry, Shuer will be mine sooner or later." Old Jack stroked his beard with a look of relief. "Our Holy Soul Village is really going to flourish." Then the grandfather and grandson chatted for a while. Jiang Chen said goodbye and went out. The guards were arranged by him to the small courtyard where he used to live alone, and there were several rooms there. The 9th elder stayed on the carriage to rest. Jiang Chen left Grandpa's room, and entered his own room. The two girls had already washed their bodies, and they were both sitting cross-legged on his bed, practicing. "What do you want to do?" Qian Rongxu shot her sharp eyes like two sharp swords, carrying a strong oppression. Jiang Chen didn't realize it. He laughed, "It's nothing, just to see if you need any special services." "No need." Qian Rongxu didn't hesitate at all. Seeing Jiang Chen's smile, she knew that something was going to happen, so she refused decisively. "We are going to practice, please get out. This is my room." Jiang Chen was kicked out, walked around the yard, and then went up to the roof, breathing in the moonlight. He felt that level 45 was not far away, and he should be able to break through before returning to Heaven Do City. In the early morning, after breakfast, Jiang Chen and his party continued to set off. At the entrance of Holy Soul Village, Old Jack reluctantly bid farewell to Jiang Chen. The villagers brought a lot of things, melons and fruits, eggs, and even a few hens. Jiang Chen asked the guards to put them away. This was after all the wishes of the villagers. He didn't expect that one day he would be so loved by the villagers. After leaving Holy Soul Village, the team headed east all the way, heading towards the Stardo Forest at the fastest speed. 4 days later, they arrived at a small town outside the Stardo Forest. This is the last stop to the Stardo Forest. There are very few ordinary people in the small town, and almost all of them are soul masters at a glance. The soul masters who come here are basically preparing to enter the Stardo Forest. The Stardo Forest is the largest producing area of soul beasts on the Douluo Continent. Basically, no matter what type of soul master, as long as they take the time to search, they can find a suitable soul beast in the Stardo Forest. Although the soul forests around the major cities belong to the Heaven Do Empire, they need a warrant from the Spirit Hall to enter, which restricts many people. Moreover, the number and types of soul beasts in the soul forest are relatively small, and the age limit is also low, so the Stardo Forest has become the most popular place for soul masters on the Douluo Continent. Countless soul masters enter the Stardo Great Forest every day. For example, now, it is already evening, and there are still many temporarily formed adventure teams calling out to invite soul masters to join them and enter the Stardo Great Forest together tomorrow. There are many shops, all selling items that soul masters need, and there are even many soul guides, but they are all relatively low level. After Jiang Chen and the others entered the small town, they didn't stop, and came to the huge mansion where the Wuhan Palace belonged with ease. When Jiang Chen came to kill the third spirit ring last time, he had already been here. At that time, I came here with teacher Bibi Dong and senior sister Lina. There are maids cleaning the house all the year round. Jiang Chen and others received warm hospitality as soon as they arrived. The mansion occupies a large area, and there is also a martial arts arena inside, with a diameter of about -meters. Jiang Chen was dragged here by Qian Rongxu just as he put down his things. Women are all vengeful creatures. She clearly remembers Jiang Chen's teasing of her along the way, and those stupid words that old Jack said were all remembered by her in Jiang Chen's head. Xiaoying gloated and followed, thinking that Jiang Chen was about to be beaten up by Qian Rongxu. She almost clapped her hands and applauded. The other guards originally wanted to go out to relax and have fun, but when they saw this situation, they immediately followed behind with a smile. It's rare to see the great priest's granddaughter fighting with the Holy Sun. They knew that Qian Rongxu's martial soul was an angelic martial soul with powerful attack power, but they still didn't know what Jiang Chen's martial soul was. In the Wuhan Hall, only a small number of people have seen Jiang Chen's Wuhan. Everyone, including the ninth elder, was very curious. To be able to become the Holy Sun, the Wuhan must be very powerful. Xiaoying secretly clenched her fists, her pretty face excited. Jiang Chen bullied her many times, today the retribution finally came. Miss will surely avenge her. Is there any suspense between level 44 and level dash? Absolutely devastated. Xiaoying almost laughed out loud thinking about it. Jiang Chen let Qian Rongxu drag him, without a trace of resistance. He was secretly excited that he finally had the opportunity to fight Qian Rongxu. He had been looking forward to this day for too long. When he was 6 years old, he was chased and beaten by Qian Rongxu. At that time, he swore that one day he would beat Qian Rongxu. This day has finally arrived. Looking at the moving figure in front of him, Jiang Chen was excited. Usually I don't even let me touch it, but this time I'll see where you run. If you want to conquer a proud woman, the simplest and most rude way is to be stronger than her. No matter how arrogant and tough a woman is, she will scream in the end. A group of people rushed in and came to the martial arts arena. Qian Rongxu and Jiang Chen stood in the very center. Miss, come on, beat him into a pig's head. Xiaoying waved her fist. The dozen or so guards started a bet, and if they won, the money for the girl later would be paid by the loser. Betting on Qian Rongxu and Jiang Chen each wins half. Jiang Chen had never made a move in front of them, and Jiang Chen seemed to be around 20 years old. They believed that since he could become a holy son, his cultivation should be no worse than Qian Rongxu at this age. Those who bet on Jiang Chen felt that they should not lose money. Chapter 221 Angel vs Zombie. In the middle of the martial arts arena, the two were 20 meters apart. Release your martial spirit, let me see how far your strength has grown in the past 6 years. Qian Rongxu said lightly. She didn't have a trace of worry in her heart. Although Jiang Chen's talent is amazing, he is still 16 levels behind her. Under her angel spirit, these 10 levels would become an unbridgeable gap. Jiang Chen glanced at those enthusiastic guards and Xiaoying, and said with a smile, are you sure you don't want to drive them away? Otherwise, I'm afraid your image will disappear later. How could Qian Rongxu fail to understand the meaning of Jiang Chen's words? She simply didn't take her seriously. Her willow eyebrows were erected, and her delicate face was covered with frost. My mother hates mother-in-law's man the most. Qian Rongxu swears in a rare way, and with a low drink, her angel spirit has been released. Soul rings appeared on her body one after another, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. The already golden hair was even more shiny, as if every strand of hair was emitting golden light. The clothes on her back were split, and 2 pairs of white wings gushed out from behind, and then stretched out. That bumpy and charming body slowly floated up, about a foot off the ground, looking down at Jiang Chen in front of him. At this time, Qian Rongxu only had 4 wings, not yet 6 wings. Under the strong golden light on her body, her clear black and white eyes had completely turned golden. A sacred and majestic aura erupted from her body, permeating the entire martial arts arena. The faces of the guards changed, and they felt a little stressed. This was the suppression of the level, and the suppression of the martial soul. When they saw Jiang Chen's very calm expression, they couldn't help thinking, what is the martial soul of His Royal Highness the Sun? Swear, I'm here. Jiang Chen laughed loudly, the zombie spirit was released, thick black air permeated his whole body, the endless evil aura formed a stark contrast with Qian Rongxu's sacred aura. With the martial soul possessed, the thick black energy gathered, and all of it poured into Jiang Chen's body. At this time, his body was even taller and bullier, and his skin had also turned into a bronze color. While grinning lightly, he could see 2 fangs gleaming with a sharp cold light, adding a kind of evil charm to his handsome face. The fingers also became very slender and strong. With a single thought, the dagger-like nails popped out and shone with a faint light. With a single thought, they retracted again. That incomparably evil aura didn't disappear, it also spread out, and it actually took sides with Qian Rongxu's sacred aura in this wide arena, fighting against each other. 4 black soul rings surround his body. Some were shocked, some frowned, and some were curious. The first thing they noticed was the 4 spirit rings. There were only 4 spirit rings, which made them a little disappointed, but the all 10,000-year spirit rings shocked them extremely. How exactly is this done? The 4 spirit rings are all 10,000-year spirit rings. Are they still human? They have never heard of or seen anyone whose soul rings are all black. But it is undeniable that this is a powerful martial spirit, which is consistent with their previous guess. What shocked them again was that this mysterious martial spirit was so powerful that it could rival the angelic martial spirit. Doesn't this mean that this kind of martial soul is not weaker than the angel martial soul? As members of the Wuhan Temple, they deeply understand the strength of the angel Wuhan, which is the Wuhan at the top of the pyramid. This is the zombie martial soul, Xiaoying said. Her big eyes were also full of curiosity. Jiang Chen once mentioned this name to her. Zombie spirit, the guards and the 9th elder, after thinking for a while, found no information about this kind of martial spirit, and became more and more curious in their hearts. On the martial arts arena, Qian Rongxu's brows that were raised in anger just now were already tightly frowned. Jiang Chen's martial spirit is unexpectedly so powerful. When Jiang Chen was 6 years old, her feeling for this kind of martial soul was not as strong as it is now. At this time, seeing Jiang Chen's martial soul can actually compete with her proud angelic martial soul, how could this not shock her? She didn't talk nonsense, her 4 wings vibrated, and her whole body turned into a golden bolt of lightning, shooting towards Jiang Chen. The distance of 20 meters was gone in the blink of an eye, the first soul ring on her body lit up, and the first soul skill angel assault had been launched. The 2 pure white fists became golden in an instant, and the sacred aura was extremely strong, and the fist swung towards Jiang Chen. Good come. Jiang Chen didn't use soul skills, and devoured so many soul saints, even contras. His own strength was already extremely terrifying, and it was even more astonishing under the blessing of soul power. Zhongzhang punched out peacefully, meeting Qianrongxu's fist. All the onlookers opened their mouths wide in surprise, and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. His Highness the Son of God is so arrogant, he didn't even use soul skills, just used his fists to catch the opponent's soul skills. When they found out just now that Jiang Chen's strength is soul-sacked, those who bet on Jiang Chen's victory didn't feel much worried. After all, those are 4 10,000-year spirit rings, maybe they can make up for the gap in spirit power levels. But now, they were all dumbfounded and very regretful in their hearts. They had already foreseen the result. Jiang Chen didn't use his superiority in the spirit ring, but only used his disadvantaged spirit power to fight against Qianrongxu. Isn't this courting death? Could it be that His Royal Highness the Sun didn't intend to win from the beginning, and wanted to use this to win the beauty's smile? The tension on Xiaoying's face dissipated, and a smile crept onto her face again. The corners of Qianrongxu's mouth curled up in a beautiful arc, and the soul power in her hands strengthened again. She wanted to punch Jiang Chen to death, and lay on the ground with her arms covered, howling. When the ordinary fist came into contact with the golden fist, the scene of vomiting blood and flying upside down in everyone's minds did not appear. A shockingly strong explosion sounded, and the two took a few steps back at the same time. A holy force rushed into Jiang Chen's body during the brief contact just now. This power carried the characteristic of holy burning, and began to melt the soul power in his body. He had experienced Qianrongxu's divine power before. At that time, there was a huge difference in level between him and Qianrongxu, and the melting of his soul power made him suffer a lot. Now, just as this strange power took effect, it disappeared under the powerful and domineering soul power in his body. His soul power was supposed to be much purer than soul masters of the same level. During the year in the Slaughter City, it was difficult to increase the level of soul power, but in the constant battles, the purity kept improving. His soul power seemed to be compressed thousands of times. Jiang Chen guessed that besides the total amount of his current soul power, the purity is at least at the Soul King level. He didn't use all his strength just now, he just tested it, and the result was comparable to Qianrongxu's blow. At the same time, a strange force entered Qianrongxu's body, making her entire arm numb and trembling slightly. She was shocked in her heart, her face was a little dazed, and she finally realized that Jiang Chen was not simple. If she still looked at Jiang Chen with the same eyes as before, there might be accidents in this battle. Jiang Chen twisted his shoulders a few times, grinned and said, "Not bad, Shuer, you actually received my warm-up punch." Qianrongxu just looked at Jiang Chen squarely, but when she heard these words, her chest heaved with anger. I don't know why, but when she meets Jiang Chen, her good state of mind cultivation always loses its effect. Jiang Chen's words and deeds can easily cause her emotions to fluctuate. She didn't know what this meant, but now she had an urge to defeat Jiang Chen eagerly, to thwart Jiang Chen's arrogance. Xiaoying is right, I'm going to beat you into a pig's head today. Qianrongxu gritted her teeth, and the second soul ring on her body had already lit up. Her whole body exuded a pale golden light, and her whole body became indistinct, as if she had entered a state of nothingness. I see how you attack me. The distance between the two was only a few meters, and Qianrongxu was already in front of Jiang Chen in one step. The first soul ring on her body lit up again, and the fist still burning with holy flames bombarded Jiang Chen's chest. Jiang Chen frowned, somewhat uncertain about Qianrongxu's state under the second soul ability. He punched out and met Qianrongxu's fist again. Qianrongxu obviously increased her strength this time, as can be seen from the burning fist. Jiang Chen's strength also surged, and he was about to crush Qianrongxu and hit him. But before the smile on his face bloomed, he was stunned. His fist actually passed through Qianrongxu's arm directly, as if hitting in nothingness, unable to touch Qianrongxu's body. Boom! The violent sound roared. The moment Qianrongxu's nothingness fist touched Jiang Chen's body, it suddenly solidified, shining golden light, and the fist burning with sacred flames bombarded Jiang Chen's chest. The violent roar of the bombardment was like hitting hard metal. The sound was extremely penetrating, as if it could pierce a person's soul. Jiang Chen was sent flying by this punch, his chest felt tight, and his breath tightened for a while. If it wasn't for his body's defense power also greatly increased, Qianrongxu's punch might have hurt his heart. Cough cough Shuer, you are too cruel. Jiang Chen coughed a few times, expelling the chaotic air in his lungs, and finally felt better. How is it possible? Even the Soul King would have his bones broken under my punch. Qianrongxu couldn't help the shock in her heart, and screamed out. Is this perverted defense still human? It is simply a monster with copper skin and iron bones. The crowd of onlookers were already petrified. They stared blankly at Jiang Chen, speechless. They had the same thought as Jian Rongxiu, is this F***ing human? The clear metal impact just now was still reverberating in their minds, and they couldn't help wondering if Jiang Chen's body was made of iron. This guy's body is very hard. Unexpectedly, after being possessed by the martial spirit, it will become even harder. Xiaoying pouted and said aggrievedly, thinking of some sad things, her forehead felt a faint pain. The clothes on Jiang Chen's chest had been shattered into debris under Qian Rongxiu's heavy blow just now, revealing a large round hole, revealing two sharp-edged and strong chest muscles. He simply pulled it hard, and the tattered clothes were thrown out, and a perfect figure full of masculinity appeared in everyone's eyes. Under the two square chest muscles, there are 8 tightly connected abdominal muscles. There is no trace of fat on his body, and the streamlined muscles are just right. Matching his current bronze complexion, his whole body exudes an ultimate sense of beauty. Dirty. Xiaoying spat softly, her pretty face blushed slightly, she turned her head away, but her eyes were still looking there. His Royal Highness, the figure is amazing. A guard couldn't help admiring, and anyone could hear the envy in his words. Qian Rongxiu's eyes were also involuntarily drawn to her. It's not that she has never seen a man with a bare upper body before, but she has never seen such a beautiful figure, as if it is a work of art from heaven. Just like a man can't take his eyes off when he sees a beautiful woman's body, the current Jiang Chen is also attracting her eyes. Jiang Chen rubbed his chest, it was still a little numb. Swear, what is the effect of your second soul ability? He couldn't help asking. This skill can actually be immune to his attack, which is too amazing, so he can't help but feel a little envious. Qian Rongxiu tried not to look at Jiang Chen's body, and said in a calm tone, my second soul skill is Void Wings, my body enters a state of nothingness, immune to physical attacks, immune to energy attacks by 50%, and speed increased by 20%. So, it is impossible for your fist to attack me, let me see your soul skills. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed, my soul skills are too powerful, I didn't want to use them on you, but I can't help it. Stop talking big, let's do it, I haven't tried my best just now. Jiang Chen said with a smile, next, you'd better use all your strength, otherwise I'm afraid you won't have a chance to resist. As soon as he finished speaking, his fourth spirit ring had already lit up, and blood-red rays of light shot out from his eyes, attracting Qian Rongxiu's eyes. Qian Rongxiu was in a trance for a moment, and had already fallen into the sea of corpses and blood with Jiang Chen's spiritual illusion skill. Her second skill is immune to physical attacks, but not to mental illusions. Endless mountain of corpses and sea of blood, monstrous resentment rushed towards her spirit. Qian Rongxiu immediately realized that she had fallen into an illusion, the scene was too real, the pungent smell of blood and rotting corpses made her face turn pale. Endless sacred flames gushed out from her body, and the evil resentment that rushed towards her melted away like snow. The mind was in a trance again, and she returned to reality. It was only a moment from falling into the illusion to being freed, but Jiang Chen had already come to her. Jiang Chen grinned wide, revealing his white teeth, with a proud expression on his face. He didn't attack, but opened his hands, and embraced Qian Rongxiu's delicate body. As long as she is hugged by him, is there any possibility for Qian Rongxiu to escape? Seeing this scene, Qian Rongxiu suddenly trembled with anger, and her instinct was to kick her up. Jiang Chen hastily tightened his legs, clamping Qian Rongxiu's slippery jade feet. His weight can withstand Xiaoying's previous kick, but it may not be able to withstand Qian Rongxiu's kick. With the help of this moment, Qian Rongxiu's fifth soul ring had already lit up, and the surging sacred fire gathered in her hand, condensing into a long sword. Her face was flushed with embarrassment and anger. She was almost hugged by the shirtless Jiang Chen, how could this make her not angry? There are still so many guards watching intently, if she is treated lightly by Jiang Chen, there will be no majesty in the future. The long sword burning with flames in his hand cut across a graceful semicircle, and slashed towards Jiang Chen. Unless Jiang Chen let go of her feet and stepped back, he would definitely bear her strongest blow. The fifth soul skill, the Holy Sword? Chapter 222 Angel vs Zombie, Dash. A strong sacred flame was burning on the long sword, and before it touched Jiang Chen felt as if his soul power was about to burn. Jiang Chen immediately judged that he couldn't resist this sword forcefully, otherwise he would be injured. Of course, he didn't think that this sword could seriously injure himself, but torn pieces of skin, pieces of flesh, etc. were not elegant, and would affect his tall and stalwart image too much. Only by defeating Qian Rongxiu unscathed can he show his strength. The distance between the two was less than centimeters. Jiang Chen closed his feet tightly and clamped Qian Rongxiu's calf tightly, and his hands almost wrapped around Qian Rongxiu's waist. I don't know whether Qian Rongxiu's second soul skill Void Wings has a limit on the number of times or Jiang Chen can't use it because of her legs. At this time, she can only use her fifth skill with the strongest attack. The distance between the two was extremely close, the long sword couldn't stab out, and could only slash at Jiang Chen from the side. The long sword aimed at the position of Jiang Chen's thigh, not a vital point. If Jiang Chen was unwilling to let go, if he was hit by this sword, he would definitely let go of her leg under severe pain. At this time, she was standing on one leg, waving the long sword, and she was about to chop Jiang Chen's thigh. Just when she thought that flesh and blood would splatter, her wrist tightened violently, and it was already firmly pinched by Jiang Chen's left hand. How could Jiang Chen be willing to let go of Qian Rongxiu? How could the fat in his mouth make her fly away? His left hand was extremely powerful. No matter how powerful Qian Rongxu's sword was, even if his wrist was restrained, he couldn't cut it off. Compared to strength, he is not afraid of Qian Rongxu. While restraining Qian Rongxu's right hand, Jiang Chen grabbed Qian Rongxu's waist with his right hand and pulled the beauty over. The two of them were close to each other, especially Jiang Chen's upper body was still naked, and the strong masculine aura kept pounding Qian Rongxu's nerves. The aura of the long sword in her hand began to become unstable, as if it would dissipate at any moment. She was so angry by Jiang Chen's actions that her face flushed red, her chest heaved violently nonstop. In this state, Jiang Chen's delicate body gave Jiang Chen a more intuitive feeling. All the guards were in an uproar, and there was a look on their faces that men could understand. Xiaoying wanted to go up to help in a hurry, but was suddenly grabbed by someone. She turned around and saw that it was the ninth elder. Since it's a competition, it must be fair. Ninth elder said indifferently. If you look closely, you can find a smile on his face. Let go of me. Qian Rongxu scolded coquettishly. Her body was trembling constantly, her chest was about to explode. In front of so many people, she was held in Jiang Chen's arms without a trace of resistance. I won't let you go, or you'll kill me. Jiang Chen exerted more force in his hands, hugging the beauty in his arms tightly. You bastard. Qian Rongxu was ashamed and angry. A strong energy fluctuation suddenly appeared on her body, and in an instant, endless golden light erupted from her body, expanding instantly at a speed that was difficult to discern with the naked eye. In just the blink of an eye, the golden light covered a radius of dash meters, including those guards. Everything around turned into gold, and Jiang Chen felt Qian Rongxu's power suddenly increase, and his own soul power was quickly melted in this golden light. Although he didn't move, he felt as if he was stuck in a quagmire. Apart from the terrible purification ability, this golden light also had the effect of restricting movement. Angel Field? Jiang Chen instantly understood that this was Qian Rongxu's martial soul talent domain, the Angel domain. This is somewhat similar to the effects of his zombie domain and killing god domain, both of which suppress the enemy's strength and increase their own attack power. The dazzling golden light covered a radius of dash meters, and the guards could barely open their eyes, and the range they could see was only 3 meters away. They tried to release their mental power, but soon found that their spiritual power could only extend 1 meter below Qian Rongxu's domain. Even Contra Captain Luo Qi wasn't much better. With his strength, he was suppressed by Qian Rongxu's domain, so he couldn't watch the two people in the field. At the same time, the soul power in their bodies was also rapidly melting. They understood that Qian Rongxu didn't want them to watch a play here anymore. I'll take you away, Ninth Elder said. A terrifying aura erupted from him, covering only a few meters around him. Within the range of these few meters, all the golden lights retreated. Everyone had no choice but to leave with the Ninth Elder. Staying here could no longer watch the battle. After leaving the range of the martial arts field, the guards didn't stop, and went directly happily. Qian Rongxu was obviously angry just now, so they wouldn't stay here foolishly. Go early and finish things early, and come back to patrol and watch the night when you are comfortable. Ninth Elder shook his head and left. Xiaoying stood at the door, stomping her feet fiercely, worried about Qian Rongxu. She originally wanted to see Jiang Chen being taught a lesson, but she didn't expect that it was Miss who was being bullied. At the very center of the field, Jiang Chen said with a smile, Shuer, your field is really good, now no one can disturb our intimacy. Qian Rongxu was holding the long sword in her right hand, and Jiang Chen was firmly grasping her wrist, making it difficult for her to move even an inch. She has a terrifying strength, and in this situation, she can't show it at all. Without the crowd watching, the anger in her heart gradually dissipated, and she snorted coldly, release me quickly. Jiang Chen said with a half-smile, should I let go? Qian Rongxu threatened, your soul power should be almost melted now, if you don't let go, I will have to poke a few holes in your body later. The delicate and flawless pretty face was blushing, being hugged by Jiang Chen like this, she gradually lost her usual toughness, and her heart became more and more shy. This is a feeling she has never had before, and she hates it, because she feels that it will make herself weak. She doesn't like the look of a little bird clinging to others. Jiang Chen wasn't flustered in his heart, he laughed and said, it's true that my soul power is almost exhausted, but even if I, Jiang Chen, were stabbed a few times by Shuer today, I still want to kiss fangs. He stared at Qian Rongxu's ruddy and glossy lips, and suddenly felt a little impulsive in his heart. Qian Rongxu felt as if her chest was being pressed down by a mountain, and she was about to be out of breath. The strong masculine aura on Jiang Chen's body kept teasing her nerves, causing her body temperature to rise uncontrollably. What do you want to do? Qian Rongxu panicked when she found that Jiang Chen's hateful face was approaching her little by little. Her heart was beating violently like never before, almost jumping out of her throat. Kiss fangs. Jiang Chen smiled wickedly, he was ready to fight it out. The breath of Jiang Chen's words sprayed on Qian Rongxu's face, making her even more flustered. Shuer, your heart is beating so fast, it hit me with a bang bang bang. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry, he moved forward slowly, teasing the lamb to be slaughtered with words. Qian Rongxu's first soul ring suddenly lit up. Although her body was embraced by Jiang Chen, her left hand was still free. An unprecedented sacred flame was burning on the left fist, and it hit Jiang Chen's back one after another. Immediately, the sound shook the sky, like striking iron. Every time a punch falls, it will take away part of Jiang Chen's soul power, so that his already exhausted soul power will quickly dry up. Jiang Chen forcibly endured Qian Rongxu's attack, and didn't let go. The blood in his body was rolling, and his back was hot. Qian Rongxu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She could no longer feel the aura of soul power in Jiang Chen's body. The soul power in her body was surging, and she exerted her power to the maximum, trying to escape from Jiang Chen's hateful embrace. When she breaks free, she will definitely beat Jiang Chen into an ugly monster. He even wanted to play a hooligan on her. Chapter 223. However, she was dumbfounded for just a moment. Under her full strength, Jiang Chen's arms still hugged her tightly, without moving a muscle. Qian Rongxu was shocked. How is this possible? This guy's soul power is obviously gone. How can he still have such a great power? The faces of the two were close at hand. Seeing Qian Rongxu's shocked and gradually flustered pretty face, Jiang Chen smiled. Actually, the strength of my body is already very strong. Apart from releasing soul skills, my soul power is dispensable. Immediately afterwards, Qian Rongxu's beautiful eyes widened sharply, her long eyelashes trembling, and her eyes revealed a strong sense of disbelief. He really dare? Is he really not afraid of being stabbed a few times afterwards? Qian Rongxu's mind went blank. Almost unconscious. After several minutes, Jiang Chen let go of Qian Rongxu. Qian Rongxu's eyes were blurred, her focus was lost, her skin all over her body turned pink, and her pretty face was covered in red. Until Jiang Chen let her go for a long time, her consciousness was still in chaos. Swear, I was the one who was abrupt, and I am willing to be stabbed a few times by you. Jiang Chen's voice sounded, and Qian Rongxu's consciousness gradually recovered. Her hands and feet were a little weak, and she couldn't lift the sword. The fifth soul skill, the sacred sword, had already dispersed. Qian Rongxu was out of breath for a while. This hateful guy is acting like a good boy when he gets a cheap offer. You go? I'll settle accounts with you later. Qian Rongxu said angrily, wishing she could kick Jiang Chen out of Douluo. Then I'll leave first. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, and just walked away. If Qian Rongxu recovered, she would definitely chase after him with a sword in hand. With a single step, he galloped towards the door. Qian Rongxu's angelic domain began to shrink, maintaining the domain for a long time. Her consumption has also reached a terrifying level. Jiang Chen walked out of the gate of the martial arts field, and almost collided with Xiaoying, who was standing at the gate. The masculine and perfect body appeared in Xiaoying's eyes, making her look away a little. Suddenly, her eyes stopped, and they stayed on Jiang Chen's lips. Jiang Chen's lips and the surrounding area were bright red, as if someone had smeared it with lipstick. A terrible thought suddenly popped up in Xiaoying's mind. Could it be that Miss was actually... Xiaoying, what a coincidence. Jiang Chen smiled. What did you do to Miss? Xiaoying couldn't help asking. Jiang Chen wiped his lips, only to realize that he forgot to wipe his mouth while stealing food. He grinned and said, it's nothing, I'm willing if you like. Xiaoying, you will call Shuer sister-in-law from now on. Jiang Chen patted Xiaoying's shoulder, and said earnestly. Immediately afterwards, he glanced back, and found that Qian Rongxu was walking in a huff. Stop talking, brother, flash first. After the words fell, Jiang Chen directly used his third soul skill, and his figure suddenly appeared 100 meters away. After flashing again, he appeared directly in his room. Withdrawing his martial soul, he sat in front of the mirror and looked at himself. He was really confused by Qian Rongxu, but Jiang Chen, who felt that kind of sweet, had some aftertaste. Thinking of Qian Rongxu's little fragrant snake trying to dodge, Jiang Chen showed a strong smile on his face. It was the first time he saw Qian Rongxu so flustered. And after it was over, he didn't seem to be so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Jiang Chen thought that he had figured out a way to attack Qian Rongxu. To deal with a proud princess like Qian Rongxu, one must attack forcefully and not give her the slightest strength to resist. No matter how strong a woman is, under such domineering possession again and again, she will eventually become a docile little sheep. Of course, the premise is that she doesn't kill anyone. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. Maybe if today's situation happened a few more times, Qian Rongxu would be completely his. Qian Rongxu walked out of the martial arts arena angrily, not realizing that she had turned into a little cat. Xiaoying looked at Qian Rongxu and couldn't help covering her mouth in shock. What's wrong? Qian Rongxu frowned. Miss, your face, Xiaoying whispered. Qian Rongxu was taken aback for a moment, then took out a small mirror and took a picture on her face. This bastard. Qian Rongxu stomped her foot fiercely, swept past like the wind, and her body disappeared. Shocked, Xiaoying opened her mouth wider and wider. The lady stomped her feet. Such a posture of a daughter's family, how could it appear on the young lady? Is this still the young lady she knew? After taking a bath and changing clothes, it was already dark, and Jiang Chen came to the dining hall in a good mood. Except for some busy chefs, no one appeared in the dining hall. Jiang Chen knew that those guards should have gone to comprehend the yin-yang dao, and Qian Rongxu might still be blushing in the room and dare not come out. Of course, this is just his imagination. I don't know if the strong woman is really blushing. After eating, he passed by Qian Rongxu's yard, and couldn't help but want to go in and have a look. As soon as she stepped into the courtyard, she heard the conversation between Qian Rongxu and Xiaoying. It's nothing more than saying how hateful and bold he is. Jiang Chen couldn't stop smiling wryly. It seems that his behavior just now gave Qian Rongxu a lot of resentment. Suddenly, his heart moved, and he took out something from the storage soul guide. This object is very similar to the guitar in his previous life. After he came out of the death camp, for a while, Hu Lina pestered him to teach the white fox. He sang a few times, but felt that he didn't feel it, so he searched around in Wuhan City, and finally he found this guitar-like instrument in a brothel. Singing was one of his hobbies in his previous life, otherwise Hu Lina wouldn't be able to attract even a white fox singing a cappella. In this situation, a very classic song emerged in my heart. He sat down on the bench in the courtyard, plucked the strings, and the emotional and slightly magnetic voice sounded along with the moving melody. You are my angel. Protect my angel. Since then I have no sorrow, flying through the impermanence of the world. Only then do I understand that love is a treasure. No matter how the world becomes, as long as there is you, it will be heaven. You are an angel, you are an angel. You are my first and last heaven. The moment the melody sounded, the two women were stunned at the same time, and then Jiang Chen's soul-stirring singing sounded. As Jiang Chen sang, the two girls gradually became intoxicated by the singing. Qian Rongxu's pretty face, which was still full of resentment just now, gradually softened, and she quietly climbed up with a trace of sweetness. There are no singers in this world, and there are very few songs. The only places where you can enjoy music are some entertainment venues like brothels and palace bands. The moving melody and every line of the lyrics hit Qian Rongxu's soft heart, making her heart tremble and filled with endless emotions. Under Jiang Chen's passionate interpretation, the two women have fallen and cannot extricate themselves. Music has such a powerful power. The melody fell slowly, and Xiaoying was obsessed with it. She had never heard other people sing, and she never thought that there was such a magical thing in this world. When she looked up, Qian Rongxu had a smile on her face and tears welled up in her eyes. After the song Angel in Mayday, Jiang Chen woke up from the state of ecstasy, and suddenly found himself in tears. Once upon a time, good memories. He stood up, put away the instrument, looked through the door, and saw the moved Qian Rongxu inside. He finally nodded in satisfaction. Shuer, this is a song I wrote for you, I hope you will like it. Jiang Chen said something affectionately, then turned to leave. The corners of his mouth gradually curled up, uncontrollably. Miss, Brother Chen is really talented, I was even touched. It's really nice. An unprecedented smile appeared on Qian Rongxu's face, her big eyes bent into crescents. Chapter 224 The Holy Lion of Light. Qian Rongxu's smile was super sweet, and her eyes were narrowed into crescents. Xiaoying waved her hand in front of her, and found that Qian Rongxu didn't respond. She couldn't help opening her mouth wide in shock. Miss, you don't really like him, do you? How long has it been? Xiaoying's big eyes were full of disbelief. Although she also felt that Jiang Chen's actions just now were too romantic, even she was moved, but she felt that her young lady was the most perfect. How could she fall in love with that hateful son so easily and so quickly? Qian Rongxu's smile quickly faded, she was a little flustered, and said in a daze, is there? Xiaoying nodded seriously, your expression just now is very similar to those young girls on the street who are in spring. You're just in spring, don't think I don't know what you're doing when you're alone at night. Miss, how do you know? Xiaoying panicked and shy. Qian Rongxu raised her snow-white chin, if you want people not to know, you can't do it yourself. In the early morning, Jiang Chen came to the dining hall with brisk steps, humming an unknown song. Somehow, the mood is cool. Shuer, good morning. Seeing Qian Rongxu and Xiaoying sitting there having breakfast, he quickly approached. He guessed that Shuer might give him a touching kiss, or bow her head shyly. Morning. Qian Rongxu said in a neutral tone without raising her head. Jiang Chen paused, the enthusiastic smile on his face was in stark contrast to Qian Rongxu's indifference. Jiang Chen moved to sit opposite the two women, and tentatively asked, don't you have anything to say to me? No. Are you feeling anything about that song last night? I'm full. Qian Rongxu stood up and walked outside. Xiaoying took a deep-fried dough stick and a cup of soy milk, hurriedly followed, and before parting, she stuck out her little tongue, giving Jiang Chen a gloating expression. Qian Rongxu stopped suddenly, turned her head to look at Jiang Chen, and said, hurry up and eat, I'm leaving soon. Jiang Chen was very puzzled, he didn't understand why Qian Rongxu's attitude was so cold. In the martial arts arena yesterday, he obviously made her blush and shy beyond measure, and in the evening, she was so moved that she almost gave her body. Why did he go back to before liberation overnight? Jiang Chen really doesn't understand, women's thoughts are too complicated. In the end, he guessed that Qian Rongxu was being reserved, and maybe when they were alone, they would become obedient kittens. After breakfast, everyone was ready to go. This time, instead of taking a carriage, we walked on foot. The Stardo Forest is less than 100 miles away from the small town, and with their speed, it is enough to arrive before noon. If you ride a horse, the speed will be much slower, and you will have to leave people to look after the horses when you get there, which is quite troublesome. An hour later, they finally arrived at the Stardo Forest. The forest is quite lively, they are not the first, many adventurers have already entered the forest. Outside, many people are still looking for temporary players. Qian Rongxu and Xiaoying had already put on their veils, which would save a lot of unnecessary trouble. Although they are not afraid of trouble, the most precious thing for them is time. In a place like the Stardo Great Forest, where people eat people but don't spit out their bones, the charming beauty will be more attractive than the soul beast. The team didn't stop, and went directly into the forest, heading straight for the depths. Qian Rongxu's goal is the activity area of the 10,000-year soul beast. As early as level 59, she had already started preparing for her soul ring. Wuhandian has trained a team of soul masters who are good at tracking and finding soul beasts, and they live in the mansion in that small town on weekdays. A few months ago, they received an order to search for a soul beast for Qian Rongxu. It can be said that they understand the habits of some spirit beasts better than the master. High-level soul beasts will have their own territory, they will not move easily, and the area of activity is basically fixed. As long as they find the soul beast Qian Rongxu needs, they only need to monitor closely. When a soul master enters the Stardo Great Forest, it is like sand falling into the sea. The Stardo Great Forest is vast and boundless, and there are the most adventurous soul masters in the area where the century-old soul beasts are active. The further you go, the fewer soul master teams. At this time, Qian Rongxu and the others, under the leadership of professionals, moved forward purposefully in one direction. Professionals are obviously very familiar with the spirit beasts on this route, and they detour from time to avoid the territory of some powerful spirit beasts. Although there are Contras and titled Douluos in their team, it is impossible to fight all the way through this Stardo Forest. There are still 2 kings in the Stardo Great Forest, even a titled Douluo like the 9th Elder would not dare to run amok in it. Professionals are not omnipotent, they are only familiar with the distribution of soul beasts on this route, but they cannot predict the activities of soul beasts. At this time, Jiang Chen showed his miraculous talent. Always be able to predict in advance the powerful soul beast hidden in front. Even the 9th Elder was surprised. His titled Douluo's strength and mental power are extremely powerful, but he can hardly find some soul beasts that are very good at hiding. But Jiang Chen's perception is even more acute than his. At first, everyone didn't believe it, but under Jiang Chen's signal, the 9th Elder walked forward alone, and a 10,000-year soul beast that had been lurking for a long time jumped out in front of him. Until then, everyone was convinced by Jiang Chen. Qian Rongxu's target spirit beasts this time were close to the eastern area of the Stardo Great Forest. They entered from the west of the Stardo Great Forest, almost crossing the entire Stardo Great Forest. However, they avoided the core area of the Stardo Great Forest, and only advanced in the area where the soul beasts had been active for tens of thousands of years. 2 days later, they finally arrived at their destination. The target Qian Rongxu killed this time was a 5-year-old soul beast, the Holy Lion of Light. In the list of spirit beasts she made, this kind of spirit beast ranked first. This is the most suitable soul beast for her to absorb at level dash. If she doesn't have one, she can only settle for the next best thing and kill other soul beasts. Jiang Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the soul beast Qian Rongxu killed was this kind of extremely rare light-type soul beast. Professionals probably traveled more than half of the Stardo Forest to find this one. With the 9th Elder here, it is no problem to seriously injure a 5-year-old soul beast. Qian Rongxu released her martial spirit, the sacred sword burning with sacred flames, and pierced the head of the Holy Lion of Light. The guards centered on Qian Rongxu, guarding tens of meters away. They didn't dare to watch Qian Rongxu absorb the spirit ring. If they saw something they shouldn't see, it would be bad. A dark black soul ring floated out and landed on Qian Rongxu's body. Jiang Chen chuckled, and dragged the bright holy lion, which was almost as tall as an elephant, to the side. The release of the zombie domain only enveloped the entire Holy Lion of Light. At the wound pierced by Qian Rongxu, the bright red and hot blood was drawn, sprayed out, and entered Jiang Chen's open mouth. Qian Rongxu was immersed in absorbing the spirit ring, and didn't see it. Originally looking at Jiang Chen's little shadow curiously, but now his face was terrified, and he couldn't help but retreat. His Royal Highness the Sun is actually drinking blood, so bloody. Xiaoying felt fear in her heart, and felt uncomfortable in her stomach. This bright holy lion has a huge body and a lot of blood. The 5-year-old soul beast's blood essence is already very large, so Jiang Chen naturally won't waste it. Not only the blood, but also the essence contained in the bright holy lion's body was sucked out by him. After more than 10 minutes of inhalation, the body of the bright holy lion shriveled up, leaving only a layer of fur to wrap the skeleton inside. Huge flesh and blood essence scrambled in Jiang Chen's body, and was quickly absorbed by the body. Heek. Jiang Chen couldn't help but hiccuped. He was really full this time. He turned his head to look at Xiaoying, and grinned. The scarlet lips and teeth made the little girl's face pale, and she stepped back. Don't come here and don't eat me. Chapter 225 Qian Rongxu's decision. A lion as big as an elephant was sucked by Jiang Chen until only a layer of skin remained. How could Xiaoying not be afraid? Jiang Chen's current image has completely overturned Xiaoying's previous perception of him. Jiang Chen was speechless, took out the water bag, and rinsed his mouth. Noticing that there was still some taste in his mouth, he rummaged through the storage soul guide, but couldn't find anything that could remove the smell. Pei Yuan pill was quite fragrant, but it was all given to old Jack. Jiang Chen had no choice but to sit at the side. He decided that he must carry some odor-removing candies with him in the future. With Qian Rongxu, he had to maintain his perfect image. Xiaoying fearfully hid on the other side, separated from Jiang Chen by Qian Rongxu. If he wasn't worried about disturbing Qian Rongxu, Jiang Chen would have to scare the girl. The surging energy of the soul ring impacted Qian Rongxu's body. She was wearing a white dress, sitting cross-legged on the ground, with a clean blanket under her buttocks. Xiaoxue frowned slightly, indicating that it was not so easy for her to absorb this 5-year soul ring. Jiang Chen waited quietly, without much worry. 3 hours later, the energy fluctuations gradually subsided, and the 6th soul ring gradually formed on Qian Rongxu's body. Qian Rongxu opened her eyes and stood up. Her pretty face was obviously happy. You, turn around. She looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen curled his lips, turned around. Who cares to look at you? Qian Rongxu's martial spirit retracted, and the 4 pure white wings retracted into the body. After the wings disappeared, the clothes that were broken by the wings couldn't cover the back that was as smooth as fat. She quickly took off her coat and changed into another one very quickly. Xiaoying stared at her surroundings vigilantly to prevent anyone from peeping, and especially focused on Jiang Chen. Okay, Qian Rongxu's voice sounded. Jiang Chen turned around and walked quickly. Miss, what skills have you acquired? Xiaoying couldn't help asking first. The 9th elder also came over, also a little curious. Qian Rongxu said, this is a mental attack skill called Angel's Roar. The 9th elder was startled, and couldn't help but said, it turned out to be a mental attack skill. This is the rarest type of skill. The attack is weird and hard to defend against. No, it can't be defended at all, and it can only be resisted. He was right. Spiritual attack skills are very rare, and mental defense skills are even more unheard of. The only way to resist mental attacks is hard resistance. Qian Rongxu said, this skill is to transform the soul power into a mental impact, and carry out a large-scale attack. The person who is attacked will have a strong mental shock. If the mental power is more than twice as weak as mine, it will directly shatter the soul. If the difference is less than twice that of mine, there will be mental damage and a dizzy effect. Of course, if the mental power is much stronger than mine, then the effect of my skill will not be so obvious. Jiang Chen smacked his lips. Qian Rongxu absorbed a lion's soul ring, and actually obtained a lion's roar skill. He couldn't help but think of the lion's roar in the River East. If he is with Qian Rongxu in the future, if the other party is in a bad mood, will he give him an angel's roar at any time? That feeling, I'm afraid it will be very sour. The speed of returning was much faster. Jiang Chen took the lead at the front. Whenever there was a powerful soul beast lurking in front, everyone would go around. When they left the Stardo Great Forest, it was already a day later. They stayed in the forest for more than 3 days. Everyone rushed back to the small town without stopping, and after a night's rest, they started their journey back to Tiandu City. Calculating the time, they have been on this trip for more than half a month, and if they return to Heaven-Do City, it will probably take 8 or 9 days. On the carriage, looking at the 2 girls who had fallen into the state of cultivation, Jiang Chen was extremely depressed. His strong kiss to Qian Rongxu that day, and the angel who sang affectionately afterwards, seemed to have never happened. Qian Rongxu's attitude towards him did not change at all, and even became a little more indifferent than before. He was puzzled and wanted to find an opportunity to ask Qian Rongxu alone. But Qian Rongxu didn't give him this chance, either avoiding him, changing the subject, or simply ignoring him. Never mention anything emotional. You obviously don't hate it, so why refuse it? After a while, Jiang Chen also entered into the cultivation. Qian Rongxu quietly opened her eyes, looking at Jiang Chen who was practicing with closed eyes. A smile appeared on her pretty face. Love came too fast like a tornado, which caught her off guard. It was too fast, and she didn't want to be sure so soon. It's purely the pride in her heart, the pride of being an angel, that doesn't allow her to be conquered by a man. It is necessary to make Jiang Chen feel a lot of difficulties, and she has to find a chance to ask some questions in advance about that vixen. She didn't believe that with such a charming, heart-loving, and vixen senior sister by her side, Jiang Chen would be able to keep himself safe for so many years. In her mind, she couldn't help thinking of the scene when Hulina released her martial spirit, raised her tail, and tried her best to seduce Jiang Chen. If there is adultery. 9 days later, Jiang Chen returned to Heaven-Do City. The guards and the 9th elder secretly returned to the temple, while Jiang Chen and Qian Rongxu returned to the palace. Jiang Chen asked Xiaohu, and he and Qian Rongxu were relieved when they learned that nothing unexpected had happened in the past 20 days. There are still a few days before the end of the 1-month retreat. Qian Rongxu does not plan to leave the retreat now. If she goes out, it means that her cultivation level will be tested by Shui Ye. The Shui King He she pretended to have had a level 39 cultivation level before. For this retreat breakthrough, she must pretend to have broken through to level dash. Shui King He is now 22 years old. Level dash is still a genius. At that time, Shui Ye would definitely arrange for an expert to take her to the Stardo Forest or the Frozen Forest in the north to obtain the soul ring. She didn't want to have to run again just after she came back. Anyway, you have to rest for a while. And if she goes out at that time, she will definitely be accompanied by the masters of the royal family, and she has to make careful arrangements to avoid revealing her secrets at that time. Before she came to Tiandu Empire, she had already absorbed a torso bone of angelic costume. Apart from the need to wear a mask on her face, the skills attached to the spirit bone could camouflage changes in her body and voice. On the other hand, it is possible to disguise the martial spirit and breath, as well as the number and color of the soul rings, but it is impossible to disguise the soul skills. This is also the reason why she has never shown a fight in front of outsiders in Tiandu Empire for so many years. When the time comes, Jiang Chen and these guards must be brought with her when she travels, to avoid being found that she is pretending to absorb the soul ring. At night, Jiang Chen finally seized the opportunity to be alone with Qian Rongxue, and entered her room. He was going to have a showdown with Qian Rongxue, and if it didn't work, he would have another strong kiss. When he came in, Qian Rongxue was already sitting there, waiting for him with a half-smile. Seeing Qian Rongxue's malicious smile, Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat, a little panicked for no reason. He suddenly had a bad premonition, as if a catastrophe was imminent. Jiang Chen made a decisive decision, stepped back immediately, and said with a smile, "Shuer, you haven't slept yet? I just came in to have a look, so I won't disturb your rest." As he spoke, he stepped out with one foot. "Leave it to me." Qian Rongxue snorted coldly. Chapter 226 Familiar Strangers. Jiang Chen turned around, said with a smile all over his face, "Shuer, you're exhausted, you should rest early tonight, and don't practice." Qian Rongxue pointed to the seat beside her, suddenly smiled brightly, and said, "Come and sit down, don't you want to pursue me? I'll give you this chance." Seeing Qian Rongxue's sudden smile, Jiang Chen smelled a hint of danger, so he walked up to Qian Rongxue and sat down. Jiang Chen coughed lightly, and spoke first, "Shuer, after hearing what you said, are you willing to be my girlfriend?" He didn't know what the danger he sensed, so he had to preempt it. Unexpectedly, Qian Rongxue did not deny it, but said, "It is not impossible to want me to be your girlfriend, but first, I have to understand some things clearly." Jiang Chen was overjoyed, and blurted out, "What do you want to know?" Qian Rongxue suddenly turned around, facing Jiang Chen, her two white lotus arms supported the table, her chest was pressed against the table, her pretty face approached Jiang Chen, and she scrutinized her sternly. "Tell me, do you have an affair with that vixen of your senior sister? Don't think about lying, your lies can't escape my eyes." Jiang Chen's scalp suddenly exploded, and his head was instantly numb. It turned out that the premonition danger turned out to be this. Why did Shui Er suddenly ask about Hu Lina? How should he answer? The smile on Jiang Chen's face disappeared, and he fell silent. Qian Rongxue didn't speak, didn't rush, just looked at Jiang Chen quietly. Gradually, following Jiang Chen's silence, a look of disappointment appeared on her face. Sure enough, things went as she imagined. Just when she was about to chase her away, Jiang Chen said, "Shuer, I confess to you, senior sister is my girlfriend." Facing a shrewd woman like Qian Rongxue, he couldn't lie, and since Qian Rongxue asked about it, he didn't want to cheat either. He looked at Qian Rongxue sincerely, and said, "I admit that I like senior sister, but I also like you, and my feelings for you are absolutely not false." This time it was Qian Rongxue's turn to be silent. The whole room fell silent. Jiang Chen didn't say any more sweet words. This kind of words is okay to coax a simple girl like Xiaoying, but it has little effect on a smart and rational woman like Qian Rongxue. Just when Jiang Chen thought that Qian Rongxue would go berserk, Qian Rongxue spoke calmly. "Don't talk to me about your relationship in the future, and remember our purpose of coming to the Heaven Do Empire. If the task is not completed in a day, the personal relationship between the children will be put aside." Qian Rongxue's reaction was beyond Jiang Chen's expectation. She didn't cry, and she didn't ask him to give up another woman like Hu Lina did back then. He couldn't figure out what Qian Rongxue was thinking, so he tentatively asked, "You mean, after the mission of the Heaven Do Empire is over, can we be together?" Qian Rongxue looked at him and said calmly, "We will talk about the future. You can go, I am going to rest." Jiang Chen sighed, stood up, and walked out of the door. The moment the door was closed, he turned his head and said, "Although my senior sister and I have established a relationship, we are still innocent, and she is willing to accept you." After speaking, the door closed. Qian Rongxue's body shook suddenly, and her calm expression froze for a moment. After Jiang Chen closed the door, she lay down on the bed with her eyes tightly closed, not letting tears flow down. She only shed tears for her mother, never for a man. She didn't want to. The body trembled from time to time, and the tightly closed eyelids could not stop the flow of tears after all. Crystal clear teardrops slid down the beautiful cheeks. At this moment, she thought a lot in her mind. Thinking of Jiang Chen telling her stories when he was a child. Thinking of the loving dinner that Jiang Chen cooked for her. Thinking of Jiang Chen trying his best to solve the problem between her and her mother. And that passionate kiss before. And the angel that moved her to tears. There are many more, bit by bit. Only now did she realize that Jiang Chen had already entered her heart deeply. What to do? What to do? What to do? Gradually, only these three words remained in her mind. As strong as she was, she also lost her calmness and rationality at this time, leaving only sadness and bewilderment. How should she face Jiang Chen in the future? Jiang Chen slowly withdrew his gaze, seeing Qian Rongxue like this, he also felt uncomfortable. He suddenly regretted it very much, and felt that he should have told Qian Rongxue about the affair with Hu Lina in the first place. In this case, at least Qian Rongxue would not have such a sad scene. He let out a long sigh and went up to the roof. Let things take their course in the future. Qian Rongxue obviously liked him too, but suddenly couldn't accept Hu Lina's existence. He will not pursue deliberately in the future. Companionship is the longest confession of love. Those who should be together, will be together in the end. For the next 5 days, Qian Rongxue didn't leave the room a single step, except for cultivation. She seemed to want to forget all her troubles through cultivation. When eating, Jiang Chen would still bring the food in. The two still ate together, but the laughter of the past was missing. Qian Rongxu's face was always calm, and she rarely smiled. Apart from their usual greetings, the two of them had no other topics to talk about. Qian Rongxu deliberately avoided, and Jiang Chen decided to let nature take its course, so the two became the most familiar strangers. Xiaoying naturally discovered the abnormality of these two people, and asked Qian Rongxu quietly, but was reprimanded by Qian Rongxu, and did not dare to ask again. 5 days after Qian Rongxu returned, she announced her departure. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince successfully broke through to the -th level. The Great Emperor Shuya, Longjian Dayu. After some discussions, His Majesty the Emperor arranged for experts to escort the Crown Prince to the Frozen Forest to kill soul beasts and advance to the Soul Sect after 10 days. Jiang Chen once again returned to the days of walking corpses, escorting Qian Rongxu out in the morning, practicing soul power after returning or going to Xiaoying to practice boxing, and still cultivating soul power at night. His soul power broke through to level 45 on the way back to Heaven Do City, and now he is advancing to level 46. 10 days later, the Crown Prince left Heaven Do City with 9 bodyguards, plus experts arranged by the Emperor, and headed for the Frozen Forest in the north. The reason for choosing the Frozen Forest was that the Stardo Forest was close to Wuhan City, so Shuya was worried. The second is that the distance to the Frozen Forest will be closer, and a spirit ring suitable for the swan spirit can also be found there. This time, Xiaoying failed to follow. Jiang Chen also failed to get into the carriage. He was only a guard after all, so he had no choice but to be a guard honestly. It only took half a month. His Royal Highness successfully absorbed the Soul Ring and became the Soul Sect. When returning to Tiandu City again, Xiaoying brought news to Jiang Chen, and Duguyan came to look for him several times. When Jiang Chen accompanied Qian Rongxu back from the Stardo Great Forest, he felt that Duguyan was no longer in Tiandu City. He guessed at that time that Duguyan might have gone to Soto City. Now that Duguyan has returned to Tiandu City, he should have come to him a few times to report on Tang San's affairs. On the morning of the second day after returning to Tiandu City, Jiang Chen did not escort Qian Rongxu to court, but came to Xiaoying's courtyard and summoned Duguyan to come over. In addition to understanding Tang San's affairs, the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Yu Tianheng's affairs also needed to be dealt with. Chapter 227 Tang San's Strength. After having breakfast at Xiaoying, after waiting for a while, Duguyan arrived. Seeing Duguyan approaching, Xiaoying's eyes lit up, a little excited. Sister Yan came over and might give her a massage. The effect was really good. Now she is very different from before, and she is much more confident. Master, Duguyan asked. She was wearing a slim Royal Academy costume with a tight waist, which perfectly highlighted her graceful figure. Let's talk inside. Jiang Chen entered his room. Duguyan followed and entered. Xiaoying poked her head around and wanted to follow in, but Jiang Chen closed the door with a bang, almost hitting her tall nose. She pouted and snorted, moved a stool over and sat in front of the door with her ears pressed against the door. Even though Qian Rongxu and Jiang Chen had an argument, she still remembered the mission Qian Rongxu gave her back then. What if the lady wants to reconcile with this guy again someday? So she couldn't let Jiang Chen make mistakes, she had to watch closely. In the room, the two sat down at the table. Jiang Chen poured Duguyan a cup of freshly brewed tea, and asked, "Did you come to me to talk about Tang San?" Duguyan is now 19 years old, 7 years older than Jiang Chen, but she is like a well-behaved little sister in front of Jiang Chen. She nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, showing admiration, and said, "Master, you are really a master, you are a prophet. My royal team went to Soto City for training, and I met the blue-silver grass spirit you mentioned. Master Tang San." Jiang Chen took a sip of tea, and asked lightly, "Did you win?" Duguyan said, "As entrusted by the master, our royal team won. But it was very difficult to win. Her complexion was not very good-looking, as if she remembered the situation of the game at that time. Tell me about the process of your battle, be more careful." Jiang Chen asked calmly with no surprise on his face. If it wasn't difficult, it wouldn't be Tang San. Listening to Duguyan's description, Jiang Chen understood the process of the battle. In the case of a head-on confrontation, Yu Tianheng led several strong attack and agility attack team members to lose to the opponent. It was Tang San who caused this situation. He controlled the battlefield, his teammates, the enemy, and his psychology, leading Shrek and the others to defeat Yu Tianheng and the others whose overall spirit power was a few levels higher than Shrek's. It was only after Tianheng and the others failed that I realized something was wrong. Thunder made a move, and the green phosphorus and purple poison made all the opponents lose their resistance. Duguyan lowered her head, like a little girl who has done something wrong, worried about being scolded by her elders. "Oh, Tang San failed to crack your poison?" Jiang Chen asked. This is what he most wanted to know. Duguyan shook his head and said, "When I was using the third skill, he used wine and fire to try to detoxify my poison. His method made my skill less poisonous, but it was still not something they could resist. The other 6 of their team members were abolished on the spot. What surprised me was that this Tang San was extremely resistant to poison. After being poisoned by my jade phosphorus poison, he could still run towards me. He has 8 spider lances on his body, and they are also poisonous, which made several of our team members lose their combat power and almost lost their lives. At that moment, when I saw his blood-red eyes, I was terrified, but fortunately, I sprayed a few mouthfuls of poisonous mist in a row before he fell down." Duguyan's head was getting lower and lower, and his chin was almost poking into his full chest. It's all her fault for being careless. If she hadn't been on the sidelines at the beginning, she wouldn't have ended up in the final tragic victory. Jiang Chen tapped on the table with his fingers, making Duguyan feel uneasy. You are careless, your entire team is careless, Shrek without Tang San is vulnerable to you. But his existence can make Shrek's strength reach a perfect level. A lion fights a rabbit with all its strength, and even shallow water can drown a person. In the future, when we fight Tang San, we must give him a thunderous blow, and we cannot give him a chance to fight back. Duguyan nodded. Master, I understand. In addition, you walked before the gate of hell. If you hadn't become a zombie, if Tang San wanted to kill you at that time, you would have died. What? Duguyan raised his cheeks and looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. He was obviously poisoned by me at that time, and he couldn't get close to me, she explained. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, You don't understand, Tang San has a lot of cards in his hole, and his tricks are endless. Even if he doesn't get close to you, after you lose the protection of his teammates, he can still put you to death. Duguyan was startled, and quickly asked, What cards does he have? Concealed weapons, hidden weapons that are impossible to defend against. Jiang Chen said, and told Duguyan about the horror of hidden weapons. Duguyan's pretty face turned pale. As a control system soul master, she uses poison to control her and is not good at close combat. Jiang Chen said, It should be because he found that he couldn't cure your poison, and his teammates were poisoned again, so he didn't use the hidden weapon. Master, I know I was wrong. Duguyan lowered his head. Jiang Chen comforted, Actually, his hidden weapon may not hurt you that much, the life of a zombie is much harder than you imagined. Do you know how old he is now? Duguyan said, I know. Tianheng told me later that after the game, he met his uncle, and his uncle is the mentor of the Shrek team. Those guys are really perverted, they are all so young, but they can play well. With a strength beyond the level, it almost defeated us. Spend more time to practice in the future. Jiang Chen instructed. Master, I will. By the way, our teacher invited Shrek Academy to come to the Royal Academy for exchange and study. After a while, they will come. Jiang Chen said, I know. Duguyan looked at Jiang Chen expectantly, and said, Master, didn't you say to leave him to you before? When will you help me avenge? Jiang Chen shook his head slightly. I won't attack him right now, you can only rely on yourselves for revenge. After a while, I will find a way to improve your strength. Tang San is familiar with his methods whether it's boxing, body, or spirit. If he fights with Tang San, he will definitely be recognized. If Tang Hao really followed Tang San to Tiandu City, then his identity would be exposed to Tang Hao's iron hammer. He wouldn't take the risk. Hearing that Jiang Chen wanted to improve her strength, Duguyan suddenly became excited. Thank you, Master. Well, after they come to the Royal Academy, you should pay more attention to Tang San to see if he has any abnormal behavior, such as his cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds, and if there is any, let me know in time. Okay. Although Jiang Chen had already taken away the chance of the ice and fire yin-yang, but Jiang Chen didn't know whether such a thing as luck really existed. Maybe Tang San could get another chance. By the way, didn't you say to let your boyfriend become one of the zombies? You can bring him tomorrow morning. Duguyan was overjoyed, and quickly said, Thank you master, I will bring him tomorrow. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen saying that he wanted to turn Yu Tianheng into a zombie himself, she might not be able to bear it anymore. Every time she made out with Yu Tianheng, she almost couldn't help but lick that neck, thinking that they could be together forever. This kind of temptation was too great. Chapter 228 The Furious Yu Tianheng. Jiang Chen glanced at the door, stood up, his footsteps were silent. The door was pulled open, and the little shadow with her ear against the door suddenly turned into her ear against Jiang Chen's thigh. Frightened, she hugged her hands instinctively. Ah! Xiaoying screamed, and hurriedly pushed Jiang Chen's thigh away, running fast without taking the bench. This girl has really grown up a bit. From top to bottom she can no longer see her navel from top to bottom, and finally some smiles appeared on Jiang Chen's face. In the past 20 days, because of Qian Rongxu's incident, his mood was a little cloudy. Until now, after teasing Xiaoying a bit, I had a little bit of fun. Go back first, I'll wait for you here tomorrow. Jiang Chen walked out of the room. Duguyan followed, bid farewell to Jiang Chen, and left the courtyard. Jiang Chen stood in the open space in front of the room, and roared, Xiaoying. Xiaoying poked her head in from the door of the front yard, and looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously. Come, practice boxing with brother. Xiaoying shook her head like a wave drum. Every time she practiced against Jiang Chen, she acted as a sandbag. The feeling of being unable to hit someone was really too uncomfortable. Jiang Chen stared, and said, You don't want to improve your strength? You are only one short away from being invincible. One day you can defeat me, and you will be invincible. Xiaoying's big eyes gradually lit up, gritted her teeth and jumped in. Sandbags are sandbags, everything is worth it for strength. That's right. Looking at the mixed-race girl, Jiang Chen smiled. It should be screaming for a long time when you punch it down. An hour later, Xiaoying's yang was dripping with sweat, her snow-white cheeks were bruised and purple, and tears were rolling. The pent-up anger in his heart finally vented a bit. Jiang Chen hurriedly used a healing elixir to wipe out the evidence, and made another delicious meal to stop that mouth that loves to eat. When he returned to the palace at noon, his steps were a little lighter. But when he thought of Qian Rongxu, he sighed again, wondering how long this cold war would last. Such days are a bit depressing. He felt that he should go out for a walk, first to relax, and second, to do something secretly. After returning to the palace, he greeted Xianrongxue briefly, and then he went back to his room to cultivate his soul power. The next morning, he also did not send Xianrongxue to court. He came to Xiaoying's side early, scaring the little girl who was still in her pajamas and kept screaming. Jiang Chen glanced at her, ignored her, pushed the door and walked out. Lying lazily on the deck chair in the yard, facing the golden and warm sunshine in the morning, waiting patiently. After a while, Xiaoying came out angrily, her hair still a little messy. She couldn't beat Jiang Chen, so she could only stand in front of Jiang Chen, pinch her waist and stare with her big eyes. Don't be an eyesore here, friends will come later. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand to shake her. What friend? Xiaoying wondered, her thick black eyebrows frowned. This place is a secret place, and only our own people can come here. A handsome guy, one of his own. Jiang Chen replied. Xiaoying's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly ran to her room. Then suddenly she turned around and asked, how does it compare to you? Naturally, he is far behind me. Brother Yushalinfen, handsome and unparalleled, rare in the world, once in a million years. Xiaoying curled her lips and snorted disdainfully, but she was not as enthusiastic as before, and went back to her room to dress up slowly. Jiang Chen lay on the recliner, squinted his eyes to soak up the sunlight, and waited patiently. He could feel Duguyan's position, coming towards him. Tiandu Imperial Academy is not far from Tiandu City. Jiang Chen's courtyard is in the outer city. The distance between the two is not too far. 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Xiaoying, the guest is here, go and open the door. Jiang Chen lay lazily on the chair, closed his eyes and shouted. Xiaoying came out, very reluctantly said, why don't you drive it yourself? Jiang Chen said lightly, I didn't lie to you, that is indeed a handsome guy on PAR with me, and he is still single. Before Jiang Chen finished speaking, Xiaoying had already disappeared into the backyard, and went to open the door with a bang. A moment later, Duguyan walked in with a young man on his arm. The young man was tall and slender, with short black hair, and his appearance was not handsome. There was very little expression on his face, as if the muscles on his face were stiff. Behind Duguyan and Yu Tianheng, Xiaoying's rosy mouth was so high that she could hang on to the feeding bottle. If there wasn't a guest here, she would have rushed up immediately, biting and scratching Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen completely lied to her feelings. He is not a handsome guy at all, and he is not single either. Jiang Chen stood up, his lazy temperament disappeared, and calmly looked at Duguyan and Yu Tianheng who were walking. He directly ignored Xiaoying's fierce eyes, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Duguyan dragged Yu Tianheng to Jiang Chen, and said a little excitedly, Master, this is my boyfriend Yu Tianheng. Owner? Yu Tianheng, who was still ordinary at first, had a calm aura, and his face suddenly changed. His terrifying aura rushed towards Jiang Chen with a strong murderous intent. His beloved woman called a young man to be her master, and the expression is still so excited. This shows what? He already had a bad premonition in his heart. Did Yinyan bring him here today to break up? Duguyan's expression also changed, and he pulled Yu Tianheng who was about to explode. Dare to be presumptuous in front of the master, she is afraid that the master will slap her boyfriend to death. When Yu Tianheng's terrifying aura met Jiang Chen, it melted quickly like ice and snow meeting a raging fire. It deserves to be known as the #1 attacking beast spirit. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Yu Tianheng's martial soul was much stronger than the martial souls of the 4 servants he had received before. It is definitely not easy to be called the #1 in a field. It's just that there are no real geniuses born in the generation of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although Yu Tianheng is good, there is still a big gap compared with top geniuses like Tang San and Hu Lina. Power. It is even more incomparable with Jiang Chen, an evildoer who is beyond the category of genius. Yu Tianheng looked at Jiang Chen with cold eyes. This is my confidence. There was obvious disdain on Jiang Chen's face, and he sneered and said, Hehe, it seems that you haven't learned your lesson from losing to Tang San. Your uncle said that you lost to yourself, to the pride in your heart, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus proud. Didn't you listen? It seems that Yu Tianheng still doesn't understand the truth that humility makes people progress and pride makes people fall behind. Or maybe he understands it, but it is difficult to let go of his pride, and he unconsciously feels that he is superior to others. Maybe he doesn't even realize it. Hearing Jiang Chen's sarcastic words, Yu Tianheng suddenly became short of breath. He looked at Duguyan behind Jiang Chen, thinking that it was Duguyan who told this young man about his failure. His breathing became more and more short of breath. His eyes gradually turned blood red. It's fine that Duguyan betrayed him, but now a random young man dares to speak to him in a lecture tone. How could he, Yu Tianheng, be so easy to bully? He took a sharp step forward. His breath was surging, and the whole small courtyard trembled slightly. Xiaoying's pretty face turned pale, and she dragged Duguyan to hide under the eaves. She has already recognized it. This is actually the legendary Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul, the overlord existence among the beast martial souls. Yu Tianheng, level 39 Soul Sect, release your martial soul, I will give you a fair chance to fight, your ending is only one, and that is death. Following Yu Tianheng's words, murderous intent filled the entire yard. It is too cheap to slap Jiang Chen to death with one paw, since Jiang Chen said that he lost to pride, then he will let Jiang Chen see if he has the capital to be proud. This is not just a matter of killing, it is also a battle between men. He must regain his dignity and his woman. Jiang Chen moved his muscles and the bones all over his body made a crackling sound. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, this training partner is good, much better than that little girl Xiaoying. It just so happens that the depressed emotions have not been fully vented recently, so such a good sandbag is delivered to the door. Jiang Chen laughed loudly and said, Jiang Chen, you don't need to know the martial soul and its level, because I don't intend to use the martial soul when I abuse you. It would be meaningless to use Wuhan to deal with a soul sect. What he wants most now is a hearty hand-to-hand fight. I just hope that the power of this Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is not too weak. Even though Yu Tianheng has a very high cultivation of Soul Master, he can't bear it anymore at this time. Looking for death. The shouts exploded like thunder. Yu Tianheng's thick dragon arm shone with a brilliant blue brilliance under the morning sun, the first soul ring lit up, and terrible thunder and lightning gathered on his dragon arm. Accompanied by a wild roar, the dragon arm swung towards Jiang Chen violently from a distance of 10 meters. Blue lightning flew out of his arm, instantly forming a terrifying lightning dragon claw, slapping towards Jiang Chen. This is his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. The Thunder Dragon Claw was extremely fast, as if teleporting, and it had already arrived in front of Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. Wherever it passed, the air around it twisted violently, and there was a palpitating crackling sound. In Jiang Chen's squinted eyes, all light flashed. He didn't dodge, he stepped out, and the terrifying thunder riot above his fist met the terrifying Thunder Dragon Claw under the horrified eyes of Yu Tianheng and the two women behind him. Yu Tianheng frowned. It was a pity to slap this little boy to death with his paw. It was not enough to vent the hatred in his heart. Boom! Thunder explosion! The strong thunder and lightning exploded and flew out at the bombardment, spreading to the surrounding void, which was extremely dazzling. The wind-like air was surging, impacting all objects in the courtyard. Xiaoying and Dugayan didn't seal their ears with soul power in time, their brains buzzed, but when the strong wind hit, the two women still instinctively held down their skirts and fled into the room in panic. Chapter 230 Suppression on Thunderbolt. In the courtyard, violent air currents swept across, and the light from the thunder explosion was extremely dazzling. Yu Tianheng narrowed his eyes slightly, a little surprised that Jiang Chen was not blown out. The lightning was too dazzling, and he still couldn't see Jiang Chen's situation clearly, but in his opinion, one of Jiang Chen's arms might be useless. It's ridiculous to try to block his first soul skill without even using the martial soul. Even the soul sect who was a higher level did not dare to use his body to resist the Thunder Dragon Claw. Xiaobalian's age seems to be about the same as him. Yu Tianheng doesn't believe that Xiaobalian can have a cultivation level above Soul King. After being awakened by Jiang Chen just now, Yu Tianheng already understood that he had committed the problem of being arrogant and underestimating the enemy again. How could he admit it just because of his arrogance? He didn't admit it, but in fact, he was already secretly vigilant in his heart. After all, losing to Tang San last time dealt him quite a blow. But at this moment, seeing Jiang Chen resisting his Thunder Dragon Claw with a pair of fists, Yu Tianheng's vigilance gradually dissipated. Just the first blow, his evaluation of Jiang Chen has already dropped to the lowest. This little boy is even more arrogant than him. Nothing to worry about. I am afraid that under this move, there is no power to fight anymore. The sound of crackling thunder and lightning gradually disappeared, and the light of thunder and lightning weakened. Yu Tianheng finally saw Jiang Chen's appearance. It was intact. Jiang Chen still kept his punching posture, except for the slight damage to the cuffs of his clothes. His fists didn't even break the skin. Brother Chen is indeed the most powerful. Xiaoying stood inside the window, waving her fists excitedly. She was still annoyed at Jiang Chen for cheating her just now, but now she unconsciously cheered for Jiang Chen. Dugayan also nodded slightly, with a look of admiration in his bewitching eyes. Master is the most talented man I've ever seen. Her voice was very low, afraid of being heard by Yu Tianheng, and she would become even more furious. How is it possible? Yu Tianheng finally lost his composure. The contempt for Jiang Chen that had just risen in his heart suddenly disappeared, and under the shock of his heart, he became incomparably dignified. This little boy actually resisted his first soul ability without using soul skills. Could it be that he is really a powerhouse above the Soul King? How can that be? The other party's age is obviously not very old. Yu Tianheng's mood was very complicated, shocked, dignified, and puzzled. But what followed was intense anger, a battle between men, and in front of his girlfriend, he was so humiliated by this little boy. Yu Tianheng had never felt so humiliated that the opponent didn't use soul skills to resist his attack in 18 years. Yu Tianheng roared, his eyes were blood red, and his expression was extremely ferocious. Under his girlfriend's betrayal and Jiang Chen's humiliation, he has already lost his mind due to such a heavy blow. He just wants to beat Jiang Chen to death now. On Yu Tianheng's thick dragon arm, the purple soul ring of the third soul ring suddenly lit up, and a group of extremely dazzling blue lightning flashed on him instantly. The third soul skill Thunder Fury was activated. This is a skill that applies buffs to himself. It temporarily puts him in a state of rampage for a certain period of time. The attack power is huge. The power of lightning is increased by 50%, and the power of soul is increased by -%. If he does not stop actively, it will last until his physical strength is exhausted. It's just that the disadvantages are also great. Every time Thunder Fury is launched, it will consume a lot of his soul power. Seeing Yu Tianheng's hysterical appearance, Du Guian couldn't help but shed tears. She only hoped that the master would quickly subdue her boyfriend and take a bite. She didn't want to see him suffer too much. However, what she didn't know was that her master had already used her boyfriend as a tool to vent. Looking at Yu Tianheng, who had already exploded, Jiang Chen snorted and said with disdain, "Now I've finally used my full strength. What's the matter? Don't continue your pride of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex." Jiang Chen felt that he had the aptitude to be the best actor. These words are too poisonous. Combined with his disdainful expression, the damage to Yu Tianheng is exposed. Yu Tianheng only felt the blood rushing into his brain. At this moment, his consciousness was blurred, and there was only one thought left, which was to blow up this hateful little boy. As soon as he moved his footsteps, he rushed towards Jiang Chen. In the state of the third soul ability, the power of thunder and lightning increased by -%, which made the attack of each of his skills increase by -%. While running wildly, his first soul skill was displayed again. This time the Thunder Dragon Claw was even more astonishing. Its volume increased enough to cover Jiang Chen's body. The blue-purple claw was more solid, as if it had become solid, exuding a palpitating aura. Jiang Chen also moved forward. His position was too close to the house. If he was not careful, the house might collapse. He had already reached the Thunder Dragon Claw in one step, and he didn't use any magical powers, just Lightning Fist. White lightning gathered on his fist. Although it was not as brilliant as Thunder Dragon Claw, the aura was even more terrifying. At this moment, Yu Tianheng finally noticed the electric light on Jiang Chen's fist. He couldn't help feeling a strong palpitation in his heart, as if he saw something extremely terrifying suddenly. His scalp was numb, and his hair exploded instantly. He didn't feel the power of the lightning on Jiang Chen's fist, but felt a terrible coercion, the coercion of the lightning aimed at himself. Jiang Chen discovered Yu Tianheng's abnormal state, and immediately had a guess. The lightning on his fist was guided out of the corpse pill with his lightning fist, which contained the lightning when he crossed the tribulation, and the breath of thunder should have a strong suppression on the thunder and lightning on Yu Tianheng's body. A punch that exploded with bright light collided with the huge Thunder Dragon Claw. A huge roar sounded, and the entire space in the courtyard seemed to tremble. Immediately afterwards, an extremely terrifying energy frenzy swept across, and the chairs and tables in the courtyard were all thrown away by the impact. With quick eyes and quick hands, Xiaoying closed the window with a bang. The terrifying Thunder Dragon Claw was blown up again by Jiang Chen, the thunder exploded, and the electric snake spread out for more than 10 meters. At this time, Yu Tianheng was still in great shock of the lightning on Jiang Chen's body, but Jiang Chen didn't stay any longer and struck out with thunder. The feeling of beating and stopping was like constipation. Although Yu Tianheng's anger had been successfully aroused, Jiang Chen felt extremely uncomfortable. He wanted a hearty battle, although he knew that Yu Tianheng might not be able to satisfy him, but at least it was much better than Xiaoying, even better than Xiaoying and Du Guian combined. He once fought Xiaoying and Du Guian alone. One of these two is attacking sensitively, and the other is using poison. For him, the strength is insufficient, as if scratching an itch. Although Yu Tianheng is only a level 39 Soul Master, but in terms of strength and explosion, he has already surpassed Xiaoying, who is level 47. Jiang Chen slowed down, giving Yu Tianheng time to react. Finally, when the terrifying fist came, Yu Tianheng woke up suddenly, with cold sweat protruding from his back. His rich combat experience allowed him to react immediately, and the second soul ability erupted. The soul skill was thunderous, and in an instant, the countless blue-purple electric snakes hovering over his body were enlarged at the same time, turning into countless arrows of lightning and shooting towards Jiang Chen in front of him. Jiang Chen's two fists are hard to beat with 4 hands, let alone these countless arrows of lightning. But why should he resist? He directly ignored the arrows that were coming at him quickly, and without having the power of Thunder Fist, he punched Yu Tianheng in the stomach. At the same time, the dense arrows landed on Jiang Chen's body, and dense holes were ripped through his clothes. Yu Tianheng's terrifying second soul skill Thunderbolt finally made Jiang Chen feel it. The arrow shot at Jiang Chen's body. Although it didn't break through his body's defense, it made him feel pain. He didn't raise his defense to the maximum, but enjoyed feeling the lightning arrows hitting his body, and then countless electric snakes wrapped around him and walked around him, bringing a slight tingling feeling. Cool. Chapter 231. Ask the Master to grant strength. Yu Tianheng's second skill is extremely powerful, especially under the boost of the third soul skill. If it were someone else, they would definitely be shot into the body by the lightning arrow, and the lightning energy would explode in the body. Those who are weaker will be instantly killed or seriously injured, and those who are stronger will be paralyzed and fall into a paralyzed state, allowing them to be slaughtered. At this time, Jiang Chen's defense had not been raised to the maximum, but the arrow of lightning still failed to penetrate his skin. The thunder and lightning with a strong paralyzing effect can only make him feel refreshed. It has been a long time since he crossed the thunder tribulation, and now he was shocked. Jiang Chen actually missed that feeling a little bit. Yu Tianheng was punched in the stomach by Jiang Chen, and flew over 10 meters away. The stomach is not a vital part, but at this time Yu Tianheng felt severe pain all over his body, especially the abdomen. It felt like being pierced and torn apart by Jiang Chen's punch. There was also thunder and lightning coming into his body above Jiang Chen's fist, and the strong numbness made him a little dazed. As a blue lightning tyrannosaur, he was born to control thunder and lightning, but he did not expect that one day he would be shocked by an unknown person. Yu Tianheng fell to the ground. Under the severe pain, he couldn't help but vomit it out. When I came here just now, I had not finished digesting the breakfast I had with Duguyan on the street, but at this moment Jiang Chen punched me out. Jiang Chen frowned, and after waiting for almost a minute, Yu Tianheng still couldn't get up. He raised his foot and approached, and said with a sneer, "I just took a punch from me, so it's over so soon? You're such a piece of rubbish, you still want to snatch Yunyan back." The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit is very strong, but when it comes to trash, it's an insult to this martial spirit. Jiang Chen's cold and heartless words pierced Yu Tianheng's heart like a knife. Now it is not only to arouse Yu Tianheng's anger, but also to teach Yu Tianheng a lesson imprinted deep in his soul. Never rely on your own martial soul to underestimate other soul masters with pride. Having a proud attitude will not only affect one's own cultivation, but one day, just like today, one will be defeated by those who despise him. Yu Tianheng's eyes were blood red, almost oozing blood, the veins on his forehead were protruding, and the nails of both hands had already pierced into the palms of his hands without realizing it. He stared at Jiang Chen stubbornly, growled lowly, like a trapped animal on the verge of extinction. The girlfriend stood on the side of the boy, who defeated him with a single punch without even using his martial soul. Insulting him is trash, rubbish, not worthy of possessing the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Wuhan. Yu Tianheng was out of anger, and the blood in his whole body was boiling, and the soul power that had been consumed by the third soul skill just now began to surge. He seemed to hear a slight cracking sound in his body, as if something was broken, and then even more surging soul power filled his meridians. He broke through, under the tremendous stimulation and anger, he broke through the bottleneck, and his soul power reached level 40. Jiang Chen was a little surprised, and said, "Breakthrough in a desperate situation, it also surprised me. How about this? I don't use the lightning ability. If you can stick to my subordinates for half a stick of incense, I will let Duguyan go with you. How about it?" The numbness in Yu Tianheng's body disappeared, and he stood up, his furious emotions dissipated, and he calmed down. "Thank you," he said softly. It was Jiang Chen who gave him unprecedented humiliation, and suddenly made him feel extremely ashamed. As the leader of the younger generation of Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, possessing the strongest beast spirit in the Soul Master world, he inevitably developed an arrogance all over his body. Although losing to Tang San last time made him a little vigilant, he didn't take it too seriously. After all, Tang San was just a control system soul master, a control system soul master of blue silver grass. He felt that he was only defeated by Tang San's control ability. If the two were singled out, he could beat Tang San. Up to this moment, Jiang Chen gave him a blow to the head, a heavier blow, which woke him up like a bell in the morning and a drum in the evening. Seeing Yu Tianheng's performance, Jiang Chen finally began to feel satisfied. This Yu Tianheng's mind is still quite strong, he did not completely lose his mind under his blow, and it is rare to be able to calm down. "I know I can't defeat you, but I must take Yunyan away today. Then hold on for half a stick of incense under my attack," Jiang Chen said as he took out a stick of incense, and broke off half of it. The soul power surged, and the fingers rubbed it on it, and the incense was already lit. With a flick of his arm, the incense had been inserted into the far wall. A stick of incense here takes about half an hour, and half a stick of incense lasts for 15 minutes. 15 minutes is enough for him to beat Yu Tianheng. As for taking Duguyan away, impossible. How could such an obedient maid let Yu Tianheng take her away? "Okay," Yu Tianheng said in a deep voice. Surging soul power fluctuations erupted from him. Besides that, he also had more fighting spirit than before. This was an unyielding fighting spirit, which moved Jiang Chen slightly. He knew that Yu Tianheng not only wanted to take away Duguyan, but also wanted to fight for the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Jiang Chen's hands were itching unbearably. He had figured out Yu Tianheng's endurance just now, so he didn't waste any more time now. If Yu Tianheng could be made to surrender willingly by relying on strength alone, then Jiang Chen would still be very satisfied. Of course, you can't escape being sucked by him in the end. Yu Tianheng didn't take the initiative to attack, but was ready to fight, treating Jiang Chen as the most powerful enemy in his life. Jiang Chen didn't use the lightning fist, relying solely on the terrifying power of his body, waved his fist and greeted Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng's third soul skill was released. With his current soul power, this skill should last for half a stick of incense. He releases his skills from time to time, but most of the time, he fights with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's attack was as violent as a storm. If Yu Tianheng released his skills continuously, his soul power would be exhausted soon. But he soon regretted it. Jiang Chen's fist was even more terrifying than the legendary Clear Sky Hammer. It was powerful and indestructible. His fists collided with it, and his bones almost broke. As a last resort, he could only use his soul skills all the time, trying to cause a little harm to Jiang Chen. What made him tremble was that his first and second soul skills had almost no damage to Jiang Chen in the melee combat at close range. Except for Jiang Chen's clothes being torn and his skin gradually turning red from the bombardment of skills, there was no sign of weakening. Instead, he became more and more ferocious. The soul power in Yu Tianheng's body disappeared rapidly, and despair gradually appeared in his heart. Who is this young man in front of him? Even though he was as old as him, that formidable strength made him feel desperate. He glanced at the stick of incense and felt that he couldn't hold on until it was finished burning. Jiang Chen sensed Yu Tianheng's state with his strong mental power, and adjusted his own power. Practicing against Yu Tianheng was indeed much more comfortable than Xiaoying. He suppressed his own strength, but his attack speed did not slow down, and his fist hit Yu Tianheng's body with a bang. Yu Tianheng's hideous and terrifying dragon arm had already begun to crack under Jiang Chen's fist, and blood flew out from the cracks in the blue-purple scales. Jiang Chen glanced at the stick of incense, it was almost burnt out. As soon as he thought about it, the strength in his hand instantly increased several times, and he punched Yu Tianheng's chest 3 times in succession. Terrible power rushed into Yu Tianheng's body, and his viscera were severely injured. Yu Tianheng's expression was horrified, and blood spurted wildly. Looking at Yu Tianheng who was lying on the ground with a listless spirit, Jiang Chen said lightly, "You lost." Yu Tianheng was lying on the ground with a dazed look on his listless expression. At this time, he had lost the power to resist, and the trauma to his internal organs was so severe that it was unimaginable. He can't even get up now. This kind of injury will not recover at all within a few months. As the most outstanding genius of the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect, he actually lost to a peer who didn't even use his martial soul. The opponent was intact, but he was seriously injured and dying. It is impossible for Yan to bring it back, and he also lost all face of the Blue Lightning Overlord Longzong. At this time, he actually had the idea of wanting to commit suicide. It's a pity that he is currently injured, and he can't even commit suicide. Jiang Chen naturally saw the ashen look on Yu Tianheng's face, and knew that this young man already had the idea of committing suicide. As expected, he was still too young. Jiang Chen couldn't bear this blow and shook his head helplessly. Tianheng. Duguyanlua ran out with rain. Seeing Yu Tianheng's miserable appearance, her heart ached so much that she quickly squatted down, helped Yu Tianheng sit up, and leaned against her softest place. "Master, hurry up and save Tianheng." Duguyan looked at Jiang Chen beggingly with tears on his face. Xiaoying also left, looking at it, pushed Jiang Chen. "He is Sister Yan's boyfriend, you can heal his injuries." At this moment, Yu Tianheng surprisingly didn't feel angry when he heard Duguyan call Jiang Chen's master. Such a monstrous young man is indeed, it's just that the title of master seems to be too humble for Yan. Jiang Chen calmly looked down at Yu Tianheng, and asked, "Will you follow me with Yan?" Yu Tianheng's eyes dimmed. "You can defeat me without using your martial soul, so why should you recruit someone like me?" Jiang Chen said indifferently, arrogance will only make you fall behind. Following the strong will make your vision no longer narrow, your fighting spirit will be more high-spirited, and your future will be more boundless. Yu Tianheng's dim eyes gradually brightened up. "I fought with you just now, and I felt that apart from my skills, my boxing and kicking skills are worse than yours. Are you willing to teach me?" His current pride has been beaten to pieces by Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen's strength really made him want to follow him. He felt that what Jiang Chen said was right. Following the strong can make him stronger faster. This is an eternal truth. The most important thing is that he feels that Duguyan will not give up Jiang Chen as his master, and for Duguyan, he is also willing to follow Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Follow me, I will teach you whatever you want to learn, it depends on whether you can learn it." A look of joy flashed across Yu Tianheng's face, and he struggled to remember but failed and couldn't help coughing a few times, with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth again. "Then I'm willing to follow you, but you can't hurt my family," Yu Tianheng said weakly. Duguyan wept with joy, and hugged Yu Tianheng even tighter, so that he could maintain the brainwave posture and be more comfortable. Jiang Chen said, "Of course, since you follow me, I won't hurt your family." As he spoke, he took out the healing elixir and poured one for Yu Tianheng. "This is a healing elixir, take it." Both Duguyan and Yu Tianheng looked at this dark blue elixir curiously. They had never seen such a thing before. "The smell that emanates, just smelling it makes me feel comfortable." Without any hesitation, Duguyan quickly took the pill and stuffed it into Yu Tianheng's mouth. Yu Tianheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His girlfriend seemed to have too much trust in this master. She actually stuffed this unknown object into her boyfriend's mouth without even thinking about it. He wasn't worried that the so-called elixir was poisonous. If Jiang Chen wanted to kill him, why would he have to take such a big effort? Yu Tianheng, who had just taken the pill, couldn't help but let out a little gasp. The elixirs turned into warm currents and spread in his body, especially his seriously injured viscera, which were wrapped in strong medicinal power and were recovering at an astonishing speed. The comfortable feeling almost made him groan. "Tianheng, what's wrong with you?" Duguyan asked worriedly. Yu Tianheng shook his head and said, "I'm fine, this elixir is really miraculous, and my injury is recovering quickly." "Really?" Duguyan was very surprised. Jiang Chen said with a smile, "In the future, I will give you a portion of this pill regularly. As my person, I will not be stingy. Master, please grant Tianheng great power and eternal life." Duguyan raised his head and said expectantly, "Bring him into the room." Jiang Chen turned around and walked towards his own room. As soon as he turned around, he met Xiaoying's gaze. His clothes were already tattered, and there were several big holes in his trousers, so he was almost gone. "Even dare to take advantage of my brother." Jiang Chen glared at her, and wanted to slap that hip butt, but stopped halfway through the wave. He hurried into the room, and the voice came out, "Wait for me to change my clothes first." "Bah, who cares to take advantage of you?" Xiaoying spat lightly. Yu Tianheng already had the ability to move at this time, and stood up with Duguyan's support. Yin Yan, what are the powerful power and eternal life you just mentioned? Yu Tianheng was very curious. If it was in the past, he would definitely scoff when he heard this sentence, but after experiencing the miraculous medicine just now, he no longer finds it funny. Xiaoying quietly pricked up her ears. She was even more curious and expectant than Yu Tianheng. She felt that she was about to know why Duguyan called Jiang Chen master so hard. Duguyan smiled and said, "Didn't you wonder why my strength and recovery speed have become amazing? This is the ability that the master bestowed on me." Yu Tianheng looked shocked, and lost his voice. How is this possible? Xiaoying became more and more curious when she heard the words, and couldn't help asking, what's going on here? Yu Tianheng glanced at this strange girl, and said, some time ago we went out to practice, and when we were attacked, Yin Yan's heart was pierced by someone. We all thought she was going to die, but we didn't expect that she was just weak for a while, and soon it's recovered. Yu Tianheng remembered what happened that day, and still couldn't help but marvel. How is this possible? Xiaoying was shocked. Can she still live with her heart pierced? Soon she realized that Yu Tianheng was not lying, and hurriedly asked, Sister Yin Yan, did you just say that Brother Chen gave you this ability? Duguyan nodded slightly, and said, yes. Then how did he give it to you? Xiaoying asked, her pretty face a little anxious. He just bit me. Duguyan's voice suddenly became softer. Where did you bite? Yu Tianheng asked, frowning. Neck. Duguyan blushed a little, and quickly explained, other than that, Master has never touched me. Yu Tianheng frowned and said nothing, but he began to look forward to it. What a miraculous ability this is, to actually bite someone and give them amazing strength and resilience. Xiaoying's big eyes flickered, she didn't know what she was thinking. At this moment, the door creaked open. Jiang Chen said, come in. Just as Duguyan wanted to help Yu Tianheng go in, Xiaoying, like a nimble kitten, got in ahead of time. This is a great opportunity to know Jiang Chen's secret. How could she let it go? She swore that she would not go out even if she was killed. With such a good thing, why not give it to her? What a stingy saint. The friendship of these months has been unreliable. Chapter 232 Yu Tianheng submits. Duguyan helped Yu Tianheng into the room and sat down at the table. Jiang Chen looked around for a while, and found that the girl Xiaoying was already sitting on his bed, holding the bedposts with both hands, with an aggrieved expression that she would not leave even if she was beaten to death. I haven't chased you away yet. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and ignored her. He didn't close the door at all, and came to Yu Tianheng. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't chase her away, Xiaoying immediately came up curiously, ready to see how Jiang Chen bestowed that magical ability. If you get bitten, it should be quite painful. Jiang Chen gave her a sideways look, and said to himself, just don't be scared away later. How is your recovery going? Jiang Chen asked. It's much better, but it will take a few days to recover to the peak state. Yu Tianheng replied. However, he was extremely shocked in his heart. Originally, he thought it would take several months to recover from such an injury, but he didn't expect that such a small thing could make his heavy injury recover within a few days. This healing elixir is extremely precious, and it is even more difficult to refine than the elixir for restoring soul power. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, and said, it won't take a few days, and you will be alive and well soon. Yu Tianheng suddenly became a little nervous and asked, I heard from Yin Yan that you want to bite me. Although he had already recognized Jiang Chen's great strength, who wouldn't feel a little nervous about being bitten on the neck by a strange man? He still doesn't know that besides biting people, Jiang Chen also sucks blood, otherwise he will definitely be more nervous. Jiang Chen said, don't be afraid, it's just a little painful at the beginning, but it will be fine later. Yu Tianheng was not afraid of pain, so he directly opened his collar, revealing his strong and dark neck. Jiang Chen glanced at Duguyan's white and tender neck, and then at Yu Tianheng's thick neck full of muscles. His appetite suddenly lost. Especially after the fierce battle just now, with sweat stains. Extend your hand, it doesn't have to be your neck. Jiang Chen said. Yu Tianheng frowned. Didn't you bite Yin Yan's neck before? Jiang Chen explained. The neck is closer to the heart, so the effect of biting the neck will be faster. There is no rush now. Yu Tianheng stretched out his hand. Jiang Chen held it, and before he could finish his mouth, Xiaoying's head had already stretched out, looking at it curiously. Quickly bite. Seeing Jiang Chen stop, Xiaoying urged. Jiang Chen grabbed her long skirt and wiped it on Yu Tianheng's wrist a few times. Yes, Xiaoying screamed, quickly took a few steps back, pressing down on her skirt in fear. Jiang Chen ignored her, opened his mouth wide, revealing two sharp long teeth, and slammed down. Hiss. The skin was pierced by two thick teeth. At that moment, Yu Tianheng couldn't help but gasped. But soon the wound was paralyzed, and there was no more pain. Later, he found that not only his arms, but his whole body became paralyzed quickly, and he couldn't use his strength anymore. To his horror, Jiang Chen was swallowing his blood. Also horrified was Xiaoying, whose frightened body had shrunk into a corner. She originally thought that Jiang Chen just took a bite, but she didn't expect that he was still sucking blood. She couldn't help thinking of that poor lion, so big that it had been sucked down to nothing but its skin. He wouldn't suck up Sister Yan's boyfriend, would he? Xiaoying thought in fear. Jiang Chen stopped after swallowing a few mouthfuls, making sure that the zombie poison had been injected into Yu Tianheng's body. Yu Tianheng is a little weak now, being hugged by Duguyan's soft body. Tianheng, just wait a moment, you can feel your body carefully. Duguyan comforted. Yu Tianheng nodded, did not speak, and looked inside his physical condition with mental power. Xiaoying's heart was pounding, and she resisted the urge to run away, wanting to see what miraculous changes Yu Tianheng would make. Jiang Chen went outside to rinse his mouth, took out a fragrant candy and threw it into his mouth, and then walked back leisurely. The matter of Yu Tianheng has been settled, and the next thing is the matter of the Blue Lightning Overlord Longzong. Jiang Chen pulled a chair and sat down, lazily said, Xiaoying, come and rub brother's shoulders. Xiaoying shook her head like a wave drum. She already had some shadows towards Jiang Chen in her heart. Although she bleeds profusely every month, she is still instinctively afraid of being sucked blood. Jiang Chen didn't speak anymore, and narrowed his eyes. After more than 10 minutes, Yu Tianheng's physical strength began to recover, and the recovery speed of the viscera in his body accelerated sharply. Yu Tianheng's expression fell into a daze, and after a while, his eyes gradually recovered, and when he looked at Jiang Chen, his expression already had a touch of respect. He could feel the changes in his body, and the terrifying power in his body made him feel a little dreamy. The blue-purple soul power flowing in the meridians had turned into a faint blue at this time, and that feeling made him, the master, palpitate. Master. Yu Tianheng stood up abruptly, walked in front of Jiang Chen in a few steps, and was about to kneel down as soon as his knees were bent. Jiang Chen stretched out his leg, supporting Yu Tianheng's knee. He opened his eyes and said with a smile, from now on, I will be my own, so you don't need to do this big gift to me. Yu Tianheng nodded gratefully. Now he finally knew why Yin Yan was willing to call Jiang Chen the master. Because it is kindness and respect from the soul, just like facing a respected elder. Knowing that the reason why Yin Yan called Jiang Chen's master was not because of certain things, Yu Tianheng's grudge finally dissipated, and he completely convinced Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has the grace of rebuilding him, and it is worth his swearing to follow. Xiaoying on the side was already dumbfounded. Why did Yu Tianheng's attitude change so quickly? After being bitten, he called the owner. Even if I tried to break her brain, I couldn't figure out why. Jiang Chen said, let's release your martial soul and have a look. Yu Tianheng nodded. With excitement on his face, he took a few steps back. His body changed rapidly with a thought. At this time, after his Wuhan transformation, he has changed greatly from before. On the thick and ferocious dragon's arm, the originally blue-purple scales have turned into a faint blue, exuding an even more palpitating aura. The scurrying electric snake on his body also turned a faint blue color, which was a little weird. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand to touch the electric snake, felt it for a while, and said, what I introduced into your body just now is actually a kind of poison, zombie poison, which can make you have incredible abilities. Your current soul power is like a wild goose, possessing terrible corpse poison. The lightning in your body also contains a certain amount of poison, which can greatly increase your strength. Thank you, Master. Yu Tianheng said gratefully. Well, Yin Yan, after you go back, tell Tianheng what I warned you before, don't violate those rules. Jiang Chen instructed. Duguyan said happily, good master. She is in a very happy mood now, her boyfriend has finally become a kind of person with her, and they can be together forever in the future. Jiang Chen glanced at Yu Tianheng, and said, Tianheng, do you know which faction I am from? Yu Tianheng shook his head, I don't know. I am the holy son of Wuhan Hall. Jiang Chen said lightly. Yu Tianheng's body trembled slightly, his complexion changed slightly, and he was a little shocked. What? Do you Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect hate our spirit hall? Jiang Chen asked. Yu Tianheng quickly shook his head and denied, no, I was just a little surprised just now. Our sect and Wuhandian have no enmity, it's just that our sect has declined these years, and Wuhandian once secretly recruited my grandfather, but rejected by my grandfather. Why refuse? Yu Tianheng smiled wryly, our sect now only has the title Douluo, Grandpa, so it can be said that he is no longer worthy of the title of Sansong. But Grandpa always has the arrogance of belonging to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus in his heart, and he refuses to bow his head. Jiang Chen understood that although a sect with a long history has fallen, the arrogance in their hearts makes them unwilling to be inferior to others. To put it simply, it is a matter of face. Jiang Chen thought for a while, then took out a bunch of bottles and jars from the soul guide, and placed them on the table. Looking at the round objects in those bottles, the eyes of Duguyan and Yu Tianheng lit up. This fresh vocabulary came to their minds. Yu Tianheng has personally experienced the magic of this thing. They carefully discovered that among the several bottles of pills that Jiang Chen took out, the pills inside were different. In addition to the different sizes and colors, there was also a description on the jade bottle, with the name and effect of the elixir. The young couple glanced over, and after seeing the above effects clearly, their hearts couldn't help beating wildly. There are those who treat serious injuries, those who quickly recover their soul power, those who burn their soul power to increase their attack power several times, and those who stay young forever. Master, does this elixir really have such a miraculous effect? Yu Tianheng was ecstatic in his heart, and his voice trembled a little. Jiang Chen said with a smile, of course, if you don't believe me, you can try eating one. Yu Tianheng shook his head, this thing is so precious, and there is no need to fight now, he is reluctant to waste it by experimenting. Jiang Chen looked at Xiaoying, stretched out his hand, bring 2 bottles of Pi Wen pill. Xiaoying pursed her mouth, and took out 2 bottles of Pi Wen pill in a grieved manner. Jiang Chen glanced at her, and said speechlessly, this elixir has no effect on you, why is it like cutting your flesh? Pen pill is delicious. Jiang Chen put the Pen pill on the table. This Pen pill can improve talent and improve the speed of cultivation. However, the degree of improvement varies from person to person, and people with poor aptitude will improve more. Master, are these all for us? Duguyan's eyes sparkled. Well, it's all for you, take it. Duguyan took all the pills in surprise, and looked at each bottle with admiration. Thank you, Master. Yu Tianheng said gratefully, and poked his own woman. Duguyan came to his senses and immediately thanked her sweetly. Jiang Chen said, put it away first, if you are curious, go back and try again. Then he looked at Yu Tianheng and said, Tianheng, now I represent the Wuhan Palace to recruit your Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect again. Yu Tianheng was stunned for a moment, and then said bitterly, Master, I am willing to do my best for you, go through fire and water, and do whatever it takes. But my grandfather and the older generation in the clan are very stubborn, and I don't have any right to speak now. Jiang Chen raised his hand to stop him from continuing, and said, you can take these pills back to your grandfather to see. Your Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect has been in decline for so long, I believe he will be moved. If you submit to our spirit hall, we will provide this elixir to your sect. It will not be difficult for the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect to rise again. Yu Tianheng's eyes are getting brighter and brighter, the rise of the sect is his lifelong ideal. From the time he was a child, whether it was his father or grandfather, he began to instill in him the idea of working hard for the rise of the sect. Hearing Jiang Chen's words at this time, how could he not be moved? Jiang Chen said, times have changed, and sects are like weeds. There are times of prosperity and times of decline. Follow the spirit hall, and you will be able to rejuvenate. Otherwise, there will always be a day when people will cut the weeds and wipe them out. Yu Tianheng nodded heavily, and said with a serious face, Master, I will definitely convince my grandfather. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, well, don't reveal my identity. Our Spirit Hall's willingness to help your Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect rise is already a great sincerity, and I believe your grandfather will seriously consider it. The Haoshan school who was so powerful back then had several titled Douluo, but they were all beaten into shrinking turtles by the Wuhan Palace. Jiang Chen didn't believe that Yu Tianheng's grandfather was a fool. This elixir is both a sincerity and a threat. If you accept it, you will have a chance to rise. After seeing the effect of this elixir, as long as Yu Yuanzhen is not stupid, then he will understand how strong the Wuhan Palace has become. This is the threat. Between rise and threat, smart people naturally know how to choose. Yu Tianheng nodded and said, okay, then I will return to the family tomorrow and persuade my grandfather. It just so happens that I also need to obtain my 4th soul ring. After becoming a soul sect, I will have one more dragon body part, and my strength will increase raised dramatically. N. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, then looked at Xiaoying, and said, you go out first. Why? Xiaoying's eyes widened. Does Jiang Chen have any secrets that she cannot know? Get out. Jiang Chen raised his slap, staring at that perky buttock threateningly. This trick really worked, and the little girl ran away in fright. Jiang Chen closed the door, looked at the curious Yu Tianheng and said, I will teach you a cultivation method that can increase your cultivation speed. Remembering what Jiang Chen said before to improve her strength, Duguyan suddenly became excited. Jiang Chen said, in the Douluo Continent, soul masters rely on meditation to mobilize the flow of soul power in their bodies, so as to achieve the goal of strengthening. Seeing the two nodding their heads, Jiang Chen continued, but there are countless meridians in the human body, and there are even more magical 8 meridians. The soul power runs according to specific meridian routes, and there will be unexpected effects. Of course, it must be coordinated with the corresponding meridians. Heart method. Jiang Chen's explanation slowly opened up a brand new and mysterious door of cultivation for Duguyan and the others. Master, please pass on the exercises to us. Yu Tianheng pulled Duguyan down to his knees. This time, Jiang Chen didn't stop them, and accepted the obeisance peacefully. Jiang Chen said solemnly, after practicing my exercises, you are not only my followers, but also my disciples. Without my permission in the future, this exercise must not be given to others. Yu Tianheng and Duguyan nodded solemnly, and vowed at the same time, from now on, the master will be our teacher. If we leak the exercises, we will be destroyed by heaven and earth, and we will die a bad death. Jiang Chen nodded in relief, and let the two get up. He also has his own disciples. Yu Tianheng and Duguyan have top martial souls. Although cultivation talent is considered a genius, it is still not at the top level. After possessing the celestial corpse transformation technique, it is enough for them to step into the ranks of top geniuses. Since he is his servant, Jiang Chen will naturally not be stingy. He could become pope in the future, but that was given to him by Bibi Dong. Although he also fought for it, it is definitely different from the power he cultivated. Since Tang San wanted to establish Tang Sect in Douluo Continent, Jiang Chen also had his own ideas. Those servants who absolutely obeyed him taught exercises, and after a few years, they would definitely be a terrifying force. Since he couldn't take action against Tang San now, he would train Yu Tianheng and the other two to suppress Tang San. Well, you don't have to call me master in the future, just call me teacher. Good teacher. Duguyan and the two became more and more respectful. Well, let's go to bed, I'll teach you how to practice luck. Jiang Chen went to bed first. Duguyan and Yu Tianheng also climbed up. Go up, go up. There are still 3 people. Xiaoying peeked at the gap in the window, her heart beat faster. She didn't know whether she should rush in to stop it. The voices of Jiang Chen and the others were not loud, she only heard some intermittently, and didn't know what the 3 of them were going to do when they went to bed. Jiang Chen asked Yu Tianheng and Duguyan to sit cross-legged with their backs to him. He sat behind the 2 of them and reached out to touch Yu Tianheng's back. Collect your mind, carefully feel the root of my soul power running in your body. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, the soul power has already been injected into Yu Tianheng's body, and it is running along the meridians in Yu Tianheng's body. At the same time, he directly conveyed the heart formula to Yu Tianheng's mind. Chapter 234 Teaching the Exercises. The Heavenly Corpse transformation is the same as the zombie realm in Jiang Chen's system. There are a total of 12 levels of exercises, and the meridians involved are extremely complex and diverse. Jiang Chen has only cultivated to the 4th level now. People in Douluo never know what meridians are, they only rely on meditation practice, and very few meridians have been opened up. Jiang Chen conveyed a meridian visualization diagram of the Heavenly Corpse transformation technique to Yu Tianheng's mind through his thoughts. It was by relying on this visualization that he figured out how to practice the Heavenly Corpse transformation. Yu Tianheng has many meridians that are still blocked just for the root of the first layer of soul power. Jiang Chen wasted his own soul power, savagely opening up those meridians blocked by Yu Tianheng the first time. The meridian was brutally opened. This kind of severe pain is not something ordinary people can bear. Yu Tianheng was sweating profusely, his body twitched slightly, he clenched his teeth, but he didn't cry out. Jiang Chen nodded secretly, his disciple's temperament is not bad. Duguyan watched from the side, his big eyes were full of worry, but he didn't dare to disturb him. It took about half an hour to finally help Yu Tianheng get through the first meridian. Jiang Chen's soul power guides Yu Tianheng's own soul power to operate according to the first level of the corpse transformation. The meridians were unblocked, and Yu Tianheng immediately felt extremely comfortable. At this moment, it was as if he had ascended to heaven, and it was countless times more comfortable than when he was happy with Duguyan. I just passed on the formulas of the first 4 levels of exercises to you. You have just opened up the meridian of the first level. You should practice according to the first level and get familiar with it. The breakthrough will depend on you in the future. With Jiang Chen on his back, Yu Tianheng nodded. His mind was completely immersed in the cultivation of the exercises. It's your turn. Jiang Chen pressed his warm palm against Duguyan's back. Duguyan's tender body shook, her pretty face flushed slightly, but she didn't dare to be distracted, and hurriedly felt Jiang Chen's soul power circulating in her body. Jiang Chen did the same to help Duguyan open his meridians. Duguyan didn't have Yu Tianheng's tough will, her pretty face was pale, and she kept humming miserably. Yu Tianheng opened his eyes and looked at it from time to time, with concern in his eyes. He felt the pain of the tearing of the meridian just now, and still has lingering fears in his heart. Jiang Chen has become much gentler to Duguyan, not as rough as he was to Yu Tianheng. It took about an hour, and the first meridian of Duguyan was also opened. That refreshing feeling made her seem to have reached her peak, and she couldn't help humming a blushing voice. Yu Tianheng on the side was a little embarrassed, but when Duguyan realized it, his face blushed. Jiang Chen came down, and said, you guys continue to familiarize yourself with the first level of exercises, and ask me if you don't understand anything. I'll cook, and you can go after dinner later. He pushed open the door and was about to go out when he suddenly thought of something, looked back at the 2 young men sitting on his bed, and said no other things are allowed on my bed, not on the table. After speaking, he closed the door. The faces of both of them turned red. Yu Tianheng smiled awkwardly, teacher is quite humorous. Duguyan rolled his eyes at him, and the amorous feelings at that moment made Yu Tianheng slightly fiery, especially now that the 2 are still in the most suitable environment for fighting. But when he remembered that this was the teacher's room, Yu Tianheng could only suppress the heat. It is extremely disrespectful to my teacher here. Duguyan knew her boyfriend very well, and that trace of passion couldn't escape her eyes. Let's practice quickly. If you have any questions, you can ask the master teacher later. When you get back, you can do whatever you want. Duguyan said shyly. Yan. Okay, this time you come home with me. Jiang Chen went out and walked towards the kitchen. Xiaoying chased after him curiously. Brother Chen, what were you doing just now? I pointed out some of their cultivation problems. Xiaoying curled her lips, obviously not believing it. Should I point out to the bed for practice? There must be something shady. But even if her lips were worn out, Jiang Chen just didn't say anything. Xiaoying rolled her eyes and said, why don't you bite me too? I also want to increase my strength greatly. Jiang Chen stopped what he was doing, looked at her with a smile, and asked, aren't you afraid of pain? Yu Tianheng, a big man, couldn't help screaming after being bitten by me. Xiaoying's face was a little frightened. After hesitating for a while, her expression gradually became firm. For strength, everything is worth it. Jiang Chen didn't answer her question directly, but asked, are the meals I cook delicious? Delicious. She nodded without a trace of hesitation. After being bitten by me, my poison will turn you into a zombie. You will no longer find these foods delicious, but disgusting. Zombies can only feed on blood. Xiaoying's face suddenly turned pale. To her, food is as important as strength, and it is difficult to give up. Moreover, drinking blood is really disgusting. Thinking of the scene where Jiang Chen gulped it down, her stomach felt a little uncomfortable. Really, if you don't believe me, you can ask Yin Yan later. Xiaoying drooped her head and stopped talking. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration, a rare cleverness, and asked, then why can you eat these foods? Jiang Chen put down his hands, put his hands behind his back, his body was straight, and he looked up at the kitchen roof at a 45-degree angle. Xiaoying also looked up curiously, but found nothing special. Because I am the ancestor of the zombies in Douluo Continent. Do you know that the ancestor is the most powerful and unique? Naturally, it is different from the zombies like Yin Yan. They may experience the delicacy of human beings again after 10,000 years of cultivation. 10,000 years? He must have died a long time ago. Xiaoying didn't believe it. Zombies have an eternal lifespan. After saying that, Jiang Chen felt a little regretful. Isn't he just seducing this little girl by saying this? This stupid fool, he doesn't want to take such a servant. His conditions for accepting servants are very high, not accepting those with mediocre talents, nor accepting those with stupid heads. And he has always had a worry in his heart, will there be limitations to such a heaven-defying ability? It is very likely that this ability will disappear after he takes a certain number of servants. So every time he accepts one in the future, he has to think twice, not to be too casual. Good steel must be used on the blade. Xiaoying heard the eternal lifespan, her eyes lit up slightly. The human lifespan is limited, and the eternal lifespan is enough to be worth the temptation of delicious food. Jiang Chen was cutting vegetables, glanced at her, and said, and after being bitten by me, my soul will be controlled by me, and I will absolutely obey my orders. Xiaoying showed a dazed look, and finally understood why Du Guiyan and Yu Tianheng would call Jiang Chen their master willingly. If you are under my control, I will let you warm your bed every day. Jiang Chen threatened, and glanced at the latter with lewd eyes. Don't even think about it. Xiaoying immediately clutched her chest nervously. I have to tell the lady your secret, and let her be wary of you. She already knew. I will never let you bite me. Well, you are really not suitable to be a zombie. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. Arguing with this silly little sister, Jiang Chen quickly made lunch. Du Guiyan had just come into contact with such a miraculous exercise, so they naturally had many doubts in their hearts, and Jiang Chen patiently answered them one by one. After eating, Yu Tianheng bid farewell and prepared to go back to the academy to ask for leave, and then set off for the Zongmen with Du Guiyan. Xiaoying was busy washing dishes in the kitchen, while Jiang Chen was lying in the yard, thinking about his other servants. It should take about half a month for Yu Tianheng to go back this time. If he brings back good news, Jiang Chen plans to go back to Wuhan City. After all, if the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect surrenders, Bibi Dong must be notified, and they must discuss the matter of providing the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect with pills. If he returns to Wuhan City, he can also pass on the exercises to Zhao Yuyu and Jing Wuming. As for the other Xiaoqing, Bai Sheng, who should still be attacking the hell-killing field in the killing capital, will not be able to get out in a short time. Chapter 235 Good News. Jiang Chen lay on the chair, squinting his eyes comfortably, trying hard to think back in his mind, thinking about which other geniuses in Douluo Continent are qualified to be bitten by him. As for the older generation, he didn't even think about it. First, he didn't have the strength yet, so he might not be able to control it. Secondly, how can those old men be as seductive as a delicate and beautiful girl? It's not that Jiang Chen didn't think about giving Emperor Shui a bite, and then let him pass the throne to Qian Rongxu, but later he gave up on this idea. If he wanted to swallow Shui's empire, he might develop a heart of resistance, and it would be bad if Qian Rongxu was exposed. Yelingling, 9-heart begonia martial soul, heals the entire body in a range, not bad, but I don't know if this nurse will become poisonous milk after being sucked by me, but according to the description in the book, this is a rare beauty, she looks very juicy. Shui Binger, Ice Phoenix martial soul, Bingshan beauty, it's okay. Hua Wu, Fire Phoenix martial soul, big breasts, and no brains, forget it. Feng Xiaotian, it's not bad. He is born with full soul power and his comprehension is not bad. You can consider it. Thinking about it, it seems that there are not many worthy of his bite. Hey, when Yin Yan and the others come back, let's go to Tiandu Imperial Academy to see how that Yelingling is. Also, Tang San should have come by then. Thinking that he would have to live an ordinary life for more than 10 days, Jiang Chen sighed helplessly. He glanced at Xiaoying who was scrubbing, feeling a little relieved. After resting for more than an hour, he began to practice. Xiaoying stood by the courtyard, watching Jiang Chen's countless shadows flickering. She was extremely envious. Her martial soul is Shadow Dance Snake, which is non-poisonous, but it is an agility attack type martial soul that is very good at speed. However, compared with Jiang Chen, it can only be far behind. After a while, Jiang Chen started to practice boxing again. With one punch, sometimes it is astonishingly powerful as if pushing a big mountain, sometimes thunder is surrounded by rolling thunder, and sometimes it is extremely fast and silent. Xiaoying's eyes widened, and she stared at Jiang Chen eagerly, because Jiang Chen once told her that if he could comprehend something from his boxing and body skills, it would be enough for her to benefit from it for the rest of her life. It's a pity that those big bright eyes have been stared round, and they haven't been able to comprehend anything. On the contrary, under Jiang Chen's fierce fist, her close combat experience became more and more abundant. Jiang Chen can now be said to be a killing machine proficient in countless killing techniques, or an encyclopedia. In the killing capital, he killed thousands of people, had contact with various martial spirits, and absorbed countless essences. In terms of combat experience alone, he is enough to be called a master, and it is more than enough to teach Xiaoying and his few apprentices. After calling Xiaoying down and letting her feel the beating, Jiang Chen returned to the palace in satisfaction. Xianrongxue didn't say much about his passive sabotage. 13 days later, in the early morning, Jiang Chen asked Xianrongxue for leave, and went to Xiaoying. He felt that Yu Tianheng and Dugayan were coming from the Royal Academy. His 2 disciples had already returned to the academy yesterday, and they came to look for him early this morning. Jiang Chen was still looking forward to the news Yu Tianheng brought back. Although the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect has declined, a lean camel is bigger than a horse after all. Father Yu Yuanzhen is still a level 96 titled Douluo of the assault system, and he would be an enshrined figure in the Wuhan Hall. The 96 level Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex must not be underestimated. In addition to Yu Yuanzhen, a titled Douluo, there are many Contra powerhouses down below. Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect is still not comparable to other sects, except for the Clear Sky Sect, except for the lack of top combat power. Even Bibi Dong has been recruited many times, but the old stubbornness of the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect are all soft and hard. Jiang Chen sighed, if those old fellows are still so stubborn, after a few years, it will be time for them to exterminate their family. After waiting for a while at Xiaoying, Dugayan and Yu Tianheng arrived. Jiang Chen has already set up tables and chairs in the yard, and made tea. Teacher. The two shouted respectfully at the same time that they all took a few Pen pills when they went back, and they obviously felt that their cultivation speed had increased a lot, and they were very grateful to Jiang Chen in their hearts. Well, sit down. Jiang Chen poured tea for the two of them. Xiaoying also moved a stool and moved over. She practiced in addition to practicing on weekdays, and she was so boring. She is extremely keen on eating melons. Thank you for the elixir bestowed by the teacher. The cultivation speed of Yunyan and I has increased a lot. Yu Tianheng said gratefully. Jiang Chen waved his hand. You don't need to be polite. You are all my disciples. You deserve this. Xiaoying looked at Jiang Chen resentfully, and said aggrievedly, I gave you those 2 bottles of Pen pill. Jiang Chen squinted at her, and said lightly, you are all mine. You must know that this elixir was invented by me. Yu Tianheng coughed in embarrassment, and said, thank you, Sister Xiaoying, too. You're welcome. I've taken too much of that elixir, and it's no longer effective for me. She had a smile on her face, very happy. What an idiot and sweet. A thank you is enough to make him happy. Jiang Chen was a little speechless about Xiaoying's performance. Just now, I still looked resentful and distressed, but after hearing the thank you, I was so happy that I couldn't find Bei. Jiang Chen asked, Tianheng, what did your grandfather say? Yu Tianheng sighed, and said, my grandfather was very happy after seeing the elixir. He shouted that the rise of the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect is hopeful, and he was so excited that he almost burst into tears. Isn't that very good? Why are you sighing? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Yu Tianheng continued, but after I said it was the elixir from Wuhandian, Grandpa stopped talking. Then he asked me to return the elixir. Is your grandfather so hot-tempered? Jiang Chen was surprised. The old man's reaction was as if he had some deep hatred with Wuhandian. Yu Tianheng said, Grandpa is a very stubborn person, but after I persuaded him for a long time, it showed that Wuhandian is willing to help us rise again, so Grandpa began to give in. So he said yes. Yu Tianheng wondered, it's not a real promise. He asked me who instigated me. I didn't dare to say you. I just said it was a big shot in the Wuhan temple. Then he asked you by name, and the Pope showed his sincerity, and went to the Landian Overlord Dragon Sect to discuss together. Jiang Chen smiled, and said, isn't this an agreement? Your grandfather asked the Pope to come to discuss with him, but he just wanted to get more benefits from the cooperation. He breathed a sigh of relief. This Yu Yuanzhen really wasn't too old-fashioned. Seeing Jiang Chen's reaction, Yu Tianheng was also quietly relieved. He was also worried that Jiang Chen would be angry after hearing his grandfather's request. Teacher, what do you do? Jiang Chen said, your grandfather's request is easy to handle. I will visit with the Pope in a few days. He patted Yu Tianheng on the shoulder and said with a smile, you and Yunyan don't know yet. I am the holy son of Wuhandian, and the Pope is my teacher. I will be the next Pope, so Wuhandian is absolutely I will not treat your sect badly. Yu Tianheng was shocked by Jiang Chen's identity, and at the same time, he let go of a big stone in his heart. He was also worried before that if the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect was attached to the Wuhan Temple, it would be very status quo. But now it seems that his teacher is the future Pope, and he will also be the suzerain of the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect in the future, so there is nothing to worry about. This made him more determined to lead the Blue Lightning Overlord Longzong to follow Jiang Chen closely. Jiang Chen said, you don't need to worry about this matter, practice hard with Yunyan, and I will deal with it. By the way, if you run out of pills, you can come and ask Xiaoying for them. He glanced at Xiaoying and realized that the little girl was about to lose her temper. He said lightly, I've already told Salis that I can give you 2 more pills. Xiaoying's anger was just rising, but when she heard this sentence before she broke out, she suddenly felt uncomfortable, and her pretty face turned red. By the way, is Shrek Academy here? Jiang Chen asked. come here, all their teachers and students have come together, and they are communicating in our college now, Duguyan said. Jiang Chen stretched his waist, and said, I want to take a look at your academy, is that okay? Chapter 236 Heading to the Royal Academy. Yu Tianheng immediately became embarrassed. Teacher, I'm afraid this is very difficult. There are more than 500 students in our academy, and they are basically noble children from the empire and affiliated kingdoms. For the sake of the safety of these people in the academy, the management is extremely strict. Except for the students of the academy itself, it is impossible for strangers to enter without an invitation from the academy. Jiang Chen fell silent, without speaking. Yu Tianheng hurriedly said, Teacher, it's useless to be a disciple. Jiang Chen waved his hand, it's okay, I have a solution, you guys wait here for a while. After speaking, he stood up and entered Xiaoying's room. Xiaoying immediately followed in vigilantly. There are many private things in her room. After discovering that Jiang Chen had entered the passage to the palace, she was relieved. Yin Yan, what do you think the teacher will do? Yu Tianheng asked. He knows less about Jiang Chen than Duguyan. Duguyan shook his head, I don't know either. Yu Tianheng looked at Xiaoying's room and asked, is that Xiaoying the teacher's girlfriend? Duguyan rolled his eyes at him, and said, don't talk nonsense, Xiaoying is still a big girl. She and the teacher look like siblings. Jiang Chen ran all the way, and finally returned to the palace after a few minutes. When he appeared in Qian Rongxu's room, Qian Rongxu was eating breakfast. She looked up at Jiang Chen, and said lightly, have you eaten? I've eaten. Jiang Chen sat down opposite her, and said straight to the point, I want to visit Tiandu Imperial Academy. What are you doing there? Qian Rongxu was a little puzzled. Go check it out for you. Qian Rongxu subconsciously cast a glance at Bai Zhongchen, but she reacted instantly and held back. She took out a token and threw it to Jiang Chen. Thank you Shuer. Jiang Chen smiled. Qian Rongxu nodded slightly, don't use my identity to mess around inside. Don't worry, I'm just looking around, don't mess around. After speaking, he entered the passage. A long sigh resounded in the room, and Qian Rongxu's expression was complicated. Jiang Chen didn't tell her what Jiang Chen was doing during this time. Some time ago, if it wasn't for Xiaoying's report, she wouldn't even know that Jiang Chen bit Yu Tianheng. She knew Jiang Chen's special ability, and Jiang Chen gave Yu Tianheng some pills. With her cleverness, it was easy for her to think that Jiang Chen wanted to recruit the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect. It's just that if Jiang Chen didn't tell her, she wouldn't ask. Of course, if Jiang Chen did something inappropriate, she would still remind her. Jiang Chen put the token into the soul tool with satisfaction. With Qian Rongxu's token, she can travel unimpeded in the Tiandu Imperial Academy. The Heaven Do Imperial Academy is affiliated to the imperial family of the Heaven Do Empire, and its nominal dean is the current emperor, His Majesty Shuya. The college consists of 3 teachers with the oldest qualifications and the strongest strength to form an education committee to manage the entire college. All affairs of the college are decided by the education committee, but some important decisions still need to consult the Tiandu royal family. How could Shuya have the energy to take care of the academy's affairs? She had always arranged for a distinguished member of the royal family to be in charge. Prince Xuexing was in charge of the affairs of the Royal Academy before. After Xuexing's death, this position was vacant for a long time. It was not until a while ago that the emperor entrusted this task to the crown prince. In Tiandu Academy now, apart from His Majesty the Emperor, His Highness the Crown Prince has the highest status. Qian Rongxu took over Xuexing's affairs some time ago, and also went to the Royal Academy a few times, but Jiang Chen was in a state of passive sabotage and didn't follow her. Now he suddenly heard Tang San coming, and he couldn't enter the Royal Academy, so he thought of Qian Rongxu. When he returned to Xiaoying's room, he had already changed his face, the face of Qian Rongxu's guard. Seeing Jiang Chen walking out with this face, Xiaoying was slightly surprised. Jiang Chen had always used his real face with her, why did he suddenly put on a mask? Yu Tianheng and Duguyan were at a loss, not understanding why a strange man suddenly walked out of Xiaoying's room. Duguyan was more careful, and found that the clothes on this strange man were exactly the same as the ones the teacher was wearing just now. It's me? Jiang Chen simply took off the mask, then put it on again. Yu Tianheng and the two suddenly realized. Let's go. Jiang Chen shook the token in his hand. Yu Tianheng and the two hurriedly followed. Yu Tianheng was shocked and couldn't help asking, Teacher, what is your relationship with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Jiang Chen glanced at him, and said lightly, don't ask if you shouldn't. Although his voice was flat, both Yu Tianheng and Duguyan felt a great pressure, which made their hearts ache. Duguyan quietly stretched out his hand and spun Yu Tianheng's waist. Yu Tianheng came to his senses and said quickly, I'm sorry, teacher, my disciple is wrong. Yu Tianheng's back broke out in cold sweat. The teacher is the holy son of the Wuhan Palace, but he has the token of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Empire. He dare not think about such a terrible thing. Well, I am now inspecting the Royal Academy as the guard of His Royal Highness. Please don't tell anyone about my identity in the Spirit Hall. Understood, teacher. My current identity is called Chen Zhang. Lord Chen Zhang, come with us. Duguyan responded very quickly. Tiandu Imperial Academy is located outside Tiandu City, a little farther than the castle of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The college was built on a hill, and the surrounding hills were within the scope of the Royal Academy. Jiang Chen looked at it at a glance. Green mountains and green waters, the scenery is beautiful, not worse than the environment of Kaibao glazed Sect castle. Relying on the token of the prince, no one dared to stop him along the way, and he entered the Royal Academy under the leadership of Yu Tianheng and Du Guiyan. Yu Tianheng and the two introduced the layout of the Royal Academy to Jiang Chen as they walked. The main campus of the college is built on the mountainside, and there are mimetic training areas on the mountain and below the mountain, and some are even distributed around the lake. Jiang Chen is no stranger to the mimicry training area. He has stayed in the Wuhandian Academy for several years, and the Wuhandian Academy has also built a lot in this kind of place. A teacher got the report and hurried over. "My lord, are you sent by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to inspect?" The visitor's attitude was quite respectful, with eagerness in his words. This person is dressed in a blue dress, looks like he is in his 50s, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. "Teacher Sunday?" Yu Tianheng and Du Guiyan asked at the same time. Teacher Sun nodded and looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's face was serious, and he nodded slightly. "Exactly." Teacher Sun was overjoyed, and said enthusiastically, "I am a teacher of the college, and I know the college very well, so let me guide you?" "No need, these two students from your academy are not bad, just let them show me around." Jiang Chen refused with a cold face. "This." Teacher Sun hesitated. Jiang Chen walked out. Yu Tianheng, Du Guiyan, lead the way. "Good sir." Yu Tianheng and the two hurriedly followed. Teacher Sun didn't dare to follow. This adult was obviously not easy to talk to. He sighed helplessly, shook his head and left. "Originally, I wanted to please the prince, so I would have more chances in the future." Chapter 237 Drive away from Shrek Academy. Yu Tianheng and the two followed Jiang Chen, and after walking a certain distance, Du Guiyan couldn't help covering his mouth and started laughing. The teacher was really awe-inspiring just now, and he directly gave Teacher Sun a face. Jiang Chen said with a smile, "It's more like finding a beautiful woman to lead me the way. I'm not that interested in a bad old man." Du Guiyan rolled his eyes and said with a charming smile, "Teacher, there are many beauties in our academy, and there is one in our team who is prettier than me. If you are interested, I can introduce them to you." Yu Tianheng's expression changed, and he said, "Ya Lingling. It's not her, anyone else." Du Guiyan replied, "Yes, she is indeed worthy of a teacher." Jiang Chen was a little speechless. His two disciples actually wanted to be matchmakers for him. "Okay, take me to see Shrek Academy first. Come to our academy for an exchange, and I have to say hello on behalf of His Royal Highness. Then I will go to see the Yelingling you mentioned." "No problem." Du Guiyan patted his chest, full of tremors, jumped to the front to lead the way, while Yu Tianheng followed behind Jiang Chen. Yu Tianheng said, "Teacher, the teachers and students of Shrek Academy are currently arranged in a courtyard on the west side of the campus, but they have some troubles these days." "What trouble?" Jiang Chen was a little curious. Shui Bang was killed by him. Dugubo also left Tiandu City. What problems can Shrek have here? Yu Tianheng said, "We are an aristocratic academy. Many students rely on their status as aristocrats, and think that Shrek Academy is just a bunch of country bumpkins who want to come here to take advantage of it. In the past few days, these noble students and Shrek and others have already happened. There have been many conflicts. Did those noble students suffer?" Jiang Chen asked. The teacher is wise. Those aristocratic students are almost idiots. How can they beat Shrek and the others? But their energy is not small. When they make a fuss to the academic affairs office, many teachers have quite a headache and are under a lot of pressure. Now, those noble students seem to want to organize a parade, calling on everyone to boycott Shrek Academy and drive Shrek Academy out of the Royal Academy. Then what do your college teachers mean? Jiang Chen asked, quite interested. It seems that without Shui Bang, Shrek Academy will inevitably end up being excluded. Yu Tianheng said, the three teachers of the education committee seem to attach great importance to these people in Shrek Academy, and intend to suppress the riots of these noble children. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel sad for the Royal Academy. These students can't do anything, but they are number one in making troubles. Teacher, originally I wanted to make friends with Shrek and the others, but I gave up after hearing Yin Yan say that you had grievances with them. Jiang Chen nodded and said, you stay away from them in the future. Well, you can properly support the behavior of those noble students. Yu Tianheng was a little surprised. Even Du Guiyan, who was leading the way, couldn't help turning his head back. Teacher, do you also want to drive them out of the Royal Academy? Yu Tianheng asked. Jiang Chen said, that's right, they came to our academy, they just wanted to borrow the resources here to cultivate. And what they paid was only to win some honors for the Royal Academy in the future. Is it so cheap? In fact, this is not the reason why he wanted Shrek Academy to leave here. Apart from the lack of students, the Royal Academy can be said to be the #1 academy in the Heaven Do Empire. Shrek Academy uses the resources here to cultivate, and the improvement speed will definitely be very fast, which Jiang Chen does not want to see. He still remembered Shrek Academy's metaphor for coming to the Royal Academy this time, borrowing a chicken to lay an egg. But that's not the most important reason. He just wanted to drive Shrek out of the Royal Academy. Shrek Academy was desperate, and would definitely go to Lu Erlong's Lanba Academy, and the master would reunite with Lu Erlong. Jiang Chen was still thinking about solving the problems of his teacher Bibi Dong and Grandmaster. Grandmaster and Lu Erlong are together. It's best to love each other, and save a life, so that Bibi Dong's thoughts can be completely cut off. Yu Tianheng and Duguyan, as the top talented students of Tianda Royal Academy, with their support, the voices against Shrek will definitely become more violent. As long as the contradictions are getting bigger and bigger, he doesn't believe that Shrek Academy can survive. When Duguyan brought Jiang Chen to the courtyard where the Shrek Academy was located, he saw that the gate of the courtyard was closed tightly, and some noble students squatted at the door. What are they doing? Jiang Chen asked. These people will stay here until the people from Shrek Academy come out. As long as they are injured, they can report to the Academic Affairs Office. Heartbreakingly, it turned out that he wanted to touch porcelain. Jiang Chen understood. Let them leave, I'll go in and visit people like Shrek. Jiang Chen ordered. Yu Tianheng took the order and went to expel him. He and Duguyan were existences that no one dared to provoke in this academy, and after a while, the front of the courtyard was cleared. Hearing the movement outside, the gate of the courtyard opened a gap with a creak, and a fat head poked out vigilantly. When he found that the group of noble children had all left, and there were only Yu Tianheng, Duguyan, and a stranger outside, the fat man was obviously relieved. He recognized Yu Tianheng and Duguyan, who had defeated them in Shrek Academy in the Suotuo Great Soul Arena. The fat man didn't even want to say hello, so he wanted to close the door. Wait a minute. Yu Tianheng shouted loudly, startling the fat man. Knowing his teacher's hostility towards Shrek Academy, Yu Tianheng would naturally not be polite. Yu Tianheng, what do you want to do? The fat man didn't have the slightest fear of Yu Tianheng, and even had some disdain in his heart. In the previous match, Yu Tianheng was under siege and burned badly by his phoenix firewire. It's just that when he looked at Duguyan behind him, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. This femme fatale almost poisoned him to death. Yu Tianheng was expressionless, turned his body to let the fat man see Jiang Chen clearly, and said, "This is the Lord sent by His Royal Highness to inspect. I heard that you Shrek came to our academy to communicate, so I came here to greet you." The fat man looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously, and said, "You guys wait, I'll notify the dean." As he said that, he shrank his head in, and the sound of footsteps ran away. "This fat man is too rude, he made us wait here," Duguyan complained. Jiang Chen nodded approvingly. He never expected that after so many years, the fat man Ma Hongjian is still so brainless. The visitor is a guest, no matter whether his identity is true or not. Shouldn't he be let in first? After waiting for a while, the sound of hurried footsteps came. Hearing the sound, there were quite a few people coming. The door was forcefully opened, and 3 middle-aged men appeared in front of Jiang Chen, followed by Ma Hongjian. Jiang Chen felt a little embarrassed. When he was 6 years old, he once sat down with the master and gave advice to the master in Notting College. After so many years, the appearance of the master has not changed much except for some vicissitudes. The other person, Xiaoxue, Jiang Chen still had a deep impression on, remembering that he was severely injured by a single move by title Douluo. The last person was tall and thin, with a hooked nose, a long face, and a curved chin. His whole face was like a shoehorn. This should be Shrek's Dean Flender. Flender's eyes fell on Jiang Chen, and he said with a smile on his face, "You are the Lord sent by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Jiang Chen's cold face made the 3 of Flender feel bad. He took out the token and threw it away. "The Shrek Academy is so majestic, it made me wait outside the door. Do you look down on His Highness the Crown Prince?" Jiang Chen took off his big hat. The faces of the 3 of Flender all changed. Chapter 238 Shrek 7 Devils. How could this grown-up be so angry? Flender quickly laughed and said, "Your Excellency, how dare we disrespect His Royal Highness? It's just children who are ignorant, misunderstood." Jiang Chen didn't speak, but looked at him coldly. Flender's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head slightly and shouted, "Ma Hongjian, get over here." Seeing that the situation seemed a little serious, Ma Hongjian was nervous, and walked up boldly. Flender was not polite at all, and slapped Ma Hongjian on the head with hatred, and said angrily, "It's just that you don't have the eyesight to see. Don't you know how to invite your lord to go in first? Apologize to your lord." At this moment, he really had the urge to strangle his disciple to death. This is someone sent by His Highness the Crown Prince. If the Crown Prince is not satisfied, Shrek will definitely leave. "My lord, I'm sorry." Ma Hongjian lowered his head to admit his mistake, and then secretly glanced at Jiang Chen, feeling a little scared in his heart. Only now did he realize that this was really a big man, someone he couldn't afford to mess with. "Forget it, I don't need to be as knowledgeable as a child," Jiang Chen said lightly. After all, he himself was only 12 years old. Flender hurriedly pulled Ma Hongjian away, and handed the token back to Jiang Chen, and said with a full smile, "My lord, I am Flender, the principal of Shrek Academy. Please come in quickly." With his hands behind his back, Jiang Chen walked in with a sullen face. Flender followed with a smile on his face, but kept cursing in his heart. Flender's eye was wise, when had he been so humble? This disciple was all to blame. He gave Ma Hongjian a fierce look. Grandmaster and Zhao Waoqi did not speak, but followed Flender. Behind him were Yu Tianheng and Duguyan, who also followed. "My lord, I don't know what your address is." Flender smiled flatteringly. There was no way, he had to bow his head under the eaves. For the sake of the future of these children, he endured it. "My surname is Chen," Jiang Chen said calmly without looking at Flender beside him. He came to beat Shrek Academy this time, so naturally he wouldn't give him a good face. A faint power emanating from him surprised Flender, Grandmaster, and Zhao Waoqi. Jiang Chen has followed Bibi Dong for many years, so he has naturally acquired some of Bibi Dong's majesty and arrogance, so he just uses it to pretend at this time. Master Chen is indeed young and promising. Flender flattered him. He and the three masters looked at each other, and they all had guesses in their hearts. Those who can have this kind of power must be the confidants of His Royal Highness. Flender guided the way beside Jiang Chen, and everyone came to a spacious conference room. Master Chen, please sit down. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, and after sitting down, his eyes wandered around without speaking. Grandmaster and Xiaoxue sat down at the side, while Yu Tianheng, Du Guiyan, and Ma Hongjun stood at the door. Flender poured Jiang Chen a cup of tea, then sat down next to Jiang Chen, and tentatively asked, I don't know what's the purpose of Mr. Chen's visit this time. Jiang Chen picked up the blue and white porcelain teacup, tapped the lid lightly on the rim, took a small sip slowly, and then said slowly, It's not urgent. I heard that Shrek Academy has always only recruited monsters. I want to see if you so-called monsters have 3 heads and 6 arms, and they can actually fight evenly with the first team of my Royal Academy. Flender hurriedly said, Your Excellency, you are joking. The strength of the Royal Academy team is the strongest. They easily defeated our Shrek Academy. The master turned his head and shouted towards Ma Hongjun who was outside, quickly go and call them all here. Ma Hongjun didn't dare to hesitate, shaking his fat, ran to call Tang San and the others. Jiang Chen didn't speak, just drank his tea on his own, without even looking at Flender and the others. Flender, Master, and Zhao Waoqi looked at each other quietly, and they all saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. This lord has been full of malice towards them from the very beginning. The visitor is not kind. A few minutes later, the sound of messy footsteps came. Yu Tianheng, Du Guiyan, why are you here? A young man's surprised voice sounded. Immediately, a group of people appeared at the door of the living room. Little San, come in. The master shouted. At the door, including Ma Hongjun, Shrek's 7 boys and girls were all present. After hearing the master's words, they all walked in, their curious eyes fell on Jiang Chen. Ma Hongjun had already told them just now that this person was sent by His Royal Highness, and he was very fierce. They stood in front of the master and the others. The master and the dean didn't speak, and they didn't dare to sit down. Jiang Chen glanced at these boys and girls, and knew their identities at a glance. He didn't rush to pay attention to these young people, but looked at the master. Dean Flender, you haven't introduced me yet. This is... Oh, I was confused. I forgot to introduce to adults. This is Shrek's teacher Yu Xiaogang, known as the master. Jiang Chen was stunned, and said with a smile, it turns out that he is a theoretically invincible master in the world of soul masters. He has admired his name for a long time, and he has admired his name for a long time. My lord, I'm too proud. The master's tone was neither humble nor overbearing. There was no abnormality on his face. It seemed that he didn't hear the sarcasm in Jiang Chen's words. Standing in the living room, Tang San's expression was a little ugly, and the brows of the others were also slightly frowned. Flender continued to introduce, this one is also a teacher of Shrek Academy, Xiaoxue. Jiang Chen revealed a look of surprise, and quickly asked, could it be that you are the notorious Fudo King Xiaoxue in the Soul Master world back then? Zhao Waoqi looked a little embarrassed. My lord is joking, I'm just a small person. Jiang Chen said, I heard that you provoked the spirit hall back then, was chased and killed by the Hall of Spirits, and ran for your life like a bereaved dog. Since then, you have never dared to show your face in the world of Soul Masters. Xiaoxue's temper was hot, and anger surged in his heart instantly, but he was concerned about Jiang Chen's identity, so he endured it. He forcefully forced a smile on his face, and said, the past is unbearable, sir, please stop making fun of me. Jiang Chen took a sip of tea, said with a smile, your teachers in Shrek are all good. Then, he looked at the Shrek 7 monsters and said, Master, introduce me. Grandmaster nodded slightly, pointed to Daimubai and said, this is Captain Daimubai, Wuhan White Tiger. Seeing Jiang Chen nodded slightly, the master pointed to another person. This is a young girl with an extremely beautiful face, but her expression is very cold, exuding a kind of coldness from the heart. What surprised Jiang Chen slightly was that this girl's figure was extremely plump, which did not match her immature face. Fair skin, especially that stalwart chest, is enough to attract the attention of all men. This is Zhu Zuking, the ghost civet of Wuhan. Jiang Chen's eyes emitted a strange light, staring at Zhu Zuking's body for a long time. Zhu Zuking frowned delicately, subconsciously leaning her body behind Daimubai. She could feel Jiang Chen's fiery gaze, which gave her a feeling of being seen through. Daimubai took a step to the left, blocking Zhu Zuking behind him. Jiang Chen didn't care, nodded and smiled, not bad. The master finally frowned. No matter how well-mannered he was, he felt a little angry at this moment, but he continued to introduce, this is Oscar. This is Ma Hongjun. This is Tang San, the martial soul blue silver grass. Jiang Chen also stared at Tang San for a long while, and remembered some past events in his mind. This is Xiaowu, martial soul soft bone rabbit. Jiang Chen's eyes moved to this tall girl. Chapter 239 Beat Shrek. Xiaowu's face is equally delicate, but rounder, with a more playful and lovely temperament. Although his figure was not as exaggerated as Zhu Zuking's, it was already quite large. The pair of straight and tight legs are extraordinarily slender, and the slender waist is tightly grasped, forming a perfect arc with other parts. The delicate skin was a little more flushed than Zhu Zuking's. Coupled with the scorpion braid that is almost hanging down to the ground, it gives people the feeling of a cute little girl next door. Jiang Chen kept nodding his head and praised, "Not bad, not bad. That is him. If it were another man, he would probably be embarrassed directly." His eye of punishment changed again, and the charming girl in front of him changed again, turning into a snow-white rabbit in his eyes. It really is a rabbit spirit or 10 years old, Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. Some strange thoughts suddenly flashed in his mind. What if he suddenly returned to his original shape at some critical moment? Ever since Jiang Chen's eyes fell on her, Xiaowu's heart panicked for no reason. She has a feeling of being seen through and seen through. This feeling made her extremely scared, but this strange man was clearly not a titled Douluo. Tang San frowned tightly, pulled Xiaowu behind him, met Jiang Chen's with sharp eyes. Jiang Chen coughed lightly, and said with a smile, "I said she's not bad, but I mean her cultivation. It's not easy to become a soul master at such a young age." Everyone in Shrek was dubious. Xiaowu didn't emit a wave of soul power just now. How did Lord Chen feel Xiaowu's cultivation? They glanced at Yu Tianheng and Duguyan outside without any trace, and guessed in their hearts, maybe these two people told Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said with a smile, "Master, there is one more." The master just wanted to introduce the last Ning Rongrong, but was interrupted by Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong looked at Jiang Chen, raised her pretty face slightly, and said, "You still don't recognize me? Last time the prince brother went to my castle, you followed me respectfully with your head down. Qian Rongxu just said so politely at that time, is this called the prince brother?" Ning Rongrong can be said to be the most delicate and savage among the 3 Shrek girls. She had been paying attention to Jiang Chen's eyes just now, and found that Jiang Chen's eyes were obviously different when he looked at Zhu Zuqing and Xiaowu. That's why she made a mockery of Jiang Chen, meaning that you are just a slave, and the prince and I are like brothers and sisters. Jiang Chen smiled lightly, didn't care at all, and admired this girl with the best skin. The water is as tender as a lychee that has been peeled off, and there is no blemish on the white and tender skin, especially the lustrous feeling, which is as touching as suet white jade. At least that's the case in the front, and it's temporarily unknown whether it's Jiang Chen in the back. Following Jiang Chen's gaze, Ning Rongrong's 2 beautiful eyebrows gradually stood up, almost getting angry. How could this servant of His Royal Highness be so rude? Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze, took out the token again, put it on the table, and said, "Although I am the guard of His Royal Highness, this time I was ordered to inspect the Royal Academy. Your Shrek Academy suddenly settled in our Royal Academy. Naturally, I have to ask, and I can give His Royal Highness an explanation when I go back. It should be, my lord, if you have anything you want to know, just say it." Flender laughed quickly. Jiang Chen looked at the Shrek 7 monsters with a gentle smile, and said, "Let the little ones sit down first, let's talk slowly." "Sit down first," Flender said. Tang San and the others went to the opposite chairs and sat down. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened slightly, he could enjoy different scenery from different angles. He forcibly retracted his gaze, looked at Flender next to him, and said, "I heard that your Shrek Academy wants to borrow resources from our Royal Academy to practice." Flender nodded slightly, and said hastily, "Yes, the 3 chief teachers of the Education Committee have agreed to this matter." Jiang Chen asked, "Then do you want to prostitute for nothing? What is prostitution?" Flender was stunned for a moment, frowning, not knowing what Jiang Chen meant. Jiang Chen didn't explain what he meant by whoring for nothing, and continued, "What do you Shrek Academy plan to give in exchange for our cultivation resources?" This time it was the master's turn to speak. "Our Shrek Academy is willing to fight for the Royal Academy and win honors in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. Then when are you going to use our resources to cultivate?" "After the elite competition is over, we will leave," the master replied. "Then why don't you directly join our Royal Academy?" Jiang Chen looked at the master closely, his smile disappeared, and his aura suddenly became stronger. The clay figurine was also very angry, being made things difficult by Jiang Chen again and again. The master couldn't help it. He frowned, and said in a deep voice, "The honor we have won for the Royal Academy is enough to offset the favor of using the resources of the Royal Academy." Jiang Chen chuckled, and said, "You Shrek Academy can't even beat the royal team. Don't you find it funny that you want to win honor for the Royal Academy?" The master stared into Jiang Chen's eyes, and said in a firm tone, "There are still nearly 2 years until the competition, and I am confident that the Shrek team can defeat the royal team." "Oh, what a big breath. How can you be like this?" Xiaowu, the hottest among the 3 girls, couldn't help it. Jiang Chen glanced at the hairless girl, and said calmly, "I'm telling the truth, why don't you have another match?" "Xiaowu, calm down." Tang San stopped Xiaowu. He didn't have a clue about the kind of poison that Duguyan used last time. How dare he compete with the royal team again at this time? Jiang Chen sneered and said, "In my opinion, your Shrek Academy is completely taking advantage of the Royal Academy." Grandmaster's face darkened. Why doesn't he understand Jiang Chen's meaning now? Obviously, like those noble children, he wants to drive them out of Shrek Academy. "Is this what you mean, or His Royal Highness?" the master asked. "This is my personal opinion, but I will report my opinion to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." At this time, Ning Rongrong, who was sick with the princess, couldn't bear it any longer, stood up abruptly, and said angrily, "You are nothing more than a slave. I think you are using the name of the prince's brother to domineering and oppress you here. Our Shrek Academy. Brother Prince is my father's disciple. Do you believe that I will go to Brother Prince and sue you? Grandmaster, Flender, and Zhao Waqi's faces changed slightly. Ning Rongrong's move has already completely torn the face of Shrek Academy and Master Chen. Jiang Chen took a sip of tea leisurely, stared at this girl who was also hairless, and sneered, if you want to sue, then go and sue. I'm just passing on my own opinion to His Highness the Crown Prince. As for how he will arrange your history, Lake Academy, I don't know. Ning Rongrong was so angry that his face was flushed red, and he wished he could pounce on Jiang Chen and tear him apart. The master stood up and said, Little San, you go out first, remember to watch Rongrong, don't let her run around. Yes, teacher. Tang San and the others stood up. Zhu Zuking pulled Ning Rongrong who was about to explode. Jiang Chen stared at the backs of the three girls, all three of them had exceptionally good skin. The most warped is Xiaowu, the biggest is Zhu Zuking, and Ning Rongrong is the smoothest and roundest. Jiang Chen's lips moved slightly, and the forced sound formed a line, which was transmitted to Ning Rongrong's ears. Chapter 240 Yelingling. Ning Rongrong's delicate body suddenly trembled, and then trembled violently. She looked back at Jiang Chen, feeling shocked and bewildered, but more resentful. Rongrong, what's wrong with you? Zhu Zuking asked worriedly. Ning Rongrong didn't speak, turned her head and ran away crying. How would she say such a thing? The rest of the people were a little surprised. They didn't understand why Ning Rongrong suddenly behaved like this. Only Flender was the closest to Jiang Chen, and noticed that Jiang Chen's lips moved just now. Jiang Chen stood up and said, I'm sorry to make you feel unhappy, but your Shrek Academy is really good, and it would be perfect if you can join the Royal Academy. The master also stood up, Master Chen, we will consider this matter. Jiang Chen walked out of the living room, his voice floated back, well, I have to go to other places to inspect. No. The master replied. After Jiang Chen left, Flender said anxiously, Xiao Gang, do you really want Shrek to disband and then join the Royal Academy? The master shook his head, and said, how could I do that? Shrek is your painstaking effort, and it's also mine. Then what should we do? That little boy just now was so fucking disgusting. Could he really drive us away? Bah. Zhao Wuji said angrily. The master sighed, things are not as simple as you imagined. Even without Mr. Chen, I don't think we can stay in the Royal Academy for long. Flender's expression changed, and he said, are you referring to those noble students? The master sighed, that's right, these students boycotted our Shrek, and the situation has intensified. Now Xiaoxue and the others are forced to dare not go out to practice. It will be a matter of time before we leave the Royal Academy. Zhao Wuji asked urgently, didn't the three teachers of Menshenji think highly of us? The master glanced at Zhao Wuji, and said, this is still an aristocratic academy after all, and they can't make the decision. If the trouble continues, even if the Crown Prince doesn't intend to drive us away, we can't stay. Those damned noble children don't know how to practice, and want to make trouble all day long. I really want to slap them all to death. Zhao Wuji said viciously. Then we have no choice but to leave. Flender asked. The master nodded, and said, call Qin Ming, I have to talk to him about this, and then we will leave here. Flender felt a little helpless, and said, it was you who wanted to come here, and you are the one who wants to leave now. The master smiled bitterly, I didn't expect the situation to be like this. Instead of letting them drive us away, it's better for us to leave voluntarily, so that we can save some face. Oh, it's up to you. After leaving the reception hall, Jiang Chen could still see the Shrek 7. Ning Rongrong covered his face and ran while the other 6 chased after him. Teacher, why did that Ning Rongrong suddenly cry? Duguyan asked suspiciously. Because there is a mole on her thigh. Of course Jiang Chen wouldn't say it out, and said with a smile, I don't know, maybe I just cried because of my anger. Regarding the Shrek 7 who would become enemies, Jiang Chen naturally had no scruples. He has even thought that if there is a chance to fight in the future, he will make Ning Rongrong and the 3 daughters collapse if he just transmits the sound casually. Take me directly to meet your team members. Jiang Chen said. Duguyan covered his mouth and smiled and said, is the teacher really thinking about our family Lingling? Jiang Chen was a little helpless, and said, am I such a superficial person? Duguyan stared at the strange big eyes, and nodded seriously, yes, just now you looked at the eyes of those 3 little girls, as if you were going to eat them. At the end, Duguyan laughed again. Jiang Chen really wanted to hit this girl hard on the head, but thinking that her man was here, he had no choice but to give up. He turned to Yu Tianheng and said, Tianheng, the teacher has given you a difficult task. Yu Tianheng looked serious, and said seriously, teacher, please explain, disciple will definitely do it. Duguyan in front tilted his head slightly, and pricked up his ears curiously. Jiang Chen coughed, patted Yu Tianheng's shoulder, and said, your daughter-in-law is so energetic that she dares to make jokes about the teacher. You should work hard at night, and don't let her have too much energy. Both Yu Tianheng and Duguyan were not young children, so they immediately understood what Jiang Chen meant. Duguyan blushed and spat softly, the teacher is not a good person either. Yu Tianheng looked a little embarrassed, obviously he didn't expect the teacher to give him such a special task. He thought for a while, and said with a serious face, teacher, don't worry, I will try my best. He didn't dare to talk too much. This time it was Jiang Chen's turn to be stunned, he didn't expect this disciple to be an upright boy. He was just making a slightly colored joke. Duguyan led Jiang Chen through the academy, then left the main campus area and came to the back mountain. In this small depression, flowers are planted everywhere, and the mountain wind blows, and a burst of fragrance comes to the nostrils. In the center of the small col, there are several crabapple trees, with flowering branches fluttering in the wind. Under the crabapple tree, sitting cross-legged was an exquisite young girl. She was slender and slightly frail, with long blue hair cascading down her back. She sat there quietly cross-legged, cultivating her soul power in a mimetic environment. Hearing the sound of footsteps, she frowned slightly, her eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes suddenly. The girl has a pair of extremely beautiful big eyes, with dark blue pupils, and the eyes are clear and clear, without any impurities. The slender eyelashes are slightly curved up, and in the blink of an eye, a pair of big eyes seem to be able to speak. At this time, her pretty face was a little sullen, and it was a very uncomfortable thing to be interrupted in her cultivation. When she found out that it was Du Guyan and Yu Tianheng, her face softened a little. What are you doing here? She still didn't stand up. She sat there cross-legged, looking at Du Guyan and Yu Tianheng. The sight swept over, paused for a moment on Jiang Chen's face, then moved away. Jiang Chen couldn't help touching his face, and lamented that this fake face was still not as attractive as his real self. Lingling's voice is very pleasant, but it is extremely hollow, giving people an unreal feeling. Let Jiang Chen describe it, it would be ethereal and ethereal. Du Guyan was no longer surprised by Lingling's indifferent attitude, and said with a smile, Lingling, haven't you always wanted to meet a young genius? Let me introduce one to you. Lingling glanced at Jiang Chen, and understood Du Guyan's meaning. Her voice was a little cold, and said, no need, you go, don't disturb my cultivation. After finishing speaking, she closed her eyes directly, ignoring the three people in front of her. Jiang Chen was not angry, but there was still a smile on his face. This girl has a personality, maybe it's worth him sucking it up, but she still has to be in the back row. He turned and walked outside. Du Guyan and Yu Tianheng looked at each other, thinking that the teacher was angry. Teacher, wait a moment. Du Guyan chased after him. Yu Tianheng also said, Teacher, Lingling's temper is just like this, don't mind, why don't I invite her out for dinner someday? Lingling couldn't help but opened her eyes, looking at the young man who left with surprise. Du Guyan and Yu Tianheng, who are so proud, call this teacher. What is the origin of this young man? Is it really a genius? After a while, she shook her head and sighed softly. The sect is in decline, she wants to find a man who can protect her for the rest of her life. How easy is it? If she wanted to find Lingling, she would look for the most powerful genius in the world. In this Royal Academy, there is none. Only the Continental Soul Master Academy competition in more than a year can give her some hope. When the time comes when all the heroes will gather and Tianxiao will fight for hegemony, she will definitely find the one that suits her. Chapter 241 Farewell. Instructing Yu Tianheng to secretly contribute to the flames, and after accelerating Shrek's departure, Jiang Chen left the Royal Academy alone. He came here this time just to see Tang San, whom he hadn't seen for many years. After so many years, he became more and more handsome, but Tang San was still so ordinary. But Xiao Wu's legs are getting longer and longer, but I don't know if they are still pinched around his neck like they were back then, unable to shake him. After leaving the Royal Academy, Jiang Chen stopped, turned around and looked at the landscape. Tang Hao might be hiding in it, secretly guarding Tang San. If anyone wants to be unfavorable to Tang San, it is very likely that they will become meatloaf in the next moment. After returning to Tiandu City, Jiang Chen found a place, took off his mask calmly, and then returned to Xiaoying. He didn't eat, and it was already afternoon when he returned to the palace. Qian Rongxiu happened to be taking a lunch break, and when she heard him coming back, she got up helplessly. Jiang Chen threw the token back to her. What did you do when you came to the Royal Academy? Tell me about it. Qian Rongxiu stared at Jiang Chen with beautiful eyes, her voice was extremely pleasant. Jiang Chen poured a cup of tea, took a sip, and then told what happened at the Royal Academy today. Qian Rongxiu listened, and her beautiful eyebrows were already frowned. The chief Menshenji of the Education Committee has sent me a letter this morning about the Shrek matter. The 7 Shrek students are all extremely talented. If you train them well, they might be able to be used by my spirit hall in the future. Their teacher, Yu Xiaogang, is called a master by the Soul Master Circle. This is just a joking name, but we know that he has 2 talents. These are rare talents, why would you target them? She believed that Jiang Chen was not a random person, and there must be his reasons for doing so. Jiang Chen said, give up, do you know who Tang San in Shrek is? Qian Rongxiu frowned, thinking hard in her heart. It's Jiang Chen's heart to say that you can figure it out. Not all people surnamed Tang in the world belonged to the Clear Sky School, and Tang San's martial spirit was still blue silver grass. No matter how smart Qian Rongxiu was, she would never have thought that Tang San would have 2 spirits. Jiang Chen intentionally didn't say anything, but reminded, then Tang San actually has twin spirits. Qian Rongxiu was startled, and many guesses popped up in her mind. Why should the twin spirits be hidden? If it's not Zhangzhou, then it's because this martial spirit is not visible. Tang San, Qian Rongxiu murmured. Her eyes widened suddenly, and she blurted out, his other spirit is the Clear Sky Hammer? Is he from the Clear Sky School? Jiang Chen didn't flatter, nodded slowly and said, exactly. Qian Rongxiu stood up, paced in the room, and kept talking to herself. Why did the disciples of the Haoshan school appear in the Tiandu Empire? Do they want to be born? This Tang San's talent is so good, we must get rid of it as soon as possible. She stopped suddenly, looked at Jiang Chen, and said solemnly, "Follow me to see Salis immediately." Jiang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, this guy was a little too swift and resolute in handling things. "Sit down first and listen to me." Qian Rongxue sat down upon hearing this, and looked at Jiang Chen with questioning eyes. Tang San's father is Tang Hao, the most outstanding titled Douluo of the Clear Sky School. He should have been secretly protecting Tang San. Qian Rongxue, who had just sat down, stood up suddenly with a shocked expression. Tang Hao can be said to be the current #1 enemy of the Wuhan Hall, how could she not know? She pondered for a long time, the shocked look on her face gradually disappeared, and she looked at Jiang Chen. "Xiao, what do you think? I'm not Yuan Fang." Jiang Chen knew that Qian Rongxue might be testing him, so he said, "Tang Hao is extremely difficult to deal with, unless we dispatch a large number of titled Douluo to surround and kill him, or let your grandpa take action, we will have a chance of winning. And this is the capital of the Heaven Do Empire, so it's not easy to do anything." Qian Rongxue nodded slightly, with some appreciation in her eyes. She said, "Your analysis is good, but your vision is a bit short-sighted. Tang Hao is a titled Douluo, but his son is not. Doesn't Tang San need to kill spirit beasts? Doesn't he need to go to the Stardo Forest?" Suddenly, Jiang Chen understood what Qian Rongxue meant. There were many opportunities to kill Tang San and Tang Hao. "Sure enough, Shuer is still better than me in terms of conspiracy. Shuer, let's just kill Tang San and his son." Qian Rongxue was surprised. "Why?" Jiang Chen said with a smile, "Because this is a rare opponent, wouldn't it be a pity to lose it?" Qian Rongxue stared at Jiang Chen, her red lips slightly parted. "Then Tang San is far from you." "I feel the same way." Jiang Chen said, "I mean Tang Hao, you're crazy. Generally average." It was easy to kill Tang San, but Jiang Chen felt that the Douluo lost Tang San. Wouldn't it be a lot of fun? In the future, standing on top of the world and becoming an invincible existence that all living beings look up to is the greatest achievement. As for Tang San, he can be regarded as a supporting role used to spur him, witnessing the rise of his protagonist. "Then it's up to you, but you'd better tell your teacher about this, and get her opinion." Qian Rongxue said. "I know. Well, tell me about the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect. Is your solicitation effective?" Qian Rongxue finally asked about it. Jiang Chen nodded, and said with a smile, "If I'm on hand, there's nothing that can't be done." Yu Yuanzhen said that the teacher and I should go to discuss cooperation matters with him. Qian Rongxue was not surprised by this result. "You did a good job. The Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect is a force not to be underestimated." Jiang Chen stared at the girl who made his heart flutter, and he didn't look away until Qian Rongxue's face was a little uncomfortable. "I plan to go back to Wuhan City tomorrow, and go to the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect with my teacher. Go ahead, hurry up, and get this done. After this matter is over, I am not going to come to Heaven Do City." Qian Rongxue blurted out, "Stay in Wuhan City with your senior sister." After she finished speaking, she realized that she shouldn't ask such a question, let alone show nervousness. Jiang Chen looked at Qian Rongxue affectionately, "You still have me in your heart." Qian Rongxue turned her head away. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. It seems that if he wants to get Qian Rongxue, he can only use some dirty tricks. "After this matter is over, I will not stay in Wuhandian. I still have other things to do." Qian Rongxue did not speak. Jiang Chen sighed, stood up, and opened the passage. After a pause, Qian Rongxue still didn't hear a sound, and he walked in lonely. Jiang Chen was very helpless. Qian Rongxue was forcing him to use more moves. Although that method is a bit despicable, it is tried and tested. His other spirit is the Clear Sky Hammer? Is he from the Clear Sky School? Jiang Chen didn't flatter, nodded slowly and said, "Exactly." Qian Rongxue stood up, paced in the room, and kept talking to herself. Why did the disciples of the Haoshan school appear in the Tiandu Empire? Do they want to be born? This Tang San's talent is so good, we must get rid of it as soon as possible. She stopped suddenly, looked at Jiang Chen, and said solemnly, "Follow me to see Salis immediately." Jiang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, this guy was a little too swift and resolute in handling things. "Sit down first and listen to me." Qian Rongxue sat down upon hearing this, and looked at Jiang Chen with questioning eyes. Tang San's father is Tang Hao, the most outstanding titled Douluo of the Clear Sky School. He should have been secretly protecting Tang San. Qian Rongxue, who had just sat down, stood up suddenly with a shocked expression. Tang Hao can be said to be the current #1 enemy of the Wuhan Hall, how could she not know? She pondered for a long time, the shocked look on her face gradually disappeared, and she looked at Jiang Chen. "Xiao, what do you think? I'm not Yuan Fang." Jiang Chen knew that Qian Rongxue might be testing him, so he said, "Tang Hao is extremely difficult to deal with, unless we dispatch a large number of titled Douluo to surround and kill him, or let your grandpa take action, we will have a chance of winning. And this is the capital of the Heaven Do Empire, so it's not easy to do anything." Qian Rongxue nodded slightly, with some appreciation in her eyes. She said, "Your analysis is good, but your vision is a bit short-sighted. Tang Hao is a titled Douluo, but his son is not. Doesn't Tang San need to kill spirit beasts? Doesn't he need to go to the Stardo Forest?" Suddenly, Jiang Chen understood what Qian Rongxue meant. There were many opportunities to kill Tang San and Tang Hao. "Sure enough, Shuer is still better than me in terms of conspiracy." Swear, let's just kill Tang San and his son. Qian Rongxiu was surprised. Why? Jiang Chen said with a smile, because this is a rare opponent, wouldn't it be a pity to lose it? Qian Rongxiu stared at Jiang Chen, her red lips slightly parted. Then Tang San is far from you. I feel the same way. Jiang Chen said, I mean Tang Hao, you're crazy. Generally average. It was easy to kill Tang San, but Jiang Chen felt that the Douluo lost Tang San. Wouldn't it be a lot of fun? In the future, standing on top of the world and becoming an invincible existence that all living beings look up to is the greatest achievement. As for Tang San, he can be regarded as a supporting role used to spur him, witnessing the rise of his protagonist. Then it's up to you, but you'd better tell your teacher about this, and get her opinion. Qian Rongxiu said. I know. Well, tell me about the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect. Is your solicitation effective? Qian Rongxiu finally asked about it. Jiang Chen nodded, and said with a smile, if I'm on hand, there's nothing that can't be done. Yu Yuanzhen said that the teacher and I should go to discuss cooperation matters with him. Qian Rongxiu was not surprised by this result. You did a good job. The Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect is a force not to be underestimated. Jiang Chen stared at the girl who made his heart flutter, and he didn't look away until Qian Rongxiu's face was a little uncomfortable. I plan to go back to Wuhan City tomorrow, and go to the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect with my teacher. Go ahead, hurry up, and get this done. After this matter is over, I am not going to come to Heaven Do City. Qian Rongxiu blurted out, stay in Wuhan City with your senior sister. After she finished speaking, she realized that she shouldn't ask such a question, let alone show nervousness. Jiang Chen looked at Qian Rongxiu affectionately, you still have me in your heart. Qian Rongxiu turned her head away. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart, it seems that if he wants to get Qian Rongxiu, he can only use some dirty tricks. After this matter is over, I will not stay in Wuhandian. I still have other things to do. Qian Rongxiu did not speak. Jiang Chen sighed, stood up, and opened the passage. After a pause, Qian Rongxiu still didn't hear a sound, and he walked in lonely. Jiang Chen was very helpless. Qian Rongxiu was forcing him to use more moves. Although that method is a bit despicable, it is tried and tested. When the time comes, it will be done, and it will be too late for Qian Rongxiu to regret it. In the room, Qian Rongxiu's red lips parted slightly, her words choked in her throat, as if time and space were frozen at this moment. At this moment, she found that the feeling in her heart was so strong. This farewell, when will we meet again? After a long, long time, she finally failed to catch up. Some things, after all, still cannot let go. Perhaps, after years of baptism, she can face her heart with a smile under the bright sunshine. Chapter 242 Cultivate the Teacher's Hobbies. Back in the courtyard, bid farewell to Xiaoying. Xiaoying had a pure heart, and when she heard that Jiang Chen was about to leave, her eyes immediately turned red. Tears glistened in the big eyes. Although Jiang Chen often bullied her, but generally speaking, he treated her well. Jiang Chen couldn't help stretching out his hands to rub the short black and soft hair, and said with a smile, it's not like brother won't come back. Then when are you coming back? I don't know, it should take a year or two. Well, brother, let's go after dinner, I will cook this meal. Jiang Chen nodded, his expression extremely gratified. Sure enough, he didn't beat the little girl so many times in vain. Xiaoying, next time Dugayan comes over, please tell me what I mean. Let them practice hard, and win some face for me in the Continental Soul Master Academy competition. Well, I see. Jiang Chen left Tiandu City, did not ride a horse, just walked on foot. In the past few months in Tiandu City, he solved uncle and nephew Xue Xing, deceived Dugubo, and recruited the Blue Lightning Overlord Longzong, so it was not in vain. The teacher will be very happy when he finds out. I don't know if senior sister will open her legs happily after seeing me. No. Little black sparrow was flying in the sky, scouting the road ahead for him. The stiff corpses of No, and No, were in his storage soul tool. He didn't leave one by Qian Rongxiu's side, and if the distance was too far, he wouldn't be able to get in touch. 5 days later, Jiang Chen approached Wuhan City. He didn't go through the city gate, but entered through a secret passage and went straight to Bibi Dong's study. In the study, Bibi Dong was seriously reviewing the memorials sent from all over the continent. The beautiful face, plump and attractive figure exudes a mature and charming atmosphere. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she turned her head to look in the direction of the secret passageway. Her powerful spiritual power sensed that someone was approaching there. She got up quietly, and stood at the exit with a flickering figure. The majestic soul power in her body was about to move, ready to explode with a thunderous blow at any time. She has only brought 2 disciples into this secret path. Hu Lina is still in Wuhan City, and Jiang Chen is far away in Tiandu City. The visitor may have stumbled across the mouth of the waterfall by accident. The passage was opened, revealing Jiang Chen below. Jiang Chen raised his head, looked up at his teacher, and showed a bright smile. Teacher, I miss you so much. Bibi Dong's serious expression dissipated, and she burst into an astonishing smile in an instant. Come out and show the teacher. Jiang Chen walked out with a smile, looking at his teacher happily. Bibi Dong happily pulled Jiang Chen, her soft hands almost touched Jiang Chen's body all over, and finally touched the top of Jiang Chen's head. You kid has grown taller again, and the teacher has to hold his head up when he talks to you. Jiang Chen felt extremely kind. Why did you come back suddenly? Tell the teacher quickly. Bibi Dong pulled Jiang Chen aside and sat down. The beautiful eyes stared at Jiang Chen. She loves Jiang Chen more than Hu Lina, no matter in terms of talent or emotion. Bibi Dong already knew about Dugubo and Xue Xing's uncle and nephew. Jiang Chen told about Yu Tianheng and the Blue Lightning Overlord Longzong. Inevitably, his ability to control others also confessed to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong's breathing was a little short, her plump chest rose and fell quickly, and she urged, "Quick, tell the teacher about your ability in detail. This innate ability is really too perverted. If she had this ability, she would have unified the continent long ago." Jiang Chen explained his abilities in detail, especially his flaws. Bibi Dong listened quietly, and said, "You can't easily bite other people in the future, the teacher will find some candidates for you." "Okay, other than Duguyan and Yu Tianheng, who else did you control?" Bibi Dong asked. "There is also Zhao Yuyo from the Zhao family in Wuhan City, Jing Wuming, the disciple of Elder Ghost, and a girl at the Soul Emperor level in the Slaughter City." Bibi Dong was a little surprised, then nodded and smiled. "The people you selected are all good. Zhao Yuyu and Jing Wuming have amazing talents, and they have been vigorously cultivated now. The two of them, together with your senior sister and Xiaoxue, will be the 4 strongest members of the younger generation of the Spirit Hall in the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition in more than a year. Teacher, and me, shouldn't I be the strongest?" Bibi Dong was stunned for a moment, then laughed and cursed, "You kid is a monster, even Xuer is no match for you. If you play, you're still bullying children." Jiang Chen helplessly rolled his eyes. "Teacher, look at what you said. I'm only 12 years old now, and I'm also a child." Bibi Dong also rolled his eyes at him, and said, "Look at you, how many people would believe you are a child?" Jiang Chen was a little surprised, and asked, "Teacher, you seem to be much more cheerful than before, you wouldn't joke with me like this before." Bibi Dong stretched out her hand and pinched Jiang Chen's face. "It's not because of you kid, since I saw the matter with Xuer, I am indeed much happier than before. It is my luck, Bibi Dong, to have you as a disciple. It's also my luck, Jiang Chen, to be your disciple." Jiang Chen's flattery was extremely skillful, and Bibi Dong felt a little comfortable shooting. "The issue of the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect you mentioned just now, the teacher will take some time to go with you these few days. This old sect is still very worthy of our recruitment. Whether it's the battle or the management of the mainland in the future, we are in urgent need of talents. Xiaochen, you have made another great contribution this time." Bibi Dong looked at Jiang Chen appreciatively. Whether it's cultivation or work, this disciple makes her feel at ease. "Then how will the teacher reward me?" Jiang Chen asked with a smile. "What reward do you want? The teacher will satisfy you as much as you can." Jiang Chen raised his head slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "I want to eat the dishes cooked by the teacher himself." "You brat." Bibi Dong scolded with a smile, "Teacher has never been in the kitchen when he grows up. Teacher, there is a first time for everything. You don't know that I am a master chef, and I will guide you from the sidelines. Think about it, when Xuer comes back in the future, she will be so touched by you cooking for her by yourself." Bibi Dong's eyes lit up. "You kid has a lot of ideas, that's fine, I'll let you be my teacher this time." "Well, teacher, what about senior sister, let her come over and help?" Jiang Chen asked. Bibi Dong said, "She is practicing in the academy now, I will send someone to call her back for dinner." Bibi Dong sent someone to invite Hu Lina, and she and Jiang Chen came to her own royal kitchen. The chefs in the kitchen have been sent away, how can the Pope cook for others to know? Both master and apprentice were busy in the spacious kitchen. Bibi Dong's face was filled with rare joy. She was already imagining that when she and Rongxiu came back, she would taste the dishes she cooked herself. Jiang Chen was very satisfied to see his teacher so happy. More than an hour passed. Under Jiang Chen's guidance, the clever Bibi Dong cooked 5 dishes, while Jiang Chen stewed a pot of soup. Bibi Dong's face was covered with sweat, but she wore a satisfied smile. When they returned to the study with their meals, Hu Lina was already waiting there. As soon as Jiang Chen entered, he saw the girl he missed day and night. "I haven't seen her for a few months, but Hu Lina's figure has become more and more attractive. Just a back view and that graceful curve can make Jiang Chen's heart skip a beat." "Senior sister," Jiang Chen shouted. Hu Lina's delicate body trembled, she turned her head abruptly, and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Immediately, great joy burst out in her eyes, and she rushed forward directly. Jiang Chen held the lunchbox in both hands. He couldn't avoid it, but Hu Lina entangled him like a squid. Chapter 243 Bibi Dong's warning. Hu Lina's feet were flexibly wrapped around Jiang Chen's waist, and her arms were wrapped around Jiang Chen's neck. The kiss is offered directly. Xiao Bi's Hung is newly married, not even married yet. Facing the fiery Hu Lina, Jiang Chen couldn't dodge. Cough cough. Bibi Dong suddenly appeared behind Jiang Chen, and had to cough twice. Hu Lina screamed, like a frightened little rabbit, quickly got off Jiang Chen's body, and dodged aside in the blink of an eye. She lowered her head deeply, a touching blush appeared on her pretty face, and quickly spread down her slender jade neck. Bibi Dong walked in, gave Jiang Chen a reproachful look, and put the lunchbox on the table. Jiang Chen also put down the lunchbox in his hand, and quickly wiped the bright red mark on his mouth. "Old teacher," Hu Lina called nervously as she played with the hem of her clothes nervously with her small hands. "Well, don't stand stupidly, sit down and eat." Hu Lina looked up at the teacher secretly, and was relieved when she found that the teacher was not angry. Teacher, I will help you. Soon, several dishes and soup were placed. Just as Bibi Dong was about to happily announce the start, her eyes suddenly settled on Jiang Chen's face. Hu Lina looked at the same, and her pretty face that had just recovered was suddenly flushed with red again. What's wrong? Is there a flower on my face? It has attracted two beauties so fascinated. Bibi Dong smiled and said, it's nothing, let's eat, Nana, come, let's taste the dishes made by the teacher himself. As he spoke, he forked Hu Lina with a large chopstick. This dish turned out to be made by the teacher. Hu Lina's eyes lit up, and she couldn't wait to take a big bite. After chewing a few mouthfuls, she froze and stopped moving. What's the matter? Isn't it delicious? Bibi Dong wondered. No, it's very delicious. Hu Lina squeezed out a smile, and took another big mouthful as she spoke. A smile appeared on Bibi Dong's face. You can eat more if it's delicious. Xiao Chen, you come too. As she said that, she also took a big piece for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at Hu Lina, whose pretty face changed slightly, and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Seeing Bibi Dong's expectant gaze, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and take a bite. As soon as he took a bite, his face instantly became extremely weird, and he almost couldn't help but spit it out. He clearly remembered that Bibi Dong didn't make any major mistakes under his guidance. How could it be so unpalatable? He glanced at it, and found that Hu Lina looked a little gloating, while Bibi Dong was looking forward to it, waiting for his evaluation. It's so fragrant, so delicious. Jiang Chen finished the food that Bibi Dong gave him in a few gulps. Immediately afterwards, he picked up some chopsticks for Bibi Dong. Teacher, try it too. And senior sister, this is yours. Hu Lina's smiling face froze, watching Jiang Chen make a bowl full for her, with an ugly expression on her face. Bibi Dong took a sip expectantly. Just after chewing a few times, her eyes immediately widened, and she couldn't help but spit it out with a puff. Ha ha ha! Jiang Chen couldn't help it on the spot. He covered his stomach and laughed out loud. Hu Lina couldn't help covering her mouth and chuckling, but she didn't dare to be as arrogant as Jiang Chen. Well, you two bastards, you dare to make fun of the teacher, you must be punished. Xiao Chen, these 3 games are yours. Nana, these 2 games are yours. Teacher, you sprayed this dish just now, Jiang Chen whispered. Hu Lina also nodded again and again. Her pretty face was frightened. I don't care, you have to eat if you eat, and you have to eat if you don't. Bibi Dong glared at her 2 disciples. Saying that, she pulled the soup made by Jiang Chen in front of her. Eat, don't waste a single drop of food. Bibi Dong's voice was extremely majestic, but her face was full of smiles. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen and Hu Lina finally swallowed the last bite of food. The faces of both of them were as uncomfortable as if they had eaten a stool. How is it? Are the dishes cooked by the teacher delicious? Bibi Dong smiled and looked at the 2 disciples. Jiang Chen and Hu Lina looked at each other, and said in unison, it's delicious. Well, the teacher cooks it for you every day. Bibi Dong smiled very richly. Teacher, it's better not to, you are busy. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. He had given up the idea of teaching Bibi Dong. Even Xiaoying didn't taste so bad when she made it for the first time. He originally wanted to cultivate Bibi Dong's hobbies, so that she could relax when she was upset. Now it seems that this beautiful teacher has no talent in that area. After making some jokes about her 2 disciples, Bibi Dong was in an extremely happy mood. Teacher has something to warn you about. Bibi Dong's pretty face suddenly became serious. What's the matter? Jiang Chen asked. Bibi Dong looked at the 2 handsome and beautiful disciples in front of him, and asked lightly, you 2 haven't had sex with each other yet, have you? Jiang Chen and the 2 were stunned for a moment, wondering if they heard it wrong. Hu Lina's pretty face turned red and she lowered her head, not daring to look at her teacher and junior. Jiang Chen smiled awkwardly, and said, Teacher, why would you ask such a question? Bibi Dong didn't speak, just looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen straightened his chest immediately, and swore, Teacher, I'm still a pure boy, I don't understand anything. As for senior sister, I don't know. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Lina kicked him hard. Bibi Dong sighed, and said, whether you have sex or not, you are not allowed to have sex before the Soul Master competition. Why? Hu Lina raised her head abruptly, looking at her teacher suspiciously. She was still imagining just now that she could finally give herself completely to the little junior brother tonight. But now, the teacher's words gave her a blow in the head. Bibi Dong looked at Hu Lina, and said earnestly, Nana, the Soul Master competition is only over a year away. If you accidentally become pregnant, it will have a great impact on your strength. Hu Lina lowered her head and stopped talking. What Bibi Dong said was very reasonable. She couldn't refute it. Teacher, Jiang Chen actually wants to say something even if he did it. But after thinking about it, he gave up. What if the seeds of life are sown by accident, and they germinate and grow? Can you do what the teacher asks? Bibi Dong's voice was a little harsh. Teacher, I can. Hu Lina raised her head, her face firmed up. Bibi Dong looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen patted his chest and promised, Teacher, my heart is like iron, indestructible. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, and said, Nana, you go back first, Xiao Chen stays here. I still have a lot of business to deal with, you can study from the side. Oh. Hu Lina responded, gave Jiang Chen a reluctant look, got up and left. Jiang Chen was a little surprised. Did Bibi Dong begin to train him as the next pope? Bibi Dong glanced at Jiang Chen, walked to the desk and sat down. Pull up a chair. Jiang Chen carried the chair, sat down beside Bibi Dong, and looked curiously at the thick stack of documents on the table. Bibi Dong said softly, the position of teacher will be passed on to you sooner or later, and it's time to train you. Teacher, you are still young. Bibi Dong smiled helplessly. Teacher is already in his dozen years old, and his heart is tired after all these years. After the great cause of the Spirit Hall is completed, I will hand over the Hall of Spirits to you. Jiang Chen nodded slowly. Bibi Dong said, these documents were just sent back to the Pope's Hall today, recording news from all over the mainland, some of which only need to be browsed to understand. Some require me to make a decision, and then pass it back to the Platinum Bishop. Jiang Chen seemed to have returned to his student days, sitting beside Bibi Dong, listening to her lecture seriously. Chapter 244 Departure. Jiang Chen didn't come back from Bibi Dong until late at night. Bibi Dong taught him a lot of experience and knowledge, which broadened his horizons. When he returned to the dormitory, to his surprise, Lina was still waiting for him. As soon as Jiang Chen came back, he was pulled into her room. Senior sister, you didn't go back to the academy. Jiang Chen was a little surprised. It's been so long since you came back, do you really want me to go? Lina's tone was extremely resentful. She was wearing a pink silk pajamas, and the pajamas were propped up high by the girl's proud figure. The small waist is looming, and the little feet are full of charming luster. Senior sister's skin is enough to compare with that girl Ning Rongrong, Jiang Chen's heart. That pair of fox eyes are like a pool of rippling spring water, one cannot help but sink into it. Jiang Chen quickly looked away, not daring to stay on Lina for a long time. Seeing Jiang Chen's appearance, Lina chuckled, and pulled him to the side of the bed to sit down. Don't worry, I will definitely do what the teacher asks. Senior sister, it's not that you don't know your charm. If you're like this, I won't be able to resist making mistakes. Jiang Chen smiled wryly. The current Lina is like a tender egg that has been peeled off, he can swallow it with just one mouth. Lina's eyes flickered, and she suddenly said, how about I help you in other ways? What method? Jiang Chen was very curious. Lina leaned into Jiang Chen's ear, and whispered several irresistible plans. Jiang Chen's eyes widened slowly, and finally became round, and his heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Senior sister, how do you know so much? Jiang Chen blurted out. He couldn't help touching the top of his head, and suddenly felt a green feeling. Lina's pretty face flushed slightly. She gave Jiang Chen a white look, and said shyly, many female students in the academy have experience. I asked them for advice, thinking I can give it to you in the future. Senior sister, I love you so much. Jiang Chen really wanted to put his arms around Lina and kiss her. He had hundreds of hard disk wives in his previous life, so he is naturally very familiar with the theory. Unexpectedly, Lina understood it without him teaching it. Then do you want it or not? Lina's voice was raspy. Jiang Chen's body trembled when he heard it. Goosebumps popped up quickly. He flinched and retreated to the sofa. Senior sister's lethality is too great, he really can't bear it. Lina pouted her red lips, looking at Jiang Chen with a resentful expression. Jiang Chen smiled wryly and said, Senior sister, don't torture me anymore. If you have nothing else to do, I'll go back to practice. He still wants to use the most precious thing on the right way, so he can't waste it on the crooked way. Don't go, tell me about Shuer, how are you doing? Have you already had sex with her? Lina pulled the quilt over to cover her tender body, only then did Jiang Chen heave a sigh of relief. Senior sister, you're overthinking. Jiang Chen sighed, and narrated the matter of Qianrongxiu. After listening, Lina couldn't help asking, then did you give up on her? You must know that you never forgot about her back then. No, when I am fully sure, I will go to her. The two chatted for a while. Lina kicked Jiang Chen out. She also wanted to practice. In the early morning, after having breakfast together, Jiang Chen sent Lina to the entrance of the Pope's palace. Lina is going back to the academy. By the way, senior sister, Xiaoxue and Jing Wuming are both in the academy, right? Jiang Chen asked. Well, they are now in the same team as me, and they usually practice together to prepare for the elite competition. Then you ask them to come back if they are free today. I have something to look for them. I see. Lina finished speaking and left. The academy has complete facilities, and that is the most suitable place for cultivation. After Lina left, Jiang Chen turned around and went to Bibi Dong's study. The two made an appointment to continue studying today. After studying with Bibi Dong for a whole day, till night, with Jiang Chen's powerful mental strength, he felt his head was dizzy. After dinner, he rested for a while. Xiaoxue and Jing Wuming came back. Seeing the master, the two were naturally very happy. Jiang Chen exchanged pleasantries with them for a while, and then began to teach the exercises. It took him a few hours, and finally let the two of them master the first stage of the exercise with familiarity. The realm behind the exercises can only be broken through slowly by themselves. Both Xiaoxue and Xiaoxue began to respectfully call Jiang Chen their teacher. After teaching them, Jiang Chen let them leave. Jing Wuming left very simply, but Xiaoxue said that there were still some aspects of the exercises that she didn't understand, and she wanted to stay and ask for advice for a while. Jiang Chen unceremoniously drove her out. He still doesn't know what plan this little girl has in mind, just like Lina, she wants to play tricks on his body. Now there is only one Xiaoqing left, and it should be a few years before she comes out. Speaking of which, among his three maids, Xiaoqing coveted him the most. Back then in the capital of killing, she wished she could sleep with Jiang Chen every day, and it was all thanks to Hu Lina to restrain her. Xiaoxue is older than him, and she is 30 years old now. A 30-year-old woman not only retains the tenderness of a girl, but also begins to possess a mature charm, which is extremely moving. Another day passed. Jiang Chen got up early. Today is the day he and Bibi Dong set off for the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon School. Jiang Chen went directly to the main meeting hall. At this time, there were already 9 elders waiting in this main hall. Among them are Douluo and Ghost Douluo that he is more familiar with, and Douluo is actually among them. Hello, elders. Jiang Chen greeted, and showed the respect due to elders. After all, he is not yet the Pope, and he will have to rely on the support of these people in the future. What surprised him was that this time it was just to negotiate and cooperate with the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect, and Bibi Dong actually made such a big battle. Son. The attitudes of all the elders were quite polite. When Jiang Chen was canonized as the Holy Son, they had all seen Jiang Chen's monstrous talent. It is already a certainty that Jiang Chen will become the heir to the Pope's position. When Jiang Chen becomes the Pope, they will have to rely on Jiang Chen in many places. Douluo quickly walked in front of Jiang Chen. Elder Douluo, long time no see. His Royal Highness, I don't know how my granddaughter is doing now. When Douluo saw Jiang Chen, the first thing he thought of was his granddaughter. Douluo has never left his grandfather since he was a child, and it has been several months now. How could he not be worried? Jiang Chen said with a smile, Elder Douluo, don't worry, Yanyan is living a very good life now. Thank you son for taking care of Yanyan during this time. Douluo was very grateful. They're all from my family, Elder Douluo, you're welcome. The other elders saw that Douluo and Jiang Chen were so familiar, and the way they looked at Douluo changed a bit. For this new elder, most of them are somewhat exclusive. One more elder means that they will share more of their resources. Moreover, Douluo has a bit of a temper, which makes many people dislike him and don't want to have too much contact with him. But now, many people's minds have changed. Now Pope Bibi Dong's most trusted confidants are Elder Ju and Elder Ghost. After Jiang Chen succeeds to the throne, all of them will have a chance. At this moment, Bibi Dong walked in. She does not wear the majestic papal robes, nor does she hold a jeweled scepter. Wearing a black gold silk dress, her long hair is rolled up, revealing a slender and fair neck, and her face is elegantly dressed. Today's Bibi Dong gives people a simple and capable feeling. Set off. With an order, Bibi Dong, Jiang Chen, and 9 other elders descended the mountain. There are a total of 10 titled Douluo. This lineup is enough to destroy the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect. Chapter 245. Facing the morning sun, several ordinary-looking carriages drove out of Wuhan City and headed towards the Blue Lightning Overlord Longzong. There were not many guards accompanying him, only a dozen or so people, riding horses, guarding the front and back. Neither the carriage nor the clothes of the guards had the hallmark of Wuhandian. The cooperation between them and the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect this time needs to be done in secret. Jiang Chen was naturally in the same carriage as Bibi Dong. Those elders are all bad old men, how can they be comfortable with Bibi Dong? It happened that Bibi Dong also needed to teach him some valuable experience by precept and example. On the carriage, Bibi Dong asked in a testing tone, Xiaoxue, do you know why the teacher brought so many elders? Jiang Chen pondered for a while, and said, it is imperative to be on guard against others. The teacher should be worried that the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect will have an ambush. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, there are more. Jiang Chen said, it stands to reason that the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect doesn't have the strength to ambush us, but it may join forces with other forces. What's more, we are going with the 9 elders, which is also a threat and a deterrent to the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect. The way to control him is to give grace and power. Bibi Dong's eyes lit up, and she praised, it's really not easy for you to have such insight at such a young age. Who made me the disciple of the most beautiful and powerful female pope in the world? Jiang Chen patted it with a smile. Although she knew that Jiang Chen was flattering, Bibi Dong still enjoyed it very much. She squinted her eyes slightly, and was in a happy mood that the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect is not as far away as Tiandu City. 3 days later, the group of Wuhandian was already approaching the location of the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect. The Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect was established in a remote mountain forest. Except for the people of this sect, almost no one can enter it. Bibi Dong and his party were stopped by the disciples guarding the mountain in front of the mountain gate. Bibi Dong and Jiang Chen got off the car, while the other elders were still in the car and didn't get off. Bibi Dong's powerful spiritual force rushed into the Landian Overlord Dragon Sect and quickly found the location of the sect master Yu Yuanzhen. The 2 disciples guarding the mountain gate couldn't help swallowing when they saw Bibi Dong's plump and attractive figure. This is not a place for you to come, leave quickly. Although he was a little coveted for the woman in front of him, the 2 disciples did not dare to do anything excessive. Neither Bibi Dong nor Jiang Chen spoke. When that disciple wanted to yell at him again, a terrifying aura emerged from a mountain in the depths. Like a sleeping savage dragon waking up, the aura instantly becomes terrifyingly strong. The sky over this area was suddenly filled with wind and clouds, and the surrounding area quickly became gloomy. Jiang Chen looked at the sky in shock. In the thick clouds that suddenly gathered, there was actually flashes of thunder, and the dull thunder continued. The power of one person actually caused the world to change color? Who dares to come to my Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect to be presumptuous? A long whistle sounded, and the sound wave rolled towards the mountain gate like a muffled thunder. Jiang Chen's scalp went numb instantly, and he felt the breath of death. This Yu Yuanzhen gave him a much more terrifying feeling than the catastrophe he had experienced before. The two disciples guarding the mountain gate were even more unbearable, and they were already limp on the ground. Humph, Sect Master Jade is so majestic. Bibi Dong's cold snort resounded, and that terrifying sound wave melted like ice and snow meeting a scorching sun. On the top of a mountain in the depths, an old man wearing a blue robe suddenly appeared, just stepping through the void, and arrived in front of Bibi Dong and Jiang Chen in just a few steps. Jiang Chen's forehead was already dripping with cold sweat unconsciously, and his body couldn't help shrinking behind Bibi Dong. He is not cowardly, but witty. At the same time, he was also observing this old man, who should be the suzerain of the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect, Yu Yuanzhen, a level 96 title Douluo of the assault system. The old man was wearing a blue robe, with a wild white beard on his face, tall and burly, and exuded an extremely oppressive aura. Call out. Countless piercing sounds sounded, and dozens of vigorous figures rushed towards this side quickly. Yu Yuan stared at Bibi Dong with eyes like copper bells, and after a while, his breath subsided, and he laughed loudly. It turns out that an old friend has arrived. Bibi Dong's voice became extremely cold, with a trace of sarcasm. Is this how Sect Master Yu welcomes guests? While speaking, a group of people in the Landian Overlord Dragon Sect had descended behind Yu Yuanzhen, looking at Bibi Dong full of hostility. Metropolitan. Yu Yuanzhen raised his hand and interrupted the inquiries of the people behind him. It's the old man who neglected the honored guest. Please come in, the Pope. Yu Yuanzhen turned sideways. The dozen or so masters of the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect looked at Bibi Dong in shock. This turned out to be the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Why did the Pope come to the Dragon School of the Blue Lightning Overlord in person? Do you still want to recruit them as before? Bibi Dong turned around and said, you guys wait here. Xiaoxue, go in with the teacher. Jiang Chen followed the teacher's footsteps and stepped into the sect of the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect. Yu Yuanzhen walked beside Bibi Dong, and tentatively said, I wonder who else the Pope brought here? Why don't you come in and have a cup of tea together? Bibi Dong gave Yu Yuanzhen a playful look, and said, this emperor brought the 9 elders along. Is Sect Master Yu sure you want them to come in for tea together? Yu Yuanzhen was shocked when he heard the words, and his mental power spread towards the carriages outside, wanting to find out the truth. The 9 great elders sensed Yu Yuanzhen's mental power, and rushed away without any hesitation. Although their own strength is weaker than Yu Yuanzhen, the 9 of them together are enough to crush Yu Yuanzhen. Yu Yuanzhen's mental power was ready at the touch of a button, and the pupils of those somewhat cloudy eyes shrank sharply. Really, this woman actually brought 9 title Douluo over here. Could it be that they want to destroy their Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect? But after thinking about it for a while, he felt more at ease. Since Bibi Dong left the 9 great elders outside, it meant that she had no plans to destroy the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect. Your Majesty, this way please. Yu Yuanzhen smiled suddenly, took a few steps ahead, and led the way. Following behind Bibi Dong, Jiang Chen felt a burst of peace of mind. It's just that he could feel the hostility of the more than a dozen strong men of the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect following behind, and they didn't try to hide it at all. These people are almost all middle-aged and elderly people, and they are the current backbone of the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect. From Yu Yuanzhen's suddenly enthusiastic attitude just now, Jiang Chen could guess that today's negotiation and cooperation should be successful. Along the way, many young men and women popped up, looking at Bibi Dong and Jiang Chen curiously. Go back to practice. Yu Yuan roared. Your Majesty is really full of talents. I believe that with the help of our Spirit Hall, in a few years, you will continue to emerge titled Douluo. Bibi Dong laughed. It's wishful thinking to want our Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect to surrender to you. Jiang Chen suddenly turned his head, and found that the person speaking was an old man who was following behind him. It seemed that he was about the same age as Yu Yuanzhen. This must be the veteran of the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect. Seeing Jiang Chen looking back at him, the old man glared angrily, as if he was about to eat Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's back felt a little chilly. It really didn't feel good to be stared at by a strong Contra from behind. He had killed several Contras, but that was in the killing capital. He could feel the malice of these strong men behind him, and he was afraid that these people would suddenly get hot-headed and blast him from behind. Thinking of this, he couldn't help speeding up a few steps, and stood next to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong didn't look back, and said with a smile, after so many years, the second elder is still at level 89. I don't know if he can step into the title Douluo realm in his lifetime. You, second, shut up. Yu Yuanzhen, who was leading the way, turned around and shouted. The second elder was trembling with anger from Bibi Dong. He had stayed at level 89 for more than 10 years, but he just couldn't get out. This was the biggest pain point in his life. However, when he thought of the miraculous elixir that his elder brother gave him some time ago, he felt relaxed. Soon, their Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect will rise again, and at that time, even Wuhandian will give them 3 points of courtesy. Everyone entered the discussion hall. Yu Yuanzhen sat at the top, Bibi Dong came down, Jiang Chen sat next to the teacher. Soon a maid served tea. As soon as he sat down, the second elder lost his temper. Brother, I don't understand what you have to say to Wuhandian. If you want me to say it, just shut the door and disappear. The second elder didn't care about Bibi Dong's identity as Pope when he spoke. Jiang Chen had an intuitive impression of these two elders, straight-hearted and brainless. Bibi Dong said that he brought the 9-titled Douluo, but he didn't know where he got the courage to hide behind closed doors. Yu Yuan said angrily, shut up, the visitor is a guest. As one of the top 3 sects, the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect, can be so rude. The second elder seemed to be extremely afraid of the eldest brother, so he didn't speak anymore. The rest of the people didn't speak either, they just looked at Bibi Dong with unkind eyes. As for Jiang Chen, a brat, he was directly ignored by them. Bibi Dong was extremely calm, took off her veil as if no one else was there, and drank tea gracefully. At this moment, the entire hall was silent for a moment, and it seemed that all the sound of breathing had disappeared. Jiang Chen raised his head curiously, and found that everyone held their breath, and was deeply amazed by Bibi Dong. It wasn't until several seconds later that these people let out a sigh of relief and looked away one after another. Many of them swallowed secretly. This is not the first time they have seen Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong has been here before. It's just that after so many years, Bibi Dong has become more and more amazing, and it's not an exaggeration to call it a peerless beauty in the world. Jiang Chen took a look at Bibi Dong, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, the teacher's fairy looks are really good for all ages. Fortunately, he followed Bibi Dong since he was a child, and Bibi Dong's beauty has already developed a certain resistance, otherwise, his performance might be worse than these people. Bibi Dong's posture was extremely elegant, she gently put down the teacup, and then she looked at Yu Yuanzhen who was seated first, and a clear and pleasant voice sounded like pearls falling on a jade plate. I don't know if Sect Master Yu is satisfied with the pills in our spirit hall. As soon as these words came out, the hall fell into a dead silence, but only for a moment, a huge noise sounded. Brother, what did she mean? Sect Master, where did you get that miraculous elixir? The whole hall was boiling. Some time ago, Yu Yuanzhen distributed a magical thing called elixir to them. After eating the Pi pill, they obviously felt that their cultivation speed had improved. Even at the suggestion of Yu Yuanzhen, they took some young disciples with slightly lower aptitude for experiments, and the effect was astonishing. The disciple with ordinary aptitude seems to have been transformed after eating a few Pi pills. Their Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect's luck has been exhausted for nearly 100 years. Except for the old man Yu Yuanzhen, the rest of the people's aptitude is not good. At most, they can only reach the level of contra. Very difficult. However, this Pi pill seemed to be the compensation given to them by the heavens, allowing them to see the hope of the Zhongmen's resurgence. But under their questioning, the suzerain did not reveal the source of the elixir. Until now, Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall actually said that the elixir was given by them. How could this not shock these elders? Wuhandian repeatedly tried to recruit the Blue Lightning Overlord Longzong, which displeased these clan elders who regarded themselves as noble. At this moment, the news that Bibi Dong spit out suddenly was like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, which stunned them all. Yu Yuanzhen raised his hand and pressed it down, and a majestic voice sounded, yes, this elixir is indeed a gift from the Spirit Hall. The noisy voice suddenly quieted down, and everyone fell silent. Yu Yuanzhen looked at Bibi Dong, and said, Pope, your elixir is indeed miraculous, it is what our sect urgently needs. I also understand the purpose of your coming, whether you can persuade them is up to you. Jiang Chen was a little stunned, he thought that this old man had already dealt with all the clansmen. Unexpectedly, he kicked the ball directly to Bibi Dong. But judging from what he said, he had no objection, as long as Bibi Dong could convince these elders, then they would be willing to attach themselves to the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, and waved her jade hand across the table. Densely packed bottles appeared on the table, all of which were Pei Yuan pills. Xiaoxue, show the elixir to all the seniors. Jiang Chen stood up, and distributed the pills to these elders. Only then did Bibi Dong say, this elixir was invented by our Spirit Hall, and only our Spirit Hall can refine it. If your lord agrees to attach himself to our Spirit Hall, we can provide a large amount of this elixir to assist cultivation. Your Majesty, with these elixirs, it is not difficult for the noble sect to rise again, and it may even surpass the other 2 sects and become the number 1 among the last 3 sections. The elders were extremely tempted. Bibi Dong's solicitation this time was different from the past. This temptation was extremely fatal to them. Although they are proud, what they hope most is to see the rise of the sect. This is the ideal engraved in their minds since childhood. Would the Spirit Hall really be willing to provide us with a large amount of this elixir? The most stubborn second elder was shaken, looking at Bibi Dong expectantly. The second elder can be said to be the one in the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect who dislikes the Spirit Hall the most. But this elixir made him see the hope of a breakthrough in his cultivation base, which had been stagnant for many years, and the dissatisfaction in his heart had disappeared. Bibi Dong nodded slowly and said, if you take too much Pi pill, it will be ineffective. It is still very easy for the Spirit Hall to supply it to your section. Then why is there only this Pi pill? I remember that there are other types of pills. The second elder asked with a frown. In addition, he had also tried those pills before, whether it was the pills for restoring soul power, healing wounds, or increasing attack power, the effects were extremely amazing. Bibi Dong chuckled, and said, with the current strength of Gazong, it really doesn't help the spirit hall much, let's wait until your strength improves. When you need to use them, those pills will naturally be supplied in large quantities. Many elders began to discuss again. After a while, they finally unified their opinions and accepted Wu Hundian's solicitation. Bibi Dong drank tea calmly, as if she had expected all this. The two sides negotiated in detail for an hour, and after confirming all the details, Bibi Dong took Jiang Chen away. There were no surprises in the trip of the Blue Electric Overlord Dragon Sect this time. With the support of the elixir, the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect might really give birth to a titled Douluo within a few years. For Wu Hundian, this is undoubtedly a profitable business. Chapter 246 Breakthrough to Soul King. A year later, at the junction of the Heaven Do Empire and the Starluo Empire, a man walked out from the direction of the Starluo Empire. The man looked to be about 20 years old, with black hair and black eyes, a high nose bridge, a handsome face, and thin lips curved into a nice curve. It's been a year since I left Wu Hundian, it's time to go back and have a look, and then go and accept my little Shuer. The handsome man is none other than Jiang Chen. After subduing the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect, Jiang Chen proposed to practice. On Bibi Dong's suggestion, he went to the Starluo Empire. Wu Hundian's control over the Starluo Empire is much weaker than that of the Heaven Do Empire. In the way of an ascetic monk, Jiang Chen traveled the entire Starluo Empire on foot for half a year, and finally settled in Starluo City, the capital of the Starluo Empire, for more than half a year. And his cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds during this year, and finally broke through to level dash a few days ago. His position at this time was not far from Wuhan City, and under his astonishing speed, it took less than half a day to rush back to Wuhan City. It was almost evening. He returned to the Pope's palace, and went directly to Bibi Dong's study. I haven't seen her in a year, but Bibi Dong is still so glamorous and charming, her appearance remains around 26 and dash years old, and her plump and charming figure exudes mature charm. Teacher. Jiang Chen called out. Bibi Dong raised her head suddenly, and that pretty serious face burst into a heartwarming smile in an instant. She walked out quickly, and pulled Jiang Chen to look carefully. Teacher, you are getting more and more beautiful. You can really make the city fall with a smile, and the country with a smile. Bibi Dong was stunned for a moment, carefully chewing Jiang Chen's praise. Her eyes became brighter and her smile became more charming. You kid, your mouth is really covered with honey. Come on, tell the teacher about your experience this year. She pulled Jiang Chen to sit down. Jiang Chen talked on and on for an hour, and only then did he talk about the general experience of this year. Teacher, I have broken through to level dash now, please help me arrange it. I want to go to the Stardo Forest tomorrow to absorb the soul ring. Apart from going back to Wuhan Hall to visit the teacher and senior sisters, this is also one of Jiang Chen's goals. His previous fourth soul ring absorbed 3 years, and this time it is estimated that he will absorb about 5 years. With his 50-level spirit power, it is still somewhat difficult to kill a 5-year-old spirit beast by himself. Moreover, the threats in the Stardo Forest are not only soul beasts, but also humans. Therefore, he still needs expert help. Bibi Dong exclaimed, I thought about it before, when you come back, you should reach level dash. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Then I will make arrangements later, and let some elders accompany you to the Stardo Forest. Thank you, teacher. Bibi Dong smiled all over her face. For the sake of your hard work in cultivation, the teacher will give you a lot of rewards. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, showing a look of anticipation. What reward? Bibi Dong stood up. Let's go, follow the teacher to the kitchen, and cook a big meal for you and your senior sister. Jiang Chen's heart trembled, remembering the time a year ago, when Bibi Dong forced him to eat 3 big bowls. There is a shadow in my heart. Teacher, don't worry, how about letting me do it? Bibi Dong pulled him up, stared and said, don't talk nonsense, follow me. Okay. Jiang Chen didn't dare to resist, and planned to say some hypocritical words to Hu Lina later, to satisfy Bibi Dong's vanity. This time no one was sent to the academy to inform Hu Lina. Jiang Chen directly contacted Zhao Yuyo who was there, and informed Hu Lina to come back. What surprised Jiang Chen was that Bibi Dong was extremely skilled in cooking. When Hu Lina came back, she ran directly to the kitchen. There, she saw the teacher and junior who were busy. Xiaoxue. Hu Lina looked at Jiang Chen, her beautiful eyes were full of affection. Go outside, don't get in the way here. Bibi Dong laughed and cursed away. Hu Lina blushed. Teacher, I will help you. At the dinner table, Jiang Chen took a sip, and looked at Bibi Dong in surprise. The teacher's technique has actually improved a lot. Although it is still far behind him, it is still very good. But there must be some flattery. Jiang Chen frantically patted Bibi Dong very comfortably. After eating, Bibi Dong asked Hu Lina and Jiang Chen to go back and have a good rest. Of course, she reiterated the matter of stealing the forbidden fruit. Now there is only more than half a year before the Soul Master competition. In order to avoid human life, stealing food is absolutely not allowed to happen. Back in the dormitory, Hu Lina pulled Jiang Chen and talked love for several hours. The resentful look on Xiao's face was like a resentful woman who has been alone in an empty house for many years. Jiang Chen felt that he was guilty, heinous, to actually neglect this delicate little lady, and make her suffer from emptiness and loneliness. Senior sister, after the Soul Master competition is over, I will definitely make you feel greatly enriched. What? Hu Lina asked doubtfully as she left Jiang Chen's arms. It's nothing. Jiang Chen smiled. Let's practice. In the early morning, after having breakfast with Hu Lina returned to the academy, while Jiang Chen went directly to the elder hall. After waiting for a short time, the three elders came hand in hand. Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, Poison Douluo. Last night, Bibi Dong sent someone to notify these three elders who were more familiar with Jiang Chen. 2 days later, in the Stardo Great Forest, the three elders of the Spirit Hall were guarding Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes tightly, and concentrated on absorbing the fifth spirit ring. This is a valley, and the surrounding environment is extremely eerie. In the valley, human bones are piled up like a mountain. The land, rocks, and plants are all dark red, and the breath of death is everywhere. There are very few soul masters in this area who are willing to approach, and it is a place that is cast aside and loathed by soul masters. There lived a disgusting and frightening spirit beast, the corpse beast. Corpse beasts rarely attack humans, they like to devour human corpses. The more rotten they are, the more they suit their taste. A large number of human beings die in the Stardo Forest every day, and the corpses are usually dragged back to their lair by the corpse-eating beasts, where they will be put for a period of time, and they will eat happily only after they are extremely decayed. The corpse-eating beasts are extremely poisonous, and unless there is a lack of food, they will not take the initiative to attack humans. Therefore, soul masters who encountered corpse-eating beasts all ran away from them. Not far from Jiang Chen, there was a huge and extremely ugly corpse-eating beast. Gray skin, no hair on the body, just like human skin. It's just that on the skin, there are many pink sarcoid tumors the size of human heads, which contain terrible venom. This is a 6-year-old corpse-eating beast, which exceeded Jiang Chen's expectation, but he fell in love with this guy at a glance. Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and Dugubo resisted the smell of rotting corpses permeating the surroundings, and frowned at Jiang Chen who was absorbing the spirit ring. An hour has passed, and the energy fluctuations on Jiang Chen's body are getting more and more surging. The expressions of the three-titled Douluo became more and more shocking. They had absorbed a 6-year soul ring at level dash, which shocked the world when they said it. For a normal soul master, the 5th soul ring has just begun to absorb the 10,000-year soul ring, and he has to be careful, otherwise there is a danger of falling. Fortunately for Jiang Chen, the 5th spirit ring is already 6 years old. If Bibi Dong hadn't told them in advance that it was completely up to Jiang Chen to decide, it would be impossible for them to let Jiang Chen take this risk. At this moment, the surging energy gradually calmed down, and on Jiang Chen's body, on top of the 4 black soul rings, the 5th soul ring gradually solidified. It was also a black spirit ring, but this 5th spirit ring was much darker than the previous 4. Chapter 247 New Innate Ability. Jiang Chen opened his eyes slightly surprised. He thought that absorbing this 6-year soul ring would be a painful torture, but it turned out to be much easier than he imagined. It should be that year in the slaughter capital, my physique improved too much, otherwise, I should only be able to absorb 5-year-old soul rings. He cultivates both in one body and 2 systems. The blood-sucking enhances the cultivation of zombies, and the cultivation of soul masters does not increase much. However, a strong body is of great benefit to absorbing spirit rings. But even so, absorbing this 6-year spirit ring almost exhausted the spirit power in his body. Fortunately, after the breakthrough, the soul power was filled again, many times stronger than before. A large level of leap, the strength will be significantly improved. He carefully comprehended his own changes. When he was in the capital of killing, his zombie cultivation base had been raised to level 5, which was a big level higher than that of a soul master. For more than a year, besides Yu Tianheng, he also absorbed a lot of human blood in the Starluo Empire, as well as the 5-year-old bright sacred lion, plus the improvement of his cultivation skills. The previous paragraph time has already felt that the zombie's cultivation has reached the verge of breakthrough. Sure enough, after absorbing the 10,000-year spirit ring, the zombie's cultivation base has been raised to level 6. He felt something in his heart, stood up, and with a thought, he actually floated out of thin air. After rising to a height of more than 10 meters, he quickly flew out of the valley. The 3-titled Douluo looked at each other with shocked expressions on their faces. The holy sun actually flew up. But what shocked them wasn't this, but that the soul ring on Jiang Chen's body didn't light up, nor did it fluctuate like when he cast his soul skills. It was as if this kind of flying ability was Jiang Chen's innate talent. The 3 hurriedly chased them out. Outside the valley, Jiang Chen landed in satisfaction. At level 6, he actually has the ability to fly. This should be the legendary state of flying dead. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. Son, what is flying stiffness? Zhu Douluo heard Jiang Chen's voice talking to himself as soon as he came over, and was very curious about this mysterious realm that he had never heard of. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "It's nothing, this is a kind of innate ability of mine." He didn't explain much, even if he explained, the 3 old men couldn't understand. Suddenly, his expression changed, the 3rd soul ring on his body lit up, and a trace of pure heavenly calamity energy gushed out from the corpse pill in his body. His body disappeared and appeared directly 300 meters away. Well, the teleportation distance actually increased. Jiang Chen was a little surprised, and couldn't help showing a bright smile on his face. There are a lot of surprises today. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo were shocked again. They were all present when Jiang Chen acquired the teleportation skill. At that time, Jiang Chen could only teleport a distance of 300 meters, but now, it has actually increased to dash meters. Can this skill continue to evolve? They chased after him again, and the current His Highness the Son of God had aroused their strong curiosity and wanted to find out. When they arrived, they found that Jiang Chen was staring at a rabbit in front of him in a daze. This is a soft-bone rabbit with a cultivation base of about 3,000 years. Before Jiang Chen appeared suddenly, it was taken aback, and looked at Jiang Chen vigilantly for a moment. When it wanted to escape, 3-titled Douluo came over. Chrysanthemum Douluo found that Jiang Chen seemed to be interested in this rabbit, and the terrifying breath locked the rabbit that wanted to escape, making it unable to move. His Royal Highness, is there something wrong with this rabbit? Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled, and said, it's nothing, I just thought of an old friend, and I lost my mind. After speaking, he looked at the rabbit, opened his mouth, and sucked it in. Terrible things happened. The rabbit and Jiang Chen were separated by about 10 meters, and they were already extremely frightened by the pressure of Ju Douluo's breath. But now, following Jiang Chen's inhalation, the rabbit trembled all over, and then 2 red eyeballs burst, and a large amount of blood, carrying the essence of the flesh, spurted out from those 2 eye sockets, and flew towards Jiang Chen's mouth. Come. In just a few seconds, only skin and bones were left of this 3,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit, and it couldn't die anymore. The 3 Douluo were horrified again, and even felt a bit of horror, and there was a sudden chill behind them. They also didn't feel Jiang Chen's use of soul skills this time. Could it be another kind of innate ability? How many natural abilities does His Royal Highness Son have? Jiang Chen was somewhat satisfied. This ability was stronger than his blood-sucking ability in the zombie domain. If the 2 abilities are superimposed and used together, the effect will be extremely terrifying. Seeing the somewhat fearful expressions of the 3-titled Douluo, Jiang Chen couldn't help being a little funny. 3 elders, my ability can only deal with some relatively weak creatures at the moment. If I want to threaten title Douluo, it is still far away. Ju Douluo and the 3 of them laughed wryly. Dugubo said, we know this, I'm afraid when you reach the realm of titled Douluo in the future, even ordinary titled Douluo can't help you to suck it. Only then did Jiang Chen understand why the 3 titled Douluo were afraid. Who is not afraid of such evil methods like demons? Don't worry, the 3 elders, you are all loyal servants to the Spirit Hall, and I will rely on you more in the future. The 3 elders showed smiles, which made Jiang Chen feel a little comfortable. By the way, Shenzi, I don't know what soul ability you have obtained. Ju Douluo asked. Elders, let's try my 5th soul skill, the power of Death's Tombstone. Jiang Chen laughed loudly. Come on. The 3 titled Douluo were eager to try. Jiang Chen's 5th soul ring lit up, and above the heads of the 3 of Ju Douluo, densely packed tombstones suddenly appeared, and the bottom of the tombstone slammed downward like the tip of a sword. Titled Douluo's spiritual power is extremely powerful, and they had already noticed it the moment the tombstone first appeared. The tombstone exudes an endless breath of death, locking Ju Douluo and the 3 of them. The 3 titled Douluo did not evade, and released their soul power. The densely packed tombstones fell on their soul power barrier, and exploded with a bang. Explosions sounded one after another, and then, a layer of grey gas filled the surroundings, like a thick fog. This gas is poisonous and can make people weak. Dugubo, who is most sensitive to poison, said first. Seeing that the tombstone had finally exploded, both Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo withdrew their released soul power, feeling the toxicity of the grey mist for themselves. But in just an instant, their expressions changed, and they hastily released their soul power again to isolate the terrible grey fog. With a thought in Jiang Chen, this large amount of grey mist rushed towards his body and entered into his 5th soul ring. At the same time, he felt that there was more life energy in his body, which was absorbed from the 2 titled Douluo. This toxicity can actually make people lose their vitality. Ju Douluo was a little horrified. The taciturn Ghost Douluo also nodded and said, that's right, it's a very weird skill, even if I'm eroded by this grey fog for a long time, I'll die. Dugubo added. Furthermore, the grey mist has a strong ability to corrode the soul power. Coupled with the power of the tombstone explosion, it may be difficult for low-level soul masters to resist the external soul power. Jiang Chen was very satisfied. According to the 3 titled Douluo, the power of this skill is very good. Chapter 248 The Plan Against Qian Rongxu. Chrysanthemum Douluo looked forward to asking, His Royal Highness, besides the abilities just now, do you have any other breakthroughs? Jiang Chen felt it carefully. It hadn't been many days since he broke through to level 6, but this time he absorbed the Dashir soul ring, which made his soul power directly skip level dash. Most of the energy possessed by the spirit ring was used to generate the 5th spirit ability, and part of it was absorbed by him. The spirit power stayed at level 51 and did not continue to break through. However, after absorbing a part of the spirit ring's energy, it shouldn't take long for him to break through to level 52. No more. He shook his head and replied. Ju Douluo heaved a sigh of relief, and joked, if you really get other perverted abilities, you will really scare us to death. Ghost Douluo and Poison Douluo also nodded slowly, deeply agreeing with Ju Douluo's words. They had never seen such a perverted young man like Jiang Chen. Even the current His Majesty the Pope was far inferior to the current Jiang Chen when he was young. This talent is really terrifying. Poison Douluo looked up at the sky. It was nearing evening, the sun was setting to the west, and the sky was getting darker. Let's get out of here first. the three-titled Douluo and Jiang Chen ran out of the forest. Along the way, I also encountered some retreating adventurous soul masters. The Dark Night in the Stardo Forest is a restricted area for soul masters. Unless they have extremely strong strength, they would never dare to spend the night in the forest. With the three-titled Douluo by his side, Jiang Chen ran wildly and recklessly, enjoying the speed of breaking through to the Soul Queen. The 3000 thunder movement technique was used to the extreme, and he flashed across the forest like a bolt of lightning. The three-titled Douluo followed closely beside Jiang Chen, and were shocked again. This speed, the Soul Saint is not so fast, right? Dugubo couldn't help but said. Chrysanthemum Douluo said, this speed has already reached the level of ordinary Soul Douluo, and some Soul Saints who are good at speed can also reach this level. It can only be said that our Holy Son is too much. Pervert. Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo agreed, and said what Ju Douluo wanted to say. Chrysanthemum Douluo gave Ghost Douluo a half-annoyance look, while Dugubo at the side shivered slightly when he saw this scene. The four of them ran wildly all the way, even some soul beasts and soul masters they met had not had time to react. Jiang Chen and the others had already disappeared from their sight. In less than half an hour, they had already come out of the Stardo Great Forest. At this time, the sun had not yet set, and there was a golden afterglow in the sky. The four stopped. Let's go to the small town ahead to rest for one night, and return to Wuhan City early tomorrow morning, Ju Douluo suggested. It hasn't been long since Dugubo became an elder, and Ghost Douluo is very quiet, so among the three, Ju Douluo is the main one. Jiang Chen suddenly said, 3 elders, go back, I have something to go to Heaven-Do City. What are you doing over there? Ju Douluo asked. I have some private matters to deal with, please elders help me bring a message to my teacher, just say that she doesn't need to worry about this catastrophe, I can get through it safely. Jiang Chen said. What is heavenly tribulation? Ghost Douluo asked curiously when he encountered a word he had never heard before. You tell the teacher, she will understand. Jiang Chen didn't explain. Ghost Douluo didn't ask again. In terms of status, Jiang Chen is no lower than them, it's just that the current Jiang Chen doesn't have real power yet. Leave now? Ju Douluo asked. Yes. Holy Son, help me bring something for my granddaughter, Dugubo said. He took out a few bottles of pills, some gadgets, and a few cute dolls. These are things that Yanyan likes, I bought them in Wuhan City. He is really a grandfather who loves his granddaughter. Jiang Chen couldn't help thinking of old Jack, and felt a little touched in his heart. Elder Dugu, don't worry, I will definitely hand it over to her. Well, thank you Holy Son. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. 3 elders, let's part now. It is good. Jiang Chen turned around, used his body skills, and headed north. His speed was actually much faster than when he was in the forest just now. The three-titled Douluo were speechless for a while. After a while, Jiang Chen's figure disappeared, and Dugubo smiled wryly. His Royal Highness, at the speed of the Holy Sun, it is estimated that I will not be able to catch up with him in a few years. The other two nodded in agreement. Chrysanthemum Douluo wondered, it's strange, His Royal Highness Shenzi set off overnight, why do you have to rush so desperately, is there really something urgent? Yes, very strange. Ghost Douluo agreed. Can Jiang Chen not be in a hurry, he is racing against time. Don't even reach Heaven-Do City, the heavenly tribulation will come down. He has to rush to Heaven-Do City within 2 days, before the catastrophe arrives, so that his plan can be successfully implemented. Using Du Ji to force Jianrongxu to make a choice is indeed a little rascal. However, judging from the episodes of movies and TV shows he had seen in his previous life, this method is very effective. He couldn't believe that Jianrongxu could still be indifferent to him in that kind of situation where he was parting from life and death. As soon as he imagined the scene of Jianrongxu hugging his tattered body and crying loudly, shouting I am willing to do anything, I will give you a monkey tonight, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the situation of parting between life and death, the emotions in her heart will be infinitely magnified. No matter how strong Jianrongxu's character is, she may not be able to escape Jiang Chen's cruel tricks. From Stardo Great Forest to Tianjia City, if it is a normal convoy, it will take about 20 days. It took Jiang Chen 5 days to return to Wuhan City from Heaven-Do City last time. This time he traveled to Heaven-Do City. The distance was about the same, but his speed was already much faster than before. He decided to grit his teeth. Even if he traveled for 2 consecutive days and 2 nights, he still had to reach Tianjia City before the 3rd day. He has already prepared enough pills to restore soul power in his storage soul tool. This plan was already thought up when he left Heaven-Do City a year ago, so naturally he didn't want any accidents. Along the way, Jiang Chen felt like he was walking on flat ground. Even when he encountered cliffs, abysses, canyons, and other terrains, he didn't take a detour, walked through the air, and his speed didn't slow down in the slightest. The awakened flying ability is like an instinct for him, and there is no extra consumption on the body. Stepping in the void is like stepping on flat ground. In fact, his lightning wings can fly faster, but that skill consumes too much soul power, and he can't afford to consume it at all. Finally, when approaching Tianjia City in the afternoon 2 days later, he stopped and found a place to practice for a few hours, recovering his exhausted state. At the same time, 3 little birds flew out to find a place for him to cross the catastrophe for tomorrow. He had been driving for almost 2 days and 2 nights. If he hadn't been physically strong, if he had been replaced by other soul masters, he would have been exhausted. Sure enough, if you want to take a shortcut, you have to pay a price. Jiang Chen smiled wryly. A few hours later, he finished his cultivation and entered Heaven Do City when night fell. The night in Tiandu City was still as lively as ever, but Jiang Chen didn't have the heart to appreciate it, and went directly to Xiaoying's small courtyard. He didn't knock on the door, but climbed over the wall and entered. When he came to the backyard, he suddenly saw a young girl sitting on the roof of his room. The girl has short black and soft hair, big eyes, and a pretty face. She is sitting on the ridge of the roof, resting her cheek with one hand, staring blankly at the rising moon, thinking about something. Chapter 249 Xianrongxu's Thoughts. Jiang Chen entered the courtyard, coughed lightly, and immediately alarmed the girl on the roof. Xiaoying turned her head, and saw Jiang Chen standing below, looking at her with a smile. A burst of brilliance suddenly burst out in her eyes, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Brother, you are back." Said, she ran a few steps on the roof, and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Looking at the girl flying in midair, Jiang Chen couldn't help sweating on his forehead. If he took a few steps back, the girl would have thrown a big character on the ground and not a mouthful of mud. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to open his hands and take the girl down. The moment his delicate body fell into his arms, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He spun around the girl in his arms, let go of the impact, and put her down before looking there. According to the height of the uplift, although it is not amazing, it has reached a normal level. It's only been a year, the change is too fast. Feeling Jiang Chen's gaze, Xiaoying's face flushed slightly. Jiang Chen took out some expensive pastries that he bought when he entered Tiandu City just now from the Soul Tool. "Well, this is for you, your brother, and I specially brought it here for you in Wuhan City." Xiaoying's eyes lit up, full of emotion, and happily took the pastry. "Thank you, brother." Jiang Chen couldn't help but rub that short black and soft hair, and said with a smile, "You're welcome, take your time, I'm going to see Shuer. I'll go too." Xiaoying said vaguely with pastry stuffed in her mouth. Jiang Chen's eyes widened, and he tapped her on the forehead. "She is your sister-in-law, she hasn't seen me for a year, she wants to be intimate, you understand." "Got it." The girl pouted habitually. Jiang Chen entered the room, entered the passage skillfully, and ran towards the palace. A few minutes later, he arrived at Qianrongxu's room. What surprised him was that Qianrongxu was not in her room. The lights in the room were on, and there was still the charming fragrance from before, but the beauty was not there. Jiang Chen turned his head and looked in the direction of his own room next door. In Jiang Chen's room, Qianrongxu was sitting on the bed that Jiang Chen had slept on, holding the quilt that Jiang Chen had covered in her arms. Those delicate eyes seemed to contain a pool of autumn water, full of longing. Xiao Lian was in a daze for a long time, then she suddenly picked up Jiang Chen's quilt, put it on the tip of her nose, took a deep breath, her face was intoxicated. Squeak! The door opened. The man who made her dream come true appeared at the door, looking at her with a smile. Qianrongxu still kept breathing in, closed her eyes forcefully, and opened them again, but the man still stood there smiling and looking at her. "Shuer, do you miss my smell?" Jiang Chen smiled richly, stepped in, and closed the door with his backhand. Like an electric shock, Qianrongxu threw Jiang Chen's quilt aside. Her pretty face was hot and red, and she didn't dare to look Jiang Chen directly in the eyes. "It's so embarrassing to be caught in this situation. I'm so ashamed and I want to die." Jiang Chen understood Qianrongxu's mood very well, as if in the previous life, he was bumped into by his parents. When discussing the teacher's big ass with the same table, the teacher is standing behind and staring. "I happened to meet the leader when I went to wash my feet." At this moment, Qianrongxu was so ashamed and indignant that she wished she could find a crack in the ground and sneak in. "Shuer, you like the smell on my body, I'll suck it up for you." Jiang Chen smirked, approaching step by step. She didn't expect that there would be a surprise when she came back this time, and Qianrongxu thought of him so much. "Maybe tonight we can ride together on the boat, cross the river of love together." When he was only a few steps away from Qianrongxu, he opened his mouth wide and threw his arms wide open. On Qianrongxu's flushed pretty face, her willow eyebrows instantly stood up, her face tinged with frost. A lotus-like jade leg kicked out from the hem of the skirt, and accurately kicked on Jiang Chen's stomach. Jiang Chen was full of joy, but was caught off guard, being kicked and fell to the ground. A beautiful image flashed by, and Qianrongxu had disappeared, leaving behind only a burst of intoxicating fragrance. There's something wrong with this script. Jiang Chen had a question mark all over his head. He was so shy to this point, shouldn't it be a matter of course? When he came to Qianrongxu's door, he found that the door had been locked from the inside. "Share. Go away." Qianrongxu's shy and angry voice came out. I was just joking with you just now." Jiang Chen knew in his heart that there was no game tonight, so he took the initiative to admit his mistake. Qianrongxu did not speak. "Actually, I have something to discuss with you when I come back this time. It is very urgent and it is a matter of my life and death." The room was silent for a moment, and Qianrongxu's voice sounded, "Stay outside for another quarter of an hour." "Okay." Jiang Chen agreed with a smile. He focused his gaze, and saw Qianrongxu inside rushed into the bathroom, slapping her pretty face with cold water. Jiang Chen smiled, he was in a good mood, and started to stroll around the courtyard. After 15 minutes, the door opened. "Come in." Jiang Chen's figure flashed, he appeared at the door, and stepped into the room. Qian Rongxue sat by the table, her pretty face was cold, she didn't even look at Jiang Chen, and said, "Tell me if you have anything to say, and get out of here quickly, I'm going to rest." Jiang Chen unhurriedly poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip to moisten his throat, then opened his mouth, and said in a deep voice, "I'm going to cross the catastrophe tomorrow, and I'm close to death." Hearing Jiang Chen's serious tone, Qian Rongxue's face became serious, and she asked, "What is Transcendence Tribulation?" Crossing robbery is. It took Jiang Chen a long time to explain clearly the horror of Duji. Qian Rongxue's pretty face was full of shock. "Is it true that 45 thunderbolts will fall from the sky to strike you?" Jiang Chen's face was serious, and he raised his hand to swear. "I swear by my sincerity to swear, if there is even half a lie, then let me be hacked to death tomorrow." Snapped. Qian Rongxue slammed the table and said angrily, "Shut up, don't swear." Jiang Chen showed a bitter smile. "I know that tomorrow will be bad and good, so I ran from Wuhan City for 2 days and 2 nights, just to see you for the last time before tomorrow." "Shut up, I said stop talking nonsense." Qian Rongxue yelled angrily, covering Jiang Chen's mouth with green hands. "You won't die, there must be a way." Qian Rongxue looked anxious. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, "Swear, there is no way, I have survived this catastrophe 4 times before, although I have experience, but tomorrow's catastrophe is even more dangerous. What can I do for you?" Qian Rongxue asked. Jiang Chen said, "Tomorrow, you and the 9th Elder will protect the law for me. Having you by my side will give me great encouragement. Even if I die in the end, if I can see you again before I die, I will die without regret." As he said that, he stood up with a lonely and desolate look on his face. "I'm leaving, and I have to inform the 9th Elder. Let's meet up at Xiaoying's place tomorrow." Qian Rongxue looked complicated, as if she was making an extremely difficult choice. Jiang Chen opened the passage, and was about to go down. Suddenly, 2 jade arms wrapped around his waist. "Don't go tonight, stay with me, okay?" Jiang Chen's hulking body shook, and he turned around inconceivably, supporting Qian Rongxue's fragrant shoulders with both hands, looking at that pretty face that was already blushing. Qian Rongxue's pretty face was flushed, and her long eyelashes trembled. Although she was extremely shy in her heart, she looked at Jiang Chen stubbornly. There is a deep affection in those extremely beautiful eyes. Jiang Chen has seen this kind of look on Hu Lina before. After staring at Jiang Chen for a while, she slowly closed her eyes, her eyelashes still trembling slightly. The pretty face was raised slightly, waiting for Jiang Chen. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen pushed Qian Rongxue away, and stared at her seriously. Qian Rongxue's soul emperor-level cultivation was a little weak at this moment. "Swear, I love you, but I also love my senior sister deeply, can you accept it?" The shyness on Qian Rongxue's face gradually disappeared, and she fell silent. Jiang Chen sighed, and said, "If I'm lucky enough not to die tomorrow, you can give me an answer." After finishing speaking, he jumped into the passage without a trace of nostalgia. "I wish." Qian Rongxue looked anxious, but she couldn't say the last word. As the daughter of heaven, she has amazing talent, peerless appearance, and extremely proud heart. Except for Jiang Chen, there is no young man in this world who she can put in her eyes. Let her accept another woman, she is extremely conflicted in her heart. Even in the situation just now, she still couldn't convince herself. For Jiang Chen at this time, it is impossible to say that he has no regrets. When it reached the fat in his mouth, he licked it, and he forcibly restrained the urge to swallow it. He felt that it was better to discuss this kind of matter with Qian Rongxue in advance. Otherwise, after the rice is cooked, Qian Rongxue will probably feel sad. He has to care about Qian Rongxue's feelings, this is the most basic respect. When he returned to Xiaoying's room, he found that the big paper bag of pastries had been eaten. With a satisfied face, Xiaoying licked the remaining cake crumbs on her fingers. Jiang Chen had black lines on his face, ignored her, and went directly to the temple. In the temple, he met the long-lost Salas and the 9 elders. After a brief explanation with the 9th elder, the 9th elder readily agreed to meet in the small theater tomorrow morning. Jiang Chen returned to Xiaoying's courtyard, and entered his original room. The room is neatly furnished, clean and tidy, and it doesn't look like it has been vacant for a year. "This girl, you have a heart." Jiang Chen was a little relieved, he didn't hurt her in vain. He went out of the room, jumped onto the roof, sat down cross-legged, and prepared to practice. After running wildly for 2 days and 2 nights, although he practiced for a few hours in the afternoon, he was still a little tired. Entering deep practice can quickly relieve fatigue. Just when he had just entered the state, a sudden voice sounded in his mind, "Boy, don't you want the inheritance of this seat? People are scary, scaring to death, not to mention still concentrating on cultivation." The voice suddenly sounded from my mind. Jiang Chen's body trembled, and he almost rolled off the roof. "Who is it?" He turned his head and looked around, his expression extremely vigilant. At the same time, I was thinking about the sentence just now, inheritance? Thinking of the voice he had heard several times before, he finally identified who it was. Shura God. At that time, he had a few conversations with God Shura in the capital of Killing. Later in Bibi Dong's secret room, God Raxhasa satirized God Shura. Jiang Chen thought that God Shura had given up on him. Unexpectedly, after a few years, I suddenly contacted him again. "Senior Azura God, is that you?" Jiang Chen asked softly. "It's this seat." Jiang Chen understood, and asked, "Senior, what kind of test do I need to go through to obtain your inheritance?" Then he immediately added, let's make it clear in advance, if you want to use my hand to kill the descendant of Rakshasa god, then I would rather not have this inheritance. Shura god was slightly surprised, and said, there are many people who will do everything in order to become a god. Are you willing to give up the precious opportunity to become a god? Jiang Chen sneered, Senior, can't you become a god if you don't accept the inheritance of the gods? Then how did the first generation of gods appear? God Shura's tone was not angry, of course I became a god by myself. Then why can't I? I firmly believe that even without the inheritance of the gods, I can still reach that level. God Shura was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly chuckled and said, crazy enough, but I like it. Don't worry, as a law enforcement officer, why would I let you do the thing of killing a teacher? It is the descendant of the Rakshasa god, you have to be careful. The Rakshasa god is in charge of evil and has always acted without scruples. The remnants she left behind may cause her descendants to act against you. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, he really hadn't thought about this possibility. If Shura god really chose him as his successor, would the trace of god Rakshasa's spiritual will let him go? Even Tang Chen was made into such a miserable state, maybe he will also encounter evil hands. Shura said in a divine way, if she really did something wrong to you, I can take this as a test for you. Jiang Chen asked, Senior, if I want to obtain your inheritance, what kind of assessment do I need to pass? I heard that other gods' inheritances have 8 tests and 9 tests. Shura said, don't worry about this. There are not so many rules in the assessment of this seat. You can take 9 tests or 1 test. This seat will pay attention to your growth. When you are strong enough, you will be assessed. Being watched by God Azura to grow up, Jiang Chen suddenly felt flattered. But he suddenly thought, isn't he living under the surveillance of God Shura? Senior, will you also pay attention to my daily practice? He asked tentatively. That's right, the killing god domain on your body comes from me, so I can naturally follow your every move. Your talent and some special features on your body have aroused my interest, otherwise, I would not contact you. Jiang Chen was suddenly a little anxious, didn't the old man see all the intimate scenes with Hu Lina and Qian Rongxu before? Senior, you should also pay attention to my wife's intimacy. Jiang Chen's tone was a little annoyed. God Shura said lightly, I don't have that hobby yet. That's good. Jiang Chen was slightly relieved, but immediately thought of the matter of crossing the catastrophe. Shouldn't he also be heard? Sure enough, God Shura's voice sounded at the right time. I heard what you and the girl said about crossing the catastrophe. Is it true? Jiang Chen honestly admitted that this old man can spy on him through the god of death domain. Even if he doesn't say it now, he will be seen tomorrow. Then how many times have you experienced this tribulation? It has already been 4 times, and there will be 1 time every time a major level is raised. God Shura was silent for a moment, and murmured, no wonder I felt the law of the lower realm was turbulent before, but I couldn't find out the reason. It turned out to be your kid. Jiang Chen was startled. He didn't expect that these bosses would have noticed his crossing tribulation long ago, but they didn't lock him in. Thinking about it now, the reason why God Shura contacted him tonight was probably because he heard about Duji. He suddenly felt a little worried. Would he be considered unknown by the gods because of crossing the catastrophe, and thus be obliterated? But after thinking about it for a while, he felt relieved. God Shura said just now that he couldn't find out the reason for the turmoil in the law. He guessed that it was probably caused by his system. It wasn't until this moment that Jiang Chen realized how terrifying and powerful the system was. It can actually block the god's induction to him. If he hadn't acquired the death god domain and attracted the attention of God Shura, perhaps this secret would have been hidden forever. Chapter 251 Start the Tribulation. Now, the big boss, God Shura, already knew the secret of his tribulation. Jiang Chen tentatively said, Senior, I caused turmoil in the law, is this a good thing or a bad thing? God Shura seemed to be pondering, and said after a while, your situation has never happened since ancient times, and no one can say whether it is good or bad. Wait until tomorrow, and I will see with my own eyes how you survived the catastrophe, and maybe there will be an answer. Jiang Chen waited for a while, and saw that God Shura didn't speak anymore, so he entered the cultivation. Things have come to this point, it's useless for him to worry, he can only let nature take its course. In the early morning, when Jiang Chen came down, he happened to see Xiaoying stretching at the door. In this posture, it seems quite predictable. Xiaoying has grown up, it's time to find a man to marry. Jiang Chen joked. In Douluo, 19 years old has already reached the age of marriage. Xiaoying stuck out her little tongue. I don't want to marry, there is no good smelly man, and Miss is the best to me. When he heard a handsome guy coming last time, he ran out so excitedly that Jiang Chen was a little speechless. Thinking about introducing a handsome guy who is not weaker than him to this girl one day, and see if she drools. He went into the kitchen to make breakfast, and not long after, Qian Rongxu and the 9th elder arrived one after the other. Qian Rongxu was wearing a bright moon-white dress today, Xiao Man's waist was tightly cinched, which was capable and well highlighted her proud figure. The 4 sat together and ate breakfast. After hearing the conversation, Xiaoying learned that Jiang Chen was going to carry out an extremely dangerous operation to cross the tribulation, so she immediately asked to go together. Where would Jiang Chen agree? He sternly refused. He originally wanted to take advantage of this tribulation to facilitate his and Qian Rongxu's good affairs, so how could he bring this large light bulb with him? In the end, Xiaoying pouted and watched Jiang Chen and the three leave. Jiang Chen took Qian Rongxiu and the ninth elders out of the south gate, and began to run quickly. Yesterday afternoon, with the efforts of the three little birds, he had already found a place to cross the catastrophe. Jiang Chen wasn't too worried about this tribulation. From the last tribulation to the present, his physique has become much stronger, and it should be easier to cross the tribulation this time. The three of them entered the field from the official road, passed through the village, and continued on, gradually entering the no man's land. How far is it? Qian Rongxiu couldn't help asking. There are about 100 miles left, and we should be able to arrive before noon. Jiang Chen replied. Does it have to be this far? Qian Rongxiu was puzzled. Jiang Chen smiled wryly and said, you have never seen heavenly tribulation, and you can't imagine how terrifying that scene would be. If you are too close to Tiandu City, you will definitely be noticed. Tang San is still in Tiandu City, right? Still. Qian Rongxiu replied, and at the same time reflected the meaning hidden in Jiang Chen's words. Since Tang San is in Tiandu City, Tang Hao is likely to be there too. It would be bad if Tang Hao was attracted. They didn't think that the ninth elder could hold Tang Hao's clear sky hammer. Tang Hao's reputation was not built on, even Bibi Dong was extremely afraid of him. Near noon, they entered a rolling mountainous area. There are few people here, there are no villages within tens of miles, not even a road, and it is already extremely far away from Tiandu City. The three found a shady place to sit down, and began to recover the consumed soul power. Jiang Chen took out the pill, ate one, and the soul power in his body quickly recovered. Xiaochen, we really can't help you with this tribulation. Qian Rongxiu was extremely worried, her face was full of worry. The ninth elder also looked over curiously. Last night Jiang Chen only briefly told him about the situation of crossing the tribulation, but he didn't know the details yet. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. After the start, you all need to retreat 300 meters away and just watch. Don't try to get close to me. Once you enter the range of heavenly tribulation, the power of heavenly tribulation will become stronger. It will also be attacked by heavenly tribulation. Ninth elder didn't care a little bit, and said, no matter how strong this heavenly tribulation is, can it still be stronger than titled Douluo? Jiang Chen said seriously, Elder Ninth, don't underestimate heavenly tribulation. Even a powerhouse at level 99 may die under heavenly tribulation. If you get close, it will not only hurt you, but also implicate me. The old man just looked at it. Ninth elder obviously still didn't believe it. Jiang Chen didn't say anything more. After the next catastrophe started, the old man would feel scared. In Jiang Chen's soul tool, there are enough pills. He went to the temple last night and emptied the temple's inventory of medicines for healing and restoring soul power. If it is not used up, he will return some. After resting for about half an hour, Jiang Chen finally adjusted his state to the best. I'm about to start, you guys back off. Jiang Chen stood up. The ninth elder was very straightforward and walked into the distance. Qian Rongxiu couldn't help but rushed over, and hugged Jiang Chen forcefully. Jiang Chen pushed him away, pointed his finger on his cheek, and said with a teasing smile, excuse me. Qian Rongxiu glared at him, and said slightly angrily, it's all like this, can you still laugh? She quickly turned her head to take a look, and found that the ninth elder was walking with his back to them, and finally mustered up her courage. Standing on tiptoe slightly, she tapped Jiang Chen's face lightly. You must survive, otherwise I will never let you go in the next life. She stared at Jiang Chen tightly, as if she wanted to engrave Jiang Chen's appearance in her heart forever. Jiang Chen smiled easily and said, don't worry, once I think that there are two beauties waiting for me to marry, no matter how terrible the disaster, I will survive. Qian Rongxiu lowered her head slightly, I'm sorry, I haven't thought it through yet. Jiang Chen pushed her lightly, and said softly, it's okay, go, I'm going to start. Qian Rongxiu nodded, looked at Jiang Chen reluctantly, turned and left. Senior Azure God, I'm ready to start. Jiang Chen said to himself. God Azure's voice sounded, come on, I can't meddle in the affairs of the world at will, so even if you die in a catastrophe, I won't help you. Jiang Chen said, I understand. After speaking, he slowly raised his head and looked at a clear sky. With a thought, the catastrophe is coming. In the blue sky, coercion appeared, and a huge black cloud appeared out of thin air. The color gradually deepened, exuding a palpitating aura. The black cloud covered a radius of dash meters, and the terrifying thunder and lightning rolled and shuttled in the black cloud like a dragon, making a muffled thunder that could shake people's souls. The coercion of heavenly tribulation is getting stronger and stronger, and the ninth elder and Qian Rongxiu, who are 300 meters away, are already shocked. No matter what Jiang Chen said before, they didn't have a real concept of the horror of the catastrophe in their hearts. Seeing this world-like scene at this time, the brilliant heavenly power made them feel like ants. I can't resist this catastrophe, I will die there. Ninth elder murmured. Before the catastrophe began, he was already frightened by the terrifying power of the sky. It was a breath that made his soul tremble. Qian Rongxiu's pretty face was pale, the blood color gradually faded, and she almost couldn't help rushing forward. The ninth elder looked at Qian Rongxiu vigilantly. Jiang Chen had already told him to keep an eye on Qian Rongxiu, and don't let her be stupid. Jiang Chen looked at the dark clouds, and shouted loudly, stay back a little further. Ninth elder frowned, grabbed Qian Rongxiu's shoulder, and fled into the distance. Only then did Jiang Chen feel relieved. He looked up and looked at the tumbling thunder and lightning. A powerful fighting spirit soared into the sky, facing the catastrophe. In the god realm, God Shura looked at this scene and murmured to himself, so it's really him. What's so special about this kid? Why didn't we notice how he passed the tribulation a few times before? Chapter 252 Special Function of Lightning Fist. Under the robbery cloud, Jiang Chen's fighting spirit was surging. This time, he didn't intend to take it passively. Rumble? The coercion from the calamity cloud rose to a terrifying peak. There was a loud bang, and a bucket-thick white lightning bombarded Jiang Chen below. Jiang Chen is already very experienced. The first thunder calamity was just an appetizer for him. Only the last 9 thunder calamities are his biggest threat. With a thought, he was on top of the fist, and the lightning flashed, and he unleashed his current strongest lightning fist. The huge fist carried a terrifying electric light, and met the bombarding thunder. With a bang, the thunder and lightning that struck downwards collided with Jiang Chen's fist, and they were blown away directly. In an instant, on the small hill where Jiang Chen was, thunder and lightning splashed in all directions, and the strong winds swelled, forming a terrifying airflow impact, and some smaller trees rose from the ground. At this moment, Jiang Chen's energy reached a peak, his eyes opened and closed with a terrifying light. At this moment, he felt that he had turned into a god of war, fighting the sky and the earth. Xiaoxue looked at the man standing proudly and challenging Tianwei. Her beautiful eyes were full of obsession. Such a man is her perfect match for Xiaoxue. Splendid. Jiang Chen roared, spitting out the depression accumulated in his heart for many years. In the past few times, he was chopped half to death, but now he has the strength to fight back, and he is in a very happy mood. After the thunderbolt was blown away by him, it seemed to be conscious, and it gathered towards him again from all directions. Jiang Chen frowned, didn't act rashly, and let the lightning rush into his body. Even if he didn't defeat the lightning just now, he wouldn't suffer any harm, so he wasn't worried at the moment. Thunder and lightning entered the body, and the whole body felt the tingling feeling again. The power of this first thunderbolt was not strong, and it was defeated by him again. After entering the body at this time, it actually gave Jiang Chen a comfortable feeling. Every time in the past, the thunder and lightning rushed into his body violently, tempering his body violently, so his body would be torn to pieces after each catastrophe. After being defeated once at this time, the thunder and lightning seemed to be much tamer. Feeling the huge lightning energy in his body, Jiang Chen's heart suddenly moved, and he unleashed his lightning fist. The tempering speed of the thunder and lightning energy in his body that tempered his body actually accelerated. At this time, Jiang Chen seemed to have discovered a new continent, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. As the speed of his boxing became faster and faster, the lightning in his body was consumed several times faster. Lightning fist, refining lightning, is this the function of lightning fist? Jiang Chen suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. The lightning fist has powerful attack power, but he didn't expect to have the ability to refine lightning. At this moment, he suddenly thought, the lightning fist was rewarded to him the first time he crossed the tribulation. Could it be for him to cross the tribulation? And he forcibly endured several catastrophes before he discovered the function of lightning fist. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a little annoyed. He was really stupid before. If he had discovered the effect of this lightning fist earlier, he would not have suffered so much. In this case, does 3000 Thunderbolt have any special effects? Just do it when he thinks about it. Jiang Chen used the lightning fist in his hands, and stepped on the 3000 thunder movements with his feet. However, after a while, he gave up, and Sanqian Lidong seemed to have reached a bottleneck and could not continue to improve. After the huge lightning energy in the body was consumed to a certain extent under the action of the lightning fist, the tempering effect on Jiang Chen's body was already weakened. The corpse pill in Jiang Chen's body shot again, devouring the remaining lightning energy. In the half-gold and half-black corpse pill, the golden part is where the lightning is stored. Whether it's Jiang Chen's lightning fist, teleportation, 3000 thunderbolts, or lightning wings, as long as a trace of the energy of the heavenly tribulation thunder is channeled, the power will skyrocket. Jiang Chen stopped, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to recover the soul power consumed just now. Under the effect of lightning fist, the consumption of his soul power is not too big. The lightning fist allowed me to end the tempering in advance, and now I should buy more time to recover and adjust. Jiang Chen felt relieved for a while. With more time to recover, his crossing the catastrophe will undoubtedly be much easier than before. Just when he was just proud, a sense of shock suddenly emerged in his heart. He looked up abruptly, and a thunderbolt as thick as a bucket had already reached above his head. Damn it! Thick thunderbolts savagely poured in from the top of his head, wreaking havoc within his body. Damn it, you didn't play cards according to common sense. Jiang Chen was so angry that smoke was coming out of his nostrils, and he stood up trembling all over. Just 3 seconds after being complacent, he dealt him a head-on blow. The second thunderbolt was much stronger than the first one, and it was like a ferocious beast in his body, wantonly destroying it. Jiang Chen resolutely urged the lightning fist. The lightning energy in his body seemed to tremble at this moment. This lightning fist was their nemesis. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth gradually curled up a bit. Even if you are a real dragon and entered my body, you have to obey me obediently. However, he soon stopped laughing. Tianji seemed to have consciousness. The faster he refined, the faster Thunder Ji fell, and he didn't even give him an extra chance to breathe. Number 30. The 6 lightning bolts disappeared. Jiang Chen hurriedly threw an elixir to restore soul power and heal wounds into his mouth. The last 9 most terrifying thunder disasters are coming, and the pill must be taken in advance. Just when he was getting ready, the black robbery cloud was gradually dyed red. A bloody thunderbolt, as thick as a water tank, roared and bombarded him. The blood-colored thunder and lightning exuded a coercion that could make living beings tremble, and it seemed that there was only this blood color left in the world. Xiaoxue covered her mouth, almost screaming. Tears were already glistening in her eyes. Jiang Chen roared wildly. His soul power was boiling. His blood was boiling. His supernatural powers exploded, coupled with the first soul skill armor. He used all means. Unyielding fighting spirit met the bloody thunderbolt. His whole body was covered with thunder, and he waved his fist, the most peak punch soaring into the sky. At this moment, a thick thunder dragon emerged from his fist, roaring and rushing towards the scarlet thunder. The thunder exploded, and at this moment, the world seemed to be replaced by blood. The thunder dragon condensed by Jiang Chen was smashed to pieces by the bloody lightning. Immediately afterwards, his body was bombarded by the lightning, and his tall and straight figure was smashed into the ground. Only then did the rumbling sound, and the small hill abruptly disappeared for 3 feet. Xiaoxue screamed, and rushed over desperately. The 9th elder, who had been vigilant all the time, made a timely move and grabbed her shoulder. Although Jiang Chen had solemnly warned her before, Xiaoxue looked at the charred body at this moment. Maybe it was already a corpse. Could she not be in a hurry? At this moment, the rationality and calmness she was most proud of had completely disappeared, and only that man was left in her world. The 9th elder said in a deep voice, "Don't go there. We are still not sure whether he is alive or dead. If he is not dead, according to what he said before, we will only kill him in the past." After all, the 9th elder lived for nearly 100 years, and at the critical moment, he remained calm and stopped Xiaoxue. Call? Jiang Chen opened his mouth, exhaled a large mouthful of white smoke, and his body trembled violently. Chapter 253. Xiaoxue, I am willing to do anything. It hurt so much, the bloody lightning hit him hard in an instant. He swallowed another healing elixir without hesitation, and his body was being destroyed while being repaired. It's just that the speed of destruction is much faster than the speed of recovery. At the moment when he stood up tremblingly, Xiaoxue couldn't bear it anymore and cried out. Jiang Chen vaguely heard Xiaoxue's sobs, endured the pain and waved his hand over there, with a smile on his face. Immediately afterwards, he cast a lightning fist to suppress the ferocious blood-colored lightning in his body. Gradually, his heart became heavier and heavier. With the suppression of the lightning fist, this bloody thunderbolt was still terrifying. It is conceivable that the last 8 lightning bolts are more terrifying than the last one, and his final ending may still be the same as before. Horrible. Originally, he thought that his physique had been greatly improved, and with the assistance of Lightning Fist, he would have a much easier time crossing the tribulation this time. But now it seems that he was wrong. The catastrophe is still terrible. I'm afraid of a bird's egg. Isn't that what I need? The worse I look, the more Shuer cries. Jiang Chen comforted himself, thinking about Shuer's obedience to him. It seemed that this catastrophe would not be so difficult. The mentality of having fun while suffering can make people stronger. 3 hours later, the last bolt of lightning fell and struck Jiang Chen, who was lying on the ground like a dead body. With the deepening of his physical injuries, he could no longer stand up, and he couldn't use Lightning Fist, and he returned to the days when he resisted thunder and lightning hard. This last thunderbolt was so black that it shone brightly. It split Jiang Chen's body into the air, and then hit the ground again. Xiaoxue looked at Jiang Chen, who was thrown away like a broken sack, and she couldn't help crying. The 9th elder looked at Xiaoxue's appearance, and secretly sighed. With his title Douluo's strength, he can clearly see Jiang Chen's state at this time. This holy sun is probably abolished. I don't know if His Majesty the Pope will punish him after hearing the news. The 9th elder is worried. At this moment, Xiaoxue had lost all her strength, squatting on the ground, her fragrant shoulders trembling, and her sleeves were already soaked with tears. The black cloud has dissipated, and the catastrophe is over. 9th elder's voice suddenly sounded. Xiaoxue suddenly raised her head, her body burst out with infinite strength. Peng's 4 snow-white wings popped out from behind her, and flew towards Jiang Chen at an unprecedented speed, shedding strings of teardrops in midair. The 9th elder moved and followed behind Xiaoxue. The distance of hundreds of meters passed in an instant, and Xiaoxue carefully landed beside Jiang Chen. When she saw Jiang Chen's horribly tattered body, she couldn't control it anymore, and burst into tears. The 9th elder took a look at Jiang Chen, and found that Jiang Chen hadn't died yet, and still had a faint breath of life, but it wasn't far from dying. Jiang Chen's body was broken, and there were still many scorched pieces of flesh scattered around, and the torso of his body was penetrated in many places. If it wasn't for the bones connecting him, his body would have already fallen apart. The 9th elder looked at Jiang Chen's body, and suddenly let out a light surprise. He blinked, to confirm that he was not mistaken. Jiang Chen's exposed bones actually had a faint golden luster. It's weird, it's weird. The 9th elder looked at Xiaoxue, walked to the distance silently, and left this last time to the young couple. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a wonderful young man, just gone. Xiaoxue rushed to Jiang Chen's side, knelt on the ground, stretched out her arms to hug Jiang Chen, but broke Jiang Chen's body again. Qian Rongxiu was so heartbroken that she almost fainted. In the depths of love, life, and death, no matter how strong a person is, it will collapse. Jiang Chen forcefully opened his eyelids, saw his broken body, and smiled wryly. The situation this time was more serious than any previous one. If it wasn't for his hard life, he would have died long ago. Qian Rongxiu cried louder and louder, choked up, and said, I should have left you last night, so I should have agreed to your request. Shueshue, Jiang Chen called weakly. Qian Rongxiu's delicate body trembled, she lifted her drooping head incredulously, and found that Jiang Chen had opened her eyes at some point. Xiaoxue, you're not dead yet. Qian Rongxiu exclaimed in surprise, then frantically took out a large handful of healing pills and stuffed them into Jiang Chen's mouth. Her hands trembled, stroking Jiang Chen's face that was still intact. Jiang Chen wasn't pretending, he was indeed weak. He forced a smile, and asked, Shuer, I just heard that you said you would agree to my request. Both Jiang Chen's arms were bare bones, Qian Rongxiu didn't dare to hold his hands, and could only caress his face. Yes, I promise everything. You can have as many Hulina as you want, I promise you everything, you don't want to die. As she spoke, she burst into tears again. Jiang Chen said weakly, it's enough to have you and senior sister, Shuer, are you willing to give birth to me? I am willing, as long as you get better, I will give you birth immediately, as many as you want, I don't want you to die, woo-woo. Qian Rongxiu looked at Jiang Chen's scorched black and tattered body, which was still emitting bursts of fleshy fragrance. The elixir stuffed in just now didn't seem to have any effect, and she cried even more sadly. She knew that this man who had left a deep imprint in her heart was about to leave her. In her mind, the little things about getting along with Jiang Chen over the years flashed quickly, and the more she thought about it, the more heartbroken she became. Jiang Chen, who had already achieved his goal, smiled in satisfaction. Shuer, I am so happy now, and I have no regrets in dying. Qian Rongxiu hugged Jiang Chen's head in her arms, crying even more sadly. Jiang Chen was very nostalgic for this warm and soft embrace, but he knew that he had to recover. Seeing Qian Rongxiu crying like this, he also felt distressed, and decided that after recovering, he must spend all his energy to love this girl. With a thought, the potion of the healing pill that Qian Rongxiu fed him just now was no longer suppressed and began to work. However, with such a tragic injury, even with this healing elixir, combined with his abnormal resilience, it would take at least a few days to recover. He can't wait a few days. In his system space, there is a drop of colorful liquid, which slowly acts on his body following his thoughts. This thunder tribulation liquid is extremely precious, now he will not swallow it in one gulp, only a little is left. Shuer, you hug me too tightly, let me take a breath. Jiang Chen's voice was no longer so weak, but Qian Rongxiu almost suffocated him. Qian Rongxiu let out a cry, released Jiang Chen's head in panic, and slowly put it on the ground. Shuer, I feel very comfortable now, Jiang Chen said. Qian Rongxiu froze for a moment, then looked at Jiang Chen's damaged body. I saw bloody flesh growing rapidly on those bones that were glowing with golden luster. Those terrible wounds that were penetrated also began to shrink rapidly. What's going on here? Qian Rongxiu felt a little dizzy when she saw the sudden surprise. Jiang Chen cheekily said, Shuer, it must be our unswerving sincerity that moved God. Even God couldn't bear to take my life away, and wanted us to be a couple that will never be separated. Qian Rongxiu wept with joy. Chapter 254 God Shura, boy, you are very good. She believed it, and there was no other possibility except this explanation. The healing elixir is miraculous, but it has not reached the point of living dead human flesh and bones. Jiang Chen suddenly recovered so quickly for no reason. It wasn't God's favor. What else could it be? The jet black and dry old skin on Jiang Chen's body began to crack and fall off, revealing the extremely fair complexion inside. Tears were still in Qian Rongxiu's beautiful eyes. She stared at Jiang Chen's rapidly recovering body without blinking, witnessing this miraculous scene. Jiang Chen was a little helpless. Over the past 2 years, the healthy complexion he had cultivated became fair and tender all of a sudden. Coupled with that handsome face that makes people jealous, he is really a veritable boy. A few minutes later, Qian Rongxiu's pretty face gradually turned red, but she did not avoid it. She was afraid that once she turned around, Jiang Chen would disappear. She stretched out her slender hands, and gently helped Jiang Chen remove the dead skin on his body. A body as pure and flawless as white jade was revealed. Jiang Chen didn't move, he lay there comfortably enjoying Qian Rongxiu's little hands helping him clean up. Qian Rongxiu didn't shy away from it at all, as if she was taking her own body seriously. Her pretty face was blushing, as beautiful and moving as the sunset glow in the sky. Xiaoxue, your skin is so good. She couldn't help but say. Jiang Chen sat up suddenly. Shuer, you look so pretty now. Qian Rongxiu struggled a little and then stopped moving, leaning on Jiang Chen's arms enjoying herself. Xiaoxue, am I not dreaming? Qian Rongxiu asked worriedly, afraid that this was just a dream, and after waking up from the dream, she still had to face the fact of Jiang Chen's tragic death. Jiang Chen pinched Qian Rongxiu's face, and said with a smile, this is not a dream, it's real. Only then did Qian Rongxiu feel completely at ease, and her heart was filled with great happiness. How come it's so big? She muttered. What big? Jiang Chen didn't hear clearly. It's nothing. Qian Rongxiu stood up in a panic. Get dressed quickly, it's getting dark. Jiang Chen got up, took out his clothes and put them on. He took out a pair of scissors and handed them to Qian Rongxiu, pointing to his hair. This time the hair is not as long as before, but it has also fallen to the buttocks. Qian Rongxiu understood, took the scissors and cut them with a click. The ninth elder, who was watching anxiously not far away, ran over. He had already discovered that Jiang Chen had recovered just now, but these two young people were in love with each other, so he didn't want to disturb them. His Royal Highness, why did you recover all of a sudden? The ninth elder's face was full of shock. In front of his eyes was a complete Jiang Chen. He clearly remembered that just now Jiang Chen had reached the point of exhaustion. To save Jiang Chen, only Dachen's soul master Juxin Haitang could possibly do it. Jiang Chen's recovery was simply unimaginable. Jiang Chen said with a smile, Ninth Elder, this is a gift from heaven to me, otherwise how could a dying person recover so quickly? Ninth Elder was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. He really couldn't think of other possibilities. Jiang Chen took out a coat and put it on Qian Rongxiu, covering her back that was damaged due to the wings poking out. Let's go back. The three hurried on their way. Jiang Chen's soul power has recovered, and his body is somewhat stronger than before crossing the catastrophe. Qian Rongxiu's speed at this time is far behind him. He pulled Qian Rongxiu and followed the ninth elder closely, and rushed back to Tianzhi City in the middle of the night. The gates of the outer city of Tianzhi City will not be closed. After returning to Xiaoying's courtyard, the ninth elder bid farewell and left. Xiaoying looked at the two sweetly holding hands, her mouth opened wide. Miss, brother, you. Jiang Chen laughed loudly and said, Xiaoying, I'm going to be called sister-in-law from now on. Oh, sister-in-law. Xiaoying shouted with her mouth pursed. Qian Rongxiu gave Jiang Chen a shy look, and said, don't listen to his nonsense, you'll still call me miss from now on, it's much more pleasant. Good lady. Xiaoying smiled sweetly. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and said, why should we go? Shuer and I are going back to the palace. Xiaoying looked at the sweet couple with envy on her face. Jiang Chen told Xiaoying again, don't bother us if there is nothing important tonight. Qian Rongxiu blushed a little and did not speak. The two returned to the palace. Qian Rongxiu ran to take a shower without saying a word. Jiang Chen lay comfortably on Qian Rongxiu's bed. He couldn't tell whether it was apprehension, nervousness or anticipation. But when he thought of Qian Rongxiu being the crown prince, he became a little sullen. Why do both daughters-in-law have important tasks? Why didn't the world invent balloons? Not even the corresponding medicine. Hey, it's not bad to be able to do this step. Let's wait a few more years and wait until Shuer completes the task. Jiang Chen had no choice but to suppress the thoughts in his heart. Love is not only lust, he can still distinguish the priorities of things. Don't be a person whose mind is full of gold. After half an hour, Qian Rongxiu came out rubbing her hair. After scrubbing, her skin was tender and tender. Jiang Chen wanted to take a bite of it. Seeing Jiang Chen lying on her bed, she couldn't help but pouted and said, your body is still dirty, go wash it off quickly. As he spoke, he pulled Jiang Chen up and pushed him into the bathroom. Jiang Chen looked curiously at this small space that he was forbidden to step into before. The facilities inside are complete, and there are some Qian Rongxiu's clothes in the basket in the corner. Jiang Chen showed a smile. This catastrophe was not in vain. Qian Rongxiu really opened up her heart to him. A moment later, Jiang Chen was lying in the jar, scrubbing his body while thinking about the future. Although Qian Rongxiu couldn't touch her, he still planned to stay here to consolidate the hard-won relationship. Half a year later it will be the Soul Master competition, and Qian Rongxiu will go back to Heaven Do City for the finals, and then let the two girls meet again. Thinking about it, Jiang Chen suddenly felt that his life was so perfect. He has beautiful women and money, and in a few years, he will stand at the pinnacle of power in this continent. Jiang Chen was soaking in the warm water, dreaming about the beautiful future scene in his heart. Boy, you are very good. God Shura's voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen was taken aback again, and complained, Senior, can you stop being so abrupt, it will scare people to death. Hehe, even the rules of heaven and earth can't destroy you, you will be scared to death. God Shura's words carried some irony. Jiang Chen's complexion changed slightly, and he asked, Senior, you don't want to represent the rules to destroy me, do you? Hehe, as a law enforcement officer, what do you think? God Shura's words were not very friendly. Jiang Chen's expression turned ugly. Sure enough, things are going in the worst direction? But it took only a moment for him to react, and said with a smile, Senior, stop joking with me, an ant-like little person. If you want to kill me, will you explain it to me? God Shura was silent for a moment, and said with a smile, that's right, the head is not too stupid, it is a material that can be made. You mean you want to train me? Jiang Chen asked. Yes, but I have to ask some secrets about you before I can make a decision. Jiang Chen's complexion changed slightly. If God Shura wanted to ask him about the system, would he say it or not? Chapter 255. Senior, you can ask. Okay, first question, why did the rules of heaven and earth cast down thunder on you? Jiang Chen was silent for a while, then asked back, you bigwigs in the god realm don't know, how can a small person like me know? Say. God Shura was obviously very dissatisfied with Jiang Chen's answer. Jiang Chen thought for a while and said, I think I should be the child of destiny, so the thunder tribulation test was sent down from the sky. This is a test for me. The purpose is to make me stronger after going through the ordeal. Maybe after I take your place in the future, I will become the strongest in the history of the god realm, the emperor respected by all gods. Jiang Chen suddenly admired himself a little. He could say that black is white. Extremely arrogant. Hearing God Shura's yelling words, Jiang Chen shrank his neck, and the blow seemed a little too big. After a long silence, God Ashura's voice continued. Second question. What secret do you have in your body? Why did you shield my perception when you crossed the tribulation before? Why did you suddenly recover so quickly after crossing the tribulation? Jiang Chen replied, after listening to you before, I just realized that this is actually a test for me by the rules of heaven and earth. Since it is a test, there will definitely be rewards after passing the test. I was also rewarded to increase the number of years of the soul ring before. As for why you didn't notice it, I don't understand. God Shura was silent again, and after a long while, he continued to ask, what is that bead in your body, and how did you get it? Jiang Chen was slightly startled. Unexpectedly, all the corpse pills in his body were discovered by God Shura. This is an inner alchemy that I accidentally obtained after the fall of a strong man. It has some special effects and is also helpful to my cultivation. God Shura was silent again, thought for a few minutes, and said, I'm done asking. Senior, do I meet your requirements? Jiang Chen asked. I will continue to observe you. If I decide to give you an assessment, I will naturally notify you. Also, the contagious power of your martial soul poison is terrible. Don't let this poison wreak havoc in the Douluo Continent, otherwise no one will be able to save you. Senior, I understand. I will restrain my people. Jiang Chen hastily promised. Unexpectedly, God Shura knew about the contagiousness of zombies. No wonder he would warn him. If the zombies really flooded, it is estimated that the gods of the god realm would not be able to sit still. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Xiaoxue, are you okay? Why did it take so long to wash? Qian Rongxu's worried voice came. Only then did Jiang Chen realize that he took this bath for almost an hour. It will be ready soon. He shouted, stood up immediately, wiped himself and put on his clothes. A moment later, when he opened the door and came out, he found that Qian Rongxu was already lying on the bed. It was already late at night when they came back, and it was already early morning. Looking at Qian Rongxu's exquisite and protruding body, lying sideways on the bed, propping her head with one hand, her long blonde hair was scattered on the bed, her pretty face was exquisite and flawless, just like a sleeping beauty, Jiang Chen couldn't help it. He swallowed. What's the matter? He can't touch the two delicate ladies, he feels a little uncomfortable. He smiled and said, Shuer, it's already late, you go to bed early, I'll go back to sleep. With that said, he was going back to his room. Stop. Come here. Qian Rongxu shouted coquettishly. Jiang Chen stopped, turned around and asked, is there anything else? Qian Rongxu blushed slightly, and said, I can't sleep, you can talk to me. Okay. Jiang Chen turned around and came to Qian Rongxu. He is still quite confident in his willpower. Although he is not as good as the legendary Lu Xiaowai, some embarrassing situations cannot be avoided, but he can ensure that he will not make mistakes. Thinking about it, Bibi Dong didn't want him to do such a thing. You come up. Seeing him standing there, Qian Rongxu pulled him up and slapped the two shoes off. Are you afraid that I will eat you? Qian Rongxu rolled his eyes at him. No, you are my little Shuer, how could I be afraid of you? Jiang Chen hugged Qian Rongxu and sat on the side. Come on, is there anything you want to talk to me about? He asked. With her head resting on Jiang Chen's chest, Qian Rongxu smiled sweetly when she heard the intimate nickname of Xiaoxue. Her eyebrows and eyes were smiling, and she bent a beautiful arc. When it's just the two of us in the future, you can call me Xiaoxue, okay? Qian Rongxu opened her eyes wide and looked up at the handsome face above. Of course. Jiang Chen lowered his head, and gently helped her comb the hair scattered on her pink cheeks. Tell me about your experiences with Hu Lina over the years. I know you must have hidden a lot of details about getting along with her from me. Jiang Chen scratched that pretty and smooth nose, and said with a smile, didn't you say today that you are willing to accept her? Qian Rongxu pursed her pink lips and said, I have to get to know her and see if she is worthy of you. Okay, then I'll tell you. It took almost an hour for Jiang Chen to confess all the things with Hu Lina. That is to say, you are still innocent with her now. Qian Rongxu raised her head and asked, her big eyes sparkling. Jiang Chen nodded, and said, yes, the teacher is worried that if she accidentally gets pregnant, it will affect the Soul Master competition, so. Qian Rongxu's pretty face suddenly turned red, and said shyly, she can't, I can. Jiang Chen froze for a moment, seeing Qian Rongxu's shy appearance. His heart was moved. But then he shook his head and said, Shuer, senior sister can't do it, and neither can you. As a prince, if you are really not careful, it will affect you. This plan is very important, and nothing can go wrong. Qian Rongxu pursed her lips and said, didn't you say you want me to give birth to you? They have promised you. At this time, Qian Rongxu didn't have the appearance of a strong woman, but she had already transformed into a soft girl who is close to her. Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled wryly, although I really want to, it's absolutely not possible. The overall situation is the most important thing. Qian Rongxu sat up suddenly, her eyes were on the same level as Jiang Chen. Just think about it, you don't have to worry so much. It doesn't matter if you accidentally get it. As a prince, I don't have a chance to fight, and I have a soul bones can camouflage body shape and aura, and no one will be able to detect it. Jiang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, Xianrongxue was even more impatient than him, but he became timid instead. It would be a lie to say that he was not moved, but he had to consider how such behavior would affect Xianrongxue. Xianrongxue continued, "You said before that every time you increase a level, you will usher in a catastrophe." Jiang Chen nodded. A mist suddenly appeared in Xianrongxue's big eyes. "I'm scared. I'm really scared. I'm afraid that you will have an accident in the next catastrophe. So, promise me, okay?" Jiang Chen's heart was filled with great emotion, and he hugged the person in his arms tightly. "Swear, I will treat you well for the rest of my life." "Well, hurt me. It is good." Jiang Chen let go of his worries and no longer hesitated. Moreover, he believes that with his fine-grained control over his body, the chance of accidents is extremely small. The beauty is shy and affectionate. Chapter 256. The gift package is still as powerful as ever. In the early morning, the golden sun shines through the window, throws into the head of the bed, and sprinkles on Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen's eyelids moved, and he opened his eyes. The scenes from a few hours ago came to mind, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curve into a nice curve. Looking down, a blonde girl was lying on his chest. The pretty face was as delicate as a finely carved jade. The long eyelashes fluttered occasionally. The pretty face was a little tired, but there was a sweet smile on the corner of her mouth. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, suppressing the impulse that was gradually surging up in his heart. He put Xianrongxue's head aside, and quietly sat up. Xianrongxue woke up, opened her eyes and saw Jiang Chen who had already got up. Thinking of those scenes not long ago, Xianrongxue's pretty face couldn't help but blush. Jiang Chen smiled, hugged her inside, and kissed her tired face. "I've only rested for an hour, you sleep a little longer, and I'll prepare breakfast for you." Xianrongxue closed her eyes and hummed softly. Jiang Chen opened the passage and disappeared into the room. Xianrongxue's eyebrows and eyes were curved, full of sweetness. "The sun has risen." Xiaoying, the hard-working little girl, has already got up and started doing morning exercises in the yard. Jiang Chen came out of her room and stretched in the morning sun. As the morning breeze blew across his face, Jiang Chen was refreshed for a while, and his spirit was unprecedentedly good. Covering his waist with his right hand, he felt a slight soreness, and he couldn't help showing a wry smile. Fortunately, he is physically strong. If it were someone else, he would have been weak for a long time. "Brother." Xiaoying, who was exercising in the morning, called out. Jiang Chen was in a good mood, and asked with a smile, "Have you had breakfast?" "Not yet." "Well, I'll do it." Half an hour later, Jiang Chen came out with a lunchbox. "Your copy is still inside, I'll go back first. By the way, if it's okay, don't bother us today." Xiaoying groaned, feeling a little lost in her heart, feeling that Mrs. Love for her had faded. When Jiang Chen returned to the palace, he found that Xianrongxue was no longer on the bed. He put the breakfast on the table, just as Xianrongxue came out of the bathroom. She frowned slightly, leaning on the wall next to her. "Why are you up?" Jiang Chen hurried over and helped her to sit at the table. As soon as she sat down, Xianrongxue frowned suddenly, and then gradually relaxed. Jiang Chen felt a little distressed. If it wasn't for him, how could Shuer endure these pains? He took out a healing pill and put it into Xianrongxue's mouth. "Why are you giving me this?" Xianrongxue's voice was a little hoarse. Jiang Chen said with a smile, "It's good for you. It relaxes tendons, activates blood circulation, reduces swelling and relieves pain." Xianrongxue's pretty face turned bright red instantly, and she glared at Jiang Chen. This guy is not human at all. If it wasn't for the end, she was tired. Jiang Chen opened the lunchbox and brought out the love breakfast. The two chatted while eating. After taking the elixir, Xianrongxue's condition was obviously much better. "Shuer, it's time to change your bed, you can't sleep well." Xianrongxue stared at him and said angrily, "You still said, I have used this bed for 6 or 7 years, if it wasn't for you." Jiang Chen chuckled, and said, "Tell Xiaohu and the others to change to something stronger." Xianrongxue stared for a while, and found that this guy had a thick skin, so she had no choice but to give up. "Okay, I'll give you an order later. Also, change the bathtub to a bigger one." After breakfast, Jiang Chen helped Xianrongxue take a bath and change clothes, and then sent her out. Going to pay respects to the queen is a homework she must do every day. Sitting in Xianrongxue's room, Jiang Chen finally had the time to look at the other items in his transcending tribulation gift bag. After the tribulation crossing was over, he had already opened the gift bag, and he had already consumed half of the drop of thunder tribulation liquid contained in it. According to God Shura's previous conversation with him, he knew that God Shura did not sense the existence of the system in his body. He also cleverly pushed the rewards given to him by the system to the rules of the day. If Shura didn't believe it, he couldn't help it. It was impossible for him to tell the system. The mental power is placed in the system space, and in the item bar, besides the remaining half drop of thunder tribulation liquid, there is also an item with a book icon. With a thought in Jiang Chen's mind, he opened the item, and then 4 big golden characters appeared in his mind, Yin Yang Treasure Book. A big question mark popped up in his head, the Book of Yin Yang. The name couldn't guess what it was. But immediately, one pattern after another appeared in his mind, and each pattern was enough to make people blush. There are many markings on the pattern, including meridian routes and acupoints, which look extremely complicated. There are words under the pattern, which seem to be the explanation of the exercises, and the last sentence of the exercises shocked Jiang Chen even more, directly pointing to the Yin-Yang Avenue. He didn't know what the Dao was, but he thought it should be something awesome. The meaning of this sentence should be to have the opportunity to comprehend the Yin-Yang Dao, Jiang Chen guessed. And this Dao, is it the rules and laws God Shura said? One pattern after another flashed quickly. There were a total of dash patterns, and when connected together, it was like watching a dynamic video. Jiang Chen's mouth was a little parched, but he already understood what it was, and his expression gradually became excited. System Dad, I love you so much. He couldn't help but growled excitedly. The system always rewards him with what he needs. Now that he has made a breakthrough with Qianrongxue, the system gave him this yin and yang book. According to the explanation above, this yin-yang book requires two people to practice together, which can greatly increase the speed of cultivation. Jiang Chen was in a great mood. The further behind the Soul Master, the slower the speed of improvement. With this yin and yang book, he can still improve like a rocket in the future. The point is, this tome has an effect on Qianrongxue and Hu Lina. Jiang Chen has his own system, he has never worried much about himself. But Qianrongxue and Hu Lina didn't have any cheats against the sky, and their improvement speed would be slower and slower in the future, and they would be overtaken by him in a short time, and they might even be overtaken by Tang San. With the yin-yang book, they will also become monsters among monsters. Hey, 108 kinds of cultivation methods, Shuer should like it. Taking advantage of the time when Qianrongxue went to pay her respects, Jiang Chen buried himself in the research. How can the method that directly points to the Dao be so simple? It took Jiang Chen more than an hour to forcefully memorize the previous patterns, and there were still many things he didn't understand. It seems that if you want to understand this method thoroughly, you still have to gain experience in practice. Jiang Chen sighed. After he just learned it, he can practice together with Shuer during the day, and practice zombie exercises at night. More than an hour later, Qianrongxue came back. Jiang Chen pulled her cheekily and said a few words. Qianrongxue blushed and did not refuse. The two young people know the taste by eating the marrow, wishing to be tired of being together all the time. When Jiang Chen tried to operate that mysterious method, Qianrongxue's beautiful eyes widened suddenly, and she looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Xiaoxue, the soul power in my body is automatically running, and the speed is much faster than my usual practice. Her pretty face was flushed, but shock was written all over it. Jiang Chen chuckled, and said quite proudly, this is a magical cultivation method that I obtained by accident. He roughly explained the yin-yang book to Qianrongxue. The more Qianrongxue listened, the more ashamed she became, and she couldn't help but said, how could there be such an evil cultivation method? Evil? Then do you still want to practice? Jiang Chen stopped his cultivation and looked at her with a smile. You're a fool if you don't practice. Qianrongxue covered her mouth and smiled. Chapter 257 Yu Tianheng's request. They practiced for 3 hours, and at noon, both of them stopped when their stomachs started to growl. The exhaustion on Qianrongxue's pretty face before was gone, and she became more energetic. How do you feel? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Very comfortable. Qianrongxue's voice was as thin as a moan. Well, what I'm asking is how does it feel to practice? Immediately, a burst of powder fists landed on the strong chest. Qianrongxue said when she was tired, this way of cultivation is much faster than my meditation practice alone. Immediately afterwards, she grabbed Jiang Chen tightly, and said, you are not allowed to leave before the Soul Master competition. Stay in the palace and accompany me to practice. Jiang Chen scratched her straight nose, and said, okay, I can accompany you to practice every day. However, this method requires 2 people to practice at the same time to achieve the best effect. I taught you just now, so you have to think about it carefully. Qianrongxue nodded, I will study such a miraculous technique with all my heart. Shuer, do you still remember what you said to me yesterday? Jiang Chen asked suddenly. Well, what sentence? Jiang Chen showed his big white teeth, and said with a smile, yesterday you said that I can have 1 Hu Lina, as many as I want. Qianrongxue raised her brows in an instant, and her pretty face turned fierce, only 1. How many more do you want? Bah. Jiang Chen's smiling face was a little embarrassed, and he hurriedly said, just kidding, with peerless beauties like you and senior sister, who else can I look up to? Qianrongxue snorted coldly, and only then showed a satisfied expression. Jiang Chen got up, went out and brought in the lunch brought back by the maid. How is Tang San's situation now? Jiang Chen asked. Qianrongxue said, I have been paying attention to him since I learned of his identity. After Shrek Academy left the Royal Academy, it joined an academy named Lanba, and finally the entire Lanba Academy was changed to History Lake Academy. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. This was as he expected. After Shrek Academy left the Royal Academy, it really went to Lanba Academy. What about cultivation? Tang San's current cultivation is level 35 Soul Master. Xiaoxue, is this Tang San really worthy of your attention? He is so much worse than you. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, you don't understand, he is an interesting opponent. He was a little surprised. Tang San's cultivation level had been raised to level 35 in more than a year. It seems that Shrek's special training played a big role. Then are they going to participate in the Soul Master Academy competition? Qianrongxue nodded and said, participate. Shrek Academy has already signed up, but the strength of their academy is indeed a bit low. Daimubai with the highest cultivation is only level 39 now. Jiang Chen said with a smile, don't ignore their ages. Tang San is only 13 years old now, and Daimubai is only 17 years old. Xiaoxue rolled her eyes, and said, why don't you talk about yourself? You are as old as that Tang San, and you are now level 51. Jiang Chen chuckled, stop talking, eat, eat. After lunch, Xiaoxue stared at Jiang Chen with big eyes, and said expectantly, let's continue to practice. Cold sweat broke out on Jiang Chen's forehead. Is there such a positive thing? I just had a full meal and want to practice again. It seems that he will have a hard time in the future. You get busy with other things first. I also have some things to deal with. Dugubo gave me some things and asked me to give them to his granddaughter. Jiang Chen happened to use this reason to get away. No matter how strong a cow is, it cannot farm without sleep for a long time, and the same is true for people. A combination of work and rest can maximize efficiency. At the same time, he also decided that he must study the yin-yang book carefully, because after practicing in the morning, he found that this book can actually enhance his abilities. Xiaoxue's pretty face was somewhat resentful, but she could only let Jiang Chen go. In Xiaoying's courtyard, Jiang Chen called Duguyan and Yu Tianheng. After checking the cultivation of the two disciples, Jiang Chen nodded quite satisfied. In 1 year, Yu Tianheng went from level 45 to level dash. But Duguyan also chased after him. His cultivation level is 44, only 1 level behind Yu Tianheng. Jiang Chen thought to himself, should he also pass on the method of dual cultivation to these two people? But after thinking about it, I temporarily gave up. Or wait for him to study thoroughly before teaching. Yu Tianheng and Duguyan have cultivation skills, and their cultivation speed is not slow. After half a year, they should be able to improve a few levels. The champion is from Wuhandian Academy. With the strength of Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianheng, Tiandu Royal Academy should also be able to take the top 3. Jiang Chen took out the things that Dugubo gave him, which contained pills and some toys that girls like. Yin Yan, your grandfather asked me to bring this to you. He specially bought it for you in Wuhan City. Duguyan took it happily, with tears in his eyes. He hadn't seen Grandpa for a long time, and he missed him a little. Thank you, teacher. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. When the finals of the Soul Master competition, you will be able to meet your grandfather. You guys have to practice hard and strive to get a good ranking in the Soul Master competition. Can you do it? Yu Tianheng nodded excitedly, and said, Teacher, Yin Yan and I have felt the strength of the zombies. I think we have a chance to compete even for the championship. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, and said with a smile, courage is commendable, don't think too much about the champions, it's fine if you can win the top 3. Duguyan suddenly remembered Jiang Chen's identity, and asked, Teacher, will you also participate? Jiang Chen shook his head. There are also 2 of my disciples in the Wuhandian Academy. They are not weaker than you, and my senior sister. If anyone threatens the position of the Wuhandian champion, I will definitely take action. Yu Tianheng and Duguyan looked at each other with wry smiles. They have all seen Jiang Chen's abnormal strength, and they can beat them to the ground without using Wuhan. Teacher, I want you to impart some practical experience to me, Yu Tianheng said eagerly. Since he fought Jiang Chen before, he discovered Jiang Chen's terrifying actual combat ability, and Duguyan has been trained by Jiang Chen many times, and the improvement is obvious to all. Jiang Chen agreed. With his master-level combat experience, he can easily see the weaknesses of Yu Tianheng and Duguyan, and then targeted teaching will definitely improve significantly. Jiang Chen and his 2 disciples, plus Xiaoying, practiced in the courtyard for several hours, and they didn't stop until evening. Before leaving, Yu Tianheng said with anticipation, Teacher, can you spare some time to give some advice to our team? With your advice, our team's strength will definitely be greatly improved. Jiang Chen pondered for a while and said, I'm only familiar with the close combat of various martial spirits, and I'm not very good at using soul skills. Yu Tianheng said, what we want is that kind of combat awareness. You have rich experience, and you will definitely be able to help us. Well, you can call them over tomorrow, but you have to find a place. It's not convenient here. Duguyan said, Teacher, let's go to the house my grandfather bought. It's a big place and it's not far from here. Okay, then you will wait for me over there tomorrow morning. Jiang Chen agreed. By the way, teacher, do you need to invite Ye Lingling out for dinner tonight? We told her about your strength after you left last time, and she is quite interested in you. Duguyan Jiao laughed. Jiang Chen glanced at Xiaoying not far away, and found that the girl's eyes were gradually rounding up. He quickly said, no need, I'm already a family member now. Teacher, isn't it normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Yu Tianheng said with a smile. But just after he finished speaking, his ears hurt, and Duguyan's fierce voice sounded, really? Just kidding, just kidding. Yu Tianheng quickly confessed and explained. Jiang Chen looked at Yu Tianheng sympathetically. He had bronchitis. It was really pitiful. Chapter 258 Jiang Chen, everyone present is rubbish. After Yu Tianheng and Duguyan left, Xiaoying was still staring at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled awkwardly, and said, your brother, I'm not the kind of playful person, except for your sister-in-law, I don't like other women. That's the best. Xiaoying snorted. As Jianrongxu's maid, she has to be responsible for the master. After returning to the palace, it was already evening. During the meal, Jiang Chen and Qian Rongxiu talked about the need to train the royal team tomorrow. Qian Rongxiu said unhappily, "Do you really regard the Royal Academy as belonging to the Wuhan Palace? Do you need to waste such time?" Then she muttered resentfully, "It's better to practice with me." Jiang Chen pretended not to hear her last words, and said, "Then I have already agreed to him, besides Yu Tianheng and Duguyan are still my disciples. It needs to be cultivated well." Qian Rongxiu nodded. "Well, thank you for your understanding, lady. Next, let's practice together." Half an hour later, Xiaoying stood there quietly in the dark underground passageway of Qian Rongxiu's room. Under the light of the soul ring on her body, that fair face was as red as blood. She thought about it later, and felt that she still had to report about Lingling to prevent Jiang Chen from stealing food outside. But as soon as I got here, I heard the constant creaking sound, and some sounds that made her blush. After listening quietly for a few minutes, she quietly retreated. No wonder that villain didn't let her come here today. He really is a big villain? Miss. Xiaoying suddenly felt a little lost. Jiang Chen above looked away. He had sensed Xiaoying's arrival as soon as he arrived, but he guessed that the girl was here to make a small report, so he didn't give her a chance. After practicing with Qian Rongxiu for a few hours, and after taking a bath and changing clothes, Jiang Chen went up to the roof. Although the training method in the book can increase the speed of the cultivation of soul power, it is still not suitable for him. The zombie exercises he practiced can not only increase the soul power, but also improve the cultivation of zombies. Although it is not as good as the Yin-Yang book in terms of soul power cultivation, it is much more comprehensive. Qian Rongxiu sat cross-legged in the room and was practicing. Her pretty face was still a little flushed, and she looked a little satisfied, but also a little unsatisfied. Now she is practicing alone, and when comparing the two cultivation methods, the gap is immediately obvious. After experiencing the method of speeding up her cultivation, she was a little restless when she meditated and practiced again. In the early morning, after a little tenderness with Qian Rongxiu, and having breakfast together, Jiang Chen left the palace. As soon as Xiaoying saw him, her face turned red, and her eyes averted a little. Jiang Chen didn't have the time to tease a few words, so he went straight out of the yard and went to Duguyan's side. He could clearly sense the positions of Duguyan and Yu Tianheng, who were not far from him at this time. It takes half an hour to walk normally, and he arrived in less than 10 minutes. After knocking on the door lightly, Duguyan's excited voice was heard, "The teacher must be here." The door opened, and Duguyan stood inside, looking a little excited. In her opinion, being able to introduce her teacher to her teammates is something to be proud of and show off. And it can also let the teacher train to improve the strength of their team. Jiang Chen followed Duguyan into the courtyard, and immediately saw several other people. Including Duguyan and Yu Tianheng, all 7 members of the royal first team were present. After closing the door, Duguyan turned around and introduced, "This is the teacher of me and Tianheng, you can also call him teacher." "Teacher, is it okay?" Duguyan looked at Jiang Chen with inquiring eyes. Jiang Chen nodded, and said calmly, "Yes." Since he was pulled over by his disciples to be an instructor, he naturally had to be ruthless. Seeing the dissatisfied expressions on the faces of those 5 people, he understood that he would have to spend some more time beating these boys. Those 5 people didn't speak, they looked at Jiang Chen, a little dissatisfied and questioning. Jiang Chen's appearance looks similar to them. They don't believe that Jiang Chen can still be better than those teachers in the academy? If they didn't give the captain and vice-captain a face, they wouldn't waste their time coming here. Duguyan and Yu Tianheng were immediately annoyed when they noticed that their teammates disdained their teacher. Yu Tianheng shouted, "This is Yunyan and I's teacher." A young man in black curled his lips and said, "Captain, he is your teacher, not our teacher." Then, he looked at Jiang Chen, and said in a provocative tone, "If you want to be our teacher, it depends on whether you have the ability." The rest of them, including Lingling who had already met Jiang Chen, nodded slightly, agreeing with the statement of the young man in black. His cultivation is so-so, but his tone is not small. "Yunyan, let me introduce you to my teacher." Jiang Chen laughed. Duguyan glared at a few teammates, a little helpless, including herself and Yu Tianheng, who in the team is not a rebellious generation. She pointed to the young man in black who spoke just now, "Teacher, his name is Yufeng, Wuhan Fengling Niao, a level 38 combat soul master of the agility department." The young man in black was quite handsome, with short blonde hair and short stature. Hearing Duguyan's introduction to him, he immediately raised his chin slightly. Jiang Chen just nodded his head lightly, his expression was calm, which made Yufeng feel a little uncomfortable suddenly. The strength he was so proud of failed to make the other party's calm expression even a little bit turbulent. Duguyan pointed to a young man who was also dressed in black, had blonde hair, and was as beautiful as a woman, and said, "This is Oslo, Martial Soul Ghost Leopard, a level 38 agility combat soul master." This Ozero just glanced at Jiang Chen calmly and then withdrew his gaze. Duguyan was a little helpless, pointing at the 2 burly men, said, "This is the brothers of the Shi family, Mo Shi and Shi Mo. Their martial souls are Sunmu tortoises, and they are both level 39 defense system war soul masters." Jiang Chen nodded slightly. This Shi family brother seemed much calmer, not as conceited as the previous 2. Duguyan pointed to the last very beautiful girl, and said, "Lingling, martial soul 9 heart begonia, a level 38 auxiliary system soul master." Jiang Chen looked at this young girl. She had a slender figure, long blue hair, and big blue eyes were extremely beautiful. Her temperament was ethereal, as if she was independent from the world. She was separated from the other team members by a certain distance, and stood quietly behind, out of place. The other team members seemed to have gotten used to it, and they didn't feel dissatisfied at all. Ye Lingling finally took a serious look at Jiang Chen. Her eyes stayed on Jiang Chen's face for a few seconds before leaving. She was a little puzzled. The last time she met Jiang Chen obviously didn't have this face. But now it looks better than before. She made an evaluation in her heart. But what she cares about is not appearance, but talent and strength. Jiang Chen glanced at the 5 people, and said indifferently, I like to torture those garbage who think they are geniuses the most. As soon as the words fell, except for Yu Tianheng and Duguyan, the expressions of the rest of the people changed, and anger surged on their faces. Jiang Chen stretched out his index finger, shook his head in front of him, and said, Don't get me wrong, I'm not targeting anyone, I mean everyone present is trash. Chapter 259 Challenge. This is true. At the Xiaoxue Great Soul Arena back then, if Duguyan hadn't won with poison in the end, the royal team would have lost to Shrek long ago. What did you say? Say it again if you have the guts. Yu Feng, who had a more impulsive temper, stared at Jiang Chen with a bad tone. The rest of the faces were full of anger, including Ye Lingling. She is the most proud and arrogant person here. Even Yu Tianheng and Duguyan are not considered by her. How can she accept such humiliation? Jiang Chen was unceremonious, and sneered, Am I wrong? At the Suodo Great Soul Arena, if there wasn't Yin Yan, all of you would have lost to the Shrek team whose spirit power was a few levels lower than yours. These people's faces turned ugly all of a sudden. Although they won that battle in the end, it was due to Duguyan. Except for Duguyan and Ye Lingling, the few of them were beaten miserably by Shrek Academy, which is a shame. Even Yu Tianheng looked a little ashamed. Yu Feng suddenly said angrily, The soul power information on the data is not necessarily accurate. Who knows what level their real soul power is? Jiang Chen looked at these people with pity, shook his head and said in disappointment, It seems that you only felt the shame in that battle, and didn't learn the lesson. Tianheng, you didn't tell Shrek and the others about their soul power and age, are they? He looked at Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng said with some embarrassment, My uncle told me not to reveal the real age of the Shrek students. Damn it, tell them right away, and see where their proud faces should go. It is good. Except for Duguyan, the other 5 people all looked at Yu Tianheng suspiciously. Does this Shrek student have any shady secrets? Yu Tianheng thought for a while, and then said in a deep voice, The teacher of the Shrek team is my uncle, and he told me that the spirit power of the members of the Shrek team is real, and their average age is only about 13 years old. The air fell silent in an instant, and the 5 people had dull expressions on their faces. You have to know how many people in the Shrek team didn't break through to the Soul Master back then, and they actually defeated them by leapfrogging. And the average age is only 13 years old. Is this a monster? Boss Yu, is this true? Black Panther Soul Master Oslo asked out of breath. Yu Tianheng nodded slowly. It's absolutely true. How is it possible? These people murmured. Their self-confidence suffered an unprecedented blow, and they all had some doubts about their lives. Ye Lingling, who was standing quietly at the back, suddenly burst out with joy and excitement in her big blue eyes. Genius, peerless genius. This was the only thought left in her mind. She even had an urge to run out to find Shrek Academy. Daimubai's figure even flashed in her mind, that handsome face, strange double pupils, full of a different kind of charm. Looking at the reactions of these people, Jiang Chen sneered, Now, I say you are rubbish, what's wrong? At this time, Shi Mo among the Shi family brothers finally spoke, Yes, we are rubbish, but what qualifications do you have to say about us? Apart from Shrek, we are still the top geniuses in the Heaven Do Empire. They study in the academy with the strongest teaching staff in the Tiandu Empire, enjoy the best cultivation resources, and their talents are also 1 in a million. How have they ever been humiliated in such a face-to-face? Yu Tianheng and Duguyan no longer cared about their teammates, but began to sympathize with them. They knew that these few people would soon be beaten to the point of doubting their lives. Yu Tianheng and Duguyan also didn't know the cultivation level of Jiang Chen's soul master, but Jiang Chen was able to torture them to death without using soul power, which was enough to prove Jiang Chen's horror. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't come here today to be humiliated. Just show what you have, and let us see how qualified you are to teach us. Yu Feng couldn't bear it anymore, and challenged Jiang Chen. Teacher, there is a training ground inside. Duguyan reminded at the right time. She faintly became excited. She used to brag about how powerful Jiang Chen was in front of her teammates, but she was questioned time and time again. At this moment, she wished that Jiang Chen could beat these guys up, and let them know what it means to be tall and strong. Everyone came to the inner courtyard, where there was a small training ground, which was used by Dugubo to train Duguyan. Jiang Chen walked up to the ring in the center of the training ground with a calm expression, but his heart was faintly excited. Practicing every day will be boring, and it is also a pleasure to have the opportunity to ravage these self-righteous geniuses. Both Yu Tianheng and Duguyan had looks of anticipation on their faces, while Ye Lingling, who was walking at the end, was a little absent-minded, thinking about whether to say goodbye and get acquainted with Shrek and the others. The other 4 people, Fengling Niao Yufeng, Black Panther Oslo, Sun Mugashi brothers, are all gearing up, ready to teach Jiang Chen, a sharp-tongued little boy, a lesson. It's really that Jiang Chen's face is too pale, his skin is too good, and his appearance is super good. This makes Yufeng and Oslo, who often call themselves handsome guys, feel a little jealous. I'll come first. Yufeng roared excitedly, and those two arms turned into two brown wings in a strange way. The wings didn't look soft at all, but full of hard texture. Flapping his wings, he took the lead and quickly flew towards the ring. There was also a black figure. The moment Yufeng flew out, it also released a martial spirit, and jumped out. It was Oslo, the Black Panther Soul Master. His blonde hair had turned black at this time, his beautiful face like a woman was a little pale, and his pupils had turned into two vertical lines. He arrived first and landed on the ring with Yufeng at the same time. The Shi family brothers also reacted extremely fast. They almost acted at the same time as Yufeng and Yufeng, but they were far behind, not even reaching the edge of the ring. Their faces were extremely annoyed. The agility attack system Soul Masters were just hateful, and they didn't have the slightest advantage in speed. I arrived first, you go down. Yufeng stared at Oslo and shouted. Fart. Obviously I arrived first. If you don't believe me, ask them. Oslo refused to budge. Seeing the quarrel in the arena, Ye Lingling became a little impatient, and said to Duguyen beside her, I think I have to leave first. Duguyen was stunned, turned around and asked in bewilderment, why? Yu Tianheng also looked over at the same time. It took a lot of effort for them to go back yesterday, so that the teammates are willing to take the time to come here. After all, the competition is approaching, and everyone's time is very precious. Among them, Ye Lingling was the most difficult to persuade. She thought that Jiang Chen's talent might be higher than Yu Tianheng's, so she made them willingly follow. But what does that have to do with her? She is a healing soul master. Jiang Chen can't teach her anything at all. Especially after hearing about the astonishing talents of those people from Shrek Academy, she became even more impatient to waste time here. This Jiang Chen looks no younger than Yu Tianheng, even if his cultivation level is higher, but his talent is definitely not comparable to Shrek's monsters. Her cold and hollow voice sounded, because Shrek's talent is amazing, I'm going to find them to make friends with. You know, I always hate wasting time. Yu Tianheng suddenly became short of breath. If Ye Lingling wasn't a girl, he would have pointed at her nose and cursed. Chapter 260 The battle begins. What the fuck has long hair and short knowledge? Yu Tianheng finally couldn't help it, cursed angrily, and took a few steps forward. He didn't want to be there anymore. Ye Lingling's face darkened instantly. She turned her head and left. She possesses the most precious auxiliary martial spirit on the mainland, so she is naturally proud of it. If Yu Tianheng doesn't welcome her, Shrek will definitely be very enthusiastic. Wait, Lingling. Duguyan grabbed her tightly. There is no place to keep people here, but there is a place to keep people. Ye Lingling's voice was much colder. Duguyan first turned around and scolded Yu Tianheng. Can't you talk well if you have something to say? A big man scolds even girls. Then, she asked Ye Lingling, are you planning to go to Shrek Academy? Ye Lingling nodded unabashedly. Following those of you who think you are #1 in the world all day long, you might as well join Shrek Academy, that's the real genius. Duguyan nodded and said, I understand your arrogance, because I was as proud as you at the beginning, until I met the teacher. Facing him, all my arrogance disappeared, and Tianheng was the same. Is he really a genius? Even better than those in Shrek? Ye Lingling asked. She glanced at the ring, and found that Jiang Chen was standing there with his hands behind his back, with an indifferent smile on his face. Duguyan let go of Ye Lingling, and said, I just give you a piece of advice, after listening to it, I won't stop you if you want to leave. Ye Lingling didn't speak, and looked at Duguyan quietly. Duguyan took a deep breath, and proudly said, our royal team is rubbish in the teacher's eyes, but the Shrek team is also rubbish in the teacher's eyes. There were some emotional changes on Ye Lingling's calm face. What is his cultivation level? What is his age? Duguyan shook his head. I don't know, but you can watch it yourself later, or you can ask him yourself. Then, her tone was very disappointed. Lingling, your martial spirit is good, and it's normal to be a little arrogant, but do you think those peerless geniuses will treat you sincerely with your temperament? To be honest, sometimes even I can't stand your arrogance. The so-called arrogance, it seems that we are not even worthy of standing with you. Before, I wanted to introduce you to my teacher as my girlfriend, but now it seems that you are not worthy of him at all. As a human being, you can't rely on your talents, otherwise you will end up with nothing. After finishing speaking, Duguyan ignored Ye Lingling and took a few steps forward to stand with Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng looked at Duguyan and quietly extended his thumb. Duguyan's words relieved him. Ye Lingling stood alone at the back, silent, staring at Jiang Chen on the ring. She won't leave, she wants to see what kind of person this is, who can make Duguyan say that kind of words. On the ring, Jiang Chen looked lazily, watching those two people arguing. He also saw Ye Lingling's performance in the distance, and his impression of this girl plummeted. It's okay for others to have big breasts and no brains, but this girl has neither. Yufeng and Oslo quarreled for a long time, neither of them would give in. In the end, both of them looked at Jiang Chen at the same time. Whose challenge do you accept? Yufeng asked. Jiang Chen put away his lazy look, glanced at the two people on the stage, then at the two Shi family brothers in the audience, and said indifferently, you four go up together, otherwise you won't fight back chance. Yu Tianheng and Duguyan were a little excited. They finally saw the teacher make a move. They were trained by Jiang Chen for a whole day yesterday, but they still couldn't force out Jiang Chen's martial spirit. They only felt that Jiang Chen was unfathomable. Therefore, they didn't think there was anything wrong with Jiang Chen fighting 4 people at the same time. Ye Lingling was slightly taken aback, and then sneered. Regardless of Jiang Chen's strength, in her opinion, this arrogant temper is simply ridiculous. Even Yu Tianheng didn't dare to bear the attacks of these 4 people at the same time. When these 4 people joined hands, even the Soul King dared to fight. Yufeng and Oslo both looked down, feeling that they had been insulted. The 2 Shi family brothers showed excitement, their legs sank, they jumped up violently, and their majestic bodies fell on the ring. What do you two mean? Yufeng asked dissatisfied. The Shi family brothers didn't talk too much, they stretched out their hands and pulled off their shirts, revealing muscles like granite. Immediately afterwards, the 2 men leaned forward with their upper bodies, their backs arched, and the cocky light gathered behind them, forming a huge dark yellow tortoise shell in the blink of an eye. On their chests, there is also a huge plastron, and there is a huge symbol in the center of the plastron. The limbs of both of them became much shorter, as if they could shrink into the huge tortoise shell at any time. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, coiled around their bodies, deformed by the huge tortoise shell. Completed the martial soul transformation in the blink of an eye. The Shi family brothers ignored Yufeng and Oslo's expressions of wanting to eat people, laughed and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said it himself, to accept the challenge from the 4 of them, only a fool would fight there. Don't look at the Shi family brothers who are tall and rough, but their minds are very shrewd. Damn it, he's mine. Yufeng roared angrily, and with his wings flapping, he shot towards Jiang Chen from midair. Oslo the Black Panther was not far behind. His martial soul was a top existence among the agility attack martial souls, and he caught up with the Shi family brothers in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the 4 of them arrived in front of Jiang Chen at the same time. If it wasn't for the Shi family brothers rushing to attack, maybe Yufeng and Oslo would politely ask Jiang Chen to release his martial soul. But now, the 4 of them are scrambling to be the first. There are no rules there, they only want to be the first to knock Jiang Chen off the ring. The attacks of the 4 people shot at Jiang Chen at the same time, especially Yufeng in the air. The first soul ring flickered for a moment, and the wings turned into wings became as sharp as blades at the tip. With a rapid howl, the sound of the wind swooped towards Jiang Chen. After all, his attack was a bit faster. If there were no accidents, Jiang Chen would be attacked by his wings, and Jiang Chen would be defeated with 1 move. He is not afraid of seriously injuring Jiang Chen, because there is a 9-heart begonia soul master here, so he doesn't need to worry about it. It was Jiang Chen's previous words that slapped them in the face too much. The bad-tempered Yufeng was already full of anger. Ye Lingling looked at Jiang Chen, who was still smiling calmly with his hands behind his back, shook his head in disappointment, turned around and left resolutely. It has reached such a point that even the martial spirit has not been released. From Ye Lingling's point of view, this Duguyan's so-called teacher has something wrong with his mind. At this moment, a shrill scream suddenly sounded, and Ye Lingling heard the whistling sound caused by the rapid flight, and was approaching her quickly. Who is attacking me? This thought flashed through her mind. She immediately became vigilant, and quickly stepped back. With a bang, just where she was standing just now, a person hit there, cracking the hard floor all around. Yufeng. Ye Lingling screamed, turned her head abruptly, just in time to see Jiang Chen slowly falling from the sky. Her heartbeat began to speed up, and finally beat wildly. She finally realized something was wrong. Chapter 261. Yufeng was lying on the ground. After spraying a big mouthful of blood, his expression was extremely sluggish, his eyes that were usually rebellious, now there was nothing but blankness. Without hesitation, Ye Lingling immediately released Juxin Haitang. In her hands, a pink crabapple flower appeared, with a gorgeous color and graceful posture. The purple soul ring lit up, and she directly used the 1000-year soul skill. A white petal-shaped light shot out from the crabapple flower and landed on Yufeng. Yufeng's extremely pale face turned rosy quickly. Jiang Chen floated down, stood on the ring, a few meters away from the Shi family brothers and Oslo, looked at these people with a smile. The expressions of the 3 people were incomparably dignified. They didn't see clearly how Jiang Chen disappeared and how he seriously injured Yufeng just now. All this is really too unbelievable. Their previous mentality of contempt for Jiang Chen was gone, replaced by incomparable solemnity. They finally realized the horror of the young man in front of them. They joined hands, even the Soul King was not afraid, and they lost one of them in the blink of an eye. Ye Lingling was short of breath and asked, Yufeng, how did he defeat you? Under the terrifying healing ability of Juxin Begonia, Yufeng recovered in a short while. He got up, his face flushed red under Ye Lingling's inquiry. He just jumped up and kicked me in the stomach. After he finished speaking, he fell silent, remembering his previous contempt for Jiang Chen. His face was so ashamed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground to sneak in. Ye Lingling looked at the figure on the ring, and the look of anticipation gradually became stronger in her blue eyes. On the ring, after a moment of silence, Jiang Chen spoke. He looked at Yufeng and said, I'll give you another chance to challenge. Yufeng froze for a moment, then released his martial spirit again and flew towards the ring. He no longer had the previous contempt in his heart, only the surging fighting spirit remained. After entering the arena, Yufeng didn't dare to approach again, and prepared to use the advantage of flying to hide behind and attack from a long distance. Jiang Chen glanced at these people, and said lightly, let's do it. The Shi family brothers let out a low growl, the first soul ring lit up, and a heavy breath erupted from their bodies, and the two tortoise shells on the front and back became more solid. After doing all this, the majestic figures of the two directly collided towards Jiang Chen's body. Even Yu Tianheng didn't dare to stand there and let them hit him directly. If they hit Jiang Chen, they were confident that they would be able to knock Jiang Chen away. Oslo's figure was hidden behind the Shi family brothers, his claws glowed with cold light, and he could launch a sharp attack at any time. Yu Feng flapped his wings vigilantly in the air, and did not move rashly for the time being, wanting to take a serious look at Jiang Chen's strength. Jiang Chen's eyes became more joyful. He liked to train Yu Tianheng before because Yu Tianheng had thick skin and strong strength. Now the two big guys in tortoise shells in front of him are obviously much more resistant to beating than Yu Tianheng. Jiang Chen didn't dodge or dodge, facing the tortoise shells of the two colliding, he struck out with both fists at the same time. The Shi family brothers showed a smile. Their first skill is not only a simple increase in defense power, but also has a terrible shock resistance. Even soul masters whose soul power is a few ranks higher than theirs would not dare to directly attack their tortoise shells with their bodies. But their smiles froze as soon as they appeared. Under the violent sound, the two flew out directly, and an extremely terrifying force was transmitted into their bodies, causing the soul power in their bodies to shuffle. Oslo, who was hiding behind the Shi family brothers and wanted to sneak attack, was pitifully knocked into the air by these two brothers, and finally was crushed on the ring by the two men on top of each other. This time, everyone finally saw that Jiang Chen made a move, except for Yu Tianheng and the other two. They couldn't help but gasp. Seeing Jiang Chen's eyes looking towards him, Yu Feng in midair felt his heart skip a beat, and activated the third soul ability without hesitation. The purple soul ring lit up, and the cyan soul power condensed into a huge bird-shaped attack in the air in front of him and swooped towards Jiang Chen. Good time. Jiang Chen laughed loudly. On the iron fist, several strands of electric arc emerged, and he used his fist to meet Yu Feng's third soul ability. Boom! The bird-shaped attack formed by the condensed soul power exploded directly under Jiang Chen's bombardment. The Shi family brothers had already stood up, the second spirit ring lit up, and the front and rear two tortoise shells separated from their bodies, turning into two tortoise shell shields. On the edge of the tortoise shell, there is a faint light. The two shouted violently with solemn faces, and shook their hands at the same time. The four tortoise shells flew towards Jiang Chen like lightning. The tortoise shell was constantly spinning, its edges were extremely sharp, and wherever it passed, the air seemed to be cut apart, and there was a terrifying screaming sound. Jiang Chen finally showed excitement on his face. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, he still didn't release his martial spirit, and quickly struck out his fists in front of him. Everyone saw only a faint phantom, and four loud noises sounded almost simultaneously, followed by intense sparks flying in all directions. The four shields shot back. The tortoise shell was hit hard, and the faces of the Shi family brothers turned pale instantly, and blood overflowed from the corners of their mouths. Seeing the tortoise shell flying upside down, they were horrified. The force attached to the tortoise shell was extremely terrifying, and they could no longer control it. Dodge! Shi Mo roared. The two of them, including Oslo next to him, hurriedly escaped. Amidst the splashing of sparks and violent noise, the four-sided tortoise shell submerged into the ring. Only a small part of the huge tortoise shell is exposed above the ring. Jiang Chen's body didn't take a step back. He looked into the sky, stepped on the void, and quickly approached Yu Feng. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. Without using any soul skills, he was able to walk in the air as if walking on flat ground. Seeing Jiang Chen approaching, Yu Feng felt fear in his heart, and his hair stood on end. The third soul skill was activated again, condensing a bird-shaped energy attack, and charged towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen laughed loudly, his fist exploded, the speed did not slow down, and the iron fist bombarded towards Yu Feng's body. Yu Feng waved his wings, and the sharp edges cut towards Jiang Chen. This level of attack is really like scratching an itch for Jiang Chen. The wings cut on his chest, and there was an extremely piercing sound. Yu Feng showed fear, and was punched in the chest by Jiang Chen, vomiting blood and flying backwards, hitting Ye Lingling's feet again. The whole body is invulnerable, is this still a human? All the people present had this thought. Ye Lingling's pretty face was left blank at this moment. Jiang Chen landed on the ring, and laughed heartily, and head-to-head with the remaining three. In just a moment, Oslo, who was weak in defense, broke his hands and fell out of the ring screaming. The Shi family brothers roared angrily, their expressions already crazy. But their hearts became more and more frightened. They discovered that the tortoise shell was already covered with cracks. In the end, the two tortoise shells were shattered abruptly. The brothers of the Shi family vomited blood and fell to the ground as if they had been fatally injured. Their breath was extremely weak. Cool. Jiang Chen laughed out loud. If there is anything that can make him feel comfortable physically and mentally, besides the joyful training with Qianrongxue, it is fighting. Although the royal team was weaker, it could barely satisfy his desire to fight. And after his training, it will definitely improve in the future. Lingling, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and treat them. Dugayan reminded. Ah good. Ye Lingling woke up with a start, hastily released her martial spirit, and treated the four seriously injured people at the same time. During the treatment, those blue eyes quietly aimed at Jiang Chen from time to time. Chapter 262 Rejection. seeing is better than hearing. When Yelingling heard Duguyan and Yu Tianheng talk about Jiang Chen's terrifying strength, she had a lot of interest in Jiang Chen. Later, she heard that Duguyan and the two talked a lot, and the more they said the more exaggerated. She gradually lost interest. Even later when Duguyan mentioned Jiang Chen again, she shook her head and smiled. Only now did she realize that she was wrong, very wrong. She seriously underestimated Jiang Chen's strength and talent. Thinking of how she dismissed Jiang Chen before, and even wanted to leave on the spot to find the Shrek Academy, her face suddenly became hot. Jiang Chen seems to be about the same age as her, and being able to defeat Yufeng and the four together means that Jiang Chen at least possesses the strength of a Soul King. What does this mean? On behalf of Jiang Chen is also a peerless genius. Yu Tianheng said that she has long hair but short knowledge, which is really an apt description. The more Yelingling thought about it, the hotter her face became. With Jiang Chen's strength, he slapped her hard. Lingling, it's fine. Duguyan reminded Yelingling let out a cry, only to realize that Yufeng and the other four had recovered from their injuries, and her skills were still outputting continuously because of her distraction. Jiang Chen stood not far away, looking at this girl curiously, feeling a little amazed in his heart. As expected of Juxin Heitang, who is known as the #1 healing spirit in the mainland, the healing effect is really terrifying. Even Ning Fengzi said that if it wasn't for the scarcity of Juxin Heitang soul masters, the #1 auxiliary spirit in the mainland would definitely be Juxin Heitang, not their 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to Yelingling's attitude towards him before. She is just a little girl who has never seen the world. Stand up. Yu Tianheng roared, and walked over with a smile on his face. These rebellious guys were abused by the teacher, and all of them were flushed with shame, which made Yu Tianheng feel great. Yu Tianheng stood first, followed by Duguyan and Yufeng. Yelingling stood at the back, thought for a while, gritted her teeth, walked up, and was at the end of the line. It's just that her face was already extremely red, and she was ashamed. Now, let my teacher teach you. Do you have any opinions? Yu Tianheng asked proudly. Yufeng was still a little dissatisfied, and muttered, being able to beat us does not mean that he is qualified to teach us. You must know that there are quite a few Soul Sage level teachers in our academy. Can he be as strong as a Soul Sage? Yu Tianheng's complexion changed, and anger surged. Yufeng, a thorn in his side, still refuses to accept it at this time. But Yu Tianheng couldn't refute Yufeng's words, and he couldn't help asking himself, although the teacher is powerful, but he is still young, can he compare with the Soul Sage? Jiang Chen let out a hey, and said, you're right, I can really compare to Soul Sage. As soon as his words fell, everyone's eyes widened, and their faces were full of disbelief. How old is Jiang Chen? Can have the strength of the Soul Saint level. What is your martial soul? What level is it now? Yelingling couldn't help asking. Ever since she discovered Jiang Chen's terrifying strength, she suppressed the idea of going to Shrek, wanting to find out about Jiang Chen. Standing in front of these people, Jiang Chen said with a smile, if I release my martial spirit, I'm afraid I will frighten you and overwhelm you so much that you can't lift your heads. How is it possible? Several people obviously didn't believe it, and whispered. Yu Tianheng and Duguyan firmly believed in Jiang Chen's words. They also doubted whether Jiang Chen had the strength of a soul sage just now, but after Jiang Chen said it, they believed it unconditionally. Teacher, can we take a look at your martial soul? Duguyan excitedly said, looking at Jiang Chen expectantly. Jiang Chen nodded, and said, since you are curious, I will let you open your eyes today. Okay. Jiang Chen reminded, and the zombie martial soul was released. Thick black air gushed out from his body, rolling within 1 meter of his body, exuding an extremely evil and terrifying aura. This black energy may or may not be emitted, and he released it only for the visual shock. Immediately afterwards, 2 extremely sharp teeth came out, and the nails also grew wildly. With a thought, the black energy shrank and returned to his body. At this time, 5 black soul rings had surrounded his body. At this moment, the entire audience was petrified, and several people's eyes were about to protrude, as if they had seen a ghost. Even Yu Tianheng and Duguyan couldn't help being horrified when they saw Jiang Chen's soul ring. The first one to call out was Yelingling. She stretched out her hand and quickly rubbed her eyes, then exclaimed, how is it possible? How is it possible to have such a configuration of soul rings? Her heart was beating wildly like never before, her face was flushed, and her head was a little dizzy. The rest of the people were not much better, and they were all shocked. Jiang Chen's soul ring has completely subverted their cognition. 5 10,000-year spirit rings are simply unbelievable. If someone had told them before, they would have scoffed. But now, living examples appear in front of them. At this time, they no longer doubt that Jiang Chen has the strength equivalent to that of a soul saint. There are such weird things as 5,000-year soul rings, so why is it impossible for the combat power to reach the soul sage? Yufeng suddenly became excited and asked, how did you do it? Can you teach us? As soon as his words fell, everyone's eyes lit up and their hearts began to beat faster. If there is really a shortcut, then the number of years for their soul rings will definitely increase greatly. Jiang Chen shook his head, you guys think too much, it mainly depends on talent, no matter how hard you try, you can't reach my level. Then what can you teach us? Mo asked. Jiang Chen said, I can target some of your weaknesses in battle, and use different methods to defeat you, and try to make your weaknesses disappear. What about me? Yelingling asked in a low voice. She has given up the idea of getting acquainted with Shrek now, the Soul King with 5,000-year soul rings. This kind of talent can definitely be called the #1 in the Douluo Continent in her opinion. Getting to know a group of 13-year-olds is worse than getting to know this terrifyingly gifted peer. Jiang Chen looked at Lingling, shook his head and said, "You are a healing soul master. No matter how much I train you, your combat power is pitifully weak, so you can leave, or just stay and watch." "Oh." Lingling replied with some disappointment, and did not leave. The next day, in addition to eating, the rest is fighting. What shocked everyone again was that Jiang Chen was like an iron man, tireless. It wasn't until evening that Jiang Chen stopped. He was getting tired of it gradually, the enthusiasm for fighting at the beginning had disappeared, he might as well go back and practice with Xiaoxue. "Well, come back today next week. I'm usually very busy, so I don't have much time to teach you." Jiang Chen arranged a time, and prepared to spend half a day here when the time comes. Everyone in the royal team is a little bit unsatisfied. Before leaving, Lingling deliberately stayed at the end. "I want to treat you to a meal, can I?" Her big eyes were blue and clear, looking at Jiang Chen expectantly. "Why did you invite me to dinner?" Jiang Chen looked at her with a smile. Lingling blushed a little, lowered her head and said, "I want to apologize to you, I looked down on you before." "No need." Jiang Chen refused. Lingling's big eyes were full of astonishment. Jiang Chen actually rejected her. With her martial soul, she is extremely popular wherever she goes. What's more, she is still a beautiful girl, and she has never tried the feeling of being rejected. Chapter 263 Delicious Nine-Hearted Begonia. Why? She couldn't help asking. She was extremely incomprehensible and unwilling. "Because of your personality, it's not suitable to be friends," Jiang Chen said bluntly. This Lingling, who has been in the royal team for several years, has such a cold attitude towards her teammates. Hearing about the outstanding talents of the Shrek 7 Devils, they immediately wanted to make friends with them. Now, after discovering that Jiang Chen's talent is stronger, he immediately changed his mind. Although Jiang Chen didn't take it too seriously, he always felt a little disliked towards this kind of girl. How about looking beautiful? Isn't it the same with the lights off? Oh, this one is different, nothing but a face. Even the current Xiaoying can't compare. When Lingling heard this, her pretty face instantly turned pale, and she was actually rejected by others. She looked lonely and left alone. "Teacher, won't you give her a chance?" Duguyan asked. Actually, apart from being a little proud, she is pretty good in other aspects. Jiang Chen thought about it for a while, and then shouted to Lingling's back, "Then let's have a meal together." Lingling's delicate body trembled, she turned around in surprise, and walked back quickly. Yu Tianheng pulled Duguyan, "Teacher, you two go, Yanyan and I still have some things to deal with in the academy." After finishing speaking, the two winked at Jiang Chen, and left with a smile. Jiang Chen brought Lingling to a nearby restaurant, opened a private room, and ordered a few signature dishes. He couldn't help but licked his lower lip quietly. The girl's blood is extremely alluring, not to mention the holy and delicate crab-apple flower. "I'll treat you to this meal." Lingling showed a nice smile, trying to show her own charm, so as to make her impression in Jiang Chen's heart better. Jiang Chen didn't speak. After the dishes were served, he locked the door of the private room, and looked at the blue-haired and blue-eyed girl with great interest. Seeing Jiang Chen's movements and eyes, Lingling panicked a little. She dodged her eyes, her heart was beating wildly, wondering if Jiang Chen wanted to do something to her. She is quite confident about her appearance. Jiang Chen's talent is high, but if she is asked to hand herself over to Jiang Chen right now, she is extremely unwilling. Because Jiang Chen hasn't given her any promise yet. "What do you want to do?" she asked a little warily. Jiang Chen pulled the chair over, sat down carelessly, and asked with a smile, "You invited me to dinner, don't you want to become friends with me?" Lingling nodded. "Do you still want me to be your future husband, so as to protect you and the sect behind you?" Jiang Chen said it directly without beating around the bush. Duguyan and Yu Tianheng had already told Lingling's purpose to him. The rules of the Nine-Heart Begonia sect are similar to those of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. A woman who inherits the Nine-Heart Begonia needs to marry a powerful soul master to ensure that the sect will pass on and not be swallowed up by others. Lingling looked a little embarrassed, she really had such thoughts in her heart. It's just that she hasn't made a decision yet, she still wants to get to know Jiang Chen deeply before making a decision. For example, Jiang Chen's personality, age, which faction he belongs to, etc. But she didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be so straightforward, and he would reveal her thoughts at the first meal. Lingling didn't speak, and she didn't dare to look at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly, and said, "I already have a wife, and there are still two. If you don't mind, I can make you a concubine." He was just talking casually, wanting to see how this girl would choose. Lingling raised her head abruptly, and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Such an outstanding man actually already has a wife. A huge sense of loss suddenly surged in her heart, and she regretted it very much. A year ago, when Duguyan brought Jiang Chen to the Royal Academy, she should have known Jiang Chen. But now, let her be a concubine. How is this possible? How could she be willing to be someone else's concubine as the successor of Juxin Begonia? And it will be ridiculed if it is spread out. She shook her head slowly, with a smile on her pretty face, and said, "I invited you to dinner just to apologize to you for my previous impoliteness. We can be good friends." She wanted to settle for the next best thing, if she could become friends with Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen became stronger in the future, then he could protect her and her sect. Jiang Chen stood up and approached her, his squinting eyes scanned that slender and delicate body. What if I want you right now? Ye Lingling's expression changed drastically. She didn't expect Jiang Chen to be this kind of person. Her face was pale, without a trace of blood, and she stood up in a panic, knocking her chair to the ground. What do you want to do? She shouted softly. Hey, besides what men want to do, what else can I do? Jiang Chen was gearing up, ready to teach this proud girl a profound lesson. Ye Lingling was in a state of confusion, and her expression became extremely frightened. She is a healing soul master, what can she use to resist an attacking soul king? Seeing that Jiang Chen was about to pounce on her, she jumped out, circled the table, and wanted to rush out the door. But before her hand touched the door lock, Jiang Chen lifted her back, pressed her down and sat on the chair. Jiang Chen secreted a lot of saliva, the girl's temptation was indeed great. When he was in Spirit Hall before, he had already talked with Bibi Dong about several young people with outstanding talents in this world. Bibi Dong also felt that this Ye Lingling was pretty good, and could be one of the candidates Jiang Chen controlled. The Juxin Begonia sect is also one of the forces that are unwilling to join the Wuhan Palace. If Ye Lingling can be controlled, it is equivalent to Wuhan Palace having 2 Juxin Begonia soul masters. Therefore, his action today was planned long ago, not on a whim. No matter what Ye Lingling's personality is or what her character is, he doesn't care, as long as she is bitten by him, won't she be obedient? Direct and rough control, too lazy to spend time on careful tuning. The snow-white and tender neck is so alluring, and it also exudes a fragrance of crabapple flowers. Seeing Jiang Chen's big mouth stretching towards her neck, Ye Lingling couldn't help but panic. She struggled physically, but her shoulders were held down by Jiang Chen, and she couldn't stand up at all. She kicked her 2 legs non-stop, and even wanted to hit Jiang Chen's vital parts. Jiang Chen frowned, and sat down on those 2 slender legs. The girl finally couldn't resist. Help, help. Ye Lingling shouted loudly, with despair in her blue eyes. She never thought that there would be a day when she would be forcibly occupied by someone. At this moment, she even had the idea of suicide. I didn't expect you to be such a person. She looked at Jiang Chen with hatred. Jiang Chen ignored her, his teeth directly pierced the delicate skin, and began to enjoy the delicacy. Jiang Chen was satisfied, this Ye Lingling's blood was actually the best among the girls he had tasted. The smell is so sweet and fragrant that he can't stop at all. Of course, only zombies would find blood delicious. If it was a normal human being, taking a sip would probably spit out his stomach. After the sharp pain like a needle prick, Ye Lingling finally realized something was wrong. Jiang Chen's mouth was always on her neck, and he swallowed her blood in big gulps. At this moment, there was only endless panic left in her heart. She finally understood what those 2 fangs were used for when Jiang Chen's martial soul transformed. They were actually used to suck blood. As the blood gradually dried up, her body began to freeze. It turns out that he didn't covet my body, but wanted to drink my blood. Ye Lingling felt that she was about to die. There was a knock on the door. The waiter heard Ye Lingling's cry for help just now, but he didn't dare to come in directly to check, so he hurried to find the manager. Feeling that Ye Lingling's life was about to wither, Jiang Chen finally stopped. This girl is still useful, he has to keep it. Chapter 264 Xiaoxue arrives. Jiang Chen got up, opened the door, and saw the manager who was holding the key and wanted to unlock it. Seeing Jiang Chen who suddenly appeared, the restaurant manager's stern expression immediately disappeared, and his face was full of smiles. Dear guests, the waiter heard the cry for help just now, are you all right? As he said that, he glanced inside and found that Ye Lingling was sitting at the table with her back to the door. Jiang Chen smiled and said, it's okay, we had some small conflicts just now, we will handle it ourselves. The manager nodded, took a deep look at Ye Lingling's back, and left. Jiang Chen closed the door, returned to the table, ignored Ye Lingling who was still in fear and confusion, and started eating and drinking on his own. Half an hour later, the 2 left the restaurant. Go back and find Yin Yan, she will arrange food for you and teach you how to practice. Good master. Ye Lingling's beautiful eyes looked at Jiang Chen's face with nostalgia, then turned and left. She felt the unprecedented powerful force in her body, and she felt a little happy in her heart. The key point is that her martial soul has an additional change, and the master named it Juyu Begonia. And she also has an extra identity as a poisonous milk. She is no longer a healing soul master at the mercy of others. Jiang Chen gave her a new life. Ye Lingling looked back every time she walked, and finally disappeared from Jiang Chen's sight. Jiang Chen shook his head, and said to himself helplessly, these female disciples are greedy for the body of a teacher, but what can I do? Shrugged and walked away. In the future, when we cross the tribulation, we have to bring this girl with us. Jiang Chen thought in his heart. Suddenly, he stopped and turned to look in the direction outside the city. In his sense, a long-lost breath was coming quickly. It's finally here. With a smile on his face, he walked towards the city gate. Standing inside the city gate and waiting for a moment, a familiar figure appeared in his sight. She has a sharp oval face, and under the 2 beautiful triangular eyes, there are a few small diamond-shaped blue scales, which make her temperament more enchanting and charming. This is a woman with a plump figure, exuding a mature aura from top to bottom. This figure is no worse than Bibi Dong in Jiang Chen's memory. pedestrians on the road, and even the officials guarding the city, all stared at the woman's protruding body with color. The woman entered the city gate, looking around blankly. After the master let her out back then, he waited in Tiandu City and said he would come to find her. After she left the slaughter city, she rushed directly to Tiandu City. But Tiandu City is so big, where is the master? Just when she was at a loss, the familiar and kind voice in her memory sounded. Xiaoxue. Jiang Chen called out. Xiaoqing's body trembled, and when she saw Jiang Chen's familiar and handsome face, she rushed over excitedly. She was wearing a strong blue dress, very neat. Running in front of Jiang Chen, she didn't even stop, and directly opened her arms to embrace Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, feeling the joy of the other party, and in the end he didn't escape, and was rubbed into his arms by this very tempting old leftover girl. Another one who is greedy for his body. Among the many servants, Jiang Chen had the best feeling for Xiaoqing. After all, they spend the longest time together. During the year in the slaughter city, Xiaoqing diligently took care of Jiang Chen and Hu Lina. Fortunately, Jiang Chen's height is astonishing, otherwise he might have been suffocated at this time. He patted Xiaoqing on the back. Okay, let me go. Xiaoqing let go reluctantly, staring straight at Jiang Chen. In the past, in the slaughter city, the mistress Hu Lina was watching around the clock, so she didn't dare to act presumptuously. Now that the mistress is not here, her little thoughts start to come alive. After all, the master is also a man, and it is difficult for a man to resist some temptations. Jiang Chen didn't try to figure out Xiaoqing's thoughts. Come with me. On the way, Jiang Chen inquired about it, and learned that Xiaoqing had madly rushed for 100 victories in the more than a year since he left. In the end, after gaining 100 victories, she followed Jiang Chen's suggestion at the beginning, and did not go to the Hell Road, but chose to become the guest secretary of the Killing City, and could enter and leave the Killing City at will. In addition to not having the domain of the Killing God, her status in the Killing capital is already extremely respected. Jiang Chen took her back to Xiaoying's yard. Xiaoying saw Jiang Chen coming back at night with a woman who was so good that she was jealous, and she was extremely vigilant. She looked at Jiang Chen with scrutiny, and hoped that Jiang Chen would give a reasonable explanation, otherwise, she would not rule out immediately going to the young lady to explain the situation. Jiang Chen coughed lightly, and said, Xiaoying, this elder sister is also one of my servants, and she will live here forever from now on. Xiaoqing looked curiously at this little sister who hadn't developed much, and guessed what was the relationship with the master. As soon as Xiaoying heard the servant, she understood that this big sister with a hot figure must have been harmed by this guy's teeth. Jiang Chen introduced, this is Xiaoying, a sister I recognize, and her real identity is a little maid. Xiaoqing, come to me when you're hungry, don't bite her. Good master. Xiaoqing licked her lips, and her stomach happened to growl. Xiaoying's fine hair stood on end in an instant, and she almost retreated into the room. Xiaoying, this big sister is called Xiaoqing. She is very good at taking care of others, you two live together, and you happen to have a companion. Xiaoying shook her head like a rattle, especially the way Xiaoqing licked her mouth just now, made her a little scared. Aren't you sister Yanyan also a zombie? Didn't you get along well with her back then? Xiaoqing Jiao said with a smile, don't worry little sister, my sister won't bite people randomly. Another day, I will take you to the most luxurious restaurant in Tiandu City for a big meal, and I promise to satisfy you. Jiang Chen threw out a very tempting promise. Xiaoying nodded reluctantly, okay, but I have to tell Miss about this. No, I'll tell her later. Jiang Chen opened his room, Xiaoqing followed in, Xiaoying followed closely with vigilance in his heart. Ever since Jianrongxue and Jiang Chen got on good terms, she shouldered the responsibility of watching over Jiang Chen even more. Xiaoqing, this is the room I used to live in, you can live here from now on. Good master. Xiaoqing's eyes were a little bright. Well, come to bed, I'll teach you some ways to increase your cultivation speed. Jiang Chen went up first and sat cross-legged. Xiaoqing glanced at Xiaoying, and saw that the little girl had no intention of leaving, and was staring at her quite vigilantly. Helpless, she had no choice but to go up, and under Jiang Chen's guidance, she sat down with her back facing Jiang Chen. Xiaoying directly pulled a stool over and put it in front of the bed, sat down straight, and stared at the two of them warily. Jiang Chen glanced at Xiaoying appreciatively. He purposely didn't avoid Xiaoying, just because he was afraid that Xiaoqing would forcefully push him down when he was alone. It took more than half an hour for Jiang Chen to teach Xiaoqing the first few exercises of the heavenly corpse transformation. After ordering Xiaoqing to continue to practice, Jiang Chen stepped out of the room under her extremely resentful gaze. Xiaoying followed immediately, and said excitedly, brother, can I learn the magic technique you taught her just now? Jiang Chen glanced at her, and said, that's a skill that only zombies can practice, unless you are bitten by me. Xiaoying shrank her neck and dared not speak. Jiang Chen didn't stay for long, and immediately returned to the palace. Qianrongxue must be waiting impatiently, so he needs to comfort her when she goes back. When he returned, Qianrongxue was practicing. Seeing Jiang Chen coming back, Qianrongxue's eyes sparkled, and she quickly pushed Jiang Chen into the bathroom. Go take a shower, wash quickly, huh? Why do you smell like other women? Qianrongxue's willow eyebrows gradually stood up, frost gradually climbed onto her face, her sharp eyes pierced Jiang Chen's body like knives. Seeing that his beautiful wife was about to get angry, Jiang Chen quickly told about Ye Lingling and Xiaoqing. Chapter 265 Another Big Chance? After listening, Qian Rongxu's brows gradually eased. Go take a shower, she urged. In the early morning, Jiang Chen left the palace refreshed, took Xiaoxue with him, and left Tianjia City. Outside Tianjia City, Yu Tianheng, Du Guian, and Ye Lingling were already waiting. Teacher, teacher, owner. The three shouted at the same time. The teacher was Yu Tianheng and Du Guian, and the master was Ye Lingling. At the same time, they also saw the tall, mature, and attractive Xiaoqing standing beside Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen introduced, this is a disciple I accepted before, named Xiaoqing, and you will practice together in the future. Miss Xiaoqing. The three greeted each other. Ye Lingling looked a little wary. Although she had already followed Jiang Chen, she felt that if she could become Jiang Chen's woman, the protection for the Nine Hearts Begonia sect would be greater. The woman who appeared suddenly gave her a sense of threat. Jiang Chen introduced Du Guian and the other three to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing was very enthusiastic, and didn't take Ye Lingling's vigilance towards her at all. To her, this kind of little girl whose body has not yet grown up poses no threat. Let's go. Jiang Chen immediately took the lead, heading towards the setting sun forest. Master, where are we going? Xiaoqing asked curiously. Jiang Chen was a little helpless. He asked Xiaoqing to call him teacher in the future. But Xiaoqing, who was originally obedient to him, was very firm in addressing him, and still called him master. Let's go to the sunset forest. There is a magical place where you can develop immunity to ice and fire. Immune to ice and fire? The four of Xiaoqing were startled, and then cheered up. Attribute immunity is an extremely rare and precious ability. Moreover, it is also immune to the two common attributes of ice and fire. Now, all of them are poisonous, and they also have terrible resistance to poison. And Yu Tianheng has an extra lightning resistance. Coupled with ice and fire immunity, it is enough to increase their strength by a large margin. In the Soul Master competition, encountering the energy attack of the ice and fire attribute Soul Master is enough to ignore. There is such a magical place in the Sunset Forest. Yu Tianheng couldn't help asking. Sunset Forest is not far from Heaven Do City. The students of the Royal Academy usually go there to obtain spirit rings. Yu Tianheng and Du Guian also entered many times. Yanyan, that place is where your grandfather used to practice. Du Guian was a little surprised. She had never been there before. It was that time, the day Jiang Chen bid her in the Sunset Forest, that she knew that Grandpa still had such a place. Master, there are 10,000-year spirit beasts in the Sunset Forest. Ye Lingling reminded in a low voice. She followed Jiang Chen for the shortest time, and felt that her sense of existence was a bit weak. Jiang Chen said, your Miss Qing is a level 67 Soul Emperor, but her real combat power has already reached Soul Sage, plus me, there will be no accidents. I'll take you there to get acquainted, and you can go there on your own in the future. The 10,000-year soul beasts in the Sunset Forest are not too old. There is no problem for the four of you to join forces. A few hours later, they arrived above the valley where the Eye of Ice and Fire Yunyang was located. The Binghuo Liangi is just below. I'll go down and wait for you, and you come down by yourself. After speaking, he had already jumped down, and his figure quickly disappeared into the thick white water vapor. Xiaoqing and the others observed for a while, and after confirming that the cliff could be climbed down, they also started to act. Xiaoqing took the lead and went down the cliff. Ye Lingling looked at the deep valley, and couldn't help being afraid. She is just a healing soul master. Even after becoming a zombie, her strength has increased a lot. Climbing the cliff is still extremely dangerous for her. Du Guian saw Ye Lingling's embarrassment, and immediately comforted him. Let's go down first, and then let the teacher come up to pick you up. Whether it is her, Yu Tianheng, or Xiaoqing, it is difficult to climb down with one person. Only Jiang Chen, who has the ability to fly, can come up to pick him up. Ye Lingling nodded, watching Du Guian and the two climb down. Suddenly, with a determined expression on her face, she walked towards the edge of the cliff. Jiang Chen had already said that he would not accompany her again in the future, which meant that she could only rely on herself in the future. Therefore, she had to learn to face this cliff by herself. Standing on the edge of the cliff, she took a few deep breaths, suppressed the fear in her heart, and climbed down with trembling hands and feet. A healing soul master, climbing on a cliff, this is something she can't even imagine. Although her strength has increased, her control over her body is far worse than those of the battle soul masters. It can be said that there is no strength, no skill. Jiang Chen went down to the bottom of the valley, and met an elder with whom he had met several times. Guarding here is a hard job. Wuhandian will regularly arrange elders to replace them and take turns guarding them. Every once in a while, some alchemists would come to collect herbs. At the bottom of the valley, several thatched huts were built on the edge of the cliff. So it's His Royal Highness Sun. The elder warmly greeted him. Jiang Chen also exchanged warm greetings, which made the elder quite satisfied. Elder, I plan to let some of my subordinates come here to practice for a period of time. In the future, I will need the elders to take care of them. Jiang Chen's tone was quite polite. It's easy to say, easy to say. The elder stroked his beard very frankly. He glanced up and sensed that several people were climbing down. Jiang Chen turned around, looking at the magical ice and fire yin yang eye. He didn't know the plots of the next few episodes of Douluo, so he didn't know the origin of the ice and fire yin yang eye. Ever since he just came down, the ice and fire yin yang has been attracting him. To be precise, the thing that attracted him was under the ice and fire yin yang eye. At the beginning, after absorbing a blood ginseng here, he felt a kind of attraction. But Hu Lina felt inside the Binghuo Lianji, but found nothing. Now, after many years, he felt that pull again. Moreover, this attraction is much stronger than before, and it has a fatal temptation for him. It gave him the feeling that he was facing the 3 drops of God Shura's blood in the capital of killing. Could it be that there is also divine blood down here? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and this bold guess flashed across. If this is the case, then this will be another heaven-defying opportunity for him. Just when he was about to use the Eye of Heaven's punishment to investigate, Xiaoxue, Duguyan, and Yu Tianheng went down to the bottom of the valley. Teacher, go up and pick up Lingling, she can't come down. Duguyan shouted. At this moment, screams of incomparable horror came from above. Jiang Chen's complexion changed slightly, his eyes passed through the thick fog, and he saw Lingling who had lost his footing and was falling freely downward. Lingling's zombie cultivation base is still very weak, and if dropped from a height of hundreds of meters, it may become a puddle of flesh. Jiang Chen intentionally let her climb down by herself, to exercise her courage. But now it seems that he still overestimated this girl a bit. With a movement of his body, he soared into the sky like a rocket. After a while, he hugged Lingling and fell down. Lingling's face was bloodless, her eyes were full of horror, she hugged Jiang Chen tightly and refused to let go. Her head is still blank and her feet are limp. Jiang Chen was a little helpless, and motioned for Duguyan to come over and help the girl who was about to piss in fear. Duguyan hugged Lingling and began to comfort her. Jiang Chen cast the Eye of Heaven's punishment, and scanned the bottom of the pool of the Eye of Ice and Fire Yanji, and indeed found nothing unusual. The line of sight moved down, penetrated into the ground, and gradually deepened. Chapter 266. After going hundreds of feet deep into the ground, Jiang Chen finally discovered some abnormalities. In his line of sight, the soil gradually became more red. The deeper the line of sight goes, the darker the faint red becomes. Sure enough, it's underground. Jiang Chen noticed the clue, and his heartbeat gradually accelerated. Seeing that Jiang Chen fell into silence, Duguyan and the others couldn't help being a little puzzled. Teacher, Duguyan called out. Don't bother me first. Jiang Chen waved his hands, his face was serious, and he looked down intently. Everyone, including the elder, was curious about what Jiang Chen was looking at, but they were all quiet and didn't ask any questions. The deeper Jiang Chen looked, the more frightened he became. When it reached thousands of feet, the color of the soil had turned scarlet. His gaze accelerated, and finally pierced through the soil layer after 10,000 feet, and appeared in a mysterious space. Boom! Jiang Chen's mind was shaken in an instant, and his brain became dizzy for a while. The extremely terrifying coercion followed the Eye of Heaven's punishment and reached his heart in an instant. As if the sky collapsed and fell on Jiang Chen's body, all his bones made creepy creaking sounds. Under that coercion, the mind was severely impacted. 2 bolts of lightning shot out from his eyes, with crackling thunder and lightning, extending several meters away. Everyone was shocked, they didn't know what happened to Jiang Chen, that such a strange phenomenon would appear. Yu Tianheng once again felt the power of lightning on Jiang Chen's body. The power of lightning made his scalp tingle and he felt extremely palpitated. But at the same time, this lightning has a fatal attraction to him. His eyes flickered, wondering if he should tell the teacher about it. Jiang Chen's eyes released lightning, and it lasted for half a minute before slowly shrinking back. His trembling body gradually calmed down, and his trembling mind returned to normal. He took a long breath, and he still had some palpitations. The moment his line of sight penetrated into that mysterious space, he actually saw 2 dragon corpses that were extremely long. The aura exuded by the 2 dragon corpses was much more terrifying than the 3 drops of blood of God Shura back then. One of them exudes an extremely hot aura, and the other exudes an extremely cold aura. Jiang Chen had some understanding in his heart. The ice and fire yin-yang eye in front of him was probably formed because of the existence of these 2 dragon corpses. Immediately afterwards, he secretly cheered up in his heart. The aura of this dragon corpse is so terrifying, it definitely belongs to the god level, if he can get it. A sneer suddenly sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Boy, I advise you not to think too much, that thing is not something you can covet now. This voice is exactly God Shura. Jiang Chen smiled awkwardly, he was just thinking about it. How could he dare to touch such a terrifying thing with his current strength? And he has to go deep into the ground. He is not a mouse who is good at digging holes. More importantly, if the 2 dragon corpses are damaged, it is estimated that the ice and fire yin-yang eye will also disappear. Now the ice and fire yanji eye still has a great effect on Wuhandian. Jiang Chen calmed down the thoughts in his heart. God Shura was right, the dragon corpse could not be moved by him now, but this opportunity has already been booked by him. Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze, looked at Xiaoxue and the others, and said with a smile, the 2 sides of the ice and fire yanji eyes are filled with terrible fire and cold poisons. You can try to absorb them into your body to refine them, and if things go on like this, you can definitely cultivate ice and fire. Immunity. Xiaoxue and the others looked curiously at the 2 sides of the Binghuo Lianji eye. The elder next to him frowned and reminded, Your Highness, the fire poison and cold poison beside the pool are extremely terrifying. Even I dare not stay there for too long. Your subordinates will surely die if they approach there. He could sense that among these few people, Xiaoxue, who was the most powerful, was only at the level of a soul emperor. There is no possibility of escaping from the fire poison and cold poison entering the body. Jiang Chen waved his hand, said with a smile, Elder, there is no need to worry. I also practiced there before, so I know it well. Go ahead, if you can't bear it, you can withdraw, or switch to the other side to absorb. Xiaoxue and the others naturally wouldn't doubt Jiang Chen's words, and immediately walked over to the eyes of Binghuo Lianji with excitement and sat down cross-legged. The elder hesitated to speak, but in the end he still didn't speak, but he was secretly on guard. In case something happened to these young people, he would be able to treat them immediately. Yu Tianheng didn't go to practice immediately, but stepped forward a few steps and came to Jiang Chen. Teacher, the lightning you released just now is very attractive to me. It feels like facing delicious blood. He directly expressed the thoughts in his heart, and looked at Jiang Chen expectantly. Jiang Chen's heart moved. The soul master of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus dragon, the soul power in his body possessed violent lightning energy, and his attack power was astonishing. Therefore, the thunder and lightning in his body should be a great tonic for Yu Tianheng. It's like the effect of blood on zombies. He didn't think of this before, and he didn't realize it until Yu Tianheng mentioned it. You wait, Jiang Chen said, and took a few steps back. The lightning fist unfolded, absorbing a cloud of thunder tribulation energy from the corpse pill in his body. He spread out his palm, and there was a ball of lightning energy the size of an egg floating on it, exuding a faint coercion. You try to absorb it. Thank you, teacher. Yu Tianheng happily took over the ball of energy, and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to refine it with exercises. After a while, the thunder and lightning disappeared in Yu Tianheng's hands. He stood up and said pleasantly, Teacher, this thunderbolt seems to be able to improve my aptitude. I just absorbed a little bit, and I feel that my cultivation speed has increased a lot. This group of energy will probably allow me to absorb it for a long time. Thank you, teacher. Yu Tianheng was so excited that he was on the verge of tears. Their sect has not had a second title Douluo for many years, and his talent is not as good as his grandfather's when he was young. If he hadn't met Jiang Chen, it is estimated that he would stop at the Contra realm in his life. But with Jiang Chen's help, he is confident that he can definitely reach the realm of titled Douluo. Jiang Chen helped him improve his aptitude several times, treating him like a reborn parent. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but bow down, and earnestly kowtowed to Jiang Chen a few times. Jiang Chen was somewhat relieved. These few of his disciples were really obedient and sensible. You practice hard and try to reach title Douluo as soon as possible. That is the best reward for me. Good teacher. Yu Tianheng looked firm. Well, then you should stay here and practice. When you come in the future and how long you will practice, it is up to you to decide. Jiang Chen knew that Yu Tianheng, Du Guiyan, and Ye Lingling usually had to practice with their counterparts, and also needed to cultivate their soul power, so he let them make arrangements for themselves. Seeing that Xiaoqing and the others didn't have any accidents by the eyes of Binghuo Lianji, Jiang Chen put them down. After asking the elder again, Jiang Chen left. After arranging the cultivation of his disciples, it was time for him to go back and practice the way of yin and yang with Xianrongxue. Speaking of which, he is a teacher who has done his best. First, he taught the exercises, and also taught the combat experience. Now bring them to absorb fire poison and cold poison to temper their bodies. And Yu Tianheng got the biggest benefit. Jiang Chen guessed that after this kid absorbs a certain amount of thunder tribulation energy, he will definitely usher in a transformation like a complete rebirth. After arranging everything, he felt relaxed. From now on, he only needs to set aside half a day every week to train the royal team, and he can spend the rest of the time working hard in the palace with Xianrongxue. 2 months later. Chapter 267 Little Life. Honey, wait a minute. Xianrongxue said suddenly. Honey, what's wrong? Jiang Chen was a little puzzled. Xianrongxue wiped the sweat from her forehead with her hand. Her face was also a little puzzled. She said, when practicing this method, a strange energy will be produced in our body, and this energy can greatly increase the growth rate of our soul power. Jiang Chen nodded. That's right. Did something wrong with your cultivation? Xianrongxue shook her head. I don't know. Just now, the strange energy in my body suddenly disappeared for a little bit. Jiang Chen frowned, puzzled, and said, why did it disappear suddenly? Did you notice how it disappeared just now? Xianrongxue's pretty face was a little dazed. I was immersed in cultivation just now, and I have been paying attention to the changes in my body, but the strange energy just disappeared for a little while. It feels like I was suddenly eaten by something. Take a bite. Jiang Chen smiled, stretched out his hand to touch it. Let me see, it must have leaked. With a crisp snap, Xianrongxue slapped Jiang Chen's unruly hand away. The pretty eyebrows were raised. I'm talking to you about business. Jiang Chen's face became serious, and he said, let me see, where did it disappear? Xianrongxue pointed to the lower abdomen. Here. Jiang Chen's mental power penetrated in, carefully observing back and forth. At the same time, the Eye of Heaven's punishment also activated, and he searched Xianrongxue's flesh, meridians, and other things inch by inch. After a while, Jiang Chen shook his head. There is nothing abnormal in your body. It may be that you were too involved just now and had hallucinations. Xianrongxue still had doubts on her face, relying on a woman's intuition. She always felt that things were not that simple. Doubts are doubts, but she has no proof. Don't think about it. It's time for dinner, and I'll practice with you for a while after eating. Jiang Chen went out and brought the rice back. Xianrongxue tidied up and had dinner with Jiang Chen, but she was still thinking about what happened just now. After dinner, she practiced again for a while and found nothing abnormal before Xianrongxiu gradually felt relieved. But on the second day, this strange situation reappeared, and the strange energy that appeared in Xianrongxiu's body due to the cultivation of the book was eaten by something again. Now, she started to panic. The reappearance of this situation shows that it is definitely not an illusion or a coincidence. Jiang Chen's face was serious, and he checked Xianrongxiu carefully again, searched every part of his body, but still didn't find a trace of abnormality. Except for the strangely less energy, there is no other change. It won't really leak out, right? Jiang Chen was a little suspicious. Impossible. Xianrongxiu denied with absolute certainty. Helpless, the two had no clue, so they had to put this matter aside. Every day that followed, part of the energy generated in Xianrongxiu's body during her cultivation would inexplicably disappear. Gradually, both of them have adapted to this phenomenon. Anyway, no matter how they checked, they couldn't find any clues, and Xianrongxiu didn't have any adverse reactions. Until another month later. Stop. Xianrongxiu yelled in panic. What's wrong? Seeing Xianrongxiu's appearance, Jiang Chen's heart suddenly rose. The energy just now disappeared all at once. Xianrongxiu was a little flustered. Does this mean that she will not be able to use this method to cultivate with Jiang Chen in the future? It is necessary to return to the slow cultivation speed before. Jiang Chen looked serious, and said in a deep voice, could it be that our way of cultivation is wrong? For example, the meridian root of the soul power is wrong, or the body position is not correct. As soon as his voice fell, his eyes suddenly widened, and a look of shock suddenly appeared on his face. What happened? Seeing Jiang Chen like this, Xianrongxiu's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly asked. Jiang Chen didn't speak, and felt carefully. His eyes flashed with lightning, and his eyes penetrated into Xianrongxiu's belly. Just now, with his ability to sense the breath of life, he suddenly felt a strange breath of life in Xianrongxiu's body. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. With several inspections for Xianrongxiu, Jiang Chen is already very familiar with the structure of the internal organs of the human body. His eyes quickly came to Xianrongxiu's womb. Jiang Chen saw Xianrongxiu's body at a glance, and at some point there was an extra embryo with a diameter of about 5 millimeters. The strange breath of life that Jiang Chen felt came from this embryo. His face was completely dull, his heart was beating rapidly, and his emotions were extremely complicated. There is great joy, but there is also deep worry. What happened? Seeing Jiang Chen's distraught appearance, Xianrongxiu became even more flustered. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and said, I'm going to be a father. What? Xianrongxiu suspected that she had heard wrong. Jiang Chen smiled wryly, and said again, I'm going to be a father, and you're going to be a mother. Xianrongxiu was stunned, but immediately, a great sense of happiness filled her heart. She showed a very happy smile, and her jade hands gently stroked the smooth and flat belly. Xiaochen, thank you, she said softly. Jiang Chen smiled wryly. Originally, he had always been stable, but one day, Xianrongxiu asked him how life was formed. In order to show his erudition, he explained to Xianrongxiu in detail the biological knowledge he had learned. So later, under Xianrongxiu's intention, he overturned the car several times. When he kept smiling wryly, Xianrongxiu slapped him over. Why are you smiling wryly there? Isn't this a great joy? Xianrongxiu glared at him. Swear, I'm afraid this will affect you. Xianrongxiu smiled contentedly, with a loving look on her face. Don't worry, no one will find him. Immediately afterwards, she pushed Jiang Chen down. You rest over there in the future, don't bother me again. What a cruel woman, she will drive me away as soon as she has won. Jiang Chen complained helplessly in his heart. However, he very much agrees with Xianrongxiu's approach. For the sake of the child's health, he must be careful. Xianrongxiu stroked her stomach tenderly, and said softly, do you want a boy or a girl? I like them all. Jiang Chen let go of his scruples, and at this moment he was also full of joy. The feeling of being a father for the first time, whether in the previous life or in this life, was his first experience. There were mixed feelings in my heart for a while. Xianrongxiu nodded and continued to ask, how old is he now? Jiang Chen gestured and said, it's almost as big as a soybean. Ah, so small. Xianrongxiu was surprised, and then looked at her belly curiously. Otherwise, what do you think? The last time I checked for you was already half a month ago. This little guy should have grown up secretly during this time. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, he immediately froze, and an extremely absurd thought flashed through his mind. Looking at Xianrongxiu immersed in joy, he asked uncertainly, Swear, tell me, could the strange energy that often disappears in your body be eaten by this little guy? Xianrongxiu was also stunned. Chapter 268 The competition begins. Impossible. Xianrongxiu shook her head, the little guy is still so young, how could he absorb energy? Angels and zombies, one bright, one evil, who knows what kind of thing will be born? Jiang Chen said. Xianrongxiu slapped her again, and said angrily, did you say that about your child? Jiang Chen smiled awkwardly, but he was still a little worried in his heart. Why don't we try to cultivate again tomorrow to see if the little guy has absorbed it? We must understand this matter clearly. Jiang Chen suggested. Xianrongxiu hesitated. Jiang Chen continued, don't worry, we're just practicing lightly, and it's enough if it produces results. Xianrongxiu nodded, okay. Hearing what Jiang Chen said, she also became curious. It's about my own child, this matter must be clarified. The next day, the two practiced as usual, but all their attention was on that little life. The yin and yang energies were produced rapidly, and when they reached a certain level of intensity, part of them suddenly disappeared again. The two looked at each other. Sure enough, this time they both felt the flow of that energy and were absorbed by the little embryo. This little guy's breath of life seems to have strengthened a bit. Jiang Chen said in surprise. Really? Qian Rongxu asked. Jiang Chen nodded, and said, there is absolutely no mistake, I am extremely sensitive to the breath of life. Then is this a good thing or a bad thing for him? Qian Rongxu was a little confused. It is of course a good thing that the breath of life has increased. Jiang Chen smiled. Unexpectedly, the energy produced by this book can actually help the growth of the fetus. Swear, maybe your delivery time will be greatly shortened, so it won't have too much impact on you? This is undoubtedly good news for Jiang Chen. Shall we continue to practice? Qian Rongxu asked. Jiang Chen got up, and said, to be on the safe side, let's practice separately, we just need to provide the little guy with energy every day. Qian Rongxu nodded, lovingly stroking her belly. She also wanted to see her child sooner. 3 months later, Jiang Chen felt the little life in Qian Rongxu's body, and his smile was extremely satisfied. The little life has grown to the size of a fist, and its limbs are already extremely obvious. The current Jiang Chen has become a veritable daddy. In the past few months, he has read many books on how to take care of pregnant women and fetuses, and carefully took care of Qian Rongxu. Every meal of Qian Rongxu was carefully prepared by him, and he became Qian Rongxu's guard again, and he had to accompany her every time she went out. The secret of the little life, the two haven't even told Xiaoying yet. They have to keep this secret. If it gets to Bibi Dong, the two probably won't have good fruit. How? Boy or girl? Qian Rongxu looked at Jiang Chen expectantly. Although she could sense the existence of the fetus in her body, her mental power could only return to a rough outline, and she couldn't see it as clearly as Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes were piercing. He stared at it for a long time, and said, it should be a girl. Qian Rongxu showed joy on her face. Hi girl, it's dad's carrying little padded jacket. Jiang Chen smiled. Watching the child grow up day by day, his heart is full of happiness. Qian Rongxu's stomach is only slightly bulged. It's hard to see if you don't look carefully. Moreover, after she used the spirit bones camouflage skill, both her body shape and her aura would be covered up, so no one would be able to see it. The Soul Master Academy competition will be held in 3 days. Jiang Chen sighed, a little worried. The start of the Soul Master competition represented that Qian Rongxu was about to enter a life of exhaustion. As the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Shui Ye entrusted many things to her to handle. Qian Rongxu gently stroked Jiang Chen's hair, and said with a smile, don't think of our mother and daughter as being so fragile. Didn't you say that she has a very strong vitality, surpassing those 7 or 8-month-old fetuses? Well, I will protect you. By the way, tell me about the arrangement of the competition. Jiang Chen said. Qian Rongxu nodded, and said, the Heaven Do Empire, the Starluo Empire and the Wuhan Palace will all have a seeded team, which will directly advance to the finals. The preliminaries will be held in the Heaven Do Empire and the Starluo Empire. Because the Heaven Do Empire has 4 major kingdoms and 1 principality, the preliminaries are also divided into several competition areas. In the end, 15 teams will be selected to advance to the finals. The same is true for the Starluo Empire. So, the 33 teams from the 2 empires that have advanced, plus the 3 seeded teams that have directly entered the finals, there are a total of teams competing for the final championship. Jiang Chen nodded. This competition system is the same as he remembered. Yu Tianheng's home team, the royal team, did not need to participate in the preliminaries, and was directly sent to the finals. What he was interested in was whether the little dance party from Shrek Academy would appear on the field. If it does, it's probably a good show. 3 days later, the capital of the Heaven Do Empire, Heaven Do City, the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition officially opened, and a grand opening ceremony was held in Tiandu City. The arena is arranged in the Tiandu Great Soul Arena. After the renovation, an incomparably huge arena has been formed. In the early morning, before the sun rose, Jiang Chen accompanied Qian Rongxu to eat a nutritious breakfast, and then set off to the competition venue. The luxurious and huge motorcade set off from the palace, with Emperor Shui Ya at the front and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince behind. Jiang Chen obediently followed beside the carriage. The renovated Great Soul Arena can accommodate spectators at the same time, and the tickets have been sold out as early as a month ago. At this time, the 8 aisles of the arena were already full, and spectators kept crowding in. The Emperor's team entered through a special passage and went directly to the VIP platform. Qian Rongxu followed Shui Ya and took a seat on the VIP table. Jiang Chen has already been squeezed out. Shui Ya has a higher level of guards around him, so he is not needed at all. He, Xiaoxue and the others were leaning loosely in a corner of a stand, looking around. At the VIP table, there are quite a few acquaintances. Emperor Shui Ya sat in the center of the first row. On the emperor's right was Ning Fengzi from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and on his left was the Platinum Bishop Salas from the Spirit Hall. Qian Rongxu sat in the second row. When Jiang Chen's eyes fell on Qian Rongxu looked over with a tacit understanding, and nodded slightly. Jiang Chen smiled, and then looked away. A moment later, the Master of Ceremonies announced the official start of the opening ceremony of the contest. The teams from various colleges participating in the competition had already been waiting in the rest area for a long time. Under the guidance of the staff, they began to line up and walk past the VIP seats, shouting loud and powerful slogans, and then lined up in the center of the competition venue. Why is it the same as the sports meeting in the school in the previous life? Jiang Chen was a little speechless. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that this was a sports meeting. The boys and girls walked in neat steps, yelling out the slogans of their own colleges frantically, their faces flushed with excitement. This is the world of Soul Masters. No matter how Jiang Chen looked at it, he felt a sense of stupidity. Chapter 269 Finals, Go to Wuhan City. Every member of the academy wore costumes specially designed for the competition, shouted the most imposing slogans they thought, passed by the VIP seats, and accepted the inspection by Emperor Shuya. Jiang Chen was quite looking forward to how weird Shrek's weird costume would be. He glanced at the young men and women who passed by below, and a flash of lightning flashed in his eyes from time to time. Because of the influence of Wuhan, the female Soul Masters are basically in excellent shape, and the entrance ceremony below is a very pleasing thing for him. After dozens of teams passed by, it was finally the turn of Shrek Academy. The moment Shrek Academy entered, it caused a huge commotion. This sensation is only because of the weird costumes on them. The overall costume is shit green, with a huge Shrek pattern on the chest, and 6 large characters on the back of each person, sincerely recruiting title advertisements. Countless mocking voices sounded like overwhelming. Even Jiang Chen almost laughed out loud when he saw Shrek's attire. The 7 Shrek monsters quickly took out their masks and put them on. Well, it's not the 7 monsters, one is missing. Jiang Chen glanced over those young people. Those long straight legs were gone, and they were not in the Shrek team. Now there are only 3 girls in Shrek's team, Zhu Zuking with a hot figure, Ning Rongrong with super good skin, and an older girl with a gentle temperament, who should have joined later. Sure enough, did you escape? For Jiang Chen, Xiaowu's disappearance can be said to be reasonable, but somewhat unexpected. As a young soul beast, she has nothing to hide under the eyes of the title Douluo. Even a strong soul Douluo can discover her identity as long as she carefully identifies it. If she appeared here, it would be tantamount to courting death. But with Xiaowu's character, it is estimated that even if she dies, she will not leave Tang San. Therefore, Xiaowu's disappearance may have been persecuted. That person is most likely Tang Hao. Apart from Jiang Chen, Tang Hao, who has followed Tang San for many years, is definitely the first to know Xiaowu's identity. Jiang Chen's eyes swept over the shit green Shrek team members, and landed on the front of the team. Flender walked in the front, acting as if he didn't know the people behind him, and the same was true for the master and Lu Erlong who followed him. Jiang Chen's eyes stopped on Lu Erlong. It was this woman who became the master's true love and one of the people Bibi Dong hated the most. The figure is pretty good, not worse than the teacher, but the appearance and temperament are not as good as the teacher's flattery. Jiang Chen commented in his heart. There are a total of more than 30 teams in the Tianzhu City competition area. Almost all of them are dressed in bright clothes, and the participating soul masters are all proud and heroic. Only Shrek and the others, all of them lowered their heads, passed by the VIP table as if fleeing, causing a burst of laughter. After all the teams have entered the arena, the next step is for the Emperor to announce the opening of the competition. His Majesty the Emperor had a tired look on his face, and his smile was a bit far-fetched. Then Ningfang, the suzerain of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, delivered a speech. A large speech made Jiang Chen feel a little drowsy. After the speeches, Salas drew lots for the first round. After the lottery, each academy will determine its opponent in the first round. Today is the opening ceremony, and there is only one game, the match between the Royal Academy Vice Team and the opponent. And their opponent is Shrek Academy. Seeing this, Jiang Chen finally showed some interest. Without the help of the celestial grass, the soul power levels of several people in Shrek Academy remained at the soul master level except Daimyobai. From Jiang Chen's point of view, with Tang San's ability, he might be able to lead the team to the finals, but it would be very difficult to compete for the championship. The Soul Master competition lasted about 3 months, the preliminaries would last about 2 months, and the finals would be held in the last month. Moments later, the 2 teams took to the field. The vice team of the Royal Academy was brilliant, but the Shrek team was gloomy. Before the game started, there was a fierce quarrel between the 2 sides, and the swords were on the verge of breaking out. Jiang Chen glanced. The Shrek 7 monsters only had 3 of them, namely Daimyobai, Tang San, and Ma Hongjian. The match started, and after watching it for a while, Jiang Chen shook his head. The sub-team of the Royal Academy is really rubbish. The elite are all concentrated in Yu Tianheng's team, and the remaining sub-team is not low in cultivation level, but its combat power is very weak. The 2 academies fought extremely fiercely, and in the end, Shrek Academy won the first match. In the arena of 8 people, almost everyone was shocked. Xianrongxiu was a little surprised. She glanced at Shrek below, and then at Jiang Chen. Emperor Shui's face was livid. He snorted coldly, and left with a flick of his sleeves. How could the Royal Academy lose to an unknown academy, and it was the first match of the opening ceremony? How could he not be angry? Ning Fengzi and Xianrongxiu hurriedly followed and walked out of the VIP seats. After leaving the arena, Emperor Shui left directly. Xianrongxiu was stopped by Ning Fengzi. The two approached and said a few words, then Qian Rongxue left with Jiang Chen and several guards. Jiang Chen heard clearly from the side that Ning Fengzi was going to introduce Tang San to Qian Rongxue, hoping that Qian Rongxue could recruit him. Qian Rongxue naturally agreed wholeheartedly. But she already knew Tang San's identity. Even if she agreed to Ning Fengzi's olive branch to Tang San, it was just a show. In a small tea house, Qian Rongxue and Tang San met, chatted for a while, and seemed to get along well. After returning to the palace, it was already afternoon. The two practiced carefully and replenished the little guy's energy. Since discovering that the strange energy is good for the little ones, it has become a must for them to practice for a while every day. Time passed by, and many powerful academies appeared one after another. Jiang Chen saw the sisters Shui Bing'er, the pure and clean Bing Feng Huang. The fiery and attractive Hua Wu has a big chest and no brains. After losing to Tang San, she got into the horns. There is also Feng Xiaotian who is handsome and talented. Jiang Chen was satisfied with Tang San's ability, and defeated Feng Xiaotian who was the soul sect with the strength of the soul master. But in this battle, Tang San also exposed his second spirit, the clear sky hammer, and defeated Feng Xiaotian with the wind hammer method. So far, Shrek Academy has won number 1 in the promotion competition, and the competition has come to an end. The 15 teams that have advanced, plus Yu Tianhang's seeded team, will go to Wuhan City after a 3-day rest to participate in the final competition. Finals. Emperor Shui Ye was ill, and as an emperor, he could not leave Heaven Do City without permission, so he announced that the Crown Prince would represent the envoys of the Heaven Do Empire to participate in the judging work of this competition. 3 days later, the participating teams, the teacher, and the escort of Knights of the Royal Knights, a total of thousands of people, went to Wuhan City. Starting from Tiandu City to Wuhan City, according to the speed of the team, it would take about 20 days. Because the finals is a knockout system, as long as they lose a game, they will be eliminated directly, so the time will not be very long, about 10 days or so. 3 days later, a team of thousands of people set off mightily. Both Jiang Chen and Qian Rongxue were a little excited. They will be able to meet Bibi Dong when they go to Wuhan City this time. The family is finally reunited. Chapter 270 Shui Er and Bibi Dong. Heaven Do Empire has specially made 15 luxury carriages for the participating team members to ride and rest. And those teachers are in ordinary carriages. As Qian Rongxue's guard, Jiang Chen, and Zhao Hu followed Qian Rongxue's carriage on horseback. And every day, Jiang Chen would be summoned into the carriage by Qian Rongxue, and he would stay there for at least half an hour before coming out. What happened inside, only the two of them knew. The carriage that Qian Rongxue rode in was more luxurious than those of the contestants. According to her instructions, a lot of soul guide technology was used in the carriage. The shock absorption effect is excellent. Even if there is a fight inside the carriage, there will be no vibration from the outside. What satisfied Jiang Chen and Qian Rongxue the most was the sound insulation effect of the carriage. Under the effect of the special soul guide, it completely blocked the transmission of sound, and it could also block the detection of spiritual power. At this time, Qian Rongxue has been pregnant for about 6 months, and her belly is already swollen to an astonishing height. Jiang Chen checked his daughter and was satisfied. What shocked him was that this little guy's breath of life had grown to an astonishing degree. Jiang Chen couldn't help but look forward to how abnormal his cultivation talent would be after this little guy was born. Both parents are extremely monstrous existences, coupled with being nourished by that magical energy every day, they will probably become the first genius in the history of Douluo Continent. Jiang Chen told Qian Rongxue his conjecture, which made Qian Rongxue extremely happy, with big eyes crooked and happiness on his face. After the two secretly warmed up for a while, Qian Rongxue put on the mask again, using soul skills to conceal her body shape and aura. Jiang Chen got out of the car, and got on the horse again. He glanced in the direction of Shrek Academy, but he still didn't find the figure of the master. From the day he set off, Jiang Chen discovered that the master had disappeared. After so many days, the master still did not appear. Yu Xiaogang should have gone to find the teacher. Alas, I hope the teacher will be tougher. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. He really didn't want teacher Bibi Dong to have anything to do with Yu Xiaogang. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the surrounding knights. The royal knights are indeed the trump card of the Heaven Do Empire. They are extremely strict in discipline, and their combat effectiveness is much stronger than the average army. It's a pity that this knight group has always been firmly in Shui Ye's hands. The time spent on the road passed day by day, and many people began to feel tired and bored. Jiang Chen and Qian Rongxue were immersed in the joy of happiness every day. The two of them spent a period of time every day, and then looked at the little baby, and all the fatigue was swept away. The plot of Wuhandian attacking Tang San halfway did not appear. Originally, in the qualifying round, Tang San defeated Feng Xiaotian with the strength of the Soul Master, which attracted Salus' attention. Salus also specifically checked Tang San's registration records of Soul Masters in the Spirit Hall over the years, and after learning about Tang San's amazing talent, he began to recruit Tang San. After the solicitation failed, he wrote a letter and prepared to send it back to the Pope's palace, suggesting that the Pope get rid of Tang San, but was stopped by Jiang Chen. So there is no plot of the assassination. Even if Salus passed the letter back, the assassination would be doomed to fail. There is still Tang Hao in the dark. If Tang Hao is really forced out, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo will probably die. Even if they send a few more title Douluo, they may not be able to keep Tang San and his son. On the contrary, it may expose the identity of Wuhandian to the public. 20 days later, the Heaven Do Empire's teams participating in the finals finally arrived in Wuhan City. Under the arrangement of a cardinal of Wuhan Palace, in addition to the guards, a group of more than 200 people were arranged in a luxury hotel on the west side of Wuhan City. Jiang Chen has not returned to Wuhan City for half a year, and he is full of concern for his teacher and senior sister. It has been 8 years since Xiaoxue left Wuhan City, and now that she returns to Wuhan City, all she has left in her heart is sighs and longing for her grandfather and mother. If it was not daytime, she might have already rushed back to the Pope's palace. Jiang Chen comforted her, and after dark, the two of them would find a chance to return to the Pope's palace. After setting up everyone, the cardinal also notified the time of the game. Considering that the colleges have been exhausted all the way, the competition will start in 3 days. With 3 days to rest and adjust, the state of each college can be adjusted to the best. In the evening, Xiaoxue declared her rest early after dinner, and no one should disturb her. Xiaohu and others guarded the door, but Jiang Chen and Xiaoxue had already slipped out quietly. Both of them have recovered their original appearance. Even if they stand in front of everyone in the Heaven Do Empire, probably no one will recognize them. Xiaoxue was wearing the skirt Bibi Dong had prepared for her before. Under the disguise of soul skills, her bloated belly still looked slender. Even if she touched it with her hands, it was flat. But her chest became more and more plump, no worse than the current Bibi Dong. Jiang Chen took Xiaoxue back to the foot of the Pope's mountain that he had not seen for a long time. Xiaoxue was apprehensive, but also full of anticipation. The knights guarding the palace of the Pope all recognized Jiang Chen's appearance and did not dare to obstruct him in the slightest. The two returned to the gate of the Pope's palace halfway up the mountain. Xiaoxue was slightly out of breath. There was already a burden in her body, and her movements were no longer as easy as before. Shuer, who shall we meet first? Jiang Chen asked. Xiaoxue pondered for a moment, then said, go see my mother first. Jiang Chen nodded, and took Xiaoxue to Bibi Dong's study. According to this point of time, Bibi Dong should be in the study. When he reached the door of the study, Jiang Chen waved his hand, motioning for the maid who just wanted to speak to step back. The competition was approaching, and she was busy with affairs. Bibi Dong was busy dealing with it. She didn't raise her head until Jiang Chen knocked on the door. The moment she saw Jiang Chen and Xiaoxue standing at the door, the body of this always strong female pope trembled, and a complex look quickly flashed across her face. In the end, she was a little flustered, but also a little expectant and stood up. Jiang Chen pulled Xiaoxue, who was also flustered, to Bibi Dong. Teacher, I brought Shuer back. Jiang Chen smiled. He shook Xiaoxue's hand firmly, and Xiaoxue finally mustered up the courage to look up at Bibi Dong seriously. Mom. A call full of emotion sounded. Bibi Dong had been looking forward to this call for countless days and nights. She burst into tears and pulled Xiaoxue into her arms. The two women hugged each other, tears splashing, accompanied by sobbing. After several minutes, the two still refused to separate. Jiang Chen stood aside, coughed twice, and said, the entire Wuhan city is about to be flooded by your tears. The two women looked over at the same time, and gave Jiang Chen a hard look. Bibi Dong pulled Xiaoxue to the side to rest on the small bed and sat down, holding Xiaoxue's hand, unwilling to let go. Just come back, have you eaten? If not, Mom will cook for you. I've eaten. Xiaoxue was moved in her heart. Jiang Chen sat down not far away, and it was not easy for him to intervene as the mother and daughter poured out their feelings. But seeing two beauties sitting together is extremely pleasing to the eye. Bibi Dong and Xiaoxue are two of the most outstanding women Jiang Chen has ever seen. After chatting for a full 2 hours, Xiaoxue finally stood up under Jiang Chen's reminder. Mom, I have to go back to see my grandpa, and I have to go back to the hotel before dawn. Although Bibi Dong was reluctant to give up, she also knew the seriousness. Go, but your grandpa never liked me, so don't get into an argument with him because of me. Bibi Dong sighed. Thinking of Xiaoxue's father, she felt a twinge of pain in her heart, but she didn't show it. She knows that it was impossible for Qian Daolio to forgive her. As long as she and Xiaoxue stopped fighting, she would be satisfied. Chapter 271 Qian Daolio's excitement. The two left Bibi Dong and went to the depths of the Elder's Hall. Although it was already dark, Xiaoxue was filled with emotion when she felt the place where she lived in her childhood. After 8 years, the family still hasn't changed, but she is already going to be a mother. The two came to Qian Daolio's yard. The yard door was not closed. I wonder if Grandpa has rested, Xiaoxue said, pulling Jiang Chen into the yard. Just as they entered, a phantom that was almost indistinguishable to the naked eye shot out from the room, and arrived in front of Jiang Chen and Xiaoxue in an instant. It was the tall Qian Daolio. Grandfather! Grandfather! Jiang Chen and Xiaoxue shouted at the same time. You're all back, good, good. Qian Daolio felt relieved. With tears in Xiaoxue's eyes, she threw herself directly into Qian Daolio's arms. Qian Daolio was also excited. The only granddaughter and the only descendant of the angel family had been away for 8 years, so how could he not worry about it? Jiang Chen, who was standing next to him, could clearly see that the old man's eyes were also sparkling. Suddenly, Qian Daoliu looked slightly astonished, but soon returned to normal. Come on, let's go inside and talk. The three entered the room and sat down. Why did you come back together? Qian Daoliu asked suspiciously. Qian Rongxiu explained, Grandpa, isn't the final of the Soul Master competition about to begin? As the Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Empire, I was arranged by Shui Yat to represent the Heaven Do Empire as a judge. I will take this opportunity to come back. I'm looking at you. Qian Daoliu stroked his beard and said with a smile, I see, I know a thing or two about this Soul Master competition, but I just didn't pay much attention to it. How are you doing in Heaven Do Empire? Qian Rongxiu nodded. Grandpa, I have a good life there, don't worry. Then did anyone bully you? Qian Daoliu glanced at Jiang Chen intentionally or unintentionally. Jiang Chen looked at the grandpa and grandson with a smile on the side, asking for warmth, but he didn't know that he was already being watched by Qian Daoliu. Qian Rongxiu shook her head, and said, as the prince, I am secretly protected by the masters of the Wuhan Palace, no one will bully me. Oh, then whose child is in your belly? Qian Daoliu looked at his granddaughter with a half-smile. Ah, Qian Rongxiu couldn't help but screamed, and then looked at Jiang Chen guilty. Grandpa, I don't know what you're talking about. She lowered her head and her cheeks were already flushed. Qian Daoliu sighed, and said, remove your spirit bone skills, and let me see my great-grandson. Jiang Chen nodded towards Qian Rongxiu. It is good. With a thought, Qian Rongxiu removed her camouflage skills, and immediately, Lao Gao's swollen belly appeared in front of Qian Daoliu. Really? Seeing this scene, Qian Daoliu was so excited that he almost danced. His old face had turned into a chrysanthemum with a smile, and he wanted to touch it with trembling hands, but felt something was wrong, so he stopped. Suddenly, he straightened his face, showing a little murderous look, and said coldly, who is that man? He dared to touch my granddaughter, I will chop him up. Jiang Chen's neck shrank slightly, and the muscles all over his body tensed up in an instant. Judging by the appearance of this old man, it doesn't seem like he is joking. Thinking about it, he took down his granddaughter in a sneaky way, and now the child is so old. Can people not get angry? Neither Qian Rongxiu nor Jiang Chen dared to speak. Qian Daoliu's gaze fell on Jiang Chen, and he said coldly, is that you, kid? Jiang Chen finally couldn't help it anymore, coughed lightly twice, and said awkwardly, Grandpa, Shuer and I are in love with each other. Qian Daoliu's eyes widened, and he said angrily, it's really you, kid. I planned to marry Shuer to you after she came back, but I didn't expect that your heart would be so dark, and you would secretly marry Shuer. But I like it, haha. At the end, Qian Daoliu suddenly burst out laughing, making Jiang Chen and Qian Rongxiu stunned. Grandpa, aren't you angry? Qian Rongxiu asked curiously. Qian Daoliu looked at his granddaughter's belly and said with a smile, Grandpa is too happy to be happy. How could he be angry? Boy or girl? How old are you? Qian Rongxiu finally breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a smile, Grandpa, she is a girl, and it has been 6 months. Let me take a look. Saying that, Qiandao's divine power permeated in, carefully inspecting the condition of the fetus. Huh? Are you sure it's 6 months? How can this little guy's aura be so strong? Qian Daoliu asked suspiciously. Jiang Chen said, Grandpa, it's true that it's only 6 months old. This little guy is very talented, that's why he has such a strong aura. Qian Rongxiu also said, Grandpa, look, Xiaochen and I have such high talents, the child must have amazing talents. Qian Daoliu's eyes were brighter than ever before, and he said excitedly, it is really the ancestors who blessed us, so that our angel family will never decline. Is it due to my hard work? Okay. Jiang Chen complained in his heart. Grandpa, I have already used my disguise skills, how did you see it? Qian Rongxiu asked, and then gave Jiang Chen a worried look. Jiang Chen immediately realized it. Since Qian Daoliu could tell it at a glance, does that mean that Bibi Dong actually knew it too? Qian Daoliu stroked his beard and smiled. The torso bone skills of the angel costume is really magical, even I can't see the slightest clue, but our angel family is born with a special feeling for the angel spirit. Although the little guy is still very good, she is weak, but I can feel the aura of the angel Wuhan on her body. The angel family has finally continued, and I am not ashamed of my ancestors. Qian Daoliu looked extremely pleased. Grandpa, the little guy is still so young, you can sense her martial soul. Jiang Chen was shocked, but also a little bit disappointed. If this little guy is really an angel martial soul, doesn't that mean he didn't inherit his zombie martial soul? He has always felt that zombie spirits are not inferior to angel spirits. It's also possible to have twin martial souls, but it's like buying a lottery ticket, you can't force it. But this is a girl, and an angel martial soul is more suitable for her. Jiang Chen thought in his heart. Qian Daoliu said, although she hasn't been born yet, I can indeed sense the angel spirit in her body. This is the special ability of our angel family. Shuer, when you reach the realm of titled Douluo, you can also sense it of. Qian Rongxiu said, I also hope that her martial soul is an angel. I don't want her to inherit a zombie martial soul and suck human blood everywhere. Jiang Chen lay on the gun, innocently said, Shuer, I didn't smoke around, did I? Qian Rongxiu rolled his eyes at him and ignored him. Shuer, why don't you go to the Heaven Do Empire and stay in the Wuhan Hall to raise your baby with peace of mind? Qian Daoliu said. In his heart, the blood of the angel family is much more precious than the Tiandu Empire. Qian Rongxiu shook her head and said, Grandpa, I have spent many years working on the Heaven Do Empire, and I don't want to give up halfway. Qian Daoliu sighed, then I will arrange a priest to go to Tiandu City. You and the child must not be lost. Qian Rongxiu nodded without objecting. The three continued to chat for an hour. Qian Rongxiu and Jiang Chen got up to say goodbye and leave. Let's go, I'll take you to meet my senior sister. Jiang Chen said with a smile. It's time for the two beauties to be honest with each other. Chapter 272 Finals begin. The two came to the small downstairs of Jiang Chen's dormitory. Qian Rongxiu still had an impression of this place. In order to save Jiang Chen, who was abused by Hu Lina, she was so angry that she almost got into a fight with Hu Lina. It was already late at night, but the lights in Hu Lina's room were still on. There was no accident for Jiang Chen. Hu Lina knew that he would definitely come back in the finals, so she must be waiting every night. Let's go up. Jiang Chen said softly. Xiao Chen. Hu Lina's surprised voice sounded, and then the door was slammed open. Hu Lina rushed out from inside, put her hands on the railing, and looked down impatiently. She saw Jiang Chen, who was thinking about it day and night, and the girl who surprised her in her memory. Most of her excitement dissipated in an instant. No matter how I accept it in my heart, I will always feel a little uncomfortable when the day comes to meet each other. Senior sister. Jiang Chen raised his head and smiled. The unease on Hu Lina's face quickly disappeared, and she said, Come up quickly. Jiang Chen subconsciously wanted to help Qian Rongxiu up the stairs, but Qian Rongxiu slapped his hands off. Qian Rongxiu walked on the stairs, and said via voice transmission, she is going to participate in the finals soon, so don't let her see any clues that will affect her state. It's still Shuer, you are careful. Jiang Chen also transmitted voice, and praised. On the second floor, Hu Lina took Qian Rongxiu's hand affectionately, Sister Shuer. Qian Rongxiu also smiled, Sister Lina. Jiang Chen was a little stunned. After the two women agreed to accept each other, this was the first time they met, and they were like real sisters. If there are other people here who don't know the inside story, they will definitely think that these two beauties are sisters who haven't seen for many years. The two ladies held hands intimately in front, while Jiang Chen followed behind with a smile. After the two beauties chatted for half an hour, Qian Rongxiu got up and said she wanted to visit Jiang Chen's room, leaving Jiang Chen to Hu Lina. She knew that Hu Lina must have a lot of love words that she wanted to say to Jiang Chen, and if she was here, Hu Lina would definitely not be able to say it. Qian Rongxiu quietly waited in Jiang Chen's room. Jiang Chen and Hu Lina waited for half an hour before getting up to say goodbye. Hu Lina looked envious. She also wanted to stay by Jiang Chen's side. It's a pity that she still has important tasks to complete, and she must win the championship of the finals. For the next 3 days, Jiang Chen spent most of his time in the hotel with Qian Rongxiu. 3 days later, in the early morning, all the participating academies got up early, and after preparing everything, they were led by the staff arranged by the Spirit Hall to the competition venue. For the finals this time, Wuhandian also specially built a competition venue, which is located in the center of Wuhan City. The huge arena is 100 meters in diameter, and it is more than enough to run wildly on it. The arena is made of hard granite and reinforced with many soul tools. As long as the attack power does not exceed the level of a soul emperor, it is impossible to damage the arena. The amount of money spent on such a huge project is incalculable, and only the Spirit Hall has such courage. The two empires are simply reluctant to spend such a large amount of resources. The location of this arena is directly below the Pope's Palace, less than a kilometer away from the Pope's Hill. After entering the competition venue, Qian Rongxiu was invited to the VIP judging table, and Jiang Chen was guarding not far behind the judging table. Opposite the judging area across the ring is the Pope's Palace. Jiang Chen's position can clearly see the entire competition venue. There was no entrance ceremony in the finals, and there were no annoying speeches. The academies were invited to draw lots as soon as they entered the arena. After the lottery was drawn, the competition started directly, without the slightest sloppiness. Jiang Chen folded his hands on his chest, leaned against the wall, narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling the plot of the finals. If there is no accident, Shrek will be drawn to the Blazing Academy in the first round, and the Blazing Academy will directly abstain. The reason for this is because those members of the Blazing Academy have joined the Kamikaze Academy and participated in the finals in the name of the Kamikaze Academy. In order for Wuhandian to agree to this operation, Shiwo Academy paid a huge price. After the game, the entire Shiwo Academy will join Wuhandian. And all of this was caused by that Hua Wu who Jiang Chen thought was big-chested and brainless. All of this, to put it mildly, was for the purpose of gaining greater honor for the academy, but it was actually just for her own selfishness. Ever since she was defeated by Tang San in the preliminaries, she seemed to be insane. As long as she could defeat Tang San, she would rather bet the entire Blazing Academy. Not long after, the results of the lottery came out. Jiang Chen stood not far behind the judging booth, and heard the lottery results clearly. It seems that apart from Shrek's lower strength, the plot has not changed. However, the next champion must be Wuhandian. What made Jiang Chen helpless was that in the third round, Tiandu Royal Academy should meet Wuhandian Academy and be eliminated. He wanted Yu Tianheng and the others to break into the top 3 before, but if they really met Wuhandian Academy ahead of time, they would be doomed to be eliminated. In just a few months, Yu Tianheng seemed to have been completely reborn. His cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, and he had broken through to level 51, becoming the only Soul King of the Royal Academy team. But if the current Wuhandian Academy is not enough, Jiang Chen has already learned about the current Wuhandian Academy's strength from Bibi Dong. Compared to other academies, it can be described as terrifying. Jiang Chen shot his eyes to the rest area of Shrek Academy, and saw Tang San, who was meditating and adjusting his state. He was thinking, should he meet Tang San as Jiang Chen? There are 5 rounds in total, and there will be 1 day of rest between each round, and there will be 3 days of rest before the start of the final 5th round. The 3 seeded teams will have a bye in the first round and will not play. And Shrek Academy's opponent gave up the competition again, so the first day of the competition was quite boring for Jiang Chen. After the first round, a day off, the second round begins. In the second round, Shrek Academy had a bye, and Wuhandian Academy and Tiandu Royal Academy had matches, but they both drew relatively weak players. Among the 4 geniuses of Wuhandian Academy, only one Jing Wuming was dispatched. Together with the other 3 Soul Sect level players, they easily defeated the opponent. As for the Tiandu Royal Academy, Yu Tianheng, who had become the Soul King, dominated the audience alone. With the help of Duguyan's poisonous mist, he defeated his opponent in a 7-for-1 match and knocked his opponent off the ring in an eye-shocking way. So far, the first 2 rounds of the finals have ended, and the top 10 of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition have appeared. On the night when the second round ended, Jiang Chen called Ye Lingling, and together they went outside Yu Tianheng and Duguyan's room. He wanted to inoculate his 3 disciples so that they would be mentally prepared for defeat. Ye Lingling followed Jiang Chen. Her beautiful blue eyes were always on Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen didn't bother to pay attention to her, and directly knocked on the door of Yu Tianheng's room. Who? Yu Tianheng's slightly impatient voice came out. Me. Jiang Chen replied calmly. Immediately, Jiang Chen's ears moved, and he heard rustling sounds inside, as if something else had been knocked to the ground. Chapter 273 Tang San's Change. Why does it take so long to open the door? Ye Lingling, who was standing behind Jiang Chen, muttered. You have to wait for others to get dressed. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Ye Lingling rolled her eyes, feeling a little dazed. It took a while for her to realize that a blush appeared on her pretty face. Just came back from the game, are they so hungry? Ye Lingling couldn't help complaining, but she was a little curious. What is that kind of thing like? After a while, hurried footsteps approached. Yu Tianheng opened the door, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and hurriedly said, Teacher, please come in.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.